This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Earth Split. In the year 2112 of the Earth calendar, 100 years have passed since the end of the world in 2012. Humans are still surviving under the threat of zombies. But the resources that can sustain human survival are becoming less and less. The major bases are increasingly oppressing the humans in the new village, and have reached the point of plucking the feathers of a passing goose. But the surviving humans are still struggling to suppress their anger. After all, the bases are still sheltering humans. Today, teams of superpowers are still walking out of the bases to fight for their own survival. However, the wild today is particularly dangerous. In addition to zombies, mutant animals and plants are particularly irritable. Even the usually mild mutant animals will bar their teeth at humans who come too close. And the previously mild mutant plants are eager to try to beat people. After a tough battle, the leader of one of the teams of superpowers called his men to count today's gains, intending to go back if they had reached the basic standard. As the situation in the wild today was not right, the men had no objection to this order, and they also felt the approach of danger. Some zombie crystal cores were cleaned by water superpowers, and edible mutant beasts were cut into appropriate sizes and collected by space superpowers. The captain saw that they had finished sorting, so he took the lead and walked towards the gate of the base. The rest of the team members followed behind in unison, and at the same time, they did not relax their vigilance and were ready to fight at any time. At the gate of the base, the crystal cores that needed to be paid today were handed in, and the captain also received news to return to the family territory as soon as possible. The entrance of the base is a place where information frequently converges. All forces in the base have spies to collect and convey information. The captain handed over a crystal stone that belonged to him and quickened his pace to return to his family's residence. The guards at the entrance of the base smiled tacitly, which was also a conventional cover-up method. The captain returned to his own residence and walked towards the meeting room. He was a little surprised to see that the elders of the family were also alarmed. It seemed that this matter was not small, but there was no change on his face. He sat down in the seat reserved for him. The current clan leader signaled the person in charge of monitoring in the family to start explaining. The light screen clearly displayed the crustal activity in the past week, and compared it with the previous crustal conditions. Even people who knew nothing about geography knew that something big was going to happen, because except for the strong reaction of the crust in the year when the end of the world just came, it has been completely calm since then, even calmer than before the end of the world. After the surviving geologists studied it for a period of time without success, they gave it up. Only some ancient families did not give up monitoring, and the Lei family was the one that paid the most attention. It is also thanks to this caution that the Lei family can now be the first to discover abnormalities and respond in advance. The captain's name is Leijin, the eldest son of the clan leader. After reading these, he was the first to raise doubts. Should we remind the base? The clan leader looked at his son. He was good in everything except that his values were a bit high. Although he would choose the family when asked to choose between the base and the family, he would appear to be too saintly in this situation. I really don't know who he looks like. However, as a father, he is still quite satisfied with his son's affection and righteousness. After all, this kind of affection and righteousness also applies to the family. Although ruthless and ungrateful people can survive better in the end times, they are still easy to scare people. Before the clan leader had time to speak, the second uncle of the Lei family, who was sitting next to him, spoke first. The data has been sent over. It's up to them whether to believe it or not. Leijin did not speak again. Although he was a little kinder, he did not have the heart to save the world. In the end times, no matter how much compassion he had, it would be worn away. After seeing the crustal changes, the clan leader asked, "What do you think is going to happen?" The oldest elder of the Lei family said, "It is estimated that the end of the world will get worse. Reduce the time spent outdoors during this period, and wait until the crust stabilizes before normal activities." The clan leader had no objection, nodded in agreement, and passed on the order. All the Lei family's special ability teams returned to the Lei family base before sunset, and the Lei family base fell into peace earlier than usual. The data personnel at the base who received the data dutifully submitted the data to the leader. However, after the apocalypse, the leaders of the base only care about their own interests. For such trivial matters, they will only talk about it when asked by their superiors. Don't expect them to pay attention to it at other times. At midnight, The base felt the vibration without any preparation. And the drunken and dreaming leader of the base was shaken off the bed to the ground. The sober leader summoned the guards to his side. And after feeling safe, he asked people to investigate what happened. This is thanks to the scientists who survived the apocalypse. 100 years after the apocalypse, human technology has developed. At least the earthquake resistance of buildings has improved a lot. And no one has lost their lives in their sleep due to the vibration. The Lay family's meeting room lit up again after the shaking. And the monitoring personnel reported the situation again. Everyone in the Lay family looked at the cracks in the light screen and the shadows and sounds that flashed from time to time in the cracks. With a solemn expression, the clan leader could only let the monitor continue to monitor when he was still unsure of what was going on, and report immediately if there was any situation, so as to respond to all changes with the same attitude. After the clan leader dispersed the meeting, Leijun was pulled to the library by the elder and asked to help him find something. Although the elder was in good health, his eyesight was still a little bad, so when he needed to find something, he preferred to order the younger generation to help. Leijun was often caught to be the elder's eyes. However, Leijun had no complaints. He could ask questions while helping the elder. This was an opportunity that everyone else in the clan envied. This time, the elder asked him to take out the thickest family history to see if there were any relevant records. The elder put the book on the desk and carefully flipped through it from the front, while reading it carefully with a magnifying glass. The elder didn't like reading glasses, as he felt that it hurt his ears, so he usually brought his own magnifying glass when reading. Sometimes, history is still very useful. Whether it is official history or unofficial history, the elder still found a little useful stuff in the family history. It is said that the fierce beasts, and even some divine beasts that were killed by humans in ancient times were not completely dead, but were sealed underground. The powerful people who sealed them had no hope of completely exterminating them. If humans damage the earth too much, they will be given life again. At that time, it will depend on humans' own abilities and choices. After all, they were once the protagonists of the earth. Chapter 2: Prepare to evacuate the earth. The night passed in everyone's anxiety, and people seemed to feel the mood when the end of the world just came again. At dawn, all forces in the base sent out investigators to investigate what happened last night. The vibration of the earth's crust did not stop even at dawn. Although the Lay family had monitoring personnel, they still sent out investigators, led by Leijun himself. At this time, the direct descendants of each family need to appear to stabilize people's hearts. Leijun led the superpower team out of the base gate and rushed to the nearest crack to the base. Because of the continuous vibration, the superpower team could not get very close to the crack. However, even if they were a certain distance away from the crack, the superpower team could still faintly hear the cry of the ancient beast coming from the ground. Leijun signaled the psychic to scan the underground. The psychic closed his eyes, spread out his mental network, and slowly climbed down to the bottom of the crack, because he had been told before setting off that there might be ancient beasts underground. The psychic stopped at a place where he could vaguely see the appearance of the beast and did a rough scan, carefully going down step by step. The psychic stopped at a place where he intuitively felt there was danger, did a final scan, retracted his mental network, opened his eyes, and said with a slightly pale face, "I have seen almost everything, and I will try my best to restore it when I go back." Because psychics are very observant, most of them have good painting skills. Leijun looked at his face, through a crystal core of a spiritual zombie, turned around and led the way back. At the gate of the base, he could still meet the investigators sent by each family. They all looked unhappy. After nodding to each other, they went to their own bases. After reaching more or less conclusions, each family began to exchange information with each other, hoping to get closer to the truth of the matter. The appearance of the fierce beast drawn by the spiritual power of the Lay family was very similar to the Tao described in ancient books. The elders of the Lay family had already suggested that the patriarch should be prepared for evacuation. If the situation was serious, he might need to leave the earth temporarily. After the families exchanged information with each other, the leaders of the base notified each family to go to the base conference hall for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the current situation. Before leaving, most of the clan leaders issued orders, either implicit or explicit, to pack up supplies and prepare for evacuation. The leader of the base sat in the main seat of the conference room with forced calmness and asked, "Everyone, do you think we can stop the monsters from coming out from the ground now?" The Lay clan leader spoke first. These monsters were sealed by the ancient powerful beings, and there is no record of how they were done. Our current superpowers are not strong enough to be compared with the ancient powerful beings, so it is difficult to do it. I suggest that we prepare to evacuate the Earth in advance, because the Jin and Lei families have similar military strengths. The young people of the two families often compete with each other, so the two families can be regarded as natural allies, and their friendship is fought out. The Jin clan leader expressed his support. My Jin family is already packing up supplies, and is ready to evacuate at any time. After the apocalypse, each family is developing tools that can leave the Earth when necessary. The prototypes are all Noah's Ark developed before the apocalypse. After 100 years of investment, all that can be developed has been tested. So the Jin clan leader can say this. The Yin clan leader nodded and said that his family is also the same. The Shui clan leader and the Mu clan leader have a close relationship with the base leader. The Mu clan is the base leader's family, and the Shui clan often marries the Mu clan to jointly control the base. Therefore, in this case, the two clan leaders did not express their opinions directly, but looked at the base leader and waited for him to speak. The base leader actually does not want to stay on the current messy and increasingly dangerous Earth, but he still can't let go of the power in his hands and the relatively luxurious life. However, compared with his own life, his life is more important, and he still has a trump card in his hand, so he is not afraid of not being able to exchange it for power. The leader of the base finally agreed to the proposals of various families and decided to prepare to evacuate the Earth for a period of time, and then decide whether to come back after seeing the situation. Base Science and Technology Institute. A young assistant researcher handed a ticket similar to an air ticket to a girl who seemed to have a tendency to occultism, and whispered, Xiao Xiang, keep this thing close to you. Don't let others know. I will let you know when to board the ship. The girl did not respond, but nodded to show that she knew. The young assistant researcher had no choice. After all, the loss of parents was probably the biggest blow in a young girl's life, and the cause of death of her parents was very strange. The young assistant researcher did not dare to say much, and could only tell her that her parents died of overwork. Sometimes it is safer not to know. Of course, I will try my best to protect the only child left by the teacher and his wife. The young assistant researcher reminded her again, and when he saw his communicator flashing, he said goodbye to her and hurried back to the institute. After all the forces decided to evacuate the Earth for refuge, in addition to supplies, they needed to consider who to take away. After all, although the number of the second generation of Noah Ark had increased, it was impossible to take everyone away. After the Lei clan leader returned to the family, he held an emergency meeting to discuss who would board the ship and who would go to the shelter. In the end, it was decided that the clan leader would stay and take the middle-aged generation to the shelter. In case of danger, they would have more experience and their physical strength would still be at its peak, so it would be easier to deal with, and there would be fewer casualties. The elderly and children in the family all boarded the ship, and the young people of Lei Zhen's generation also went up to take care of the elderly and children. This was the way the more far-sighted families handled it, and the Jin and Yin families also handled it in the same way. The remaining Shui and Mu families almost fought for a ticket for the Noah's Ark belonging to the base. The ticket basically depends on the relationship with the leader of the base, and the competition is also fierce. The tickets belonging to the Academy of Sciences were allocated according to contributions, and there was basically no doubt that the ticket of the girl suspected of being closed was obtained by the contribution of her parents. After the tickets were resolved, the distribution of materials was also a big problem. After all, no one knew when they could move around on Earth again. For the Lei family, the patriarch directly decided to take 70% of the people going to the Ark, and leave 30% to be taken to the shelter by the people who stay behind. After the Lei, Yin and Jin families agreed. The Yin and Jin families also followed this example. The Shui and Mu families were more ugly, leaving only 10% for the people who stayed behind, and 90% to take away. The leader of the base directly told the people who stayed behind, you don't have to hand in anything you find yourself in the future. I believe you can survive. The Academy of Sciences has developed nutrient solution, so it decided to leave all the supplies to the people who stayed behind, and only bring nutrient solution on the Arkansas. How to cook on the Ark is still a problem. It is more convenient to use nutrient solution, although the taste is a bit worse. Chapter 3 Wake Up. On the morning of the 5th day after the crustal tremor began, the various forces in the base finally sorted out all the supplies and prepared to board Noah's Ark. At this time, The Lei family was working together to help the Lei family members who were going to stay to move the supplies to the shelter. Originally, it was only a matter of space ability users to pack. But now the space of space ability users was full of supplies to be brought to Noah's Ark. So manpower had to be used. After a flurry of activity, the Lei clan leader took the people who stayed to send the people who were leaving to Noah's Arkansas. Before going up, they said goodbye to each other and separated with worries. After the Lei family's ark took off, it found an open place to stop and wait for the arks of other families. Not long after, the arks of the Jin family and the Yin family also took off. The three families tacitly approached each other and communicated with each other through the communicators on the arks. The three families on the arks were all young people who were temporarily rushed to the shelves. In the communication with each other, they also reduced some panic. At this time, the Ark of the Academy of Sciences also slowly took off. The young assistant researcher took his little sister to find her rest room corresponding to the number on her ticket. Because they had just boarded the ship, there were many trivial matters that needed to be done. The young assistant researcher Yin Lei saw that his little sister looked not very good and could only tell her to rest well and come to see her when he was free. If she was hungry, she should take nutritional supplements and take care of herself. After seeing her nod, Yin Lei hurried away. At this moment, he would never know what kind of changes his junior sister would undergo after this. The Ark of the Academy of Sciences was slowly approaching the Ark of the three families. As the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, leading a group of mental workers, it would be difficult to survive in the end times without a strong backer. The previous dean was confused by the exaggerated prospects described by the leaders of the base, and served the base conscientiously until the research results were suppressed, and the researcher who researched this result was murdered. It was obviously something that could save the world, but it was used to seek power. Only then did he suddenly realize what kind of guy he had joined. However, it was too late to regret at that time. The institute was already under surveillance, and spies from the base were planted around the former dean. In the end, perhaps we have to thank this change. Before the predecessor went to the Ark, he used his death to sever his relationship with the base, and told the current dean the truth, so that he would remember the lesson. Based on this, the current dean ordered the Ark of the Academy of Sciences to approach the three companies, intending to exchange technology for the qualifications of an ally with the three companies, and no longer become a subordinate department under the leadership as before, so as to avoid repeating the same mistakes. The three Arks received the alliance request from the Academy of Sciences. After discussion, they felt that in the current situation, more friends are always better than more enemies. As for the technology of the Academy of Sciences, the three companies did not think much of it, because the three companies had more or less awakened brain power users. So there were researchers. After the three families joined the Ark of the Academy of Sciences, the Arks of the base and Shuemu also took off. Seeing the situation over there, they did not say much, but just waited quietly. After that, other Arks on Earth took off one after another. After seeing the actions of the northern base, other bases finally gave up the Earth temporarily. Against the backdrop of such a major event, the fever and coma of a slightly autistic little girl whose parents had both died became less conspicuous. Therefore, until the soul in the little girl's body was replaced and the fever began to fade, Yin Lei, who finally had time to see her, discovered that she was sick. Yin Lei looked at the strangeness in the eyes of the girl who woke up, and felt very regretful. But he did not show it on his face. He just gently handed over a cup of warm water, which he heated with his own supernatural power. After watching the girl finish a glass of water, he let her drink a dose of nutrition first, then handed her the medicine, poured her another glass of water to help her swallow the medicine, pulled the blanket for her, and let her rest well. Seeing the girl close her eyes obediently, Yin Lei pulled the doctor outside and asked, "What's going on? I think she doesn't recognize me." The former medical researcher who was temporarily used as a doctor on the Ark touched his nose and said, "This situation is called amnesia in medicine. According to your description of the girl's experience during this period, her condition belongs to dissociative amnesia, which is caused by excessive sadness." Yin Lei also read relevant medical information in school, and was actually prepared in his heart. But he still had to ask clearly, "Is there any way to make her remember?" The temporary doctor looked at him with contempt. "Do you think it is better for her to remember or forget?" Yin Lei smiled awkwardly and stopped asking. The temporary doctor said, "Her temperature has dropped, but you have to remind her to take medicine on time to avoid recurrence." In this situation, It is better to have a good body. If it is convenient for you to take her to move more, and let her exercise. Yanlei took careful notes, sent the temporary doctor away, and returned to the girl's rest room to see if she had a good rest. Looking at the girl resting quietly on the bed. Although she looked thin, there was no trace of depression between her eyebrows. And she looked much better. Yanlei had asked for leave from the leader of his research group, and planned to wait until she recovered before going to work. Now he just quietly waited for her to wake up, and sorted out the research materials that the teacher had given him before. Looking at the materials left by the teacher, Yanlei was also thinking about how to bring the teacher's hard work back to the world. It was difficult to achieve it with his own strength. Not to mention that the finished product seemed to have been taken away by the leader of the base according to his inquiries during this period. Thinking of this, Yanlei couldn't help but want to sigh. He had no clue for the time being. So Yanlei began to be in a daze. As time passed, the sound of his stomach woke Yanlei up. Yanlei took a dose of nutrient solution, found the lighting equipment in the rest room, turned it on, and planned to read some materials carefully. However, before he opened it, he heard a noise coming from the bed, and Yanlei hurried back to the bed. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly opened her eyelids and saw the face of the person she saw before she went to sleep. After feeling her physical condition, she slowly tried to sit up. Yanlei helped her shake the bed, letting her lean on it, and asked softly, "How do you feel?" His actions were not excessive. After all, the teacher had brought her to the institute before, and the researchers under the teacher treated her as a little sister. Yanlei's family was full of brothers, and he treated her as his own sister. However, as a genuine ancient person, Jiang Zhuxiang had not figured out the situation yet, and was even more afraid of being recognized. So she had to stiffen her body and follow his movements. When she heard his question, she answered softly, "Not bad." Chapter 4 Relearning. Yanlei lowered his voice and asked, "Can you recognize who I am?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought speechlessly how he hoped to answer. However, before he understood the situation clearly, silence should be the best answer. So, Jiang Zhuxiang remained silent. Yanlei asked this question with only a 1/10 of expectation, and he was not discouraged when he didn't get the answer he wanted. Taking a deep breath, Yanlei began to explain Jiang Zhuxiang's current situation. "Xiao Xiang, you had an illness before, so you forgot some things, including some people. I will introduce you to them when you meet them in the future. I am your father's student. Your parents died of overwork before. Now I will take care of you temporarily." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yanlei's words and thought silently in his heart. Very good. I don't need to explain why I don't know these people. But where are we now? Everything here is so strange. After careful consideration, Jiang Zhuxiang asked the first question after coming to this world. Where are we now? Yanlei was stunned and replied, "We are on Noah's Ark now, and we can go back after a while when the situation on Earth stabilizes." It turned out that we were on the ship. No wonder the place was so small. Jiang Zhuxiang missed his original mechanical boat a little. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ask any more questions, Yanlei continued to chatter and popularize common sense to Jiang Zhuxiang, such as what to pay attention to on the Ark, how to use the things in this rest room, and at least be able to live by yourself. After all, he couldn't take care of it all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yanlei's explanation expressionlessly. His inner world was washed over and over again, and he sighed silently that this world was really magical. Although it was different from his previous world, and he didn't see people practicing martial arts, people's wisdom still allowed them to survive well in this world and be more comfortable. However, why did he feel that the atmosphere in this world was a bit strange? As if the whole world had been plagued, making people feel uncomfortable. After Yanlei finished his general talk, in order to confirm that the little apprentice sister, who was currently as blank as a sheet of paper, understood, he motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to show it. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse. In fact, as a descendant of Shenong, everyone in Shenong Valley has always tended to let her be as independent as possible. So Jiang Zhuxiang's hands-on ability is still good, and learning to take care of herself is really just a small matter. According to the explanation just now, Jiang Zhuxiang tried to open all the things in this small rest room and proved that there was no problem. Yanlei was very relieved. It seemed that even if she lost her memory, the junior sister did not lose her IQ. After confirming that Jiang Zhuxiang had no problem living independently, Yanlei had to return to his post. So he said goodbye, Xiaoxiang. Then I will go back to work first, and come to see you in the evening. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood and watched him leave. When he was alone in this small rest room, Jiang Zhuxiang pulled out a chair from the wall and sat down, and began to think about what was going on with him now. I remember that I was still picking herbs on the mountain the day before. At that time, it seemed that I accidentally stepped on a very soft stone and didn't stand firmly, so I fell from the mountain. Before falling, I was still thinking about who I would see first when I woke up this time. By the way, Shenong Valley is a place where disciples are absolutely not allowed to go up the mountain to collect herbs and tie ropes. As a person from Shenong Valley, if you don't learn to be as light as a swallow, you will never be allowed to go up the mountain. And the disciples of Shenong Valley who fall from the mountain will be used as drug testers by the uncles and uncles of the medical valley for a month. After Jiang Zhuxiang tried it once before, he must be extremely careful when going up the mountain again. I don't know what happened this time. However, not falling into the hands of the uncles and uncles of the medical valley is also a good result. When Jiang Zhuxiang thought of this, he remembered the plague he had taken over before. I went up the mountain just for the plague. However, I have recorded the process in my notebook, and the senior brothers in Shenong Valley should take over. Speaking of which, I am the youngest and youngest junior sister in Shenong Valley, and it seems that there are a lot of senior brothers here. I hope the former senior brothers will not be too sad. However, no matter where you are, people need strength to protect themselves. Fortunately, the Shenong secret technique is bound to the soul of everyone in Shenong Valley, but the amount accepted by each person is different. As a descendant of Shenong and a direct disciple of the master of Shenong Valley, Jiang Zhuxiang accepted the binding of the entire book of Shenong's secret technique. The cultivation chapter of Shenong's secret art is said to be a technique created by Shenong during the prehistoric period. Jiang Zhuxiang has not verified it, but it is very suitable for him, drawing on the cultivation experience of the previous life and the situation of this place. There is no way to practice now. It is best to wait until the moon rises before starting. With nothing to do, Jiang Zhuxiang first read the other chapters of Shenong's secret art as a book to kill time. In the outside world, all the arcs of various bases were launched, waiting for the final result of the crustal movement. In this situation, the leader of the North China base where the Lei family is located, his brain is still useful for once, commanding the base's arc to approach the Lei family area, and finally stay at a safe distance to avoid being swallowed by other bases. On the Lei family's arc, Lei Jin came out of his rest room and came to the monitoring room responsible for monitoring the Earth's conditions. He watched the situation silently for a while. Then, he asked, "When do you think the movement of the Earth's crust will end?" The monitoring team members looked at the team leader silently. Lei Xian pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Based on the situation in the past few days, the things below move the most violently at night, especially on moonlit nights. Midnight is when they are most powerful, and tonight is the fullest moon of the year. My personal conclusion is that there will be a final result tonight." Lei Jin nodded to show that he knew, and said, "Then I will monitor with you tonight." Lei Xian nodded in agreement. Lei Jin found a chair and sat down, turned on the communicator, and passed the message. The other two young leaders received the message and replied that they wanted to come over to watch it together in the evening, because only the Lei family set up a monitoring room on the ark to monitor the Earth. The other two families only considered how to protect the family members to the greatest extent. Lei Jin replied to agree and let them come by themselves. The young leaders of the other two families came in a small aircraft and were taken directly to the monitoring room by the reception staff arranged by Lei Jin to wait together. At this time, the researchers on the Ark of the Academy of Sciences also gathered in the monitoring room, waiting for the final situation. Yin Lei also explained to Jiang Zhuxiang through the communicator and stayed in the monitoring room. Chapter 5: A New Beginning. Jiang Zhuxiang was startled when he received Yin Lei's message. A light screen that he couldn't touch suddenly appeared above his wrist, and it showed a piece of text that looked a bit strange. However, Yin Lei was quite thoughtful. Although this message was first displayed in the form of text, it was followed by an identical voice. This was also because Yin Lei took into account that his junior sister might forget what she had learned before. After reading this strange text, Jiang Zhuxiang recognized these missing characters clearly with the words that seemed to be spoken by a real person in his ear, and realized that the characters in this world seemed to be much simpler than those in his previous world. While there is still time, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to clarify this matter first. As a descendant of Shennong, how could he not know how to read? Jiang Zhuxiang pulled out a desk from the wall and connected the virtual network port that Yin Lei had introduced to him before, which could be used to search for information. A little doctor-like figure appeared in front of him, and he bowed in an ancient style and asked, "Master, what can I do for you?" Jiang Zhuxiang had a good impression of this image. Fortunately, Yin Lei introduced that this kind of thing is bound through genes, and he can still use it with confidence after just changing his soul. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Can you find me the information on the evolution of characters from the past to the present?" The little doctor smiled and replied, "Of course. I am happy to serve you. Please wait." Jiang Zhuxiang used to often use the virtual network to check things she was interested in. The information on the virtual network was stored on the network by researchers of the Academy of Sciences before the end of the world, in order to prevent special circumstances from causing the human inheritance to be cut off. So, now when people want to find information, the first choice is to go to the virtual network. Of course, the shortage of books and information is also one of the reasons for this situation. Now only some ancient families still have some paper books, such as the Lei, Yen, and Jin families. After about 5 minutes, the virtual network assistant in the image of the little doctor merged the information into a book shape and passed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang started reading from the beginning and found that the characters in his previous world were exactly the same as the so-called traditional characters in this world. It was much more convenient to find the characters that he was familiar with. At least he had a reference to learn new characters. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the little doctor if he had any materials comparing traditional and simplified characters, and the excuse was that he wanted to read some ancient books. The little doctor quickly passed the dictionary with both simplified and traditional characters to Jiang Zhuxiang, making it convenient for his master to check and study. Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied with the little doctor's cooperation, and asked before starting to study, "Can you remind me after a certain time is up?" Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to prevent himself from missing the time for cultivation, because once he started reading, he would easily forget the passage of time. The little doctor smiled and replied, "Yes, Master. When do you want me to remind you?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "Then remind me at midnight." The little doctor agreed without objection. But after a little calculation, he realized that as a virtual network assistant, he had a certain IQ and awareness. Jiang Zhuxiang began to study new characters, and gestured with his hands from time to time, because there was no paper to write on. When you focus on studying, time always passes quickly. The little doctor's voice reminding him that the time is up pulled Jiang Zhuxiang back from the book. Jiang Zhuxiang took back the virtual dictionary in his hand and began to prepare for cultivation. Although it was impossible to open the window and directly contact the essence of the moon on the ark, Jiang Zhuxiang had discovered a mode that should allow the essence of the moon to penetrate when he tried to use the tools in the rest room. Of course, it was also thanks to Yin Lei's arrangement of her rest room in a place with a window outside to prevent Jiang Zhuxiang from feeling bored. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not have to think about cultivation at all, because there was no window at all. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the window, filled with the buttons a few times, adjusted to the mode he wanted, stood by the window, and felt that the essence of the moon had indeed penetrated. Then took out a cushion from his personal space and placed it by the window, sat cross-legged, and faced the sky, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. The Shennong Valley disciples who have practiced the Shennong secret art will open up their own personal space under the guidance of their teachers, so that they can put some of their own small things. This personal space is also related to the soul. So even if Jiang Zhuxiang's current body has no cultivation, the personal space still exists, and the things stored before are naturally still there. The cultivation method in the Shennong secret art does not rely only on the pure energy between heaven and earth such as spiritual energy, but can cultivate and transform the essence of the sun and the moon and the natural energy of mountains and rivers into the energy needed by oneself, so as to improve one's own cultivation. Perhaps because of this characteristic, this method has not been abandoned by Shennong Valley. You have to know that with the status of Shennong Valley at that time, what kind of cultivation method would not be found? Jiang Zhuxiang did not foolishly wait there without doing anything. She first rehearsed her own cultivation route in her mind to ensure that there would be no problems in the cultivation later. Then she reviewed the exercises she was familiar with to ensure that she could enter smoothly. Time soon reached the midnight that Jiang Zhuxiang was waiting for. The moonlight reached its brightest level at this time. However, the moonlight tonight was faintly red in the brightness. Jiang Zhuxiang calmed his mind and concentrated his energy, feeling the essence of the moon penetrating from the window. The meridians were slowly filled with this bright power and rushed towards the dantian. The entry point of practicing the Shenong secret art is to open the dantian by the practitioner himself, providing the necessary place for refining energy. Jiang Zhuxiang familiarly controlled the essence of the moon to repeatedly impact the dantian. And finally the dantian took in the essence of the moon and condensed it into a small light spot. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief and continued to absorb the essence of the moon, striving to form more light spots and achieve the first level of the Shenong secret art as soon as possible. While Jiang Zhuxiang was concentrating on practicing, the ancient beast deep in the earth seemed to have absorbed enough power and rushed out from the depths of the earth. The people gathered in the monitoring room on the ark with monitoring equipment gasped. When the smoke and dust cleared, we could see that the surface of the earth was occupied by these ancient beasts. The crust was no longer intact. The pieces of crust looked like cracked land. There were insurmountable gaps between each piece. They were no longer arranged in an orderly manner. They were disordered with each other, making it impossible to confirm their original appearance. The only thing to be thankful for was that the split crust did not seem to destroy the original shelter. Chapter 6 Planning to Test. The stars are vast, and the changes of a small planet like the Earth have almost negligible effects on the star's sun. On the second day after the Earth completely disintegrated, the star's sun still shines above the Earth, awakening the people on the ark. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his practice, thanks to a touch of purple air when the sun first rose. He successfully reached the first level of the Shenong secret art. He can start learning to use other skills in the Shenong secret art to ensure his survival in a strange world. Perhaps it was because of the difficulty of survival on the ark that accommodated so many people. The arrival of morning did not bring more noise to it. Instead, this morning added a bit of depression. Jiang Zhuxiang was probably the first person to walk out of the rest room. She wanted to find an empty place with no one to stretch her muscles, in order to avoid going to a place she shouldn't go. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask Yin Lei, her only acquaintance here. It was already dawn, and he should have woken up. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the communicator and prepared to talk to him directly. Yin Lei had indeed woken up at this time. After the shock last night, the only thing he could do now was to let nature take its course. Seeing the name of the junior sister flashing on the communicator, Yin Lei quickly opened it and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" While asking this question, Yin Lei stood up and prepared to rush over to see. The junior sister had never contacted him before, so something must have happened. Jiang Zhuxiang was puzzled by the anxiety in his tone, but he still said calmly, "I want to find a place to exercise." "Is there such a place on the ship?" As someone who has seen many natural disasters and man-made disasters in the original world, panic and anxiety are useless no matter where you are. Only a healthy body is the foundation for people to overcome disasters. Yin Lei was greatly relieved when he heard this question and answered, "Yes. There is a special fitness room on the Arkansas. I will send you the floor plan of the Arkansas. Can you find the place by yourself? If not, I will come and take you there." Jiang Zhuxiang has never lost his way in the wilderness of the previous world, so he doesn't have to worry about it with a map. So he answered, "If you can find it, just send the map over." Although Yin Lei sent the floor plan quickly, he still reminded, "If you can't find it, send me a message again." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded on the other end to show that he understood. He clicked on the floor plan, confirmed his location, found the location of the gym and the signs along the way, closed the floor plan, and walked slowly to the gym. All the lounges along the way were tightly closed, and it was unknown whether anyone was staying in them. Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the gym smoothly. The gym was set up to take into account that if people have to stay on the ark for a long time, they will always be irritable. At that time, they can come to the gym to vent their emotions to avoid causing unrest on the ark. This is a place set up on every ark. At this time, people have not been on the ark for a week and have not yet reached the point where they need to vent. So there are only a few people in the gym. Basically people who care about their health like Jiang Zhuxiang. The current dean of the Academy of Sciences is still good at management. He arranged for the family members of researchers to help in some non-critical, but needed places. For example, in this gym, there are people who help introduce and recommend people who should go to a specific place for exercise. After Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his ideas, he was recommended to a place similar to a dance studio, with a wide space, mirrors around, and a label on the door that reads physical skills. Jiang Zhuxiang pushed the door open, stood in the center, and began to practice a set of movements from the Shenong secret art of health preservation, which was soothing but rhythmic. While Jiang Zhuxiang was exercising his body calmly, the core members of the Academy of Sciences and the core members of the Jin and Yin families had gathered on the Lei family's ark to discuss what to do next. Lei Jin had contacted the Lei family members, who stayed in the shelter when it was dawn. The news said back by the clan leader Lei Ba was that those huge ancient beasts seemed to occupy the center of the split crust and did not move around. It was not yet certain whether they were aggressive towards humans. Lei Jin conveyed this news to the others in the meeting room. After hearing the news, the other people in the conference room were a little thoughtful. Yan Yan, the young patriarch of the Yin family, possessed fire abilities and had a hot temper. He was a little impatient at this time and suggested, "Then let's go back to the ground. We always feel uneasy on the Arkansas." Jin Yan, the young patriarch of the Jin family, suggested in a tough tone, "Let's organize a few teams to go down and investigate the situation. If the threat is not too big, it is better to go back to the ground. After all, the resources on the ark are limited." Lei Jin said in a steady tone, "Then each family should organize a team to go down and investigate together. What do you think, Dean?" Lei Jin asked the Dean of the Academy of Sciences for his opinion. As a concentration camp for brain power users, the Academy of Sciences is inferior in terms of lethality. But brain power users have great advantages in training their mental power and can be used as psychic users. The Dean said, "We should go and investigate first. I want our researchers to go with you to train. Do you mind?" The Dean is considered the elder of the young generation of leaders on the Arkansas naturally. No one would refuse his words. Moreover, if you want to investigate, you really need the help of psychic users. So the young leaders of the three families said that they would protect the smart brains of the Academy of Sciences. The Dean was quite satisfied and relieved with the young generation of the three families. He said that he would select the personnel and assign them to join the three families' teams to cooperate with their actions. This meeting also came to an end. Other things can only be carried out after investigation. Everyone left the meeting room and planned to return to their own arcs to prepare to go down. Yan Lei followed the Dean to go back, but was stopped when he passed the Yin family team. Yan Yan's hand pulled Yan Lei's arm hard, and his expression was a little angry and aggrieved. The Dean patted Yan Lei on the shoulder and said, "Let's go back first. You can come back later." Yan Lei didn't want to spread his family's affairs to innocent people. You know, his younger brother has a bad temper. So he nodded to show that he knew. After the Dean walked away, Yan Lei walked forward with Yan Yan's force until he was pulled onto the Yin family's aircraft by Yan Yan. And then he used a little force to free his arm from Yan Yan's hand. Chapter 7 Old Stories of the Yin Family. Yan Lei found a comfortable chair to sit down, rubbed his arms, and complained softly, "Yan Yan, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger." Yan Yan looked at him with fire in his eyes, not wanting to pay attention to his unreliable brother, and turned to look out the window. Yan Yan glanced at his arrogant second brother, tiptoed to his eldest brother, and asked, "Brother, how long will you stay with us this time?" Although Yan Yan's eyes were still looking out the window, his attention had turned back to the conversation between the two. Yan Lei reached out and rubbed his younger brother's head, messed up his hair, and replied tepidly, "You can stay until the evening. Didn't you agree to go to the ground? The Dean has already said that I should also participate." Hearing this answer, the two brothers of the Yin family were quite satisfied. After all, it was only noon, and they could spend an afternoon together, which was much better than just having a meal and leaving before. Yin Yin said in a brisk tone, "Then big brother, you will come with me to the virtual network later and help me see if there is any abnormality in the development of my superpowers." Yan Lei nodded in agreement, got up from the chair, walked to the sofa in the aircraft, hugged the pillow, and planned to take a nap. As brain superpowers, when they don't need to use their brains, they generally like to empty their brains through sleep. The two brothers Yan Yan didn't come forward to disturb them, although it only took 10 minutes to return to their own ark. Yan Yan even took out a thin blanket from the space storage box to cover his eldest brother. The three brothers of the Yin family returned home to reunite affectionately, and the other three families returned to their respective arks and began to select personnel on the ground in full swing to ensure that this exploration can be fruitful. The selection of personnel by the Academy of Sciences is relatively simple. After all, it is based on the purpose of training people. Basically, Young people are selected, especially researchers who don't like to go out. This time, they were all released by the ruthless dean, including Yen Lei, who was originally booked. There are a total of 9 young researchers. At that time, they will be divided into 3 teams and inserted into the teams of the other 3 families to help them explore and provide information query functions. Of course, the dean also said that other people are welcome to participate voluntarily. The Jean family is mainly known for its metal ability and amazing combat power. The selection of personnel to go to the ground this time was also very simple and neat. The young patriarch Jean Yu selected strong family members, all of whom have metal abilities. Lei Jin considered more when selecting personnel, including the main attackers, the main defenders, and the healers, because the people from the Academy of Sciences would also participate this time. He only selected 1 psychic ability person, mainly as a precaution. Of course, he also considered that if the people from the Academy of Sciences concealed something, they could conduct independent verification. After the 3 brothers of the Yin family returned to their own ark, Yin Yin first went to busy himself with the selection of people, and Yin Yin took his eldest brother to see his mother. When Yan's mother saw her eldest son, tears suddenly flowed from her eyes, and she hugged Yin Lei tightly. Yin Lei helplessly patted his mother's back to comfort her, while Yin Yin stood aside and watched. He had no intention of rescuing his eldest brother, who told him not to think about going home at all. He should let his mother's tears heal him. In fact, his mother's personality was one of the reasons why Yin Lei didn't want to go home. At the beginning, after Yan's mother gave birth to Yin Lei, a child who did not inherit the Yin family's fire ability, she almost buried the Yin family with tears. Later, she was saved by another pregnancy. Yin Yin had a very obvious tendency of fire ability in his mother's belly. During the pregnancy, the woman who was originally gentle as water became very hot-tempered and had no way to take care of Yin Lei, who was only 1 year old at the time. Therefore, Yan's father took over the responsibility of raising Yin Lei, and also had to take care of pregnant Yan's mother and deal with family affairs. That period was the time when Yan's father had the best temper. He was completely worn out by various things and had no energy to lose his temper. After Yin Yin was born, Yan's mother returned to her original gentle temperament and took over the task of taking care of Yin Lei again. At this time, Yin Lei, who was almost 2 years old, was naturally much more obedient in Yan's mother's eyes than Yin Yin, who could only cry. When Yin Yin upset her mother, she liked to hold Yin Lei and wipe her tears while talking. It can be said that Yin Lei had a deep understanding of his mother's crying skills. Later, Yin Lei was diagnosed with brain abilities, and he decisively set entering the Academy of Sciences as his lifelong goal. Of course, Yin Lei did not tell Yan's mother at the beginning, but only obtained the consent of Yan's father first. The father and son had a tacit understanding, and revealed it to Yan's mother before Yin Lei entered the Academy of Sciences. Although tears were inevitable, the time was much shorter. Of course, Yin Lei was the eldest son, who would definitely not inherit the Yin family. Yan's mother's partiality and dependence on him was incredible to other people in the Yin family, but it was understandable to the children younger than him in the Yin family. After all, his thoughtfulness and brains were easy to convince people, especially Yin Yin, even before his brain abilities were detected. Maybe it was due to physical reasons. When Yin Yin was 2 years old, Yan's mother got pregnant again. After that, Yin Yin was taken over by Yin Lei and Yan's father. It can be said that Yin Yin was brought up by Yan's father and Yin Lei. So, when Yin Lei entered the Academy of Sciences, Yin Yin was also hit hard. As a brother who always believed that his eldest brother would always accompany him, he felt deeply betrayed. It was also because of this that Yin Yin later behaved so arrogantly in front of his eldest brother. Let's talk about the old things of the Yin family first. Yan's mother gradually stopped crying under the comfort of her eldest son and arranged for someone to prepare lunch. In the eyes of parents, children who go out must not eat well at home. Of course, if Yan's mother knew that her eldest son had been eating unacceptable nutritional supplements at the Academy of Sciences, she would definitely cry and make a fuss to let her eldest son come home. Yin Lei had the foresight to not mention what he ate at the Academy of Sciences, and even if his mother mentioned it, she would cover it up. Seeing his mother preparing lunch, Yin Yin began to ask his eldest brother what he wanted to drink. As a person who could drink nutritional supplements without changing his expression, Yin Lei naturally didn't pay too much attention to such things as what to drink. So he said, anything is fine. Yin Yin used a separate juicer to make a glass of juice for his eldest brother. heated it slightly with his fire ability, and put it in front of his eldest brother. After making a glass for himself, he sat on the sofa in the living room with his eldest brother and chatted with him to kill time. Chapter 8 Preparations are complete. When Yin Lei and Yin Yin ran out of things to talk about, the lunch that Yan's mother had carefully prepared was served on the table. Yan's mother walked to the living room and found that her waiter had not come back yet. Just as she was about to ask her mistress to call someone, she saw her waiter coming in from outside the living room. Yan's mother urged with a little complaint, "Hurry up and eat. You really have no sense of time when you are busy." Yin Yin looked at his mother speechlessly. This time was clearly his family's lunch time in the past. He was not late at all. It seems that the eldest son is really the most important. However, even so, Yin Yin had nothing to complain about. After all, when facing his eldest brother, their family's position was actually the same. So Yin Yin took the lead to go to the restaurant. Yin Lei was pulled by Yin Yin, and followed Yan's mother on the left and right, and walked into the restaurant. At the table, Yan's mother piled up the dishes in front of Yin Lei into a small mountain with a serving chopstick, and urged him to eat quickly, as if she would help him pick up food after he finished eating. Yin Lei did not obey her urging. He did not want to eat too much. After persuading Yan's mother to take care of him, Yin Lei slowly finished the pile of food in front of him. At the table of the Yin family without Yan's father, the rule of not talking while eating was not very binding, because Yan's mother used to like to ask about the situation of her children at the table. This time was no exception. The first person Yan's mother asked was naturally her eldest son, who was not often with her, Xiao Lei. "How is your work at the Academy of Sciences? The situation outside is very bad now. Do you want to come home? There is also a laboratory at home where you can do experiments." Yin Lei admired his mother's determination to persuade him to leave the Academy of Sciences, but he did not intend to listen to her advice. After all, the atmosphere of the Academy of Sciences was completely different from that of his home. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Yin Lei said, "Very good. Mom, the technology of the Academy of Sciences is enough to protect us researchers. I still prefer the Academy of Sciences." Mother Yin did not expect to be able to convince her son, who had a very positive mind this time, but just wanted to mention it unwillingly. After experiencing another setback from her eldest son, Mother Yin turned around and began to instruct her second son, Xiao Yin. "I heard that you are going to the ground. You have to take good care of your brother. Okay?" Yin Yin nodded in agreement, and then said, "Mom, we have something to do in the afternoon. Let's eat quickly." Mother Yin stopped talking helplessly. She still had to give some face to her youngest son. After all, he was the young patriarch. He still needed prestige to manage the clan in the future. After the family of four finished lunch, Yin Lei carefully checked Yin Yan's supernatural power operation and found nothing abnormal. So he just used his mental power to help him vent, and then let him pay attention to himself. After Yin Yan's matter was resolved, Yin Yin came to confirm his eldest brother's whereabouts tomorrow. Of course, Yin Lei still felt funny about his younger brother's cautious attitude, and Yin Lei naturally promised to join the Yin family's team. After Yin Yin left, Yin Lei was recruited by Yan's mother, who had been there listening to her talk about her anxiety. Yin Lei was very patient with his mother, but he still needed to go back to the Ark of the Academy of Sciences to prepare some things for tomorrow's work. So after listening to his mother's chatter for several hours, Yin Lei said that he needed to go back. When Yan's mother came to her senses, she realized that she had been talking all afternoon and had not prepared anything for her son. She said in a panic, "Mom will pack some things for you to take back." Yin Lei stopped helplessly. "Don't bother. The Academy of Sciences has everything." Yan's mother naturally would not let her son leave like this, and hurriedly wanted to leave the living room. After his mother started chatting with his eldest brother, Yin Yin began to prepare things suitable for his eldest brother. At this time, he just took it and handed it to his mother. Obviously, he had a deep understanding of his mother's unreliability. Mother Yin was very touched by the thoughtful act of her mistress. Yin Lei returned to the Ark of the Academy of Sciences, with the things prepared by his younger brother to represent his mother's thoughts. Yin Lei first went to the dean's office to confirm tomorrow's action. The dean also explained to him the personnel who would be sent tomorrow, including the other two students of the former dean, and asked him if he wanted to be assigned to the same group. In fact, the current dean and Yin Lei both have the same suspicion about the death of the former dean. That is, there was a joint effort from inside and outside. The outside is naturally the base leader, and the inside is most likely these students. So, When the dean asked this question, Yen Lei chose without hesitation, no. It's better to act separately now. The dean also reacted and nodded in agreement. Yen Lei said goodbye to the dean and planned to go see his junior sister first before preparing things. Jiang Zhuxiang had just finished his afternoon study at this time and planned to go out for a walk after drinking the nutrient solution. After receiving the message from Yen Lei, Jiang Zhuxiang drank a tube of nutrient solution for himself and continued to stay in the rest room waiting for people to come. Yen Lei's speed was still very fast. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door of the rest room and let Yen Lei in. Yen Lei looked at his junior sister's complexion. Although she still looked a little thin, she was no longer pale as before. He was also assured that he should be able to take care of himself when he went out tomorrow. Yen Lei told Jiang Zhuxiang about what he was going to do next. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very surprised at the boldness of these people. If the things on the ground were really ancient beasts, these people would be sending themselves to death. Jiang Zhuxiang considered that this person was his senior brother after all. So he said, "Can I go with you tomorrow?" Yen Lei was still a little surprised by his junior sister's words, but he still had to ask her the reason for her decision. "Xiaoxiang, how did you think of going with us? We are still in a lot of danger this time." Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently in her heart. It's to prevent you from going without return. Of course, she wants to go outside to see what the world is like. However, she naturally won't tell her real reason. So she chose a reason that is more in line with her current identity. I want to train myself well, at least to make myself have some survival ability. Yen Lei considered the current situation of mankind, and he couldn't guarantee that he could take care of her for a lifetime. Moreover, this time it was just to explore the situation, not to fight. So there was still some security. So he agreed. Just said, "Okay, I will prepare 2 things and give you one tomorrow." Jiang Zhuxiang expressed her gratitude. Yen Lei rubbed her head and went back to his lounge. Chapter 9. Go down to the ground. In the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his practice, sorted himself out, and began to check the things in his personal space. As a disciple of Shenong Valley, Jiang Zhuxiang often had the experience of resting in the wild. After all, Shenong Valley still paid great attention to worldly training. So there were many things in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space that might be used in the wild. I just don't know if these things are still suitable to take out now. And that's why Jiang Zhuxiang didn't reject Yen Lei's proposal. While counting his things, Jiang Zhuxiang checked the list of items he found on the virtual network and found that his things could still be taken out for use as long as there was a suitable reason. After all, the world is still relatively chaotic in Yen Lei's description, and no one will pay attention to these unimportant details. But he still has to take a look. When Jiang Zhuxiang was counting her things, Yen Lei sent a message asking her to gather at the dean's office. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the map, confirmed the direction, drank a tube of nutrient solution, and then went there. When Yen Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang appear, he handed over a marching backpack in his hand. Jiang Zhuxiang realized that this was what Yen Lei prepared for her, and hurriedly thanked him and took it. He looked at the strange-looking bag in his hand, and the color looked a bit strange. However, Jiang Zhuxiang always thought that things were useful, so she didn't look at it for a long time and carried it like Yen Lei. After Yen Lei saw that his little sister was ready, he took her to say hello to the dean. Because Yen Lei had told the dean about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation before, the dean treated the daughter of his senior brother, who was very familiar to him, with a normal heart. That's right. The 2 deans were brothers. The dean asked Jiang Zhuxiang to be careful after going down, and at the same time signaled Yen Lei to take good care of her with his eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little glad that there were so many close acquaintances in her original body. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded obediently to show that she understood, and at the same time thought in her heart that she didn't expect that she would have to pretend to be good one day. It seemed that this situation happened before she was 6 years old in her previous life. While the 2 were chatting with the dean, other people selected by the Academy of Sciences arrived one after another. 2 of them approached Yen Lei very naturally, and tried to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang as if they were very familiar with her. At present, Yen Lei has not figured out how to deal with these 2 people. After all, there is no concrete evidence. Yen Lei still introduced these 2 people to Jiang Zhuxiang. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not think that his words meant for her to get close to them. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded politely to them, and did not say much. The 2 did not care much either. After all, it was not a good time to get closer. After seeing that everyone was there, the dean asked them to confirm whether they had brought all their things. and asked them to follow the arrangements of their team at that time. After watching them confirm, the dean personally sent them to the Lei family's ark with a flying vehicle. They gathered at the Lei family and went down to the ground together as agreed last night. After the dean and his party logged into the Lei family ark, they were led to the reception room. The other 3 families had already arrived. The dean smiled and joked to himself, "It seems that I am old and cannot move as fast as the young people." Lei Jin took over the conversation. "You are not old at all. But we just want to get together in advance." The dean smiled and nodded, turned around and said, "You should get familiar with your team in the next few days, so that it will be convenient for you to communicate at that time." Yin Lei and others responded softly. Walked to the team that the dean had assigned yesterday, and talked softly. However, the time was short, and they just informed each other of their names. Lei Jin saw that the time was almost up, so he led people to the aircraft. In order to reduce the noise, everyone took the aircraft down together and dispersed when they reached the ground. The dean watched these young people go down, hoping that they would bring good news when they came back. The aircraft landed silently on the edge of a crustal fragment where the original base was located. Lei Jin held a small meeting for everyone before officially stepping on the ground, emphasizing that they should keep in touch with each other at all times. They also set up positioning on the communicator. If there is something to find, they must rush to his location no matter what the situation is in 10 days. Because the aircraft will be collected by him later, and they will go back together in 10 days. Everyone nodded in agreement and went down to the ground together. When Jiang Zhuxiang stepped on the ground, he noticed what this world looked like. There was no breath of life, which was very similar to the situation in the area where the plague occurred in his previous world. However, people with the plague were isolated and treated before, but they didn't expect that people here were running around everywhere. And these people with the plague seemed very aggressive and scary. As these people staggered around, Yin Yin led his men to defend and asked the space ability user to release the car. Their purpose was to investigate the situation, so there was no need to waste time fighting. The other 2 families made the same choice. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yin Lei into the car, and the other 2 got into the car behind. The Yin family set off first. In the car, Jiang Zhuxiang kept thinking about what disease those people had just had, and his expression was a little dazed. Yin Lei asked with a little concern, "Xiaoxiang, are you okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by his question and asked hesitantly, "What happened to those people just now?" Yin Lei answered seriously, "Those people are no longer human. We call them zombies. They are the result of mutation after being infected with the virus. If normal people are bitten by them, they will become like that." Jiang Zhuxiang continued to ask, "Is there no way to cure them?" Yin Lei thought that the little apprentice sister was indeed the teacher's child, and thought of the teacher's achievements and the disasters he encountered. Yin Lei replied in a low voice, "There is no way yet." However, Yin Lei was only depressed for a while, and immediately reminded, "If you encounter them when you are separated from us, you must not be bitten by them. If you have to fight them, you must smash their heads to kill them completely." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and remembered silently. But when he heard this description, he always felt that it was very similar to the zombies described in the strange chapter of Shenong's secret art. Yin Yin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, listened to the conversation behind, and was very curious about who was worthy of his eldest brother's care. Yin Yin was a little bit out of control, and asked directly, "Brother, who is she?" Yin Lei said a little speechlessly, "Didn't I introduce her before we set off?" Yin Yin said innocently, "We only know her name, and we don't know anything else about her." Yin Yin listened to Yin Yin's words, and silently said in his heart that he also wanted to know. Yin Lei didn't really want to let his family know about Jiang Zhuxiang's existence, mainly to prevent his mother from hearing about it. But now the words are stuck here. It's not good not to say it. Yin Lei formally introduced, "She is my master's daughter. My little sister. You can just call her Xiaoxiang. She should be younger than all of you." Chapter 10 Encountering Obstacles. Should? Big brother. Don't you know Xiaoxiang's exact age? Yin Yin called out the same name as his big brother without any pressure. Yin Lei smiled awkwardly. He really didn't know the exact age of his little junior sister, because the teacher had never mentioned it. Now that the little junior sister has lost her memory, there is no way to know. Yin Yin looked at his big brother speechlessly, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly, "Xiaoxiang, can you look at the personal information in the communicator, and tell us how old you are now?" Jiang Zhuxiang was puzzled by their concern for age. But as Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to maintain a well-behaved image, It didn't matter if he revealed this superficial information. After all, no one would know his real age. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the communicator very straightforwardly and looked up his personal information. He had never paid attention to how old this body was. The communicator developed by the Academy of Sciences is equivalent to a combination of an ID card and a mobile phone before the end of the world. Everyone will apply for it when they are born, and they will always carry it with them after they learn how to use it. It records everyone's personal information, which is said to be absolutely correct. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the 18 years old on it and felt that it was acceptable. The same age as his previous life. Jiang Zhuxiang looked up at the three people who were paying attention to him and said his age, 18 years old. Yin Yin accepted her age with satisfaction. He was finally not the youngest anymore. He said, "Then you are the youngest among us. We will take good care of you in the future." Yin Lei looked at his brother saying childish things with a smile. He didn't expect that he cared so much about age. When the atmosphere in the car was just right, Yin Yin suddenly said, "Okay, don't talk too much. Avoid being noticed by zombies and causing us more trouble." Everyone in the car kept quiet. Jiang Zhuxiang looked through the glass window at the somewhat dilapidated world outside. Those things called zombies were approaching here not far away. If they didn't move, they would definitely be surrounded. The sun gradually rose to the top of the head. Yin Yin informed the vehicles behind him through the communicator that they would not stop to rest at noon, but would rush to the Yin family shelter as soon as possible to rest. But now they would stop for a while and let someone else drive. After the notification, Yin Yin quickly stopped the car, exchanged positions with Yin Yin, and drove out before the zombies surrounded them. The car behind first cleaned up the zombies that surrounded them, and then quickly changed people and got on the road again, catching up with the car in front. However, after driving forward for a while, Yin Yin found that his idea of reaching the Yin family shelter as soon as possible might not be accomplished. The zombies that were originally moving in a scattered manner began to appear in front of the Yin family vehicles as if they were listening to someone's command, obviously trying to stop them. Yin Yin felt a little tricky when he saw this situation. Although they could rush through with the hardness of the car, the zombies were still quite powerful. If the car was damaged here, it would be very difficult to complete the subsequent tasks. Yin Yin turned around and asked his eldest brother, "I plan to put the car away, and then we will get off and fight while walking. This will be more beneficial for the subsequent tasks. And you can also get some exercise. What do you think? Brother? Are you okay?" Yin Lei also saw the situation outside the window and nodded. "I will try my best to take good care of Xiaoxiang." "No problem." The remaining two naturally said, "We will try not to drag you down." The people of the Yin family naturally need no further explanation. Yin Yin notified the vehicles behind to get ready, and got off the car with his people first. The space ability user quickly folded the vehicle. The people in the vehicle behind got off, and quickly approached the people in front. The space ability user also folded the vehicle under the protection of Yin Yin. When the people of the Yin family gathered, the zombies were approaching while maintaining the queue. Yin Yin asked the people of the Academy of Sciences to stay inside, and the people of the Yin family to stay outside. Yin Yin took the lead and planned to cross the simple blockade formed by zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the arrangement of the zombies in front, and always felt a little strange. How could they accept the command when they were obviously unconscious? However, now is not the time to think about these things. Yin Yin, who was at the front, had already begun to use his supernatural energy to condense into flames to attack the zombies' heads, intending to end the battle quickly. Yin Yin had been well trained in the use of fire supernatural powers, and quickly dealt with the zombies in front of him. But the blockade was not opened as he thought, and other zombies quickly blocked the newly vacated position. Yin Yin had no choice but to continue attacking. At this time, the zombies had surrounded the team, and the others began to kill the zombies as thoroughly as possible. The four people from the Academy of Sciences in the middle also played their roles as much as possible, using their mental powers to trap the zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang used the herbal method in Shinon's secret technique to stimulate plants to help besiege the zombies. With the concerted efforts of everyone, although they were not attacked by zombies, the distance they moved was very small, and their abilities were constantly consumed. Once they were consumed, their situation would be dangerous. In this situation, Yin Yin made a prompt decision and said, "We don't have to kill them. We attack in one direction and rush out first." The original idea of training is now completely gone. Everyone looked at the dense zombies around and just wanted to leave here quickly. even if they only attacked one place. It took some time for the Yin family to leave the zombie group. They ran forward at full speed for a while, and saw a relatively solid warehouse. Yin rushed in without hesitation. The people of the Yin family, who followed behind, also moved in quickly. Yin finally closed the door of the warehouse, and locked it completely before he collapsed on the ground to rest. Yin inspected the place, and found that it was a place where unhusked rice was stored. No wonder there were no zombies. Yin was relieved. After confirming that there was no danger, Yin began to contact the other two families to find out the situation. The other two families replied that they had also encountered the obstruction of zombies, but had broken through and were currently looking for a place to rest. Yin felt that the situation at his home was not bad at this time. At least he had found a place to settle down. Yin told him about his situation here and asked, "Do you want to come over?" The other two naturally wanted to save their energy in this situation, and immediately said they would go over. Yin turned off the communicator and began to recover his own abilities. He had to maintain his combat effectiveness at all times in the wild. After catching his breath, the others also chose to recover their abilities like Yin. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at these people's actions with a little curiosity. Chapter 11 decided to take a break. After careful observation, Jiang Zhuxiang found that these people seemed to be using those crystals for cultivation. But he didn't know where these crystals came from. As a person with good learning ability, it is natural to look for answers when encountering problems. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the thing that others called a backpack that he carried on his back in the morning, took out the port of the virtual network that he had put in before, and planned to check some information. The technology of the last 100 years has successfully made network signals no longer rely on lines for transmission. But as long as the artificial satellites orbiting the Earth are still operating, the network ports on the Earth can search for signals. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know this, but it didn't affect her search for information. Jiang Zhuxiang easily learned from the internet that the crystals in their hands came from the brains of zombies, and the energy in them could help people with special abilities recover and improve their special abilities. A bit like the spiritual stones that had been circulating in her previous world. Although the skills of Shenong Valley did not rely on spiritual stones to practice, it was said that other practitioners were eager for spiritual stones, and some people who came to Shenong Valley for help would also use spiritual stones as rewards. Jiang Zhuxiang herself had also received spiritual stones, but when her master gave her the spiritual stones, he also warned her not to use this kind of thing to practice, saying that the power obtained in this way was too easy, which would make people slack off, and the use of these powers was not very stable. After learning the initial news, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to find one to study this crystal himself and see what the difference was with the spirit stone. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around to look for his senior brother Yin and found that he was recording something. So he quietly walked over and sat down beside him, intending to ask him if he had this crystal when he was done, and if so, he wanted to borrow it from him to study. Yin noticed when Jiang Zhuxiang sat down next to him, but seeing that she didn't say anything, he continued with what he was doing. After he recorded everything along the way, checked it and saved it, he asked, "Xiaoxiang, do you have anything to do?" Jiang Zhuxiang asked softly, "Do you have the crystals dug out from the zombies' heads?" "Xiaoxiang, what are you doing here?" Yin would naturally not be stingy with this little thing, but he remembered that Xiaoxiang didn't seem to have any special powers, so this kind of crystal should be useless to her. "I'm just curious and want to see it." Jiang Zhuxiang believed that his senior brother would understand this idea. Yin remembered that his junior sister was still the teacher's daughter, and his curiosity and thirst for knowledge were also very strong. He frankly rummaged through his backpack and took out a more common one and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang got the thing, he softly assured his senior brother, "I'm just studying it, and I will definitely return it to you in its entirety." "Xiaoxiang, you don't have to be so careful. It doesn't matter if it's broken. Senior brother can still afford this little bit," Yin replied with a smile. While Jiang Zhuxiang was studying the secret of the crystal, the other two teams finally arrived at the warehouse. Yin opened the door of the warehouse and welcomed the people in. After the two teams settled down, they immediately began to restore their abilities. This warehouse is still a bit far from the shelter of the three families. Looking at the time, even if there are no obstacles on the road, it is impossible to arrive before sunset. The situation at night is much more dangerous than during the day, so the three teams plan to spend a night in this warehouse and set off tomorrow morning. After deciding to stay overnight, the team members who had recovered began to prepare dinner. The space ability users took out the necessary things, and Yen Lei and others found some wood from the warehouse. The fire ability users were responsible for lighting the fire. Considering the cooking skills of each person, they decided to make the simplest barbecue. For the sake of everyone's taste, the captains of the three families announced that they would grill what they wanted to eat. This was the news that Jiang Zhuxiang got after breaking away from the research on crystals. Yen Lei spread a clean napkin on the ground, put the things he received on it, and said to Jiang Zhuxiang with a little embarrassment, "My cooking skills may not be very good. If it tastes bad, we better drink nutritional supplements." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show his acceptance, and watched Yen Lei tossing the unknown piece of meat in his hand. Jiang Zhuxiang watched for a while, and felt that if he didn't intervene, he would be poisoned. "Can I try?" Jiang Zhuxiang said this. But his hand was not slow at all, and stretched out to take it. Yen Lei looked at this piece of scary color, and let go of it. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and washed off the strange seasonings on the surface of the meat. It was rare for Yen Lei to find so many seasonings. Jiang Zhuxiang smelled the bottles and jars on the ground one by one, picked out a bottle of honey and brushed a layer on the surface of the meat, and began to roast it on the fire, turning it while roasting. After the surface looked cooked, he used a knife to cut a few times on the surface, and then brushed a layer of honey and sprinkled some cumin on it. After roasting it for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Yen Lei, "Is there anything I can put in it?" Jiang Zhuxiang watched Yen Lei take out something that looked like a bowl made of iron, but much bigger than a bowl from his bag, motioned him to push it a little, and then started to slice the meat with a knife. Yen Lei waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to finish, then took out 2 forks, gave one to Jiang Zhuxiang, and started to eat elegantly and quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang also started to fill his stomach. When the two of them were still roasting, the people around them felt that the barbecue in their hands, which was originally quite good, became tasteless. Yen Yen quickly took a piece from his elder brother and started eating. Yen Lei didn't say much. After all, he should be tolerant of his younger brother. He just looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little apology. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. In fact, this body didn't have a big appetite, and the barbecued meat should not be finished, and the meat was easy to fill up. After the group had eaten almost everything, they began to clean up. Because the window of the warehouse was very small, and the location was at the top of the warehouse, the fire could not penetrate, so the fire was not extinguished. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the container that Yen Lei used to put the barbecue, and thought that he could use it to cook something to drive away the cold at night. After rummaging through the backpack, he found a small bag of dried mushrooms. They had just grilled 1 piece of meat, so it was just right for cooking broth. Jiang Zhuxiang poured some water into the vessel that was used as a temporary pot, put the meat and mushrooms in it, put it on the fire, and left it alone. While Jiang Zhuxiang was busy with these things, Yen Lei was preparing things for rest alone. And at this time, he called Jiang Zhuxiang over to rest. Chapter 12: Arrival at the Shelter. A thick layer of straw was laid on the place prepared by Yen Lei, and Jiang Zhuxiang sat down without hesitation. This condition was much better than when Jiang Zhuxiang spent the night alone in the wild before. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang sitting down like this, Yen Lei really planned to rest like this. This was the first time he knew that his junior sister was so unrefined. Yen Lei reached out and took Jiang Zhuxiang's backpack, pulled out a thick blanket from it, and handed it to her. Jiang Zhuxiang took it and wrapped herself up. She was a little curious about how so many things could be put in that small backpack. It looked a bit like a Qianquan bag. However, now was not the time to be curious. Jiang Zhuxiang gradually let herself fall asleep. Yen Lei sat down at the seat next to him, but did not start to rest immediately. He planned to wait for his second brother to come back and ask them about their plans for tomorrow. Yen Yen, Lei Zhen and Jean Yu briefly touched their heads and agreed that it would be better to act together in the future. At least, they would be more confident when facing zombies that were obviously commanded again. After the breakup, Yen Yen returned to the resting place of the Yin family team, and saw that his eldest brother was still waiting for him there. He felt like someone was waiting for him to go back home. When his eldest brother asked about his plans for tomorrow, Yen Yen told his eldest brother without hiding anything. Yen Lei was relieved after knowing their decision. Yen Lei was still a little scared about what happened today. After saying this, Yen Yen turned around and saw something cooking on the fire in front of his rest area. He asked curiously, "Brother, you actually brought a pot with you. Doesn't your academy always advocate drinking nutritional supplements?" Lei said helplessly. It was originally used to hold things, and was requisitioned by Xiao Xiang as a pot. Yin thought of the aroma of barbecue he had just smelled, and felt that his eldest brother's little sister was not useless. So he said, "Brother, remember to give me a sip of soup later." Lei said that as long as you bring a bowl, I'll sleep for a while, and wake me up in the middle of the night to take your place. Lei took the initiative to take over the night duty period, which was more likely to make people sleepy. Yin did not refuse and accepted his elder brother's kindness. The other two families also arranged night duty personnel and took the time to rest. After the Earth's crust broke, the temperature difference between day and night began to change, and the people who began to rest at this time did not know this. Lei was awakened by the temperature change in the second half of the night. He tightened the blanket around him and sat up, took over the night duty, and let his second brother rest. Yin did not feel much at this time. As a fire-type mutant, he was naturally more resistant to cold. Lei looked around. At this time, most people felt the change in temperature, and some people woke up directly. Lei looked at his junior sister and found that she didn't seem to be awakened by the temperature change. He was quite pleased with his junior sister's physique. The other two people from the Academy of Sciences in the Yin family team also woke up. Lei saw that the food cooked on the fire was almost ready, so he asked those who woke up to come and have a bowl of hot soup before going to sleep. The people who were almost awakened by the cold just now were holding the hot bowls, and they were still very grateful in their hearts. Lei left a bowl for his junior sister, and he couldn't decide whether to wake her up. Jiang Zuxiang's alertness was still good. Those who came over just now still woke her up even if they were careful about their movements, which also saved Lei from the entanglement. Taking out his own bowl from his backpack and pouring out the remaining bowl of soup in the pot, Jiang Zuxiang saw that Lei had finished drinking but did not continue to sleep, and asked curiously, "Why don't you continue to sleep?" After asking the question, Jiang Zuxiang realized that he was a little stupid. He had also stayed up all night in the wild, and Lei should be doing the same now. After drinking, Jiang Zuxiang wrapped himself in a blanket and continued to sleep. The drop in temperature did not stop the passage of the night, and dawn fell on the broken earth. The three families started to set off after a simple breakfast. The three teams kept moving forward in a triangular shape, and they were obviously much more relaxed when they fought against the zombies that blocked them again. Jiang Zuxiang obediently played the role of the protected person at this time, and did not control the plants to help like the first time. In fact, most people in Shenong Valley have the habit of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and have never fully exposed their own strength. With the joint efforts of the three families, they passed through the blockade of zombies relatively smoothly and arrived at the Yin family's shelter. The Yin family shelter is located inside the mountain. It is the result of the construction of several generations of the Yin family. It has protected the Yin family through several major disasters. At this time, the facilities here are exactly the same as the Yin family's base. Yin led people through many inspections before they really entered the Yin family's shelter. Father Yin had received the message sent by Yin before, and now he brought people to greet him. Seeing that everyone looked like they had just fought, Father Yin immediately arranged for them to wash and rest first. The others were two people in a room. For Jiang Zuxiang, the only woman in the team, Father Yin let her live in the room originally prepared for the Yin family's daughter. Although there was no daughter born in this generation of the Yin family, there was a daughter in the Yin family before. Jiang Zuxiang looked around this modern boudoir with a bit of classical atmosphere, took a good bath first, and then started today's study with slightly wet hair. In addition to practicing every night, Jiang Zuxiang has been comparing the differences in medical skills between the past world and the present world, hoping to improve his medical skills, in order to avoid being discovered by others. He did not practice last night, so there is no problem with today's study. According to the introduction on the virtual internet, traditional Chinese medicine, an ancient medical skill of the Xia Kingdom, is somewhat similar to the medical skill of Shenong Valley, but few people have mastered it, and the medicinal materials used in traditional Chinese medicine are rarely seen in high age. Jiang Zuxiang can basically confirm that the pictures of medicinal materials he has seen on the virtual internet are not much different from those in the previous world, but it is probably difficult to find them. The Western medicine in this world feels a bit new to Jiang Zuxiang. Shenong Valley also sent disciples across the ocean to learn about the medical skills of those foreigners. At that time, the master's evaluation was that it borrowed too much from external forces, although it seemed fast and effective. It was too damaging to the human body, and was not recommended. Jiang Zhuxiang still had this impression when he was looking at the current Western medicine. While Jiang Zhuxiang was seizing the time to study, Father Yin was explaining their discoveries these days to the young leaders of the three families, and asking about their plans. From Father Yin, the three young leaders learned that after those ancient beasts completely came to the ground, the zombies became like being controlled and obeyed commands. But these beasts had not actively attacked humans. Chapter 13 Formal Investigation. After the three young leaders learned about this situation, they looked at each other, and Lei Jin took the initiative to ask, in Uncle Yan's opinion, how should we investigate next? Lei Jin and the other two took the initiative to give up their original plan, and planned to listen to the old man first. The main purpose of your investigation is to confirm whether the current situation on Earth is still suitable for human survival. My suggestion is that you use the shelter as the center to explore the surrounding areas. In addition to paying attention to the external situation, the people who stayed in the shelter, such as Dad Yin, have been thinking about the future of mankind. After listening to Dad Yin's words, Lei Jin and the other two said that they would consider it carefully. After the serious topic, Father Yin proposed, you rest here for one night. Check the surroundings tomorrow, and then go to other shelters. It should be early for you to return to the Ark. Right? Lei Jin nodded to accept the proposal and replied, we will be here for 10 days to investigate. That's enough. Don't fight when you go to investigate tomorrow. Focus on saving yourself. I will send someone to go out with you. In such turbulent times, people themselves are the most important. Lei Jin and others nodded in acceptance. You three go back and rest first. Xiao Lei stayed for a while. After saying what he should say, Father Yin planned to find his eldest son to understand the situation. Lei Jin and the other two left tactfully, including Yin Yin. Yin Lei knew what his father wanted to know, so he took the initiative to tell him everything about Yan's mother. After Yan's father knew about his wife's recent situation, he asked again, why didn't the people from the base send anyone down this time? I don't know. You know, the current dean has made up his mind to cut ties with the base. Yin Lei replied. Yan's father thought about the virtues of the leaders of the base, and sneered in his heart, probably because he was afraid of death. The three families of Lei, Yan, and Jin were not very interested in the base, so they just thought about it and let it go. Yan's father reminded, when you have time on the Ark, keep an eye on your mother for me. Yin Lei naturally nodded in agreement, although his mother was a bit clingy at times. After Yan's father finished his instructions, he waved his hand and asked his eldest son to go down and rest. Yin Lei left obediently. After 2 hours of continuous study, Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and walked around the room, intending to go out for a walk. Looking at the Yin family shelter along the way, most of the decorations are flame patterns, which makes people feel what this family likes everywhere, because they are in the shelter and are restricted by the patriarch to not go out to kill zombies. Most of the Yin family members are currently consuming their energy in the physical training room. Jiang Zhuxiang left after watching at the door, so as not to be thought of stealing skills. It seems that these families have more or less inherited some martial arts skills, because there was no map. Jiang Zhuxiang wandered around, and came to the door of the living room of the shelter. He smelled the aroma of tea, and it seemed that there was someone inside. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to disturb the people inside. He had almost finished his walk, so he turned around and planned to leave. After Lei Jin left Yan's father, it was too early to go back to rest, so he came to the living room to kill time. After seeing the tea set, he went back to his room and took out a bag of tea and started to make kung fu tea. Hearing the movement outside the door, he didn't want to waste the good tea in his hand, so he invited, come in and have a cup of tea before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the invitation and had to push the door in. Lei Jin saw that she was the only girl in the three teams. Although he was a little surprised, he still motioned for her to sit down and pushed a cup of tea over. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know the name of this person. She only knew Yin Lei's name so far. She only knew the faces of the others. Lei Jin was just one of the people whose faces she knew. She knew that he was the leader of one of the teams. For such people, Jiang Zhuxiang always kept politeness, said less and did more. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang silently accompanied him to drink a cup of tea, expressed gratitude, and said goodbye politely. Lei Jin had a good impression of such a girl who looked a little shy. After she left, Lei Jin also returned to his room to arrange things for tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang's impression of this cup of tea was that she really liked the tea made from the old tea trees in Shenong Valley. The night was spent with others sleeping soundly and Jiang Zhuxiang practicing. In the morning, Father Yin selected rigorous and reliable people, and ordered them to prioritize safety before letting the exploration team go out. When they came to the wild, they carefully observed the actions of the zombies, and also paid attention to mutant animals and plants. Lei Jin and others were a little slow in their actions. Later, Lei Jin proposed that it was impossible to understand the real situation of the zombies just by watching from a distance, which persuaded the cautious guards of the Yin family to approach the zombies. Approaching step by step. After approaching a certain distance, the zombies seemed to suddenly sense an invasion and surrounded them. Lei Jin and others quickly broke away from the encirclement after killing several zombies. After confirming the safe distance, Lei Jin and others began to conduct a circular investigation around the Yin family's shelter. Initially, it was found that these zombies were not surrounding the shelter, but seemed to be guarding something. While these people were investigating, Jiang Zhuxiang was mainly interested in the mutant plants. Seeing those aggressive mutant plants, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to collect some things to study, but he couldn't leave the team without permission, which was a bit troublesome. Yin Lei saw his junior sister's eager expression and asked in a low voice, "What do you want? I'll find it for you when we return to the shelter later. Don't mess around now." Yin Lei is also a researcher, so he naturally understands what Jiang Zhuxiang wants to do with that expression, and knows how to solve this situation. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to follow the team. Fortunately, the investigation ended soon, and they returned to the Yin family shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang asked impatiently, "Have you studied those plants that move? Are they also bitten?" Yin Lei really didn't expect that his junior sister was paying attention to mutant plants, so he had to explain. The research of the Academy of Sciences believes that these plants have absorbed strange energy to produce mutations. No one knows what this strange energy is. It may also be a virus, because mutant plants are aggressive and can't see any use for humans. There is no further research. Then where do the things we eat now come from? Jiang Zhuxiang was puzzled. Yin Lei said with a bit of amusement, "Of course, it was planted. The seeds were preserved before, and they were cultivated without soil. Now the land cannot be used to grow things, and the things grown will definitely mutate." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have the stems and leaves of mutated plants? I want to see them." Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to study it himself. Chapter 14 Mutated Plants. Yin Lei had been studying zombie viruses with his teacher before. Even if he was interested in mutant plants before, the things he collected at that time were very different from the mutant plants that exist now. After all, even zombies have been very different from when they first appeared. The mutant plants I collected before are a while away from now, and they don't have much research value. If you still want them, I will accompany you to find them outside. Yin Lei answered this while thinking silently that these things were collected in the laboratory of the original Academy of Sciences. And now I can't take them out even if you want them. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite tempted by this suggestion, but after thinking about it, she refused. "We too probably can't deal with mutant plants, so forget it." Yin Lei wanted to laugh when he heard his junior sister's concerns. "Xiaoxiang, you don't think it's just the two of us going, right? When researchers go to find materials of interest, they will go with a superpower team. Although we can't mobilize too many people now, it's still okay to find a few Yin family members to go out with us." Jiang Zhuxiang heard Yin Lei's explanation and instantly thought of his own misunderstanding. Now he is no longer in the world where he can go anywhere alone. Nor is he in a world like the people in Shenong Valley where force and learning coexist. Yin Lei asked again, "Xiaoxiang, do you still want to go now? If you do, I'll go find someone." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally wanted to go and take a look, and nodded to indicate that he wanted to go. Yin Lei contacted the people of the Yin family through the communicator. He first contacted Yin Yin to inform him that he was going to collect materials and needed to find a few people as guards. After Yin Yin learned about it, he directly notified Yin Yin and asked him to do it. Yin Yin first contacted his eldest brother to confirm what kind of materials his eldest brother was going to collect. He heard Yin Lei say that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to find mutant plants. Yin Yin was a little stunned and asked, "Brother, are you sure you want us to help? If we go down the fire, there will be nothing left." Yin Lei laughed and scolded, "You are so good at your job, you little brat." Yin Yin scratched his head and decided not to say anything. He would just take the people over and listen to the instructions of his elder brother. The three agreed to meet at the entrance of the shelter and hung up the phone. After the communication, Yin Lei asked Xiao Xiang, "Do you have anything to bring?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought about what he needed to prepare when he went to dig herbs before. It seemed that he needed a shovel. He had the thing in his personal space, and did not need to prepare it specially. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to indicate that it was not necessary. Yin Lei took Jiang Zhuxiang directly to the entrance of the shelter, and waited for Yin Yin to join him. When Yin Yin came with people, Yin Lei looked at the person, who walked side by side with Yin Yin, with a little surprise. He greeted the person with a smile, and dragged Yin Yin to the corner to interrogate what was going on. Yin Yin was also a little depressed, saying that he didn't know why he came. While the two brothers of the Yin family were whispering in the corner, Lei Jin was looking at Jiang Zhuxiang, a little curious that such a shy girl would actually want to find mutant plants. He didn't see it at all when he invited her for tea last time. In fact, Lei Jin was a little curious about why he came with her. Maybe he just didn't want such a unique girl to be in danger, and the Lei family wouldn't go wrong without him. After Yin Lei gave his brother a good education, although he knew that it was not his fault, he still hoped that he would not bring any scares in the future. So he returned to the team with him, greeted Lei Jin formally, and led the people out with Yin Yin. As Yin Lei walked in front, he thought to himself that the situation seemed to be getting bigger. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about Yin Lei's attitude, but more curious about the mutant plants that he would encounter next. Yin Lei did not intend to provoke two powerful mutant plants for his junior sister. Two powerful mutant plants were also a waste. After carefully observing with his spiritual ability, Yin Lei chose a mutant soap tree. Although it was mutated, the means of attack was only through launching seeds. For his junior sister, she could understand the preliminary mutant plants. The battle after the selection was a bit of a headache for Yin Lei and his group. The fire and thunder attacks were too harmful to the plants, and it was very likely that the plant would be burned directly. Yin Lei looked around and said, "Whoever has thicker skin, let's just chop down the tree." After everyone looked at each other, it seemed that this was the only way, but it seemed that there were not many people with thick skin. And where was the knife? Lei Jin silently used the thunder energy to condense into the shape of a knife. After seeing it, Yin Lei asked hesitantly, "Will it burn if you use this to chop down the tree?" Lei Jin didn't say much, just stepped forward and cut down the tree with a sharp knife under the attack of the soap tree. The trunk of the soap tree slowly began to fall, and everyone hurried forward to support it to avoid disturbing other things. Everyone looked at the cross-section, which was pitch black, but not much damage. They picked up a sharp stone from the ground and scratched the skin of the soap tree. They found that the trunk under the skin was still relatively moist. Everyone was horrified at Lei Jin's control over the thunder power. However, after the shock, they admired each other. After this series of emotions, everyone began to worry about how to take the tree back. "Just drag it back," Yin Yin blurted out. "This is not a precious thing." Yin Lei patted Yin Yan's head and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "How much do you want?" "Xiang? The soap tree is a natural detergent raw material for humans. Although it is not very precious, it is still useful." Yin Lei plans to take the other parts back after satisfying his junior sister, and let the old man who studies plant extraction in the Academy of Sciences help to extract it. For Jiang Zhuxiang, the best way to identify a medicinal material is to collect every part of the plant and confirm it by looking, smelling, and tasting. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang actually didn't need much. Jiang Zhuxiang broke off a branch covered with honey locusts and leaves, cut off a small piece of the trunk, took out a small shovel and dug out some tree roots, took out a small bag from his pocket, and put the small shovel away again. When Jiang Zhuxiang was digging the tree roots, she blocked the eyes of others with her body, so everyone noticed that she used a small shovel that no one else brought. Then she did some disguise, grabbed the soil with her hands, pretending that she was digging the tree roots with her hands. This action was quite familiar to Jiang Zhuxiang. In Shenong Valley, after digging the medicinal materials, the roots would be left behind, in order to let it continue to grow, and to avoid the medicinal materials that were still growing being discovered. Everyone in Shenong Valley would do a good job of concealing, and almost everyone could deceive people. Chapter 15. The investigation is over. Jiang Zhuxiang covered up what he needed, stood up, and said to Yin Lei, "I already have enough. You can collect the rest." Yin Lei looked at the mutant soap tree, which was almost intact. It was definitely not feasible to drag it back, but he didn't have any suitable tools, so he had to ask Lei Jin for help, Master Lei, can you help me decompose this tree? Yan Lei's tone was still very polite. The young people from other families didn't dare to treat the young patriarch of the Lei family lightly. Even though Yan Lei was 2 years older than him, Lei Jin didn't know how others viewed him. And no one talked to him. When he heard Yan Lei's request, he just asked how to decompose it. Yan Lei gestured with his hands for a few times, and Lei Jin continued to cut with the knife condensed by the thunder power. After a while, Lei Jin's work was finished. Yan Lei tied up the branches full of honey locusts with bark and took them himself, and motioned Yin Yin and others to come and help take the rest. Yin Yin and others didn't mind being porters. After all, they didn't contribute in the battle just now, and doing this little thing could be regarded as compensation. Back to the Yin family shelter. Yin Yin directly called the space power user in the Yin family team and asked him to put the things away. Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang sent Lei Jin back to his room and expressed their gratitude. Jiang Zhuxiang always felt that it was awkward to express gratitude to people without a thank you gift, so he planned to make up for it when he saw him next time. As for what to give, he liked tea last time he saw him, so he would give tea from the old tea tree in Shenong Valley. After leaving Lei Jin's room, Yin Lei first sent Jiang Zhuxiang back before returning to his room to rest. After returning to the room, Jiang Zhuxiang took a dose of nutrient and quickly made up for what he should have learned today. After that, he began to practice. In the days that followed, the teams of superpowers from the Lei, Yin, and Jin families began to visit their respective shelters according to distance and explore the situation around the shelters. Their last stop was the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, which was completely configured as a laboratory. Just right for them to summarize the results of the exploration in the past few days. After finding a computer for research, the 9 people from the Academy of Sciences began to type in the data, while the others waited for the results. The data is the distribution of zombies they found before, which is converted into a concise and clear diagram by computer. What others see is a ring distribution, and the center point they surround is exactly where the original base is. Everyone's guess is basically inclined to these zombies obey the command of the big guy at the base, although it is unknown why the big guy at the base does not come out to move. This is good news for humans. After summarizing these news, this exploration is basically completed. Lei Jin, Yan Yin, and Jin Yu discussed the time to return to the Arkansas. In order to avoid more trouble, the 3 decided to rest tonight and go back directly tomorrow. After the decision was made, the 3 of them did not procrastinate and announced the decision directly. After being busy for a few days, everyone went back to the room arranged by the Academy to rest. Jiang Zhuxiang had not found a chance to send the thank you gift before. Now that everyone's tasks were basically completed, he could take the time to do this without disturbing others' rest. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a small can of tea from his personal space and prepared it. When he just landed on the ground, everyone's communicator had added each other's communication numbers. Now when Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to contact someone, he would not be embarrassed to find the communication number. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully thought about the sentence, barely edited a visiting card, and sent it out through the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang himself rarely wrote visiting cards before, mainly to express his intention to visit the host, so as to avoid the situation where the host was not there when he suddenly arrived. People in Shenong Valley would not use such things to each other, and they would only use them when they entered the secular world for training. The real visiting card should also be written on paper. But now there is no such condition, so the meaning can only be expressed through words. Lei Jin saw such a pedantic paragraph on the communicator, and it took him a while to think carefully before he realized what it meant. He conveyed his availability through the communicator. Of course, the words were not so pedantic. Jiang Zhuxiang received the reply and then left her room to visit Lei Jin. In fact, if she were a real ancient lady, going to a man's room like this would definitely be criticized. But Jiang Zhuxiang was accepted as a close disciple by the master of Shenong Valley since she was a child. Her family paid almost no attention to her before she was accepted as a disciple of Shenong Valley, and therefore did not teach her the things that ordinary ladies should learn. Before Shenong Valley took her away, it gave her family enough to repay the grace of raising her. After that, her family never contacted her again, and naturally would not pay attention to her upbringing. The master never raised her as a girl, and taught her the same things as his senior brothers. After coming to this world, the girls in this world are much more open than her, especially after the end of the world. So now Jiang Zhuxiang is completely treating it as visiting a friend. After replying, Lei Jin went to collect things from his team members. After so many days on the ground, the things he brought with him had almost been consumed. He hoped that they still had something. The members of the Lei family's superpower team were very curious about their captain's rare behavior and asked what was going on. Lei Jin just smiled and replied, to entertain people. The things Lei Jin collected were all snacks. People were coming soon, and it was too late to make them temporarily. Besides, he should not show off his cooking skills. After Lei Jin was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang had already arrived at the door and knocked gently. Lei Jin hurriedly welcomed the person in. After welcoming the person in, he took him to sit on the sofa. The things Lei Jin collected were placed on the small table in front of the sofa. Lei Jin asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Jiang Zhuxiang took out a small can of tea leaves he brought with him and said, "This is the tea leaves my father collected before. Thank you for your help last time." In order to avoid suspicion, Jiang Zhuxiang put the tea leaves taken from his private space on his father's head. Lei Jin took the small can of tea leaves, opened it, and smelled it. It felt better than the tea leaves he had collected before. He felt a little itchy and decided directly, "Then I'll make a pot of tea." Chapter 16 Return to the Ark. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that tea lovers would be eager to taste good tea. His master was also such a person. Every spring, when he got the first batch of tea leaves from old tea trees, he would solemnly invite himself and his brothers to taste tea. Although he could not see his master now, it was also a happy thing to meet such a tea lover. "Okay. Thank you for the hospitality." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the snacks on the coffee table and knew that this person was quite thoughtful. The Academy of Sciences allocated a small apartment-style room to Lei Jin, with a complete bathroom and kitchen. Lei Jin had just seen a set of tea sets in the kitchen, which was probably placed there by the arrangement. "I'll get the tea set." Lei Jin got up and walked to the kitchen. After Lei Jin came back and sat down again, he quietly started to make tea. Jiang Zhuxiang was there looking at the snacks he put on the coffee table, and found that they were basically all kinds of dried meat. But he didn't know what kind of meat they were. Luckily, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care so much about food. If conditions allowed, he would choose to eat better. And if conditions didn't allow, he would eat anything. So he didn't feel neglected when drinking the tea made by Lei Jin with dried meat, considering that he might need to get up early tomorrow. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to rest through sleep, but considering the time required for study and practice, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye and left after sitting for a while, and went back to his room to do what he had planned. Lei Jin was cleaning the tea set in the kitchen. There were some shoving sounds outside the door. Perhaps they had finally decided who would take the lead. So they knocked on the door carefully. Lei Jin wiped his hands with a clean cloth, opened the door, looked at the people huddled together outside the door, and raised his eyebrows. "Haven't ye rested yet?" The Lei family members smiled guiltily and looked behind him. Lei Jin turned around and continued to clean the tea set, ignoring what these people wanted to do. After entering the door, the Lei family members did not find the people they wanted to see, but only saw the snacks that originally belonged to them scattered on the coffee table. Lei Jin came out of the kitchen after washing the tea set. Seeing that these people were still there, he was a little surprised at their patience. So he had to ask, "What on earth do you want?" Lei Ming, the knocker who was just nominated by everyone, Lei Jin's cousin, asked, "Brother, who are you entertaining just now?" It's no wonder they are curious. Lei Jin has never done this before, taking things from his own team members. So the identity of the person being entertained is very suspicious. Lei Jin didn't feel that he couldn't say it, and answered directly, "It's someone from the Academy of Sciences." There was no more to say. The Lei family was a little disappointed, but after hearing the answer, they felt that they shouldn't entangle anymore. So they planned to say goodbye and go back. Lei Jin asked them to take the things on the coffee table by themselves. The Lei family took their own part without hesitation, and said goodbye to Lei Jin obediently. The next morning, at the entrance of the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, the aircraft released by the space power users of the Lei family was already waiting there. The people who stayed behind in the Academy of Sciences sent the exploration team to the entrance and expressed their hope that they would return soon. In fact, these technical geeks just wanted to resume their normal research work as soon as possible. Those who boarded the Ark of the Academy of Sciences had mastered the research progress and research materials of many research topics of the people who stayed behind. Only when they came back could the people who stayed behind continue their work. Everyone said goodbye at the door and boarded the aircraft to return to the Ark. Lei Jin, Yin Yin and Jin Yu followed Yin Lei directly back to the Ark of the Academy of Sciences. Yin Lei took them to report their exploration results to the Dean as soon as possible, and set a time to return to the ground as soon as possible. After all, the sooner they go down, the sooner they can adapt. Their investigation this time will definitely not be hidden from the eyes of those who are interested. After that, the parties that were originally silent will definitely go to investigate. It would be a joke if someone got there first. In order to maintain their leading advantage, they need to hurry up. Yin Lei naturally would not refuse. He contacted the Dean directly, and took the three of them directly to the Dean's office, where there were complete equipment to show their investigation results. When they arrived at the Dean's office, the Dean poured a few glasses of water for these people, and checked the investigation conclusions they brought. After reading their conclusions, he began to ask Lei Jin and others for their opinions. When do you think it is appropriate for us to return to the ground? The Dean still values young people. After all, they are the hope of the future of mankind. Only when they make great progress can mankind have the hope of ending this chaotic world. Yin Yin said directly, I think we should go back as soon as possible. The Dean asked, why? Jin Yu said stiffly, it can take the lead. The Dean asked back with a little joking, how do you know we won't be the first to stand out? Yin Yin and Jin Yu wanted to retort immediately, but Lei Jin said gently, as long as we are well prepared and careful enough after going down to the ground, it is still worth it to be the first to stand out. After all, there is a saying that the early bird catches the worm. Right? The Dean nodded in approval and made the order directly. You guys take a good rest today, and notify people to pack up tomorrow, and we will go down the day after tomorrow. The three of them had no objection to the Dean's decision, and after saying goodbye to the Dean, they returned to their respective arcs to rest. Yin Lei stayed and discussed the details of the investigation process with the Dean. The Dean was quite satisfied with the performance of the people in the Academy of Sciences. When Yin Lei said that the other two students of his teacher also investigated obediently this time, Yin Lei's tone of narration was slightly resentful. The Dean patted Yin Lei on the shoulder and said, he won't have any clues so quickly for us to catch. We have to be more patient with such people than him. Yin Lei touched his nose in embarrassment. He was a little impatient. The Dean understood Yin Lei's idea. After all, he heard that Yin Lei had been led by his teacher since he came to the Academy of Sciences, and the relationship was not ordinary. After the business was finished, the Dean began to ask Jiang Zhuxiang who followed them to exercise. Yin Lei said in a relaxed tone, Xiao Xiang looks much better than before. This time she went out, and was very curious about many things she had never seen before. She is worthy of being the teacher's daughter. The Dean was quite happy to hear such words. As the leader of a group of technical geeks, he inherited the preference of caring for children very well. Regarding Jiang Zhuxiang's changes, he said, it seems that forgetting the past is more beneficial for that child. Yin Lei nodded in agreement. The Dean asked Yin Lei to go back and rest. Yin Lei did not refuse. After saying goodbye, he left the Dean's office, following the habit he had developed during this period of time. He went to care about the situation of his little sister before resting. Yin Lei walked towards Jiang Zhuxiang's rest room. Chapter 17. Prepare to return to the ground. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the habit of sleeping in the daytime. He had just opened the reading mode on the virtual internet, and planned to continue learning about Western medicine. But he heard a knock on the door. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up helplessly, and opened the door of the rest room. As expected, it was his senior brother Yin Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang stepped aside to let Yin Lei in, and Yin Lei found a chair and sat down. Jiang Zhuxiang also got a small stool and sat down opposite him, asking, what do you want? According to their habits, shouldn't they have a good rest now? Yin Lei smiled gently, just came to see you. I just got the news from the Dean that we will all return to the ground to live the day after tomorrow. By then, we may not be so free. Xiaoxiang, you should have fun these 2 days. Jiang Zhuxiang was not surprised by this result. After all, the purpose of this exploration was to find out whether the ground was still suitable for human survival. If the exploration results were good, humans would still return to the ground to live. Well, okay. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very clear about the concept of playing, but since it was his expectation, it would be fine to agree to it first. As for whether he would go to play at that time, that was his own business. His senior brother probably didn't have time to follow him. After that, Yin Lei had nothing else to say, so he left. Jiang Zhuxiang continued his studies. During the rest period of the ground exploration personnel, the news that they would return to the ground the day after tomorrow had been reported, and the arcs of each family began to get busy, preparing for returning to the ground. At this time, the news of the ground exploration under the cooperation of Lei Yin-jin and the Academy of Sciences has been basically known to other forces. The reactions of each family are different. Some plan to wait and see, and some are ready to organize. It all depends on whether the leaders of each family have foresight. Let's not talk about the disturbances in the outside world for the time being. Time soon came to the night before returning to the ground. At this time, the people on the Ark have almost packed up the things that need to be packed. At this time, Lei Yin-jin and the leaders of the Academy of Sciences have gathered people, and the main content is to remind them of the things that need to be paid attention to in tomorrow's operation. For the operation of returning to the ground tomorrow, due to the large size of the Ark, no one plans to use the Ark directly to return to the ground. Not only is it considered not to alarm those big guys, but also in case there is a problem with survival on the ground. Humans can still retreat to the Ark. Moreover, the Ark had been hidden in the air since its construction. If the Ark is not used to land on the ground, an aircraft must be used, and the size of human aircraft is limited. So the people on the Ark need to ride separately. The drivers of the aircraft riding separately need to pay attention to the landing point on the ground. This is a very important point. If they are separated at that time, it is easy to get into a dangerous situation. It is also specifically explained which person rides which aircraft. And considering the problem of the combat effectiveness of the Academy of Sciences, the Lei Yin-jin family has already told the Academy that they will escort them to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. The Dean did not refuse. After all, the combat effectiveness of the technical geeks of the Academy of Sciences is really not good. Before disbanding, the leaders of each family confirmed the action time for tomorrow again to ensure that nothing would go wrong tomorrow. After disbanding, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his rest room. The only things left outside the rest room were blankets, pillows and toiletries. They would just need to be put away tomorrow morning. As for the other things, Jiang Zhuxiang packed them in a suitcase according to Yan Lei's instructions. When packing, Jiang Zhuxiang found that the original body had a lot of things, and even a suitcase could not fit them. Jiang Zhuxiang had to stuff some into his private space. However, it was normal to have a lot of things. After all, in addition to the original body's own collection, there were also the relics of the original body's parents. Yan Lei packed them all and sent them to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to find a place to store these things that did not belong to him after returning to the ground, which was also a respect for his original body. What he wanted could be obtained through his own efforts. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the gathering time tomorrow. Considering that his usual practice would last until after sunrise, he decided to have a good rest tonight and get up half an hour earlier tomorrow. Through this period of adaptation, Jiang Zhuxiang has changed his previous habit of calling time in the previous world, also to prevent being seen as different. It was rare to rest through sleep, and Jiang Zhuxiang really couldn't fall asleep immediately for a while. He closed his eyes and thought about what he could do after returning to the ground. According to what Yan Lei told her before, if she wanted to enter the Academy of Sciences, there would be no problem at all. Of course, if she wanted to do other things, he would support her. Jiang Zhuxiang actually didn't want to use the connections of her original body. And from Yan Lei's obscure performance, it can be seen that the death of her original body's parents was very strange, and it should have a lot to do with the survival of this world. As a disciple of Shenong Valley who often took it as his responsibility to solve worldly disasters in his previous life, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to live for himself in this life. Even if survival was difficult, his heart was still free and easy. Moreover, when entering this body, he didn't feel any obsession or anything like that. If things come to him, he will solve them well. If they don't come, he will just pretend that he doesn't know. Preserving oneself is also the first lesson that the masters of Shenong Valley teach their disciples. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang finally fell asleep. In the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the alarm clock he set. After a simple cleanup, Jiang Zhuxiang packed his things and dragged his suitcase to the gathering place. On the way, he met other people with big and small bags. They all had expectant expressions on their faces. It seemed that even if it was safer and more secure on the Ark, people still yearned for life on the ground. Before the stipulated gathering time, everyone was there. Yan Lei stood beside the dean. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang standing in the corner, He whispered to the dean and went to find her. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little bored in the corner. Seeing Yanlei coming over, he asked directly, "Is it okay for you to come now?" Yanlei said helplessly, "Didn't I ask you to come find me today? Why are you hiding here alone? It's more comfortable here." Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. "If I go to find you, I will definitely be spotted by people who are following you. I don't even see where you were just now. I don't want to cause trouble for myself." Yanlei was a little helpless about Jiang Zhuxiang's idea. But as someone who knew his junior sister's previous temperament, the performance of the junior sister now was enough to make people feel relieved. He didn't say anything more, just stayed with her quietly, and took her to the aircraft later. Chapter 18. The journey back to the ground begins. After the dean arrived at the agreed gathering time, he ordered everyone on the Ark to log into the aircraft according to the previously planned groups. After everyone settled in the aircraft, the dean did not immediately order the aircraft to start. As if waiting for something, Yanlei took Jiang Zhuxiang to the aircraft, helped her to settle her suitcase, and asked with a slightly frown, "Xiaoxiang, have you really packed up all your things?" Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know that his senior brother would still pay attention to how much things his junior sister brought. But he still answered calmly, "Everything is packed up. My things and my father and mother's relics are all in it." In fact, Yanlei didn't suspect that Jiang Zhuxiang had left anything behind. He just went to help his mother pack her luggage before, and the richness of the contents was simply amazing. Now seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang only had a simple suitcase, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed for her. He decided to prepare some things the girls like for his little sister after returning to the ground. Yanlei touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head and took her to find the seats for the two of them. He asked Jiang Zhuxiang to sit in the inner seat, and Yanlei sat in the aisle seat. After Jiang Zhuxiang sat down, he looked around and asked Yanlei, "When does the dean plan to start the aircraft? Aren't we already here?" If the dean plans to wait for a while before starting, Jiang Zhuxiang plans to find something to do to kill time. The dean should be waiting for news from the other three families. We agreed to act together before. Yanlei took out a bag of snacks that his mother stuffed into his backpack and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang to help her pass the time. At this time, the dean seemed to have received the message that the other three families had prepared, and announced the news that the aircraft was about to start to all passengers through the voice system in the aircraft. After hearing this, Yanlei confirmed that his safety measures were complete, and leaned over to help Jiang Zhuxiang confirm her safety. Jiang Zhuxiang had already had the experience of riding an aircraft once, and knew the process of confirming safety measures before taking off. He had already checked it silently, and didn't think much when he saw Yanlei leaning over. After all, he did the same thing last time. The passengers in the aircraft were ready, and all the aircraft started to start, leaving the Ark in order, and joined the aircraft of the other three families, flying towards the ground together, in order to avoid alarming the big guy. The landing site, this time, was still the location where the aircraft landed last time, the edge of this crystal fragment. After everyone got off the aircraft was temporarily put away by the space ability person, and it was inspected when returning to the shelter of each family, so that there would be no problem in the next use. Of course, everyone's luggage was still in the aircraft, and it would be taken out when they arrived at the shelter, which would also make it easier for these people to go into battle empty-handed. Of course, before getting off the aircraft, everyone was required to bring their own self-defense weapons. After all, the number of people this time was not as small as last time, and it was not so easy to protect everyone, and more of it depended on self-protection. The people of the Academy of Sciences were separated and protected by the other three families to prevent these brain power people from losing too much in the siege of zombies. This time Yanlei had no way to choose by himself, but was assigned by the dean. The dean mixed the most important backbone of the Academy of Sciences with the remaining forces of the previous dean, such as Yanlei, and handed them over to the Lei family, which he was most optimistic about, in order to preserve the strength of the Academy of Sciences to the greatest extent. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang was also arranged by the dean to act with Yanlei. However, when Lei Jin arranged these people, in order to prevent Jiang Zhuxiang from being too unique and hostile, he arranged her to stay with other women in the Lei family and be in the middle of the team. Yanlei could still understand Lei Jin's thoughts, but before Jiang Zhuxiang left, he gave her some advice on how to get along with women. Jiang Zhuxiang was speechless as Yanlei kept talking about pretending to be good and pleasing others, listening more and talking less. Yin Lei let Jiang Zhuxiang go only after he had taught her the skills of getting along with his mother. Seeing her approach those women, he felt worried about his own daughter. After approaching the women of the Lei family, Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yin Lei's advice and greeted the people around her. Hello, sisters and aunts. Jiang Zhuxiang's age is relatively good among this group of people. Because of the end of the world, women's ability to survive is limited. There are very few girls of her age, and even the Lei family is no exception. So she is the youngest girl here. Others will be more or less tolerant of her and nod in response to her greetings. Of course, there are also people who feel unhappy about being called aunts. After all, age is the pain of all women, especially when they see girls who are so much younger than themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought about being loved by everyone, even though she had saved countless people as a disciple of Shenong Valley in her previous life. There were still people who were hostile to her, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about the love of these outsiders. Now Jiang Zhuxiang just wanted to become an inconspicuous person in peace and stability, so as to avoid encountering man-made troubles on the road. The women of the Lei family saw that Jiang Zhuxiang did not do anything else except greeting, and their impression of her was improved. At least people who are content are easier to accept, and it is easier for people to give her protection. The oldest female elder of the Lei family has already quietly said something to the people around her. Probably something like not allowing others to cause trouble. After Lei Jin arranged the least combat-capable people, he began to organize the people from the Academy of Sciences into the Lei family's combat team. After all, offense is the best defense. If you want these people from the Academy of Sciences to arrive at the shelter smoothly, the best way is to let them participate in the battle and train themselves. The Lei family's combat teams are densely distributed on the outermost periphery, helping each other to ensure the safety of the inner circle. After the arrangement was completed, Lei Jin immediately led his people forward. Since there were more people this time, Lei Jin still planned to rest in the warehouse last time at night and rush to the shelter the next day. Encountering the blockade of the zombie group again, the Lei family's Thunder-type ability users did not want to fight, but only used the paralysis attribute of the Thunder-type ability to temporarily make the zombies lose their mobility, while the people from the Academy of Sciences used mental abilities to launch mental control as a fill-in, reducing the loss of the Thunder-type ability users' abilities and preserving their strength for the subsequent journey. After all, with the appearance of so many humans, no one can be sure that the zombies will be indifferent, and they need to be prepared to deal with emergencies. When the zombies cannot move, everyone moves quickly and leaves the zombie blockade as quickly as possible. Chapter 19 Return to the Shelter. When the Lei family quickly prepared to pass through the zombie blockade, the other two families followed suit and prepared to pass through the zombie blockade. The fire-type superpowers of the Yin family directly joined forces to form a fire wall around the entire periphery. When zombies approached the fire wall, they would be burned directly. However, this fire wall consumed a lot of superpowers, so the overall movement speed of the Yin family was faster than that of the Lei family, and they followed the Lei family through the zombie blockade. The Jin family, who had gold superpowers, rarely passed through the zombie blockade as they were used to. But instead everyone on the periphery used gold superpowers to condense shields to prevent zombies from approaching, and then just moved, regardless of how the zombies outside the shield slapped and pushed. After the experience of passing the zombie blockade, the three families tacitly used a more appropriate method to pass the blockade. Therefore, although the group was much larger this time, the time spent was not much longer than last time. After passing the blockade, the two families followed the Lei family tacitly, and followed the plan discussed by the three families before departure. The Lei family first arrived at the warehouse last time, since they had packed up completely when they left last time and planned to use this place as a resting point in the future. They only needed to pack up a little when they entered this time to rest. The Lei family's superpower team did not consume much superpowers this time. When they arrived at the warehouse this time, they did not immediately recover their superpowers, but arranged for these people to prepare dinner first. Due to the large number of people, this time they did not arrange barbecue for dinner like last time, but asked the space psychics to take out several large pots. And the Lei family's people who knew how to cook large pots prepared dinner. While the Lei family was preparing the large pot, the other two families also entered the warehouse. The Yin family's psychics consumed a little more energy, so Yin entrusted the dinner to his trusted elders and began to lead the Yin family's fire psychics to recover. The consumption of the Jin family's psychics was even less than that of the Lei family. because the condensed metal shields could be recycled, which was equivalent to restoring the psychic power. So the Jean family, like the Lei family, also arranged the preparation of dinner by the psychic team. Piles of fire began to rise in the entire warehouse, because the Lei family needed to use a large pot. They moved relatively flat stones from outside the warehouse to build a simple stove and put the large pot on it. Under Lei Zhen's arrangement, the women of the Lei family who knew how to cook began to cook, and those who didn't were helping. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was young, he was also arranged to pick vegetables. It was rare to cook with so many women in the wild, which was really a novel experience for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the reminders of the older women around him, nodded to indicate that he did not relax his hands while listening, and looked very well behaved. Of course, Lei Zhen did not let the women do everything. Under his arrangement, the other people in the Lei family either burned the fire or followed the women's instructions to do things. Yan Lei was assigned by Lei Zhen to be a mobile person because she was from the Academy of Sciences. She wandered among the busy people, waiting for their instructions, and paid attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's movements from time to time. Although she was happy to see that no one was embarrassing her, she did not approach rashly. She only smiled at each other when their eyes met, not giving others the opportunity to embarrass Jiang Zhuxiang. The three families prepared dinner one after another and were ready to eat. In the middle of the warehouse, the tablecloth had been laid out. The three families distributed the prepared dinner to everyone, and sat down on the tablecloth in random groups and started to eat this dinner. The three families tasted each other and exchanged something with each other. Yan Lei also found an opportunity to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang. He sat down next to Jiang Zhuxiang with a meal and asked her how she felt. Jiang Zhuxiang said softly that she was fine. Yan Lei accompanied her to finish the dinner before leaving. And before leaving, he also told Jiang Zhuxiang what to do when she rested later. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently in her heart that I am not a child. But she was still grateful for Yan Lei's worrying instructions, because Jiang Zhuxiang's performance along the way and just now was quite pleasing to the eyes of the women of the Lei family. They were arranged to rest in a place close to the fire. They had been told before departure that the temperature difference between day and night on the earth was relatively large. After Jiang Zhuxiang expressed her gratitude, she began to prepare the things she needed for sleeping. The person who had just assigned her a resting place was originally going to give her some instructions on how to rest. After seeing her actions, he nodded with satisfaction and went to arrange for others. After the three families arranged the people to keep watch, they began to fall asleep one after another. After the sky brightened, they made breakfast in the afterglow of the fire, and after a simple meal, they set off again. After a rush, they arrived at the shelters of the three families one after another. Considering the physical fitness of the people in the Academy of Sciences, the three families handed their own people to the people who stayed in the shelter, and each of them sent people to escort the people of the Academy of Sciences to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the crowd of the Academy of Sciences again, and Yan Lei did not need to avoid suspicion, so he asked her to follow him. Under the escort of the other three families, the people of the Academy of Sciences returned to the shelter smoothly. The dean asked these people to help him express his gratitude to the leaders of the three families. As for the substantive gratitude, he would express it after they were settled. The escort said they would take them there, and then started to rush back. After watching these people leave, the dean began to walk into the shelter. He had asked Yan Lei to arrange for people to settle them before, and he didn't know how this kid did. Yan Lei had already assigned a place for long-term residence in accordance with the dean's previous instructions. Now the crowd has dispersed, and each went to their own room. When the dean came in, he found that only Yan Lei was left there, so he walked up to ask about the situation. Yan Lei made a brief report, and the dean asked Yan Lei to go back and clean up his own residence. And Yan Lei naturally would not refuse. The residences in the shelter of the Academy of Sciences are allocated by family units, and Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang, two people who only have themselves and no family. Yan Lei showed a little favoritism and arranged them in two adjacent single apartment-style rooms, which is also convenient for care. Before Yan Lei returned to his room, he went to see how Jiang Zhuxiang had packed. After Jiang Zhuxiang found his room, according to the assigned room number, he saw that the basic facilities in the room were complete. So he opened the luggage he got from the space ability user of the Academy of Sciences, and took out all the things he needed for daily use, and put them in place. There were not many things, and Jiang Zhuxiang had almost packed them when Yan Lei came in. Chapter 27. Yin Lei knocked on the door gently to indicate his presence. Jiang Zhuxiang looked over from his busy schedule and saw that it was his senior brother. He did not stop his work and asked while cleaning up, "What can I do for you?" This question seemed to be often used in the conversation between the two, which seemed polite and distant. Yin Lei stood at the door and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's room. It was very different from his mother's room full of things. Yin Lei answered Jiang Zhuxiang's question, "I came to see if you need any help. But it seems that there is no need." Jiang Zhuxiang laughed secretly. When it comes to cleaning the room, men will never be as good as women. Right? Jiang Zhuxiang's thinking was still based on the judgment of the previous world. Nowadays, many men have practiced housework skills much better than women in order to marry a wife. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the last thing. Put away the suitcase. Put it in an unobstructed place. And said, "I'm ready. Do you need my help?" Yin Lei waved his hand and said, "No. I'm a grown man. Why do I need a little girl like you to help me? By the way, I will live next door to you in the future. If you need anything, you can call me directly as long as I'm there." Jiang Zhuxiang was not surprised by Yin Lei's residence. When he first met this person, he found that he was very caring towards his original body. So he just nodded to show that he knew. "After I pack up, let's go to the trading office here and buy some things for your room. It still looks too empty." Yin Lei then spoke. Jiang Zhuxiang heard this and quickly said, "Don't bother. I think my room is fine like this. If I need it, I will buy it myself." In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang still has a lot of personal belongings in his personal space. But he can't take them out now to arouse suspicion. Yin Lei was still a little sad about his little sister's rejection. Although the little sister is more cheerful now, she seems to be more distant from him. He had to continue saying, "Okay, if you want anything, just ask for it yourself." Yin Lei turned back to his room after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang nod. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Yin Lei leave, closed the door of his room, took out a cushion from his personal space, and placed it under the French window in the living room, using it as his place for future practice. Jiang Zhuxiang officially finished his tidying up, sat down on the soft sofa in the small living room, connected to the port of the virtual network, and began to study as planned. While Jiang Zhuxiang was studying, the dean brought his wife to their residence, a suite with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Originally, the dean wanted to help his wife tidy up, but he had already made an appointment with the other 3 families to meet on the virtual network. So he had to apologize to his wife and said, "You should tidy up first, and leave some of the more physically demanding work for now. I will come to help you after the meeting." The dean's wife was very supportive of her husband's work. Besides, it was just a matter of sorting things out, and there was nothing that required much strength. Moreover, she was a space power user, and all her things were in her space. She didn't even need to move them. She just needed to put the things out of the space in the right place. "You go and do your work. I can do it by myself." The dean's wife started to move after she said that. The dean still had more confidence in his wife's ability. After hearing what she said, he walked to the study, logged into the virtual network, and entered the conference room on the virtual network with the leaders of the other 3 families to formally discuss how the 4 parties would cooperate in the future. The other 3 clan leaders were quite shocked by the news from their son that the Academy of Sciences wanted to cooperate with them. You know, the Academy of Sciences used to be close to the base. If these 3 families wanted to use some of the technologies from the Academy of Sciences, they had to go through the base and be charged a considerable fee by the base. However, these 3 families still knew the morality of the base. It was probably because of the greed of the base that the Academy of Sciences and them broke up. So the Academy of Sciences came to cooperate with them. In any case, this was a good thing. The 3 families even decided that they could accept the Academy of Sciences charging them like the base did before. After all, some of the Academy of Sciences technologies were still very useful. However, when the 3 families really started to discuss, the dean's conditions were not harsh. The dean proposed that if they wanted to use the technology of the Academy of Sciences, they would need to pay a certain fee. After all, the Academy of Sciences spent a lot of money to develop these technologies. In addition, if the Academy of Sciences has new technologies and achievements in the future, the 3 families have the priority to purchase them. Of course, the dean made such a big concession in the hope that the people of the Academy of Sciences can act together with the superpowers of the 3 families in the future, so that the people of the Academy of Sciences can exercise their survival ability in the wild. The patriarchs of the three families were a little surprised by the concessions made by the Academy of Sciences. However, if you have an advantage, you are a fool. There is no problem with a little protection that they need to pay for. After accepting the goodwill of the Academy of Sciences, the three companies also made some promises, such as the three companies would transfer the materials needed by the Academy of Sciences at a low price. And if the Academy of Sciences needed any materials, they would help for free. The dean was quite satisfied with this result. And the other three companies were originally allies. So now they just need to continue their previous relationship. Therefore, this virtual network meeting ended like this. And things like signing cooperation agreements need to be done in reality. In the past 100 years of the end of the world, humans still trust the effectiveness of paper agreements. The dean got off the virtual network and found that his originally empty study room had been filled with a lot of things. His wife was really quick. After leaving the study, the dean looked at his wife's work progress and found that she had almost finished tidying up and was about to clean up. The dean walked up to her and asked, "Is there anything I can do, ma'am?" The dean and his wife have a good relationship. Usually, as long as the dean is free, he will often take the initiative to do some housework. The dean's wife didn't say much, and directly signaled him to get the vacuum cleaner, and asked him to be responsible for cleaning the floor, while she wiped the furniture and the like. The two worked together, and the dean's wife asked, "How is the child you mentioned to me last time?" The dean reflected on who his wife was talking about, and answered, "Better than before. Her father's students are still taking good care of her." Chapter 21: The Selfishness of the Dean's Wife. After hearing the dean's answer, the dean's wife hesitated whether to say the next words. But she couldn't suppress her inner desire and whispered to the dean, "What do you think about me taking the child as my goddaughter?" After hearing his wife's question, the dean began to consider this possibility after being surprised at first. His wife was injured when she was young, and the low fertility rate of superpowers combined with the low fertility rate. The couple may not have their own children in this life. It is not a bad idea to take a goddaughter to relieve his wife's boredom. After considering it, the dean said to the dean's wife, "Let's ask the child's opinion first. If she doesn't agree, we can't force her." The dean's wife originally saw her husband thinking silently, and thought he would disagree. Now she heard her husband's answer and said with a smile, "Of course. Let's call Yin Lei and the child to have dinner together in the evening, and ask her what she thinks." The dean's wife suggested impatiently. The dean saw that his wife was so interested, so he naturally would not spoil the fun and took the initiative to suggest, "Then I will contact them." Seeing that her husband was so thoughtful, the dean's wife was still very happy and said, "Then you go and contact them. I will prepare the things needed for dinner." The dean said speechlessly, "It seems that we haven't had lunch yet." The dean's wife said nonchalantly, "Just drink the nutrient solution at noon. You've been drinking it before anyway." The dean couldn't refute it, so he had to accept his wife's arrangement. After drinking a tube of nutrient solution, he began to contact Yin Lei. At this time, Yin Lei had just tidied up his room, and he was not surprised to receive the dean's communication request. He just thought that the dean had something to do. After the call was connected, Yin Lei was a little surprised by the dean's words, but more people came to care about his little junior sister, and he could do what he wanted to do in the future with peace of mind. Yin Lei said that he would inform his little junior sister first. The dean took the initiative to take on the notification work. The original purpose was to achieve the wishes of his wife to a greater extent, and he also knew that Yin Lei's usual approach would not disappoint him. "Then you can tell Xiaoxiang to come over for dinner tonight. The dean is also a lazy person." Yin Lei said no problem. After ending the communication with the dean, Yin Lei walked out of the room and knocked gently on Jiang Zhuxiang's door. When Jiang Zhuxiang entered the virtual network to study, he asked his virtual network assistant to help him pay attention to the outside world. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The little doctor gently reminded, "Master, someone is visiting." Jiang Zhuxiang exited the virtual network, went to open the door, and saw Yin Lei outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang has learned to be used to it, and even jokingly said, "It seems that we just said goodbye not long ago." Yin Lei ignored the words of his junior sister and said gently, "The dean just contacted me and asked me to go over with you to dinner tonight." Hearing Yin Lei's words, Jiang Zhuxiang said in silence, "You can just leave me a message for this kind of thing. No need to come. I will not come for this matter. The dean just revealed in the communication that he and his wife want to take you as a goddaughter." Yin Lei said a shocking news to Jiang Zhuxiang. In the previous world, Adopting a godparent is a very serious matter. Jiang Zhuxiang said curiously, that lady should not have seen me. How could she want to adopt me as a goddaughter? Jiang Zhuxiang had also met the dean before. So naturally, he would not think that he wanted to adopt her as a goddaughter. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally did not know that before the end of the world, the word goddaughter was already a bit derogatory. Yanlei didn't know what was going on with the dean's wife. So he just said, neither the dean nor his wife would embarrass others. Just answer according to your own wishes. I'll take you there when the time comes. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Yanlei respected his own ideas. If he were someone who liked fame and fortune, he would definitely agree to the dean and his wife instead of himself. However, for Jiang Zhuxiang, he was not someone who lacked elders. In his previous life, the teachers and leaders of Shenong Valley took good care of him. Even if he didn't have the care of his parents, he didn't grow up crooked in his previous life. He would always remember their love. After coming here, Jiang Zhuxiang was even a little glad that his original parents had left, so he didn't have to worry about how to get along with them. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't want to be a godparent, so he should just politely refuse. I know. I'll think about it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't answer Yanlei very enthusiastically. After Yanlei got the answer from his junior sister, he planned to go back to his room first. Jiang Zhuxiang silently sent Yanlei out of his room. Because of the disturbance of this incident, Jiang Zhuxiang lost the motivation to continue studying Western medicine. He planned to do something else to divert his attention. Thinking of the last world was still a bit sad for Jiang Zhuxiang. However, for a former doctor, he knew the disadvantages of emotional fluctuations to himself, so he would not let himself stay in an unfavorable mood for a long time. In the past, when he was in a bad mood in Shenong Valley, he would divert his attention by practicing calligraphy. Now here, it seems that there is no paper, and it is a bit difficult to do this again. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to look through the Shenong secret art and make paper first. As an ancient person, life without paper was very painful. Although current technology can make up for the lack of paper, people nowadays may even think it is normal to have no paper. Jiang Zhuxiang found the method of making paper in the manufacturing chapter of Shenong's secret art, which includes the manufacturing of ordinary paper and the manufacturing of talisman paper. The materials required for these two types of paper are different. The materials required for talisman paper need to be able to carry the operation of energy, which is a bit difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang at present. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not consider it. When he turned to the materials needed for ordinary paper manufacturing, he saw the materials mentioned above. Those plants are also a bit difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang now. After all, the plants above are ordinary plants, and most of the plants have mutated now, and it is unknown whether their original properties still exist. Even so, Jiang Zhuxiang still used his brain to remember the plants he needed, intending to collect them when he had the chance. After doing some things that interested him, Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the dinner in the evening again. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to look through his personal space and find something as a gift, so as not to be too rude to refuse others. Chapter 22 Reserve Strength. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about what a woman of the dean's wife's age would like, and found a handkerchief with embroidery in his personal space. Speaking of this handkerchief, it was a gift Jiang Zhuxiang received when he traveled in the secular world. At that time, she dressed as a man to treat a family, and the family mixed such a handkerchief in the return gift. Jiang Zhuxiang got along well with his senior brothers, and knew that his senior brothers often received such handkerchiefs to express their feelings. But he felt a little helpless when he received it. In the end, for the sake of the reputation of the daughter of this family, Jiang Zhuxiang did not return the handkerchief, but found a corner where it would never be discovered, and left it there without caring about it. Now it can be regarded as realizing its value by giving it to someone. This handkerchief was originally placed in a wooden box, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to find a way to wrap it. At dinner time, Yanlei came and knocked on the door. Jiang Zhuxiang took the things and went to the house of the dean's wife with Yanlei. After entering the house, Jiang Zhuxiang first handed the things in his hand to the host. The dean's wife reached out to take the things and said with a smile, "I originally invited you to dinner. How can I accept your gifts?" Yanlei also prepared something and was handing it to the dean. Although the dean valued Yanlei, he had never invited him home for dinner. As it was his first visit, Yanlei still knew that he should prepare things according to etiquette. However, as the younger generation, no one would complain if they didn't prepare anything. Because Jiang Zhuxiang was the host today, He took the initiative to say, "It's the first time to visit uncle and aunt. We should prepare gifts. Otherwise it would be impolite." The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's performance. Although she appreciated it, but such politeness also made her know that her plan today would be difficult to achieve. However, it was rare to see such a polite child. So the dean's wife was still very happy. So she didn't show any unhappiness on her face, and still warmly invited them to sit down. The dean's wife treated it as a treat for her own younger generation, letting them eat some snacks first, and the food would be ready soon. The dean's wife left the dean to talk to the two children and went into the kitchen. The dean was a little confused about his wife's behavior, but he always respected his wife's ideas in this matter. Since his wife asked him to stay and chat, he would just be a competent chatterbox. This dinner cannot be said to be a failure as an ordinary gathering. At least the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. The dean's wife did not feel unhappy. She just regretted not taking Jiang Zhuxiang as her adopted daughter, especially after seeing her performance and checking Jiang Zhuxiang's gifts after dinner. After saying goodbye to the dean's family, Yan Lei walked back with Jiang Zhuxiang and asked Jiang Zhuxiang why he refused the dean's wife's wishes. After all, if he accepted it, it would be a good help for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang just replied, "Although I haven't thought of my relatives yet, I don't want them to be replaced." After hearing this, Yan Lei also felt that he was a bit reckless and never mentioned it again. After Lei, Yan, Jean and the Academy of Sciences settled down in the shelter. For future survival considerations, they needed to restore their previous habit of obtaining survival materials from the wild. If possible, they hoped to go out of the shelter again. But this is a long process. At present, according to the cooperation between the three families and the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Sciences selected researchers who are willing to exercise in the wild, and of course, encourage those who are willing to go out to participate. After the incident of the dean's wife adopting him last time, Yan Lei no longer took care of Jiang Zhuxiang according to his own ideas. He learned to listen to her ideas before doing anything, just like the matter of selecting personnel to go to the wild this time. Yan Lei first told Jiang Zhuxiang the news and asked her if she was interested. Jiang Zhuxiang was worried about the materials needed for papermaking at this time. She was quite happy to hear the news and immediately expressed her desire to participate. It has been mentioned before that the three families of Lei, Yan and Jean will be responsible for the safety of the Academy of Sciences outdoor training. The Academy of Sciences also mentioned to those who want to go out for training that they should go out with the people of these three families. Yan Lei directly told Jiang Zhuxiang this requirement. "Xiao Xiang, which family do you want to go with?" Yan Lei wanted to act with his junior sister. But although the junior sister could be well protected, she would not be able to get the training she wanted, and she would not be happy to be taken care of in this way. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and decided that if she acted with the Yan family, she would definitely be well protected. But her actions would definitely be restricted. She had never had any contact with the Jean family, so the only family left was the Lei family. She and their young patriarch Lei Jin could barely be considered acquainted. She could be taken care of but not well, which was more in line with her requirements. After Jiang Zhuxiang proposed this idea, Yan Lei was a little disappointed, but felt it was reasonable. In the end, he just said that he would help her report to the dean. Yan Lei planned to do the rest in secret. At least, he had to communicate well with the Lei family. Yan Lei went to do his own thing after getting Jiang Zhuxiang's idea. Jiang Zhuxiang also needed to work hard to improve his strength in order to gain a higher ability to survive in the wild. When Jiang Zhuxiang was practicing, he found that in addition to the energy from the sun and the moon, he could often absorb a strange green energy. He didn't know what to use it for, so he had to not use it for the time being. For now, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to use his own power. After all, the spells he had learned before were a bit too amazing to use here. However, the exercises he used to train his physique before could be regarded as a kind of ancient martial arts. After all, there was the inheritance of ancient martial arts here, which was not too amazing, so he could practice it well. Jiang Zhuxiang did what he said, and went to the indoor gymnasium built by the Academy of Sciences for researchers to exercise their bodies to hone his physical skills. Physical training is something that needs to be done for a long time. A good physical fitness is also good for the meridians in the body. Jiang Zhuxiang has been doing it before, but he didn't insist on it every day. If he wants to go to the wild in the future, he still has to stick to it as a daily routine. Jiang Zhuxiang made a decision silently. After a good exercise, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to her room and planned to study as usual. Before she started, she received a message from Yen Lei, saying that the things to go out had been arranged, and asked her to meet up with people on time. Chapter 23 set off to the wild. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the meeting time Yen Lei sent him. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. In this season, it was still dark at 6 o'clock in the morning. The wild was definitely still full of zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the message Yen Lei sent him again, and found that the contact person marked on it was Lei Jin. It seemed that he should be the leader of this outdoor activity. So if there were any questions, he should be able to ask him. Although Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to train himself, he was still more concerned about his own safety. After all, talent is the foundation of everything. So Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask Lei Jin why they had to gather at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang had contacted Lei Jin through the communicator before, and this time he found the communication number and dialed the call. Lei Jin was originally in a meeting with the superpower team members he was going to take out tomorrow. He was a little surprised when he heard the communicator ringing. He clicked on the name displayed on the communication number and made a gesture to indicate that the meeting was suspended. Lei Jin walked out of the meeting room, connected the communication, and saw the person displayed on the screen. Lei Jin asked in a gentle tone, "Do you have any questions about this operation?" Lei Jin obviously knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was assigned to the superpower team of the Lei family. According to Lei Jin's previous impression of Jiang Zhuxiang was not the kind of person who would do anything at will, and he must have a legitimate reason to find him. Jiang Zhuxiang lived up to his impression and said directly, "The gathering time you set is a bit dangerous for me. I can't reach the gathering place safely by myself." Lei Jin rarely smiled and replied, "We will go to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences to find you. This is our care for all female members, although few female members are willing to act with them." Jiang Zhuxiang raised his eyebrows and just said that as long as I arrive at the door of the shelter at 6 o'clock. It seems that Lei Jin's team has the gentleman spirit advocated by the world now. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel embarrassed to be looked down upon and said, "Okay. I will wait for you at the door on time. Anyway, if they want to come to see me, they can only get up earlier than me." Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. Lei Jin said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang in a gentle tone, hung up the communicator, turned around, and opened the door of the conference room. Seeing a group of people hurriedly returning to their seats, Lei Jin calmly indicated to continue discussing the issue that had just been interrupted. After hanging up Lei Jin's communication, Jiang Zhuxiang received another message from Yen Lei, which stated the things needed for survival in the wild, and suggested that you just take the backpack from last time, as long as you replenish the things consumed last time. Jiang Zhuxiang readily accepted the suggestion. It was not bad to take the backpack as a cover. As for other things, they were all placed in a personal space. After all, it was the best choice to travel light in the wild. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the things Yen Lei listed, compared them with the results of his previous space check, and found that he didn't need to make any other preparations. He quietly began to mark the materials he needed to collect on the communicator. After the list was complete, he sent a copy to Yen Lei, and said that if Yen Lei needed to collect anything, he could also help him collect it. Yen Lei was quite happy to see that Jiang Zhuxiang rarely took the initiative to ask him for help. As for Jiang Zhuxiang's idea of wanting to help later, Yen Lei did not refuse. Now Yen Lei felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was taking care of his little sister. In his opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal was a child wanting to help adults, which was worthy of encouragement. Yen Lei listed some materials that were easier to obtain and indeed needed by the laboratory, and sent them to Jiang Zhuxiang, but did not say that he must get them. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Yen Lei's reply. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was more used to the way of helping each other between senior brothers and sisters. It was a bit awkward for Jiang Zhuxiang to always accept Yen Lei's help. After Jiang Zhuxiang prepared everything he needed, he continued to complete his daily routine. He did not rest at night and continued to practice, racing against time to improve his strength. The practice of Shinon's secret art is more gentle than other exercises. After all, most of the disciples of Shinon Valley still use the energy cultivated by this exercise to save people. So even if the practice is interrupted, it is not a big deal. Jiang Zhuxiang set the reminder time before practicing, and woke up from practice at 5 in the morning to prepare to wash and replenish energy. As Jiang Zhuxiang had acted with her senior brothers many times before, she knew what men hated most when they acted with women. She walked out of the room half an hour earlier, and ran into Yin Lei, who was about to call her. Yin Lei also went out today, and his gathering time was the same as Jiang Wuxiang's. However, after hearing Jiang Wuxiang's choice, Yin Lei changed his original plan to act with the Yin family, and chose to act with the Jin family. The Jin family was the family of Yan's mother, and Yin Lei was relatively familiar with it. Perhaps it was to take care of the technical geeks. The technical geeks were asked to wait for them to come to the shelter to pick them up. When Jiang Wuxiang and Yin Lei arrived at the door of the shelter, they saw that several other people who were willing to go out for exercise were also waiting. Seeing that no one had arrived yet, Yin Lei hurried to teach Jiang Wuxiang his few wilderness survival experiences, and Jiang Wuxiang listened silently. Fortunately, the Lei family's superpower team arrived earlier, and Jiang Wuxiang looked at the group of people who were coming over with a little relief. Lei Zhen led his people directly to Jiang Wuxiang and asked directly, "Are you ready?" Jiang Wuxiang nodded. "Then follow me." Lei Zhen turned and walked out. Jiang Wuxiang put his hands behind his back and shook them silently to say goodbye, and quickly followed the team. Yin Lei watched Lei Zhen's performance from behind, silently worried whether his little sister would really have no problem following such a team. Lei Zhen walked in front, listening to the footsteps behind him that were different from those of his team members. He was very satisfied with his previous judgment of Jiang Wuxiang, that he was not a spoiled person. Perhaps Jiang Wuxiang did not know that although the three families did not have the right to choose the scientific academy personnel who needed to be responsible for safety, they had the right to refuse. They had the right to refuse those they really disliked, which was also to prevent unpleasantness from happening between each other. When Lei Zhen received the name of the person in charge of his team, because it was a woman, his team members wanted to refuse it themselves. After all, there were still many inconveniences for women and men to act together. It was Lei Zhen who accepted it against all odds. When accepting it, the team members said that if this woman was difficult to deal with, they would refuse it forever in the future. Chapter 24. The First Battle Against the Mutant Wild Boar. When Lei Zhen's team members saw Jiang Wuxiang obeying Lei Zhen's orders without objection, they understood their captain's original insistence and saw that their captain had a good vision. Lei Zhen's team members originally trusted their captain's vision, but when their captain spoke for a woman, they couldn't help but worry whether the hero was reluctant to be seduced by a beautiful woman. So they had some doubts. However, if Jiang Wuxiang wanted to gain their recognition, she still needed to see her subsequent performance. Jiang Wuxiang didn't have much worries. It was not something that a newcomer could do overnight to gain recognition. According to her experience with her senior brothers in her previous life, she needed to complete at least one mission together. And this was on the premise that Jiang Wuxiang had been very familiar with her senior brothers since childhood. Jiang Wuxiang kept moving at the same speed as Lei Zhen and his team, while checking the distribution of plants along the way, so that they could find them in case they needed them in the future. Lei Zhen and his team members moved forward at full speed to the previously planned location. Seeing that Jiang Wuxiang's face was only slightly red, they at least recognized the girl's physical strength. If Jiang Wuxiang did not drag her feet in the next action, then in the eyes of these people, Jiang Wuxiang could be regarded as a suitable partner. The goal of the Lei family's field operation this time was to obtain a certain amount of food and to check whether the mutant animals had mutated. The location where they stopped was a location where mutant animals appeared frequently in the past. Of course, there were also many plants, but these plants did not mutate. Otherwise they would not dare to stay. Lei Zhen and his companions, under the cover of plants, carefully waited for the mutant animals to appear. Jiang Wuxiang was arranged at the end of the team to prevent her from making any noise and scaring away the prey they were waiting for. Jiang Wuxiang had no objection to this arrangement, but just found a comfortable position to wait with them. The ground suddenly shook, which should be the sound of a large animal moving. Lei Zhen and his companions even lowered their breathing. This animal rustled out of the withered bushes. Jiang Wuxiang looked at the size of this animal with a little shock. The height had reached 2/3 of that of an adult man, and the body length should have reached 2 meters according to the measurement unit here. The fangs were sharp. Judging from its size, its strength should also be very good. I wonder if Lei Zhen and his companions can handle it. Lei Zhen silently communicated with his team members through gestures and arranged the next battle plan. The team member closest to Jiang Wuxiang whispered Lei Zhen's order to her, hiding well and not coming out to cause trouble. Jiang Wuxiang was silent and could only nod to indicate that he understood. When they went to fight, he could just collect some plants around him. He just checked and found that these should be wheat straws. But the wheat ears were missing, so he didn't recognize them at the first time. Although wheat straws cannot be used to make paper, they can be used to weave small things after cleaning, decorate your room, and can also be used to store things. While Jiang Zhuxiang was making these plans, Lei Jin and his team had already seized the opportunity to start fighting with the mutant wild boar. Because of the wild boar's flesh, Lei Jin and his men could not attack many places, and concentrated on attacking its neck, lower abdomen, and other places with thin skin. Although the Thunder-type ability has a relatively strong attack power, there are still not many people who can control it as accurately as Lei Jin. So other people besides Lei Jin are still a little flustered. Jiang Zhuxiang watched while his men kept harvesting wheat straw, and put it directly into the personal space after cutting it. After Lei Jin and his men finished with the wild boar, they should not come back here. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not restrain his actions. While Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, the mutant wild boar was angered by these attacks that made its body numb from time to time. Ignoring those things that did not hurt it much, it rushed directly towards Lei Jin, trying to hit the leader. Lei Jin was condensing the thunder blade at this time, and could not move for the time being. Lei Jin's team members desperately shouted to the captain to be careful while trying to attack to stop the mutant wild boar. But the effect was not great. They still watched the mutant wild boar approach their captain. At this time, the team members with wood-related abilities in Lei Jin's team, who were originally identified and collected by them as plants, stimulated several vines on the mutant wild boar's path. They suddenly grew rapidly and directly tied up the mutant wild boar's front legs and neck. This team member and the others in the team were shocked. Lei Jin seized the time to condense the thunder blade successfully, rushed to the mutant wild boar, and cut off its trachea, which ended the battle. While Lei Jin and others were resting around the mutant wild boar, Jiang Zhuxiang was also checking the situation in his body. When he used the Shenong's secret technique of grass and trees just now, the energy transmission seemed a bit strange. In addition to the energy he cultivated, it seemed that the green energy he discovered before was also transmitted. Carefully checking his dantian, Jiang Zhuxiang found that the green energy and the energy in his dantian seemed to be just a little intersecting, and there was nothing strange about it. In the case of only seeing this kind of change, Jiang Zhuxiang had no other way, so he had to let it go for now, and pay attention to it at all times in the future. After Lei Jin rested, he suddenly remembered that there was someone they had forgotten in the bushes, and hurriedly said, "Xiaoxiang, come out." Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin's words, finished checking, stood up from the bushes, and walked to stand beside Lei Jin and his team. Lei Jin's team members found that this person did not cause them any trouble during the battle just now. They also thought that the wood-type mutant who they originally thought was useless had helped a lot. This little girl, who seemed to be relatively obedient, might have some role in the future. They all thought in their hearts that they could ask the captain to let this little girl participate in the battle later. Maybe there would be some unexpected results. Lei Jin originally planned to let Jiang Zhuxiang participate in the battle after his team members basically recognized her. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang came out to hone her abilities. Now seeing the changes in the team members' faces, he would just agree to it when they brought it up. Lei Jin saw that the team members had almost rested, so he suggested, "Let's put this mutant wild boar away now, so as not to attract other things." The team members had no objection and began to remove the vines on the mutant wild boar, so that the space ability user could put it away. When they started, they found that the texture of the vine stimulated by the space ability user was very strong, and it took some strength to tear it apart. They all expressed their admiration for the wood ability user, and said that they didn't expect his wood ability to be so useful. The wood ability user didn't quite understand the words of his confused subordinates. Chapter 25, Outdoor Entertainment. Lei Jin pulled out a dagger from his belt and started cutting the vines, while urging his team members to speed up. The team members looked at the blood still flowing from the neck of the mutant wild boar, and took out sharp tools to cut the vines. Jiang Zhuxiang also pretended to take out the dagger he used in the wild from his backpack, but actually took it out from his personal space and went forward to help. In fact, if Jiang Zhuxiang's control over the green energy in his body was not enough, and Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to avoid exposing his own abilities, they would not have needed to dawdle for so long. After everyone was busy, the mutant wild boar was finally able to move, and Lei Jin signaled the space ability user to go forward and put it away. After a battle in a place, some aura will be left behind, and mutated animals can sense danger through this aura, so it is not feasible to stay in one place for a long time to hunt. Lei Jin led his men to the next planned hunting spot. Jiang Zhuxiang followed briskly. Although he did not participate in the battle at this hunting spot, he collected wheat straw and discovered the use of his own cyan energy. These gains were satisfactory to Jiang Zhuxiang. Although Lei Jin and others had experienced a fierce battle, their physical strength seemed to have been fully restored after a short rest, and their speed of travel did not slow down at all. Lei Jin occasionally paid attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's situation during the journey. After finding that she could keep up, he did not take extra care of her. After arriving at the second hunting spot, Lei Jin and others did not hide like last time, but voluntarily formed a group of 2 and dispersed to look for something. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang with him, broke 2 branches first, handed one to Jiang Zhuxiang, and explained softly, "This place used to be a place where mutant hares often appeared. The previous superpower team dug many traps here. Xiaxiang used the branches to explore the road before taking a step, so as not to accidentally fall into the trap." Jiang Zhuxiang had seen rabbit traps on the mountains around Shandong Valley before. They didn't look very deep. At least they shouldn't be dangerous for people. So she didn't quite understand Lei Jin's caution. This was also because Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't systematically understood the mutation direction of mutant animals. If she had systematically looked at the mutation direction of mutant animals, she would know that the mutation direction of mutant rabbits was an increase in jumping ability, and she wouldn't have such confusion. Lei Jin didn't notice Jiang Zhuxiang's doubts, but just found a mutant rabbit trap according to his previous impression, and pulled away the dead grass above the trap. After checking, he didn't find any prey, so he covered the dead grass again. Lead Jiang Zhuxiang to other traps. Jiang Zhuxiang found that the trap used to catch mutant hares seemed deeper than his height in the first glance. He was a little confused. Even if the mutant hare fell into it, how could he get it out? After Jiang Zhuxiang followed Lei Jin to check several traps, he finally found a mutant hare in one trap. The mutant hare in it seemed to have just fallen into it, and was still jumping in the trap. Lei Jin contacted other members of his team through the communicator, and asked about their situation. Jiang Zhuxiang could clearly feel the regretful tone of those members. They had not seen the location yet. Lei Jin passed on the news that he had found one, and attached his coordinates. The other team members were very interested, and said they would rush over immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little confused about their mood, and planned to wait quietly. Lei Jin found a flat ground next to the trap, and sat cross-legged, intending to wait for his team members to rush over before taking action. Jiang Zhuxiang found a safer distance, and sat cross-legged as well, waiting silently. The area where the mutant hare was active was quite large. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin waited for about half an hour before all the team members arrived. When Lei Jin saw that everyone was there, he said, "Let's start preparing things." After the words fell, Jiang Zhuxiang saw a rare sight in this life and the previous life. A group of big men sat on the ground and began to pull up the wild grass growing around them, and twist them into ropes. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't understand what they were doing, so he had to follow them silently. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, and his satisfaction with this girl increased again. If you want to quickly integrate into a group, you must act in accordance with the group, even if the action is strange. Obviously, Jiang Zhuxiang understands this very well. It took about half an hour, and everyone prepared a long enough rope and began to tie a loop at one end of the rope. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little awakened when he saw this. It seemed that these people were planning to trap the rabbit in the trap. The following actions verified Jiang Zhuxiang's guess. These people found a favorite position beside the trap and squatted down, waiting for the captain's order. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang to find a suitable position to squat down, and gently told Jiang Zhuxiang the rules of trapping mutant hares. They followed the order. Jiang Zhuxiang had never participated before, so she was arranged to trap the last one, and let her see how others did it. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that she knew, and looked at Lei Jin with a little curiosity as he began to swing the rope to trap the mutant hare that fell into the trap. You need eyesight and luck, which Lei Jin has no shortage of. However, in order to give Jiang Zhuxiang, who participated for the first time, a chance to try, Lei Jin failed to trap it the first time, signaling the next one to trap. Lei Jin continued to whisper to Jiang Zhuxiang about the origin of this activity. Before the big guys appeared, every time the superpowers went out hunting, after they had some harvest, they would come to this area to trap mutant hares as entertainment. It was considered a regular item of hunting. The number of mutant hares caught was also used as a standard to measure whether a man had good eyesight. It was a rare outdoor entertainment in the end times. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Zhen's words while carefully watching the actions of these people. In a team with so many male players, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he might not even have a chance to try. However, after seeing their captain fail, these players tacitly lowered their original accuracy. But they still looked very serious. After this round, when it was Jiang Zhuxiang's turn, the mutant hare was still jumping in the trap. When Jiang Zhuxiang tried seriously, other players whispered to each other, "Why is your accuracy so bad today?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang watched carefully, he still couldn't succeed in his first try as it was his first time doing something like this. In the end, Lei Zhen still caught the mutant rabbit. Chapter 26: A Difficult Lunch. After Lei Zhen caught the mutant hare, he asked his team members to prepare lunch. After relaxing for a while, the team members did feel hungry and consciously started to act according to the previous task assignment. The prey just obtained today needs to be taken back for inspection, so it cannot be eaten. The space ability user took out the necessary tools and appropriate amount of food from the space. The team member set up a simple stove. The water ability user took a few people to wash the ingredients. The fire ability user was responsible for lighting the fire, and the wood ability user was responsible for finding some fresh and edible wild vegetables. Although most of the plants in the wild are mutants now, you can still find some plants that have not mutated. However, most of these plants that have not mutated have strong vitality and are not easily affected by external changes. For example, the wild vegetables that can be found every spring are one of them. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the wild vegetables in his hand and felt that they were normal. He was still shocked. Perhaps only plants that always stick to their own life trajectory can survive in the turmoil of the outside world and not change themselves. After a little sigh, Jiang Zhuxiang still tried his best to do his task. Jiang Zhuxiang was assigned to the water-based superpower by Lei Zhen. If they still act together in the future, he will be responsible for washing the ingredients with the water-based superpower. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel anything about this order. He did what he should do. Lei Zhen's team members have recognized Jiang Zhuxiang's existence along the way and are willing to take care of her a little, although she doesn't seem to need much care. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite moved when he saw the assignment of tasks for Lei Zhen's team members. This man really knows how to tap into everyone's abilities. Moreover, this team is not dominated by the psychics that other families are good at. Other psychics are only arranged 1 or 2 according to needs. Almost every psychic in Lei Zhen's psychic team can exert their own abilities. For Jiang Zhuxiang, this is indeed a place where he can exercise himself well. Jiang Zhuxiang washed the wild vegetables in his hand and handed them to the water psychic. He followed him to the fire psychic's place, intending to observe how the psychic prepared lunch. The other members of Lei Zhen's team would consciously avoid the fire-type superpower when he was preparing to cook, because the fire-type superpower did not have a strong control over his superpowers. Lei Zhen arranged for him to cook in order to train his control over the fire-type superpowers, so there would often be some unexpected situations when he was cooking. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang standing next to the fire-type superpower and not leaving, the other members who were about to leave asked her to avoid him together. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them with some doubts. These members whispered to her the reason. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and knew that these people were taking care of the face of the fire-type superpower. After all, men are not willing to let others see their failures. Jiang Zhuxiang found a place to wait for lunch. And of course, he didn't think about the taste of lunch anymore. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang's mental preparation was not enough. Looking at the things assigned to him, a black mass of stir-fried wild vegetables, a piece of half-cooked barbecued meat, and a bowl of tasteless soup, Jiang Zhuxiang frowned a little distressed. He looked at the others. Some of them stuffed food into their mouths without changing their expressions, while others went to the fire to try to save it. Jiang Zhuxiang tasted the wild vegetables and tasted the burnt taste without surprise. He drank a mouthful of soup. Well, it should not have salt and oil. Jiang Zhuxiang had no urge to taste the barbecued meat at all. In order not to torture his stomach, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bottle of water from his backpack, washed the wild vegetables, removed the burnt parts, and put the rest into the soup bowl, and took the soup bowl and the piece of barbecue to the fire. The space ability user did not put away the cooking tools, obviously because he was used to someone wanting to process them after cooking. At this time, there were indeed people busy by the fire. Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned the pot that had just been used to cooking soup, put the soup, wild vegetables and barbecue in it, poured some water in it, took out a small bottle of salt from his backpack, added some salt, and waited for it to boil. Jiang Zhuxiang actually brought a box of nutritional supplements this time. But considering the taste of the nutritional supplements, Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to use these nutritional supplements unless he really couldn't find food. However, if the future meals are still at this level, Jiang Zhuxiang will have to consider using nutritional supplements to survive. The soup pot boiled. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the food and started to solve this somewhat tortuous lunch. While eating, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the expressions of the people around him and did not see any dissatisfaction. It seemed that they were used to this situation. Were they more tolerant? Lei Jin had been paying attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. Although she was not satisfied with the food, she did not waste it. She solved the problem by herself like her teammates, which made him quite satisfied. It was normal for his teammates to be able to accept their teammates' poor cooking skills and have no complaints. Lei Jin was still worried about Jiang Zhuxiang at first. Lei Jin finished his lunch, took out a fruit from his backpack, and walked towards Jiang Zhuxiang, intending to give it to her. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the fruit handed to her, reached out to take it, and said thank you. Lei Jin sat down next to her and asked, "Is this action acceptable?" Jiang Zhuxiang ate the rest of the bowl in a few bites, rubbed the fruit in her hand, and said, "It's okay. But can't you really consider changing someone to cook?" Lei Jin did not detect any dissatisfaction from Jiang Zhuxiang's tone, as if she was just asking a question. Lei Jin replied, "This is a bit difficult." I don't know what emotion made Lei Jin continue to explain. Although our Lei family has always had more awakenings of thunder-related superpowers, we still pay more attention to other superpowers in the family. Since the existence of our Lei family, the training of the younger generation has always been encouraged to penetrate into all aspects of life. They think that this will allow them to better master their own power. After the superpower appeared, the elders of the family studied how to better train the control of this power. Now this arrangement is also determined by the elders. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Jin's explanation and thought to herself that the elders of the Lei family must be a bunch of old naughty boys, who could even come up with such a way to torment their own young generation. After Lei Jin said this and that, considering that Jiang Zhuxiang was a girl after all, he suggested, "You can prepare your own meals in the future. I'll let Xiaohua save your portion for you." Chapter 27. Gathering in the Laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Xiaohua was talking about the fire-type superpower. From Lei Jin's words, the names of the Lei family seemed to be related to their superpowers. However, Lei Jin's words could not be accepted. If you want to be special in a team, you will be isolated. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "That's not necessary. I heard that you have a lot of ancient books. When you go back, Captain, find some basic cooking skills for him to see. At least, he had to know how to cook the dishes. Otherwise, he would have trained his fire-type superpowers. But would the stomachs of others be spared?" Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang kept these words in his heart and didn't say them out loud. Lei Jin felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's words made sense, so he decided to do it right after he returned, and apologized. "Then you have to be patient for a while." Jiang Zhuxiang was silent in his heart and nodded to show his understanding. Then the two of them waited silently for the others to finish eating. Jiang Zhuxiang nibbled the fruit Lei Jin had just handed to him. I don't know where Lei Jin got this fruit from. It tasted like a plum, but it was like an apple. The other team members stuffed food into their mouths while secretly looking at their captain. What was on their mind was that their captain would have a girlfriend this time. After the meal, a team of people continued to search all the traps in this area, but they did not find the second mutant hare, so they had to go to the next place according to the plan. The next place was the gathering place of mutant moles. At the beginning of the apocalypse, humans had suffered a great loss because of these mutant rats. The reason was that there were too many ants. If there were too many ants, they could bite elephants to death. If there were too many mutant rats, they could eat people. Later, the Academy of Sciences modified the ancient mouse traps and killed a batch of mutant rats. At that time, human food was so scarce that people could eat human flesh. Before the apocalypse, rats were also eaten by people. Getting these rat meat really solved the urgent need for humans. Later, mutant rats were regarded as a common ingredient in the human diet. Jiang Zhuxiang also found out that they were here to catch mutant rats when he arrived at the place. He silently thought that the humans in this world really have no taboos. You know, in the original world, rats are a major cause of plague. When the disciples of Shenong Valley saw the plague, the first thing they did was to confirm whether it was related to rats. Lei Jin still followed the grouping of the mutant rabbits before, and asked the team members to check the traps that were originally set. Although there were some mutant rats hanging on them, it was clear that these mutant rats had been dead for some time. Seeing this situation, Lei Jin already had a guess in his mind that these mutant animals had a stronger sense of danger than humans, and they should have migrated. He also had a guess about the direction of migration, but he still needed to verify it. However, if we want to verify, the number of people we have seems to be insufficient. We will discuss it after checking all the hunting spots. So, Lei Jin's actions were much faster. He didn't have to catch the prey anymore. He just wanted to confirm the number of prey. But in this way, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't speak for himself. It seemed that he would have to find a chance to collect materials later. After running around for an afternoon, Lei Jin led his people back to the shelter before it got dark. He sent Jiang Zhuxiang back first, and then Lei Jin led people back to the Lei family shelter. Let's not talk about how Lei Jin went back to discuss and confirm his guess. After returning to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, Jiang Zhuxiang first looked up the method of processing wheat straw in the Shenong's secret art of plants and trees, recorded it, and went to Yan Lei's laboratory to find materials to prepare the required softener. Wheat straw is easy to break, although it can be used to weave things without softening. It has a limited shelf life, so a softener is necessary. Yan Lei's laboratory was applied for after they returned to the shelter. After the application was approved, Yan Lei gave Jiang Zhuxiang the authority to enter and exit freely. He only stipulated that some dangerous things were not allowed to be touched, and everything else was up to her. So Jiang Zhuxiang would come to the laboratory if she wanted to figure out something or try something. After all, the safety factor is relatively high, and it can also avoid destroying the place where she lives. The ingredients of the softener in the grass and wood chapter cannot be completely found here. Jiang Zhuxiang tried to find one with similar effects. After the configuration was successful, he took a straw and put it into the softener. It would take some time for the softener to take effect, so Jiang Zhuxiang found a cushion to sit down and planned to catch up on his Western medicine studies. Jiang Zhuxiang had downloaded all the Western medicine books from the virtual network and transferred them to the communicator. She could start reading by simply opening the reading function of the communicator. Lei Jin told her about this function after Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned the recipe to him. After all, ancient books are easily damaged if too many people read them. The ancient books in Lei Jin's family are all backed up on the virtual network, but the download requires higher permissions. Jiang Zhuxiang knew about the protection of books in this world, but she still liked this function. After returning to the shelter, she downloaded all the textbooks she needed. She would definitely travel around in the future. Although the signal is everywhere now, it is not very convenient to carry a virtual network port. The communicator is fixed on the wrist, so it does not get in the way. Just like now in the laboratory, researchers are not allowed to connect to the virtual network port for fear of affecting the function of the machine. However, just as Jiang Zhuxiang opened the reading function, the communicator started flashing. When he opened it, Yan Lei's name kept flashing. Jiang Zhuxiang opened it, but before he asked what was going on, Yan Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang's background and said directly, "Xiaoxiang, you are in the laboratory, so I'll come to find you." Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to nod. Yan Lei hung up the communicator without saying a word. Jiang Zhuxiang took the time to read a few books. If Yan Lei came over, he might not have time. The sound of Yan Lei passing the identity verification at the door of the laboratory woke Jiang Zhuxiang up. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up from the ground, put away the cushion, and waited for Yan Lei to talk. Yan Lei was not in a hurry to speak, but first asked what Jiang Zhuxiang was doing. Yan Lei had read Jiang Zhuxiang's experimental records before, and was curious about many of his junior sister's ideas. So Yan Lei would ask every time his junior sister used the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang still used some spring and autumn style to cover up the experimental records. But even so, it still made Yan Lei curious. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice. Every time Yan Lei asked, he could only say what he could say, and he would not lie about what he could not say, but just did not mention it. Chapter 28: An Unexpected Harvest. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to where he was soaking straw in softener and said, "I saw a straw when I went out today. I cut some and brought them back to weave something. When I started, I found that the straw was a bit brittle, so I thought of using chemicals to increase the flexibility of the straw. I am currently experimenting with it, and the specific results will be known tomorrow." Yinlei looked at the light blue liquid in the glass jar, and the light yellow plant stem soaked in it, and said with interest, "Xiaoxiang, call me when you can check the results tomorrow morning." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think his thing had any great value, so he nodded to show that he understood, and continued to ask, "Did you gain anything today?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought that if he hadn't found something today, he wouldn't have come to find him at this time. You know, it will be dinner time in a while, and the two will meet. Yinlei opened the box he brought when he just entered the door, and took out the things one by one. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them. These things included mulberry branches, rattan, bamboo, and even carambola vines and hibiscus. The things used to make paper were almost complete. "How did you find so many things?" "I only collected wheat straw today, and I didn't see anything else," Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously. Yinlei explained lightly, "I sent a copy of the materials you listed to each person who went out with me this time. The materials you listed for me are accompanied by pictures. If they see the same as the pictures, they will help me bring them back. Our Academy of Sciences used to do this when we needed to find materials. It will be much more efficient. Xiaoxiang, you can do this next time you want something. Just give them a copy of the things you made afterwards." Yinlei gave Jiang Zhuxiang some advice on how to act in the future. After listening to Yinlei's explanation, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was a bit silly for him to collect materials by himself. When he was in Shenong Valley before, he only collected all the herbs he needed for the first time, and then he gave them to the servants in the valley to do when he needed them in large quantities. When he came here, he wanted to collect materials by himself because he couldn't fully trust the people here. It really felt like he was getting half the result with twice the effort. From Yinlei's words, it can be seen that people in this world believe in equal exchange. As long as there is benefit, people are happy to do something in advance in exchange for future benefits. Jiang Zhuxiang looked through the things on the ground and nodded to show that he was learning. It seemed that he could start making paper after processing the wheat straw. However, would anyone want paper besides himself? This seemed to be a problem. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to test his senior brother's mood first. Does anyone still want to use paper to write? Of course. Paper is now a very popular gift among the upper class. No one thought about preserving paper, which cannot be eaten, in the end of the world. Now when they want to be refined, they still value this kind of thing. Yinlei was a little curious about his junior sister's question. Looking at the materials on the ground, he reacted and asked, "Do you want to try making paper?" My junior sister's ideas are always different from others. Yinlei thought silently in his heart when he asked the question. Jiang Zhuxiang sorted the things on the ground and put them away, nodded and said, "Well, I want to give it a try." Yinlei always supported his junior sister's ideas as long as there was no danger. Now, he just asked, "Xiaoxiang, do you have any ideas? Do you want me to help you find some old information?" Yinlei's authority on the virtual network is higher than Jiang Zhuxiang, so he said so. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very sure that the virtual network would record these more ancient paper-making methods. People in this world seem to prefer machines instead of manual labor, and he had a specific method of paper-making, so he didn't need to look for it again. However, if he didn't want others to doubt him, it seemed better to let Yinlei look for it. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "If it's not troublesome, you can help me find it. But I think it's very likely that I can't find a specific method." Yinlei had some understanding of the data input done by the Academy of Sciences before. At that time, the person in charge of this aspect once lamented that some things were not preserved in time. But the words had been spoken and the work had to be done. So Yinlei had to say, "I will try my best to help you find it. You have to find it before you know if it exists. If it exists, you can avoid some detours." Yinlei said this, and he had already calculated in his mind that if he couldn't find something with his authority, he would go to the dean. The dean's authority was the highest level. If he couldn't find it, it meant that it really didn't survive. Yinlei helped Jiang Zhuxiang pack up the things for later use. After packing up, Yinlei brought Jiang Zhuxiang to the trading area of the Academy of Sciences shelter. Some family members of the Academy were doing small business here, and some people were selling edibles. If the people of the Academy of Sciences didn't want to drink nutritional supplements, they would come here to have a bite. The main purpose of Yinlei bringing Jiang Zhuxiang here this time was to give her a bite. And secondly, he wanted her to know this place, so that she could come here by herself when she didn't have time in the future. Yinlei was quite attentive to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little interested in this place, that Yin Lei had mentioned once before. When he walked in, he started to see what was different from the market in his previous world, because the shelter is located inside the mountain. Considering the use of space and the solidity of the mountain, all buildings are basically expanded downwards. This trading area is located on the first underground floor. This is also considering the idea that many large supermarkets would be arranged on the first underground floor before the end of the world, so as to make people live in a familiar environment as much as possible and reduce the sense of uneasiness of people in the shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang felt very magical about this. You know, in the previous world, the underground was basically used to store things. This is also the difference between Jiang Zhuxiang's previous world and the current world. The dense population makes humans come up with various ways to find space on the earth. Yin Lei asked after he walked in, "Should we go eat something first or go shopping first?" Jiang Zhuxiang had already digested the food he had eaten outside at noon, and with an empty stomach, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Let's go eat something first." Yin Lei nodded to show that he knew. But Yin Lei had only been to this place once before with his colleagues. The food there tasted okay to him, and he didn't know if Jiang Zhuxiang could accept it. So he mentioned it before going. The food here may taste average. Chapter 29 New Currency. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "It will taste better than the nutritional supplements. Otherwise you wouldn't have brought me here, right?" Yin Lei thought about it, and smiled as he led the way for Jiang Zhuxiang in front, thinking silently in his heart that Xiaoxiang was actually joking. The two walked quickly for 2 minutes, and came to the snack stand that Yin Lei had been to before. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the place, and found that although it looked small, it was still clean. "I just don't know if the food tastes as Yin Lei said." Yin Lei found an empty table, and led Jiang Zhuxiang to sit down. A woman of a certain age quickly came over, and handed over a one-page menu. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the woman. She didn't look like someone who needed to work. He planned to ask Yin Lei about this later. Yin Lei handed the menu to Jiang Zhuxiang, wanting her to order first. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't reach out to take it. She just said, "You've been here. Just order something." Yin Lei thought about it, took back the menu, made some marks on it, and handed it back to the woman standing by their table. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the woman leave with the menu with a smile on her face, and curiously asked the question he wanted to ask just now. "I don't think she needs to work. Do you know why?" Yin Lei reacted to who Jiang Zhuxiang was talking about, and explained, "The essence of this trading area is not for trading. It is more for these family members who have nothing to do to find something to do, so that they don't feel lonely. After all, some researchers will take some time to come out once they enter the laboratory." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yin Lei's words, and thought of the families of the military households in his previous world. After the men in the family went to the battlefield, these women could only rely on busyness to relieve their loneliness. I think it is similar to the situation here. The good thing is that someone in this world took the initiative to think of this. After solving a question, Jiang Zhuxiang quietly waited for the food to be served, and Yin Lei took the initiative to pour a glass of water for the two. Not long after waiting, the food ordered by Yin Lei was served. It looked like noodles and smelled good. Jiang Zhuxiang took the chopsticks in his right hand, and the soup spoon in his left hand. He first drank a mouthful of soup carefully. The soup of the noodles looked clear and tasted delicious. After tasting the soup, Jiang Zhuxiang picked up a chopstick of noodles and tasted it. He felt that it was still edible, and then continued to eat silently. Yin Lei watched Jiang Zhuxiang's movements, and saw that she looked okay. So he started eating without any worries. For a while, there was only the sound of two people eating at the table. After eating, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a handkerchief to wipe the soup from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered that he didn't seem to have money on him. He silently turned his attention to Yin Lei, wondering if he had money. If he didn't, would they have to eat a free meal? Yin Lei finished eating earlier than Jiang Zhuxiang. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang finish eating, he waved to indicate that they needed to pay the bill. The woman just came over, and Yin Lei brought up the interface of the communicator. The woman did the same. When the two light screens touched, Yin Lei turned off the communicator and indicated that Jiang Zhuxiang could leave. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little confused. He hadn't bought anything since he came here. He really didn't know what the money here was, and how it could be transferred through the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yin Lei out and asked carefully, "What did you pay to that person instead of money just now?" Yin Lei patted his head in annoyance when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question. During this period, he saw that his junior sister behaved normally, But he forgot to popularize these daily knowledge to her. And she didn't even know what she needed to buy things now. However, it's better to take action than to be annoyed. Yin Lei immediately explained to Jiang Zhuxiang, I forgot to tell you that what you need to buy things now is contribution points. Just like the money before. Contribution points are generally transferred directly to people's communicators. When buying things, they are directly transferred through the communicator. Of course, the method of obtaining this kind of thing can be seen from the name. People need to complete certain tasks to obtain it. As Yin Lei explained, he opened his communicator again and adjusted it to the interface just used for trading. Jiang Zhuxiang could see a string of numbers on it. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yin Lei's example and opened his communicator to the same interface. He was shocked to find that his numbers seemed to be much larger than Yin Lei's. Yin Lei turned off the communicator and continued to explain. The contribution value was pushed out after the base was established for a period of time. At that time, the crystal cores and food of zombies could be exchanged for contribution value. It was a means for the base to collect materials and crystal cores. Later, it became a conventional currency. Everyone's contribution value can only be transferred voluntarily, which is more secure than keeping materials or crystal cores on oneself. This is also the reason why people are willing to accept this currency. Xiaxiang, you should have seen how much your contribution value is. That was transferred to you by the teacher and the master's wife before they died. Of course, the way to get contribution value now is to complete certain tasks. There are places to post and accept tasks in this trading area. Xiaxiang, if you are interested in the future, you can go and have a look. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yin Lei's explanation, and his worries about having such a large contribution value gradually disappeared. However, if the Academy of Sciences has tasks, the other three should also have them, and they should be able to accept tasks across regions. Jiang Zhuxiang asked. Yin Lei nodded and explained. The forces that cooperate with each other will make their tasks public to each other, and all families can accept them. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little interested in the place where tasks can be posted and accepted. Just after dinner, he suggested going there to take a look. Yin Lei said that there was no problem. He just wanted to see if there was a task suitable for him. The two slowly walked to the place with the most traffic in the trading area. Arriving at this place, Jiang Zhuxiang saw 4 glittering characters above the gate, Task Hall. This naming style is really straightforward. Following Yin Lei in, seeing the line in front of the window, Jiang Zhuxiang silently thought that there were so many people in the Academy of Sciences. The big screen above the window displayed various information, including information about tasks being accepted, information about new tasks just released, and information about finding someone to complete tasks together. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little dazzled and felt his sleeves being pulled. Jiang Zhuxiang reacted and turned to Yin Lei. Yin Lei said, I'm going to check and accept tasks over there. Do you want to go with me? Yin Lei pointed to the place where many single display screens were placed. Chapter 30 Mission Hall. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he would go. But if that was the place to receive missions, then this window was the place to hand in missions. But wasn't it said that all the people in the Academy of Sciences were otakus? How could there be so many people handing in missions? Followed Yin Lei to the place to check and receive missions, and looked at what missions were available with Yin Lei. Yin Lei touched the screen with his hand, and the screen lit up, and a rigorous background interface appeared, which clearly displayed 2 items, Mission Query and Mission Acceptance. Yin Lei first clicked on the Mission Query. The screen interface changed, and 2 simple items appeared, Local Mission Query and Ally Mission Query. Yin Lei first clicked on the Local Task Query, and after a quick glance, he quickly took on the tasks that could be done without leaving the house, and then began to look at the less dangerous outing tasks. After seeing Yin Lei's actions, Jiang Zhuxiang knew why so many people came to hand in tasks. Most of the tasks they handed in were tasks that could be done without leaving the house, such as helping others deal with research materials, or assisting others in research, etc., which were tasks that were very suitable for the nature of a technical geek. Yin Lei took on a less dangerous outing task. In fact, the Academy of Sciences does not have many outing tasks. Generally, tasks that require going out will be directly entrusted to allies. So Yin Lei has little room to choose. The task Yin Lei took on this time was to collect materials, which was commissioned by others. In addition to the tasks issued by the Academy of Sciences, the task hall also allows people in need to issue commission tasks, and the contribution value of the commission tasks is paid by the commissioner himself. Yin Lei is more cautious when accepting outbound tasks. And he only accepts one at a time to prevent himself from failing to complete it, and affecting the research progress of those who need materials. After closing the local task query interface, Yin Lei opened the ally task query interface. Yin Lei did not intend to accept the allies' tasks, because most of the allies' tasks must require going out. And he just clicked it to let Jiang Zhuxiang take a look. After clicking on this interface, Jiang Zhuxiang really moved closer, wanting to see more clearly. There are 3 items on the ally task query interface, which clearly show the Lei family task query, Yin family task query, and Jin family task query. Yin Lei took the initiative to give up the screen and let Jiang Zhuxiang check it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang first clicked on the Lei family task query and found that the latest task on it was to investigate the migration trends of mutant animals. It was a group task that allowed teams to carry out. As long as there were images of mutant animals, they could get corresponding contribution points. Of course, the clearer the data, the more contribution points they could get. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked to enter this task and wanted to see the specific requirements. The screen showed the teams that had accepted the task. Lei Jing's superpower team was in the first position, and the other teams were arranged below. There is a button that leads directly to the task acceptance interface on this interface. Jiang Zhuxiang clicks the button to switch the interface to the task acceptance interface. There are 2 options here: to form a team to accept the task, and to join other teams to accept the task. Jiang Zhuxiang chose to join other teams to accept the task. Here, as before, the teams that have accepted the task are displayed. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked the button to apply to join the team on Lei Jin's superpower team, and needed to wait for the response from the other side. Jiang Zhuxiang motioned Yin Lei to come over and ask, "Should I wait here?" Yin Lei looked at the information on the screen and explained directly, "It's okay. There is no need to wait here. The information here is bound to the personal communicator. If there is a message, it will be sent directly to the communicator, and the corresponding task information will also be sent to you. However, Xiaoxiang, are you sure you want to accept this task? There are many places to go for this task, and your body may not be able to bear it." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and answered Yin Lei's concerns. "It's okay. I'm just applying to try. They may not accept it. Right? Even if they accept it, I worked with them last time, and I got along well with them. They will protect me. What's more, I don't necessarily need their protection." Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. Yin Lei listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, thought about it, and felt that it made sense. So he stood aside and let Jiang Zhuxiang continue to check. After Jiang Zhuxiang accepted this task, he didn't plan to accept other outing tasks. It was not very appropriate to accept other tasks. If Lei Jin approved his application, according to Lei Jin's code of conduct, he would definitely set out as soon as possible to do it, and he would not have time to stay in the shelter of the Academy of Sciences to do things. Jiang Zhuxiang just looked at what tasks there were, and it would be easier to choose when he came next time. At this time in the evening, the tasks are handed over frequently. Jiang Zhuxiang did not look for a long time, and took the initiative to give it to other people who really wanted to take the task. Yin Lei took Jiang Zhuxiang to continue to visit the trading area. Jiang Zhuxiang could not help but sigh that people's vitality is still relatively tenacious. In such an unfavorable living condition in the end of the world, there are still people who can think of making their lives better. Looking at the various shops in the trading area, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little overwhelmed. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not see what he wanted to buy, so he just simply strolled around. Yin Lei wanted to say several times that he should go back to rest, but was ignored by Jiang Zhuxiang. Yin Lei felt that he had brought trouble upon himself. He knew that women, no matter how old they were, had the ability to have infinite physical strength when they went shopping. He actually took the initiative to offer to accompany his junior sister to visit the trading area. It was indeed a case of asking for trouble. After Jiang Zhuxiang walked around the entire trading area, he found Yin Lei looking sad and asked in surprise, "Brother, your physical strength seems to be weaker than mine?" Yin Lei nodded helplessly and said, "Can we go back now?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. I'm done shopping." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the hobby of shopping in the previous world. Every time he went to the market, he would just replenish the things he urgently needed, because his master didn't restrict him from going out. He didn't think the market was very novel. After coming here, because he didn't know enough about this world, he walked around for a long time this time. And Yin Lei suffered. Yanlei walked back with Jiang Zhuxiang. Yanlei felt that the only thing he was thankful for was that his junior sister didn't buy a lot of things, like his mother did every time she went shopping. And he had to act as a porter. After returning to their residence, the two said goodbye outside the door and went into their own homes. After Jiang Zhuxiang washed up, he practiced instead of resting, waiting for tomorrow's day. Chapter 31 Successful Application. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the notification sound of the communicator receiving a message. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up from the cushion and moved his hands and feet. He was not very tired after practicing all night, but it was just a habitual movement. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked on the message on the communicator. The message was sent by the task hall. It seemed that his previous application had been responded to, but he didn't know whether it was approved or rejected. After reading the beginning, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that his application was approved. After relaxing, Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the washroom while reading. The message in the task hall was nothing more than telling himself the details of the task, including the requirements of the task and the team to complete the task together. Jiang Zhuxiang started to wash after reading it. When Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the washroom, he received another message on the communicator. The sender's name was Lei Zhen. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked it. The wording of this message was relatively relaxed. Lei Zhen emphasized that Jiang Zhuxiang should wait for them in the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. The departure time of this mission, and the amount of things that needed to be prepared this time. After all, this mission would not be completed within one day. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the lists and thought silently about where to put them. However, according to Lei Zhen's habit of organizing the team, there should be space ability people involved. I just don't know if I will be allowed to put things at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhuxiang edited a message to ask Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen replied with a simple yes. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the departure time of this mission again and determined that he should be able to prepare. In addition to developing nutritional supplements, the Academy of Sciences also developed meal replacement powder, which can provide sufficient nutrition and taste slightly better than nutritional supplements. Jiang Zhuxiang often used this powder to replace breakfast after returning to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. After brewing it with water, he could still smell a little bit of soy milk. After eating breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang first went to the indoor gymnasium to practice physical skills for nearly an hour. After taking a shower in the bathroom of the gymnasium, Jiang Zhuxiang walked towards Yanlei's laboratory to see how the straw softening effect he put in the softener last night was. Yanlei was already in the laboratory, processing an experimental material. Jiang Zhuxiang looked over, and it seemed to be the item that Yanlei needed to complete the task he took yesterday. Yanlei knew about it when Jiang Zhuxiang came in. He said hello to Jiang Zhuxiang only after he had finished dealing with the things in his hands. He cleaned up the laboratory table first and motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to move the glass jar with the softener over. Jiang Zhuxiang held the handle of the glass jar and moved it to the laboratory table easily. Yanlei walked aside to see how Jiang Zhuxiang handled it. Jiang Zhuxiang put on isolation gloves, which is a safety guarantee and safety requirement for experimental personnel in the laboratory. He took the straw out of the softener with tweezers and put it in a glass dish. Yanlei asked with interest, Xiaoxiang, how are you going to verify its effect? Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the soaked straw with his hands and rubbed it. After about 10 minutes, he put the straw back into the glass dish and picked it up with tweezers. The straw was still intact. Yanlei was a little surprised when he tried it himself. He found that the soaked wheat straw was really like a completely different thing. He could move it in any way. Looking at the effect, Yanlei felt that the softener should be used for more than just softening wheat straw. He asked Jiang Zhuxiang for his opinion. Xiaoxiang, can you give me the formula of this softener? I think it has more uses than just this. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, the formula is in the experimental record. You can check it out yourself. The laboratory experimental records are all entered on the terminal. As long as you have the permission, you can check it out. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to hide the formula from the beginning. There are many such things in Shanong's secret technique. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't feel sorry at all. Yanlei checked Jiang Zhuxiang's experimental record on the terminal, looking at the clear and intuitive formula recorded on it. He planned to try to configure it himself after a while. However, this kind of formula can be exchanged for contribution points. Yanlei would not take Jiang Zhuxiang's things for nothing. After checking, Yanlei walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and motioned her to turn on the communicator. After some operation, he transferred a contribution value to her. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yanlei's actions a little speechless. But for Yin Lei, this contribution value should not be a big deal. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse. Jiang Zhuxiang already knew the function of the softener. He found a glass jar of the largest size, poured all the softeners in the bottle that had been configured before into it, dragged out the box of straw from under the laboratory table, put all the straw in it, and then put the glass jar in a place where it would not be in the way. When Yin Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang busy, he remembered that he had promised to help find information about ancient papermaking. So he asked directly, Xiaoxiang, do you have anything else to do today? Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to indicate that he had no information. Yin Lei saw this and directly suggested, then let's go to the dean later. Didn't he say last time that he would help you find information about papermaking? Let's go directly to the dean to check. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Yin Lei was so interested and nodded in agreement. Yin Lei checked whether the various instruments in the laboratory were turned off. After confirming, he left the laboratory with Jiang Zhuxiang and walked towards the dean's office. The dean basically doesn't do experiments by himself now. His work is basically overall planning. So he spends more time in the office. Arriving at the door of the dean's office, Yin Lei knocked on the door. After hearing the voice of come in, Yin Lei pushed the door open and entered. The dean looked up from the documents and saw the two people coming in. He said with some emotion, "Why did you two think of looking for me today?" Yin Lei said a little embarrassedly, "I'm busy these days. I will definitely come to see you often when I have time in the future." After the greetings, Yin Lei explained his intentions. The dean directly opened the permissions and let Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang check it themselves. Yin Lei entered papermaking on the virtual network, and only the explanation of one of the 4 great inventions in ancient times appeared on it. Yin Lei looked at the result a little speechlessly, and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked, "What should I do?" Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought that he could find any information, and he didn't need it, so there was no reason to be disappointed. He comforted Yin Lei, "It's okay. I can try it slowly by myself. I don't need other people's information. It's more likely to do it myself." The dean didn't know what the two children were looking for, but it should be about research. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, he expressed his support. Xiaoxiang is right. People in our Academy of Sciences need this kind of courage to try. Chapter 32 Prepare Food. After hearing what the dean said, Yin Lei had to close the virtual network port in dismay. He originally thought that he could help his junior sister. Recently, the junior sister has become more and more independent, and she always feels that she is not needed. Jiang Zhuxiang comforted Yin Lei sincerely, "Brother, you see, the dean agrees with my idea, so you don't have to worry. If there are any difficulties, I will ask you for help." The more Jiang Zhuxiang gets along with Yin Lei, the more he feels that his senior brother is a person who likes to worry a lot. Just like the senior brother of Shenong Valley, who is very attentive to the junior brothers and sisters below. This is also the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang allows Yin Lei to ask about his affairs repeatedly. Since they couldn't find the information they needed, they couldn't stay in the dean's office all the time. So they planned to say hello to the dean and leave. The dean saw that the two were about to leave, and said, "Yin Lei, bring Xiaoxiang to my house more often when you have time. The two children have never come to my house since they had a meal last time. Children nowadays are really becoming more and more unreliable." The dean thought silently. "Okay, dean. Xiaoxiang and I will go when we have time." Yin Lei answered seriously, although he didn't know when he would be free. Since the last time the dean's wife failed to recognize her goddaughter, she would mention Jiang Zhuxiang's name in front of the dean from time to time, and she would not forget to prepare a portion of good things for Jiang Zhuxiang. She felt that she treated Jiang Zhuxiang as her own daughter, so Yin Lei was more respectful to this lady, and occasionally expressed his feelings for Jiang Zhuxiang. Under the pressure from the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang also regarded her as a respectable elder, but still could not regard her as a mother. After Yin Lei said goodbye to the dean, he took Jiang Zhuxiang back and planned to go back to the laboratory to continue the previous things. Before arriving at the laboratory, Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei mentioned that his application was approved. Yin Lei was quite surprised. When Jiang Zhuxiang applied to join the team, Yin Lei carefully looked at the team members. This was a pure male team. If it was some simple tasks, it would be fine to allow Jiang Zhuxiang to follow. It was really incredible that such a large-scale task would allow Jiang Zhuxiang to join. Do they have the energy to take care of you for this kind of mission? Xiaoxiang? Yin Lei's tone was quite cautious, fearing that his junior sister would think he looked down on her. Jiang Zhuxiang said in a normal tone, I can take care of myself. Now I'm going to prepare the things I need. I won't go to the laboratory yet. I have to leave tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang calculated the amount of things he needed to prepare in his mind while talking to Yin Lei. The message Lei Jin sent to him seemed to mention that he needed to prepare things for 5 days. He needed to hurry up and prepare them according to the last list. He would take the list to the trading area and buy them directly. He didn't have any inventory of such easily consumable items in his personal space. He prepared them before he went out. While Jiang Zhuxiang was silently thinking about what she needed to prepare, Yin Lei whispered in her ear, Xiaoxiang, you must follow the team closely. Don't mess around when you encounter mutant animals and plants. Girls just need to protect themselves. If you can't bear it, send me a message and I will find someone to pick you up. Jiang Zhuxiang listened with one ear and the other, accompanied Yin Lei to the door of the laboratory, and listened to Yin Lei's nagging for a while. After a while, she successfully left to do her own thing. Jiang Zhuxiang called up the last list from the communicator and went directly to the trading area. The last time she acted with Lei Jin and others. The food was provided by Lei Jin and others. At that time, they were the team members who took care of the allies. But this time, it was a serious mission. So it was better to prepare the food by yourself. After all, if you are always impolite, it is easy to wear out other people's favor. You still need to be polite occasionally. For this more serious task, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to prepare dry goods that were easier to carry, such as bread and biscuits, which were more convenient to eat. He also planned to get some nutritional supplements to take with him, just in case. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a bakery when he was visiting the trading area last time, and this time he went there with a clear goal. When he stepped into the bakery, he heard a gentle welcome. Jiang Zhuxiang did not pay attention to who was behind the counter. He thought it should be a gentle middle-aged lady. Jiang Zhuxiang looked directly at the bread and biscuits placed in the glass cabinet. There were clear material descriptions in front of each bread and biscuit. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw it, he couldn't help but sigh that people's creativity is sometimes amazing. These breads and biscuits are actually made with meal replacement powder and mutant cow milk. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang also saw several breads and biscuits with more outrageous prices. The materials shown on them were actually made with normal wheat flour and mutant cow milk. It seems that the owner of this store should have a complicated background. Not many people can get normal wheat flour now, let alone use it to make things for sale. However, this matter has nothing to do with Jiang Zhuxiang. She is just a person who comes to buy things. Although Jiang Zhuxiang has a lot of contribution points, she still does not intend to buy those breads made of wheat flour that are a bit ridiculously expensive. She just selected a few breads and biscuits made of meal replacement powder and put them in a small box taken from the entrance of the bakery, and carried them to the store clerk to check out. When they got to the cashier counter and faced each other, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was her, while the dean's wife behind the cashier counter was much more surprised and said cheerfully, "It's really rare to see Xiaoxiang come out to buy things." After saying that, the dean's wife looked down to check what Jiang Zhuxiang had chosen. When she found that they were all breads and biscuits made of meal replacement powder, she did not say much. She helped Jiang Zhuxiang pack them first, and accepted the contribution points transferred by Jiang Zhuxiang. But when Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to say goodbye, the dean's wife asked him to stay. "Xiaoxiang, wait a minute. A new batch of bread is coming out of the oven. I'll pack it for you, and help me taste it, and give me some advice." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the excuses of the dean's wife, and it was difficult to refuse her kindness. So he had to sit down on the sofa in the store and wait. In addition to selling bread, this bakery is also a place to kill time. There is a virtual network port on the small table in front of the sofa, which allows people who come in to access the internet. Only people like the dean's wife can afford such a configuration. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't wait long. The dean sent someone to bring out a 3-layer food box and told Jiang Zhuxiang, "If the food here is left outside, it is best to eat it within 2 days. If it is placed in the space of the space ability user, it doesn't matter how long it is left." Chapter 33, Exploring the Migration of Mutant Animals. Jiang Zhuxiang slightly opened the lid of the food box and smelled the tempting aroma leaking out. He knew that there should be bread and biscuits made of real wheat flour inside. If he really accepted it, it would be a bit of a bargain. He showed a refusal on his face and looked up at the dean's wife, intending to refuse. But when he raised his head, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the dean's wife's serious expression, and he couldn't say no. He had to bring back the dean's wife when he saw the ingredients suitable for making food in return. Jiang Zhuxiang personally believed that people who like to make food have a strong desire to collect ingredients. Jiang Zhuxiang took the food box from the dean's wife and said goodbye to her softly. She still needed to prepare other things. After getting enough food at the bakery, the next thing to prepare was some water. Although there must be water-based superpowers in Lei Zhen's team, it is not good to trouble others all the time. What you can prepare should be prepared. The places selling water in the trading area are basically opened by the families of water-based superpowers, and the water in them can be drunk directly. Before Jiang Zhuxiang went in, he found a hidden place to put the food he had bought before into his personal space. After entering the water store, he directly chose the largest package of water. He bought a total of 4 bottles. After transferring the contribution points, the clerk asked if he needed help to transport them. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's figure, it didn't look like he could carry such heavy 4 bottles of water. Jiang Zhuxiang refused, picked up 2 bottles in each hand, and walked out of the store. The clerk muttered behind him, saying that this person was a supernatural power person. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room with 4 bottles of water. It was more convenient to carry water and food by himself. But if he took out 4 large bottles of water to use, his personal space would be exposed. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhuxiang remembered that the water bottles he had used before should still be in his personal space, which was just right for him to pack these bottles separately. He did it right away. Jiang Zhuxiang arranged the used water bottles on the ground one by one, rinsed them briefly, and started to fill them with water. It took about half an hour to fill the 4 bottles of water and put them all in his personal space. He could put a few bottles in his backpack to hide them from others. After finding the backpack and checking whether the things inside were usable and confirming that there were no omissions, Jiang Zhuxiang's preparations were complete. Looking at the time, lunchtime had long passed. Jiang Zhuxiang simply filled a tube of nutrient solution and planned to go to the laboratory. Yan Lei was still busy processing materials. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the straw soaked in the softener. Recalled the time of immersion before, marked the time of removal on it, and set a reminder on the terminal at that time, asking his senior brother to help deal with it. And the processing method was also detailed on it. After the straw matter was dealt with, Jiang Zhuxiang turned out the paper-making materials that Yan Lei had helped find before, and planned to make some preliminary preparations first. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to make the easiest rattan paper first. Cut the rattan into appropriate lengths, and put them in a suitable container for soaking. It would take some time for the rattan to disperse into fibers. Yan Lei's help should not be needed. When he comes back from going out, he should be able to proceed to the next step. In addition to this, paper medicine also needs to be prepared in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the carambola vine and hibiscus, and then found 2 suitable glass jars. Put water in them, and put the carambola vine and hibiscus in them respectively. After a while, these 2 plants will have an extract, which is the paper medicine needed. This is also a process that takes time. Jiang Zhuxiang put the 3 new glass jars together with the glass jars that soaked the wheat straw before, so as not to be disposed of by his senior brother. After Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, he decided to take a break and walked to Yan Lei to watch him deal with things. Yan Lei felt his junior sister approaching and asked while busy, "Have you prepared everything you need?" Jiang Zhuxiang said him to answer. After looking for a while, he remembered the matter of wheat straw and walked to the terminal to input the things he needed to input. Then he said to Yan Lei, "Big brother, please help me deal with my wheat straw while I'm outside. I have already entered the time and how to deal with it on the terminal." Yan Lei nodded to show that he knew. Jiang Zhuxiang went over to look at what Yan Lei was dealing with, and found a set of equipment to help him deal with it. With the cooperation of the 2, they finished what they needed to deal with today in advance. They went to the trading area to have dinner, and went back to their rooms. Jiang Zhuxiang still practiced instead of sleeping. The light spots in his dantian were already full. If someone could see the inside of Jiang Zhuxiang's body, they would find that Jiang Zhuxiang's dantian was a bit like a shining sun. If he didn't have to go out tomorrow, Jiang Zhuxiang could have already started to impact the first level of Shenong's secret technique. But there was no harm in accumulating more, Jiang Zhuxiang thought, so when he woke up at 5 in the morning, because it was mentioned before that he could put the things he needed with the space ability user, Jiang Zhuxiang packed the clothes and toiletries he was going to change into a small suitcase, dragged it, and stood at the door of the shelter waiting for Lei Zhen's ability team. At the agreed time, Lei Zhen's team of psychics appeared outside the shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out immediately after seeing them. Lei Jin was not surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang's suitcase, because they had almost as many things as Jiang Zhuxiang. In fact, the people in the psychic team were a little surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang had so few things. In their impression, women often need twice as many things as they do when they go out. The space psychic stepped forward and put away Jiang Zhuxiang's suitcase, saying, "Just tell me when you want to use it. Don't be embarrassed." This is the second cooperation between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin's psychic team. There is no need to say anything more to each other, and they can start the mission directly. This time, Lei Jin did not make a plan in advance and set off with a clear goal, but followed the instructions of the instrument. This instrument was sponsored by the Academy of Sciences, and can explore the breadth of different mutant animals, as long as the mutant animals have been caught. Lei Jin is not good at this kind of instrument. This time, a metal mutant in the team operated the instrument, and the others followed behind. Every time they walked for a while, they needed to stop and confirm the direction. The whole team was not moving fast. They first came to the place where the mutant wild boar was captured last time. There is a concentrated activity area of mutant wild boars here, and even the crustal movement has not changed. Chapter 34: Dangerous Animals That Do Not Migrate. When Lei Jin and his team of superpowers arrived nearby, a large group of mutant wild boars were rolling in the mud. As for the mutant wild boars, Lei Jin and his team of superpowers did not dare to provoke a group even when they were in urgent need of food, and would only attack the lone wild boars. After Lei Jin and his team saw the mutant wild boars from a distance, they approached carefully. After being able to see the mutant wild boars clearly, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a small flying camera from his backpack, turned on the switch and released it. Speaking of which, the main reason why Jiang Zhuxiang's application was approved by Lei Jin and his team was that she was an internal staff member of the Academy of Sciences. The things developed by the Academy of Sciences could be used for free, and as long as they could be brought back intact, there was no need to pay any price. This matter was figured out when Jiang Zhuxiang was stuffed with a bunch of things by her senior brother before she set off. Although psychics can also record images, it requires a relatively close distance, and psychics have to restore the images themselves with a brush after recording them, which is cumbersome. In addition, if there are psychics who do not want to take risks, they will create images randomly. This has also led to the fact that people have a higher trust in machines than in humans in the last 100 years of the last world. Of course, every member of Lei Jin's psychic team can be absolutely trusted. The reason why psychics are not allowed to do this is still to consider the safety of the team members. The psychic team waited for a while, and the flying camera released by Jiang Zhuxiang completed the task and returned. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the camera, and Lei Jin and others continued to move forward according to the instructions of the instrument. This time, they chose a more dangerous animal, the mutant wolf. Although the taste of wolf meat is not very good, humans in the last world still like wolf skin very much. The mutated wolves still did not change their habit of hiding during the day and coming out at night. At this time, the entire mutant wolf pack was sunbathing in the sun. However, the wolves were much more alert than wild boars. Before the mutation, they could already fight in a group and had certain tactics. The combat effectiveness and alertness of the mutated wolves should not be underestimated. According to legend, there are sentinel wolves in the wolf pack. Lei Jin and others acted more carefully. If they were discovered by the mutant wolf pack, it was uncertain how many of them would be left. When Lei Jin and others could see the individual mutant wolves moving outside the wolf pack, Lei Jin and others found a place to hide before letting Jiang Zhuxiang release the flying camera. Fortunately, the camera was very small, and even if it was discovered by the wolf pack, it would only be considered a bug. Lei Jin's team of superpowers had fought with a lone mutant wolf before, and only injured the mutant wolf, and finally let it escape. Having experienced the fighting power of the mutant wolf, the atmosphere of the entire superpower team was particularly quiet while waiting. In the previous world, when Jiang Zhuxiang was outdoors, wolf repellent was a must-have item. Even though the medicine smelled bad, Jiang Zhuxiang would apply it at night. After seeing the mutant wolf in this world, Jiang Zhuxiang began to consider getting the wolf repellent. Otherwise his life safety would really be unsafe, because the distance this time was relatively far. The flying camera came back much slower than last time, but no one in the superpower team was impatient. After Jiang Zhuxiang got it, Lei Jin led the superpower team to carefully leave the wolf's territory. The atmosphere of the superpower team finally relaxed after walking a few thousand meters away from the wolf pack. Lei Jin looked at the time on the communicator, and it was almost time for lunch. There was a river beach not far ahead, and Leijin indicated, "Let's go there to rest and finish lunch." The members of the superpower team had no objection, but just followed Leijin silently. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how the members of Leijin's superpower team were selected. The personnel for the last mission and this mission were exactly the same. It seemed that no matter what the mission was, only these few people were needed to do it. And the trust between them was also very high. Xiaohua, who was in charge of cooking last time, was still in charge of cooking, and the others still followed the assigned teams. Although Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to eat with them this time, he still went to help. While Jiang Zhuxiang was busy with his own work, he listened to the chats of the team members around him. He listened to them talking about Xiaohua being asked by his captain to learn recipes. He speculated whether Xiaohua's cooking skills would improve today. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. Leijin is quite obedient to other people's opinions. After finishing his own work, Jiang Zhuxiang found a clean stone on the river beach and sat down, intending to start eating first. After Leijin finished what he should do, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang sitting on the river beach. He walked over steadily, and saw Jiang Zhuxiang taking out a piece of bread and a bottle of water and preparing to eat. Leijin found a stone to sit down opposite Jiang Zhuxiang. "Xiaoxiang, are you hungry? Xiaohua's meal should be ready soon. I asked him to memorize several recipes last time. The food should be much better this time." After seeing Leijin sitting opposite him, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little undecided about whether to eat the bread in his hand or not. "Captain Lei, is it really okay for you to treat me as your own? I seem to have only cooperated with you once." Jiang Zhuxiang had to bring out the words he saw when applying to join Leijin's team. "When I applied to join your team, I saw that your requirement was to take care of your own food. So I prepared bread and biscuits instead of rice." Leijin found a piece of wood on the riverbank and slowly carved it with his thunder ability. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words, he looked up at her and said, "That's the requirement for people who cooperate with us for the first time. It's written down in consideration of Xiaohua's cooking skills. You have successfully completed a mission with us. We are planning to accept you as our reserve team member. We have prepared your share of food. It will be a waste if you don't eat it." This is the longest speech Jiang Zhuxiang has heard Leijin say since he met him. "But she has a question. Why didn't anyone else apply to join your team except me? I thought I could see some new faces." Leijin simply explained, "Because our requirements are relatively high. The real reason is that everyone in the Lei family knows that the members of Leijin's superpower team are fixed, and no one will make trouble for themselves. People from other families have tried to apply before, but have never been accepted. So even though they know that this team has a high task completion rate, they will not apply." Jiang Zhuxiang silently split the bread in his hand into 2 halves and handed half to Leijin. "The bread has been taken out, so it is better to eat it." Chapter 35. How to use superpowers. Leijin put the wood in his hand aside and took the bread from Jiang Zhuxiang to eat. Although he didn't like this kind of food very much, men always prefer meat. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Leijin start to eat, and he also started to finish his half. Fortunately, the other team members were still working at this time. Otherwise, they would be very surprised if they saw it. Although their captain seemed to be easy to get along with, he was actually a person that others could not force him to do. It was really a strange thing that he could accept food that he didn't like very much handed to him by others. The two of them finished eating the bread in silence, and Leijin began to fiddle with the piece of wood again. Jiang Zhuxiang watched his movements carefully and found that he condensed the thunder power into a line and slowly scraped off the excess part. Every time the thunder power touched the wood, a light layer of charred black would appear on it. Leijin wiped off the layer of charred char with his hand, and after looking at it, he continued the following action. The piece of wood slowly began to take shape, and the outline looked like a ship. If Jiang Zhuxiang was familiar with the Royal Ark, he would have recognized the outer contour of the Royal Arkansas. However, because of the light of the lightning ability, Jiang Zhuxiang looked away after a while. If he continued to look, he would definitely cry. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on his communicator and planned to read a book before dinner. For a moment, this world became a hissing sound made by the lightning ability rubbing against the wood. And there was no other sound. Lei Hua, the fire ability user in charge of cooking, finally reluctantly prepared lunch according to the recipe. When he was about to eat, he saw the boss sitting on the riverbank. He looked at the other team members and found that they were all staring at that place silently and didn't know how to call them. It seemed that he had to speak up himself. "Captain, Xiao Jiang, dinner is ready." As soon as he said this, the other team members immediately looked at him, most of which meant that this foolish and bold man was doomed this time. However, they could not get what they wanted this time. Lei Jin stood up very freely, put the uncarved wood in his hand into the backpack he carried with him, and extended a hand to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang did not think much about this hand. His senior brothers in Shenong Valley often did this kind of thing before. After taking it, he stood up with the help of Lei Jin, stretched his stiff legs, and followed Lei Jin to the dining table prepared by other team members. The other team members were stunned when they saw Lei Jin handing out that hand. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang stand up after borrowing the help as if nothing had happened, these people were even more shocked. Until Lei Jin reminded, "Isn't it time to eat? Why don't you come to help? The space ability user has already put the tableware on the dining table, and someone needs to sort it out." The other team members hurriedly got busy at the captain's call, and Jiang Zhuxiang began to take out the tableware from his backpack. As soon as he took it out, he was stopped by the space ability user. "The captain asked me to prepare your tableware, Xiao Jiang. In the future, when you go with us, you don't have to prepare your own tableware." Jiang Zhuxiang thought of Lei Jin's previous words about accepting him as a reserve team member, and thought it was just talk. Unexpectedly, he had already given the order. Thinking of this, he put the tableware back neatly. The food was prepared by them, and now the tableware is also theirs. It seems that in the future, when he goes with Lei Jin and others, he only needs to bring a change of clothes and toiletries. After a flurry of activity, everyone sat cross-legged at the table and ate their own portion of food. Jiang Zhuxiang followed silently. It turned out that this was the normal state for them to eat in the wild. It seemed that when he first acted with them, they had to eat separately to prevent him from getting used to it. Because Jiang Zhuxiang sat down late, and other team members took other seats very tactfully. Jiang Zhuxiang sat next to Lei Jin. Before Lei Jin started eating, he reminded him, "If it's not enough, you can give more." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that after Lei Jin said this, the gazes focused on him became more fiery. He didn't understand why this happened, so he had to pretend not to know and started eating silently. Maybe memorizing recipes is really useful. This time, the food is at least acceptable to normal people, and no one will do further processing. After lunch, Lei Jin did not start to act immediately, but ordered to rest for an hour, sort out things, and digest the food. Jiang Zhuxiang was going to help sort out the used tableware, but was stopped by Lei Jin. "These are all arranged, and it will be your turn." Jiang Zhuxiang quietly found a place to continue reading the book in the communicator. He has almost finished reading books on Western medicine, but it seems that there is no opportunity to practice. Now only ordinary people will go to see doctors, and powerful people and superpowers are more accustomed to looking for healing superpowers. Jiang Zhuxiang had never seen a healing psychic treating people, and he didn't know if there was one in the team. According to what he had learned, the combat effectiveness of the healing psychic was not strong, but it seemed that this type of psychic was indispensable when going out. After all, it was a guarantee of life. However, no one in Lei Jin's psychic team seemed to have been injured as far as Jiang Zhuxiang could see. And maybe there was no healing psychic. The 1-hour break passed quickly, and Lei Jin called everyone up to continue to follow the instrument to find migrating animals. In the morning, the whereabouts of 2 more ferocious animals were determined, and it was basically certain that these ferocious animals had not changed places. In the afternoon, they needed to look for the mutant moles and mutant hares that they had not found last time. The gold-type mutant was still controlling the instrument and walking in front. The direction of advance seemed to be the previous zombie blockade. It seemed that these timid animals had already left their original living place far away. As they got closer to the zombie blockade, Lei Jin signaled his team members to adjust the formation. Jiang Zhuxiang was unknowingly surrounded in the middle, along with the space mutant and the wood mutant. This time, they still didn't plan to really fight the zombies. Before figuring out how this blockade was formed, no one would do anything to alarm the zombies. After all, people speculated that this blockade was most likely caused by the remote command of the big guy at the center of this fragment. Lei Jin used the conductive properties of metal to let the metal-type superpowers use their superpowers to form a net that wrapped around the entire team, and then released his own thunder superpowers, silently letting the zombies make way for the entire team and pass quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this way of using superpowers, and silently admired Lei Jin's adaptability. Chapter 36. The Sign of a Healing Psychic. After getting away from the zombie encirclement, Jiang Zhuxiang looked back at the zombies that had blocked the gap again, and silently raised his vigilance to the big guy in the center of the fragment. The guy who could remotely control so many zombies with little reason must not be a simple character. While thinking about these things, Jiang Zhuxiang did not stop his movements, and followed Lei Zhen's team to move forward slowly. After the gold-type psychic adjusted the direction several times according to the instrument, a team finally arrived at the place where the mutant moles smelled the heaviest. There must be mutant moles active nearby. But the mutant moles were nocturnal animals before they mutated. If you want to take pictures of the mutant mole's activities, you need to wait for the arrival of night. Even though the mutant mole has mutated, it is still an animal that is afraid of people. It likes to build safe passages between caves, food, and water sources. Lei Zhen and his team found these safe passages based on their past experience, and planned to come back to check when night falls. After marking the locations of these safe passages, Lei Zhen led the team members to find a place to set up tents and prepare for the night. Of course, the location is far away from the mole's activity site to prevent the mole from discovering signs of human activities and not daring to come out. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the space ability user take out compressed packages and distribute them to the team members, and watched them open them with great curiosity. There were thick cloth and some poles inside. The team members quickly erected the tents. Jiang Zhuxiang saw these small houses appearing on the flat ground. They looked very similar to the mobile houses made by a master who liked mechanical engineering in Shenong Valley. Could this be where they slept at night? After the tents were set up, Lei Zhen came over and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, "I will take you to see your tent. You can mark it yourself. It will belong to you in the future." When Jiang Zhuxiang followed Lei Zhen, he saw that those tents had some strange signs in hidden or conspicuous places. He knew that he saw 3 tents in the center. 2 of them also had signs. One had a simple red cross, and the other had a wood character drawn with vines. The remaining one was clean and had nothing. Lei Zhen stood in front of the clean tent. "Go in and take a look yourself. There are matching bedding inside. Of course, you don't have to use it if you don't like it." After Lei Zhen finished speaking, he showed Jiang Zhuxiang how to open the door of the tent. After Jiang Zhuxiang tried it himself, he really entered the place where he slept at night. He took off his shoes at the door and stepped on the ground inside the tent. He felt a sinking feeling. He squatted down and pinched the things on the ground with his hands. There was no filling inside. It felt like it was empty, but it couldn't be flattened. There was also a quilt sewn into a cylindrical shape, and a pillow that felt the same as the things on the ground. Can these things really be used when sleeping? Although Jiang Zhuxiang is not picky about the conditions for spending the night in the wild, as long as there is a place to sleep. But after having such a relatively closed small temporary residence, Jiang Zhuxiang, who was also carefully raised by his own master, couldn't help but want to make it more comfortable. However, thinking of the bedding he put in his personal space, he should not be suspected of using these things as a cover and then using his own things. Judging from Lei Zhen's attitude, he should not come in private to check. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down at the door of the tent, put on his shoes, and saw Lei Zhen still outside, as if waiting for his answer. "That's it. I need to think about what to use as a logo." Jiang Zhuxiang said so. Lei Zhen nodded. "As long as you are satisfied, then you can think about it yourself." Lei Zhen was called away by other team members after he finished speaking. Jiang Zhuxiang began to circle around the tent, thinking about what could best represent the characteristics of Shenong Valley. Later, he thought of the image in the ancestral temple built for Shenong Valley in the secular world of the last world, which seemed to be a pattern of people in the valley holding medicinal herbs, and decided to use this logo on his tent. However, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask others what to draw on it. The other team members were processing the food for the evening. The campsite this time was just downstream of a river, the river that the mutant mole used as a water source. So the first wash of the food was done by the river, using a basin to scoop up the water. The current river water has no factories running after the apocalypse, and no sewage has been discharged for 100 years. After its own cleaning and metabolism, it can barely be used for washing things. Jiang Zhuxiang came to the river, squatted beside the space ability user Lei Kong, picked up the things that needed to be washed, and moved with him, and started chatting at the same time. "Lei Kong, do you know how to draw the mark on the tent?" When Jiang Zhuxiang found that there was no paper, he also looked for pens and ink, but found no signs of existence at all. So he was very curious about how the pattern on Lei Zhen's tent was drawn. All the things in the team are here with Lei Kong. If you want to get the materials for drawing the logo, it is best to ask Lei Kong. Lei Kong put the washed ingredients aside and answered Jiang Zhuxiang. I have the leftover materials they used last time in my space. I will bring them to you after dinner. But you need to make them yourself. The materials I have are raw materials. You can draw the logo slowly. Anyway, we have the logo. Even if there is no logo on your tint, it will not be mistaken. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and it made sense. Then the tint with the red cross is yours. Why did you draw a red cross on the tint? Jiang Zhuxiang said that he did not see any special meaning of the red cross. Lei Kong didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to recognize his tint. How do you know that the tint with the red cross is mine? Lei Kong was very curious about why Jiang Zhuxiang recognized it. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently in his heart. That's because when we passed the zombie encirclement, the three of us were placed in the middle. When camping, for our safety, we, who they think need protection, would naturally be placed in the middle. However, this kind of words that look down on them can't be said directly. So I had to answer with the words that women here often saw before. This is a woman's intuition. Lei Kong looked at Jiang Zhuxiang pretending to be mature. If his hands were not still wet, he really wanted to touch her head. I use the red cross as a symbol because I also have a healing power. All healing power users will use this symbol. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Kong in surprise. It turned out that there were healing power users in the team. Chapter 37 Check the Mutant Hamster. Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang's surprised expression. And after a little thought, he knew what she was surprised about. Xiao Jiang, you don't think we don't need a healing psychic, do you? Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Kong's words and frankly admitted, I didn't see anyone injured before. I really thought there was no healing psychic in the team. Lei Kong nodded to show his understanding. Although no one has been injured so far, we still have to prepare what we should prepare. However, if I was just a healing psychic, the captain would probably rather prepare more medicines than take me with him. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to say, and the two of them fell silent and did the things at hand together. After all the ingredients were washed for the first time by the river, they were put together and washed for the second time by the water-based supernatural. Jiang Zhuxiang's task was completed, and there was nothing for Lei Kong to do. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask Lei Kong for the raw materials first and figure it out himself. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to Lei Kong and said, Lei Kong, can you give me the raw materials now? I just want to figure it out to kill time. It would take some time for the small fire to cook the food. Lei Kong just had nothing to do. So he took out the raw materials needed for making pigments from the space. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what materials people used to make pigments before the end of the world. But when he saw what Lei Kong took out, it was obviously what was used to make pigments in the last world. Jiang Zhuxiang took the colored ore from Lei Kong and roughly guessed how to make pigments. There were also people in Shenong Valley who liked to paint a few strokes. He had seen them prepare pigments. After Lei Kong took out the raw materials, he searched in his space again and found the tools used to make the pigments. He handed them to Jiang Zhuxiang. You just need to grind these ores. If you want other colors, you have to mix them yourself. I don't know if you have the strength to grind these stones. If not, tell me, and I'll help you grind them. However, some of these materials are toxic. It's best not to touch the skin. Also, the pigments made from these materials will dry out easily if left outside. If you don't plan to paint immediately after you make them, I can keep them for you. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. There was no problem with strength. People who practiced Shenong Valley's skills were much stronger than normal adults. As for the toxicity of these materials, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care even more. Doctors have many ways to solve this toxicity. Of course, it's best to avoid trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang plans to follow Lei Kong's advice. In order not to trouble Lei Kong too much, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to put it in his personal space. Of course, now is obviously not the time to make paint. These materials still have a bit of smell. In order to prevent people from ruining their appetite, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a relatively airtight bag from his backpack, packed the tools and materials together, and stuffed them into the backpack. Lei Kong was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang planned to do it at this time, Lei Kong would stop her. But she put it away consciously. Lei Kong recognized Jiang Zhuxiang as the reserve member of their team from the bottom of his heart. The first one to recognize was naturally Lei Zhen. After putting the things away, Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to do for the time being. So he planned to turn on the communicator to read a book. After Lei Jin finished his work, he found that Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Kong were together. He didn't know what they were whispering about, but they actually sat together. Lei Jin felt a little unhappy for some reason. What was there about Lei Kong that was worthy of Jiang Zhuxiang's attention? Lei Jin turned on the communicator and notified Lei Kong, "Take out the tableware and table first, so that there will be no place to put the food cooked by Xiaohua." Lei Kong was a little surprised when he answered the call. Who would send him a call when he was out? After hearing what his captain said, Lei Kong looked at Xiaohua. The ingredients had just been put into the pot, and it looked like they were still a while away from being cooked. He observed his captain's sight and stared at his side. Lei Kong suddenly realized it, said hello to Jiang Zhuxiang, and walked away to put the table. Jiang Zhuxiang had already focused on the book, waved his hand to show that he understood, and continued to read. After Lei Jin sent Lei Kong away, he walked to Jiang Zhuxiang, sat down on the other side, and looked at what Jiang Zhuxiang was reading. Before, Jiang Zhuxiang would open the communicator to read when he had free time, and Lei Jin was rarely curious. There are two options when reading things on the communicator. Only you can read it, and read it publicly. The technology comes from controlling it by scanning the iris. This function was figured out by Jiang Zhuxiang himself. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not set the mode that only he could read what he was reading, so Lei Jin could see what Jiang Zhuxiang was reading. Lei Jin saw the screen full of Western medical terms, and had a better understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang's knowledge. But he was not very interested in these things. Strictly speaking, Western medicine is almost the same as ancient Chinese medicine under the background of healing psychics. The signal for dinner was still given by Xiaohua. The other team members were already used to seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin coming together. They found their own positions, and quickly finished the dinner. Since Xiaohua memorized the menu, Xiaohua's fire control ability was still unknown, but the speed of finishing a meal was much faster than before. After dinner, the team members sorted out the used things, dealt with the traces, and waited for the night to come. The sun had just sunk below the horizon, and night was falling. Lei Jin left Lei Kong and Lei Mu to guard the camp, and took the other team members to the place where the mutant moles appeared, hiding themselves and waiting for the mutant moles to come out. When it was completely quiet, the mutant moles carefully walked out of their caves and began to forage for food through the safe passage. This time, because the danger was relatively low, Lei Jin asked the psychic to join the ranks of collecting information about the mutant moles. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang only needed to release the flying camera, which would automatically switch to night shooting mode according to the surrounding environment. The camera faithfully recorded the activities of the mutant moles that night. When Jiang Zhuxiang and his team returned, it was already midnight, and they returned to the camp with dew all over their bodies. Lei Kong and Lei Mu, who stayed at the campsite, prepared enough hot water for them to wash up as soon as they came back. Jiang Zhuxiang first took the suitcase from Lei Kong and put it in his tent, changed his coat that was soaked by dew, and then took the washing tools to wash up. Of course, it was impossible to take a bath in the wild, so he just washed his face and feet. Chapter 38: Encountering Obstacles. After all the team members washed up, Lei Jin arranged for the night watchman and let the others rest. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his tent, confirmed that the door of the tent was closed, dragged out the usual bedding from his personal space, laid a blanket on the air cushion, stuffed the inflatable pillow into the quilt sewn into a cylindrical shape, put his pillow on the head of the bed, and used a thin quilt filled with silk. Jiang Zhuxiang then changed into pajamas and prepared to sleep. Jiang Zhuxiang now chooses to sleep as a way to spend the night when he is in the wild, especially when there are other people acting together. It seems to be particularly safe near the mutant mole activity area. Lei Jin and others greeted the dawn safely. Jiang Zhuxiang has been used to getting up at 6 o'clock, whether it is for training or rest at night. At this time, the sky is not bright yet, and the portable lighting in the camp is still on. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the tent and saw that the night watch team was a little drowsy. Jiang Zhuxiang walked over and patted his shoulder. "You go back and rest. I will help you from now on." The night watch team woke up with a start. "Xiao Jiang, you are up. Okay, then I will go to lie down for a while." Everyone came back very late last night, and the night watch team was indeed very sleepy. As long as the handover is done well, Lei Jin will not mind his team members relaxing a little. Jiang Zhuxiang put the big pot next to the fire on the fire again, took out water from his backpack and filled it up. And then the water boiled and could be used for washing. After doing all this, Jiang Zhuxiang found a relatively flat place next to the fire, and began to stretch his hands and feet. Then he practiced the physical skills he had insisted on practicing before. When Lei Jin walked out of the tent, he happened to see Jiang Zhuxiang's finishing moves. He was a little surprised that a girl would practice this kind of thing. After being surprised, he found that there was only Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin did not get angry immediately. He walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and said, "Xiaoxiang, why are you the only one here? Where is the night watchman?" Jiang Zhuxiang practiced this set of moves at least 5 times every time he practiced. So Jiang Zhuxiang continued to do the moves after finishing the moves. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still answered Lei Jin's question without breathing. "I asked him to rest. Anyway, I'm awake, and it's almost dawn. It's enough for me to watch." After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, Lei Jin agreed with it, and stood aside with his elbows folded, watching Jiang Zhuxiang exercise. After Jiang Zhuxiang successfully practiced 5 times, his forehead was slightly sweaty. Seeing Lei Jin standing aside thoughtfully, he asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Lei Jin was just thinking about where Jiang Zhuxiang's set of movements came from. Of course, Lei Jin was not coveting this set of movements. There were many such bodybuilding movements in his own collection. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's question, Lei Jin directly said, "Xiaoxiang, where did you get this set of movements from?" Jiang Zhuxiang still believed in Lei Jin's character. Otherwise, he would stop practicing when Lei Jin came out. "It was passed down from my ancestors." As for this ancestor, of course, he was the ancestor of Shenong Valley in the previous world. Which was not a lie. Lei Jin listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's answer, and did not continue to ask. People who practice martial arts cannot look at other people's skills without permission. Stealing skills will definitely be despised. The water on the fire was already boiling. Seeing that Lei Jin had no other questions, Jiang Zhuxiang walked towards her tent. "I'll go get something to wash up." Lei Jin watched her go away, and went to get toiletries. At this time, there were movements in each tent one after another, and other team members began to wake up. After washing up, breakfast was destined to be simple in the wild. Lei Kong took out compressed biscuits, and each person was given a small piece. Jiang Zhuxiang used his teeth to grind it, but only a little powder came out, and his teeth still hurt a little. Lei Jin watched Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. Silently took 2 bowls that Lei Kong had taken out and placed on the small table. Scooped half a bowl of hot water from the pot. Handed 1 bowl to Jiang Zhuxiang, and threw his own piece of compressed biscuit into the bowl. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the small piece of compressed biscuit slowly turned into a bowl of paste, and Lei Jin began to eat it with a spoon. Jiang Zhuxiang also put his piece into the bowl, waited for a while, and ate the breakfast unique to the Lei family's superpower team. It also tasted not very good, and it was comparable to the nutritional supplements of the Academy of Sciences. It seemed that since the end of the world, humans have learned to see the essence through phenomena, and have only valued the function of food to replenish energy. After breakfast, Lei Jin continued to lead the team to complete the task. Following the instructions of the instrument, a team of people came to a place where the smell of mutant hairs was relatively strong. There were also many mutant plants living in this place. This was a natural hiding place for mutant hairs, which also increased the chance of their exploration being disturbed. And mutant hairs also hibernate during the day and come out at night, which means they still need to wait. Lei Jin did not feel irritated. This was a situation he had considered before the mission. To explore mutant animals, they must respect their living habits. They planned to find a campsite as they did yesterday, and wait for the night to fall. There is also a water source in the area where the mutant hairs are active. Lei Jin and his companions planned to set up tents near the water source. However, before reaching the water source, Lei Jin and his companions first saw a flying vehicle with a water droplet logo on it. It turned out that the base and the Shui and Mu families finally confirmed that the ground was still viable for the time being, and planned to return to the ground to continue their rule. After seeing the logo, Lei Jin and his companions carefully concealed their breath and planned to leave. After all, these people and the Lei family were not of the same mind. Even Jiang Zhuxiang did not want to get involved with these people after knowing what happened to the Academy of Sciences. However, their actions were not fast enough. It was not the Shui family who discovered them, but the Mu family who were more familiar with plants. After all, Lei Jin and his companions were stepping on grass, which was easy to be discovered by Wood-type superpowers. However, although these people were a little arrogant after seeing Lei Jin and others, Their tone was still acceptable in their own opinion. They had been staying here for a while, and urgently needed someone to lead them. The one who spoke to Leijun was Shueisha, the head of the Shui family, who thought he had some friendship with the Lei family. His tone was quite impolite. Lei family kid. Don't you know to say hello when you see us? Where is your courtesy? Next time you see your father, you must let him teach you a lesson. Leijun listened without changing his expression. The relationship between the Lei family and the Shui family was not as good as the head of the Shui family imagined. Leijun did not take Shueisha's words seriously at all, but just wanted to listen to what this guy was going to say next. Seeing that Leijun had nothing to say, Shueisha thought he had already grasped this kid. So he stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, "We plan to go back to the shelter, so you can send us back as an apology." Chapter 39: The Return of Others. Leijun had no expression on his face, but the indignation on the faces of the other team members could no longer be concealed, and some even wanted to step forward and say something. Leijun refused calmly. "I'm sorry, Shui family master. Our team received a mission when we came out. And besides, there are so many of you, so you shouldn't need a few of us." Leijun nodded to the others after he finished speaking, and turned around with his team members to continue on their way. Shueisha saw that Leijun was actually planning to leave like this, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. And his face changed as soon as he was about to get angry. Musen, the head of the Mu family, saw that his face was not right, and hurriedly stepped forward to block him, and spoke to keep him. "Young Patriarch Lei, please stop. If it is inconvenient for the young patriarch to accompany us, can you give us a safer route?" Musen was not as stupid as Shueisha. He still had to have a begging attitude when asking for help. After all, the combat effectiveness of the three families was not very good. It was necessary to have a safer route to reduce casualties. Leijun could still meet Musen's request. He turned on his communicator and sent a map. Musen received the map, checked it, thanked Leijun, and watched them leave. Leijun turned around and left without saying anything this time. At this time, Shueisha behind Musen finally got rid of control, kicked the person who had just controlled him, summoned his supernatural power, and poured water on his face. Shueisha's water-based supernatural power was corrosive, and the skin on the face of the person who was poured on the face immediately began to turn red and disappear. Musen turned around and saw it, and immediately released his wood power on the man's face. After a while, the man's face returned to normal. The pain he suffered during this period made his face distorted for a long time, and also concealed his uncontrollable resentment. After venting his dissatisfaction, Shueisha still spoke in a bad tone. "Musen, why are you so polite to that kid? Such an impolite and uneducated kid should be asked to apologize." Musen found Shueisha's words funny. Did this man really think he was qualified to discipline Leijun? Without saying much, he said, "I'll go see our base leader." Then he turned and walked towards the middle of the team. The base leader had seen Leijun's group before, but he didn't care much and continued to sit on the armchair brought out by the space ability user to enjoy the care of others. Shueisha looked down on Musen's respectful attitude. The so-called base leader could not control them now. Who would care about him when they returned to their respective shelters? Musen didn't really have much respect for the base leader, but he was used to not letting others catch him. So he planned to show him the map he had just obtained. Standing in front of the base leader's armchair, Musen explained his purpose. The base leader turned on his communicator and signaled Musen to send it over. After Musen turned on the communicator and sent the map, he stood there to see if this person had anything else to say. The base leader's communicator was always on, and he didn't care if people around him saw the map. He said in a gloomy tone, "What did Shueisha and Leijun say before?" Musen really didn't know that this person would actually ask such a small matter. "Shueisha wants them to accompany us back." He continued to wait with an unchanged expression. The base leader knew what Shueisha was thinking when he heard Musen's words, and replied with disdain, "Do we still need those young boys to protect us?" He waved his hand to indicate that Musen should do what he should do. Musen also disagreed with Shui Erosion's approach. Although the base could not be as cohesive as the aristocratic families, it also collected a lot of civilian superpowers, and its military strength was not bad. This was one of the reasons why Musen still needed to respect this leader. No matter how the base and the Shui and Mu families struggled to return to their shelter, Leijun and his team finished their stationing, turned on his communicator, and passed the news of the people from the base on the road to his family, so that they could be prepared. Jiang Zhuxiang was doing the same thing. when Lei Jin negotiated with those people before. Jiang Zhuxiang hid himself and observed them carefully. There was a lot of hostility in the people of the Shui family and the base, and they should have been contaminated with many lives. Although the Mu family had a friendly aura, it was a bit out of place. For such people, the technical geeks of the Academy of Sciences still couldn't fight, so they had to prepare early. After receiving the news, the Lei family and the Academy of Sciences immediately began to exchange information with the other two families, unifying their attitudes towards those people, and expressed that they would send some people to the Academy of Sciences to help with the deployment, so as to prevent the base from provoking the Academy of Sciences again. Obviously, these people are relatively familiar with the people in the base, and they also attach enough importance to the Academy of Sciences as an ally, which also caused a lot of frustration when the base tried to test the attitude of the Academy of Sciences later. After reporting the news, Lei Jin began to prepare for the action at night. In the previous 3 actions, no mutant plants were encountered, or the places where the mutant animals chose to move were where no mutant plants dared to live, and those mutant animals actively avoided the activities of mutant plants, which made their task progress so fast. And they checked 3 mutant animals in one day. This time, Lei Jin needs to think carefully before confirming the activity plan. He plans to hold a small meeting with the team members after dinner to explain the areas that need attention. However, before that, Lei Jin still needs to confirm which mutant plants are and understand their activity characteristics. Before, he only knew that there were mutant plants in the area where the mutant hair was active, but he could not take action with only this information. Lei Jin seemed to have gotten used to being close to Jiang Zhuxiang during his rest time. This time, he also sat near Jiang Zhuxiang and called the Wood-type mutant Lei Mu to come over and talk to him about checking the mutant plants. Jiang Zhuxiang had thought about collecting some plants tonight before. When he heard what Lei Jin said, he said directly, "Can you take me with you when you go?" Lei Jin thought of the mutant soapberry tree he had helped Jiang Zhuxiang with before, so he agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's company. It was no problem for him to protect the 2 people safely between the mutant plants. Besides, Lei Mu still had some self-protection ability, based on the vines that trapped the mutant wild boar before. Although this was an accident, Lei Jin informed Xiahua of his next move, and told him to start eating first after he finished cooking, and just leave some for them, and told him to keep an eye on the camp. Xiahua still trusted Lei Jin's ability, and immediately said that he would do it well. The other team members who heard Lei Jin's words also had no objection, but just hoped that they would come back as soon as possible. Chapter 40 Weird Lichens. After the camp was arranged, Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu to the area where the mutant hares lived. There were no very tall plants in that place. There were only some shrubs and weeds living there. However, after the mutation, the size of these shrubs and weeds changed a lot, and their aggressiveness was not weak. Lei Jin and the other 2 looked at the huge shrubs dancing fiercely over there, and thought helplessly about how they should approach. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang turned their eyes to Lei Mu to see what conclusion he had. Lei Mu felt the gazes of the 2 people, and the pressure in his heart was really huge, so he had to focus all his attention on the mutant shrubs. Lei Mu tried to feel the emotions of the mutant plants. He could vaguely feel that these mutant shrubs only welcomed the mutant hares to approach, and could not feel anything else. In the end, Lei Mu concluded that these mutant shrubs will not attack the hares. I can't find out what will happen if people approach them, but at most they will be whipped a few times. These mutant shrubs do not have the habit of eating meat. Otherwise the mutant hares would not be able to approach them. Lei Jin still believed in Lei Mu's judgment, but he always felt that something seemed to be overlooked. Jiang Zhuxiang had been paying attention not to the mutant shrubs, but to the mutant grasses hidden under the mutant shrubs. After the shrubs mutated, the living space under them became much larger. These mutant grasses grew well. Jiang Zhuxiang saw some familiar plants that could be used as medicine. Although their size had also increased slightly, their basic form had not changed. I just didn't know how effective they were. Lei Jin thought about Lei Mu's words for a while, turned around and saw Jiang Zhuxiang staring at a place. Patted her shoulder. "Is there anything wrong?" Jiang Zhuxiang took her eyes away from the plantains and dandelions. "No. I just saw some plants I know." Lei Jin was a little curious. "What plants are you looking at so carefully?" Jiang Zhuxiang replied with a little regret. "There are some plants that can be used as medicine, but unfortunately they have mutated. I don't know if they can still be used." Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang reading Western medicine knowledge on the communicator, and he didn't expect that she was also interested in ancient Chinese medicine. Then if you have a chance tonight, you can take some back. You have to try it to know if it works. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed with him. He had to try it to know. But it was still a problem to find someone to try it on. He didn't know if the diseases that originally needed doctors to treat existed. Lei Jin led the two to walk along the area where the mutant shrubs were distributed. There was an area with only a layer of green close to the ground. After asking Lei Mu, he learned that it was lichen. It didn't look obvious that it had mutated. Lei Jin temporarily decided that this area would be the place for activities at night. There was more space for activities here. And there was a place to move even if he was beaten. After Lei Jin booked the location, he started to rush back. The time spent on this investigation was shorter than expected. He hoped that he could catch up with dinner when he returned. When the three returned to the campsite, dinner had just been served. The other team members were about to sit down. When they saw the three coming back, they left the table and went to greet them. Lei Jin quickly signaled them to go back and sit down. The three walked a few steps to the table and saw the empty tableware at their seats. They looked at Xiaohua silently. Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Captain, didn't you ask me to put your portion away first? Yours are still in the pot. The three took their own dinners by themselves. And the others looked at Xiaohua and wiped their sweat silently. Lei Jin explained before eating, I have something to tell you after dinner. So move a little faster. After hearing what Lei Jin said, the team members finished their dinner in a flash, which made Jiang Zhuxiang a little stunned. This was completely inconsistent with her health habits. She looked at her dinner silently and had to speed up her eating. However, when Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's speed, he said, Don't worry, Xiaoxiang. You can finish eating before they finish cleaning up. Only when you clean up completely can you do things without worries. Jiang Zhuxiang silently breathed a sigh of relief. It was still okay for her to finish eating before they finished cleaning up. Half an hour later, all the members sat around the clean dining table and heard the news that they would be beaten in the evening. The people needed were those with strong resistance to beatings and of course, they had to be able to endure the pain. Jiang Zhuxiang had expressed his desire to go to Lei Jin before. So Lei Jin did not ask again, but understood the other people's ideas, and still took voluntary participation as the main approach. Of course, most of the team members said they wanted to participate. After all, the contribution points they could get were still related to the degree of participation in the task. But there were also self-aware people who took the initiative to express their unwillingness to participate, so as not to drag their feet. All those who withdrew stayed in the camp, and the others set off after sunset. After arriving at the previously selected location, Lei Jin took the initiative to stop at the place with the densest mutant bushes, and the others also chose a good place to hide according to their abilities, and quietly began to wait for the mutant hare to appear. Under the persistent beating of the mutant bushes, everyone silently prayed in their hearts that the mutant hare would appear soon, including Lei Jin, who was a little irritated by the beating of the branches. Jiang Zhuxiang had already released the flying camera, and he began to observe the lichen under his feet out of boredom. Is this thing really not mutated? It always feels a bit weird. He stretched out his hand and pulled it, but found that he couldn't pull it. There was a strange sticky feeling on his hand. When the index finger and thumb separated, Jiang Zhuxiang found that he could actually pull the silk. This state gave Jiang Zhuxiang a bad premonition. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully wanted to lift his foot to confirm his idea, but found that he couldn't lift his foot as expected. From the images uploaded by the flying camera, it can be seen that the mutant hairs have begun to come out of the rabbit holes. Jiang Zhuxiang could no longer remind others of what he had discovered, so he had to wait for the flying camera to come back before passing on the situation. Seeing some people lying completely on the lichens, he hoped that they could get up by then. Of course, these lichens had no other way of attack except sticking to things that came into contact with them, which was why Jiang Zhuxiang chose not to speak for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang was very leisurely thinking that the mucus could be collected and used as glue, and the stickiness must be very good. When Jiang Zhuxiang's feet were a little numb, the flying camera finally finished filming and returned to Jiang Zhuxiang's hands. After Jiang Zhuxiang put down the camera, he immediately conveyed to others through the communicator the fact that they had been stuck, and the culprit was the lichen under them. Chapter 41. Ways to get rid of the lichen. Jiang Zhuxiang is the only one in the team who has the most room to move. The others are basically lying down to hide, and their arms and legs are in close contact with the lichen, so they have no way to rescue themselves. Lei Jin was a little annoyed. He chose this place himself, but he didn't expect to ignore such important information. Lei Jin first wanted to confirm Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. Xiaoxiang, can you still hold on? The branches of the mutant shrubs were still whipping. Jiang Zhuxiang controlled his body to protect his head and replied, It's okay. Let's think about what to do now. Are we going to spend the night here? Lei Jin frowned and wanted to try his own ability. Originally, this kind of mucus should be considered as a kind of water in Lei Jin's cognition, and it should be able to conduct electricity. Long-term current passing through it can completely consume it. But this mucus secreted by lichens did not give Lei Jin face at all. The lightning had no effect at all. And the lightning released by Lei Jin himself damaged part of his body. Seeing the result of their captain's attempt, the other team members did not dare to use their abilities on themselves. After all, there was still a female team member Jiang Zhuxiang here, and it would be embarrassing if her clothes were not in order. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to take off her shoes and walk around to try, because she was not immediately stuck when she entered this place. And the mucus should be able to work by staying still in the same place for a period of time. After Jiang Zhuxiang took off his shoes, he pulled them out again with his hands. He was a little helpless to find that he couldn't get them back. However, the most important thing now was to deal with the people who were stuck to the ground. Jiang Zhuxiang walked around these people barefoot, hoping to find a solution. Lei Jin saw that Jiang Zhuxiang could move, and he thought of a way to get rid of this dilemma. He gave up the part that was stuck, and it seemed that Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one who could do it. After thinking of this key point, Lei Jin needed to consider whether his team members were willing to have their clothes cut by a girl. Lei Jin expressed his thoughts and asked for the opinions of his team members. All the team members refused in unison. Lei Jin asked in confusion, Then how do you want to solve it? Do you really want to spend the night here? The team members complained in their hearts in silence. We are more afraid that you, the captain, will react and cause trouble for us in the future. After the team members exchanged glances, Lei Mu was finally pushed out to express his opinion. Captain, you can let Xiao Jiang rescue you first, and then you can rescue us. It would be best if Jiang Zhuxiang had left here when you rescued us. Lei Mu thought silently. Lei Jin thought about it, and it was okay. He just didn't expect that his own team members would be shy. However, this solution seemed to be more acceptable to him. After hearing the group's method, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the dagger that was originally used for self-defense from his waist, walked to Lei Jin and started to work, and lightly dismantled Lei Jin's clothes along the sewing line. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's skillful movements, silently felt a little chill on his back, and a little angry. Where did she practice this? Jiang Zhuxiang put away the dagger. Speaking of it, this quick clothing method was given to Jiang Zhuxiang by his second senior brother from Shenong Valley when he was taking Jiang Zhuxiang to rescue earthquake victims, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could find the wound faster. As for what his second senior brother used it for, Jiang Zhuxiang always pretended that he didn't know. Anyway, according to the rules of Shenong Valley, the partner is the only one, and he should not harm innocent girls. Lei Jin was wearing a set of clothes inside, so he didn't feel embarrassed in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. He climbed up and stood on the dismembered coat. Lei Jin looked for his belt, and found that the things hanging on his belt were also stuck on the lichen, and couldn't be taken off. He silently looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was standing aside and watching the fun. Xiaoxiang, can you lend me your dagger? Go out first. You won't feel pain when those branches hit you. Jiang Zhuxiang flexibly avoided a branch that was hitting, took off her dagger and threw it to Lei Jin, and gestured outside with her chin. I'll wait for you outside. Lei Jin signaled her to go out quickly, so that he could start rescuing the people stuck by the lichen. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the area of the mutant bushes and lichens silently, and sat cross-legged in a place without plants. From today on, the members of Lei Jin's superpower team, including Jiang Zhuxiang, will no longer look down on those seemingly insignificant plants. After a busy period, Lei Jin led his team members out of the area of the mutant bushes and lichens. He saw Jiang Zhuxiang sitting with his back to them. Hearing their footsteps, he seemed to turn his head. Lei Jin looked at the people around him and hurriedly stopped him. Xiaoxiang, you walk in front. We will follow you back to the camp. When he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang's bare feet. Xiaoxiang, are your feet okay? Lei Jin and the others were barefoot, but they were thick-skinned and nothing happened to them. I just don't know if Jiang Zhuxiang's soles can bear it. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and walked forward, indicating that he was fine. Everyone followed the lights of the camp and returned to the camp. Lei Kong and others who stayed in the camp saw the miserable state of the group of people behind Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked with a twitch of their mouths, Xiao Jiang. Did you rob their clothes? Lei Kong was of course joking. Mainly to tease the group of guys. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's bare feet, he took out Jiang Zhuxiang's suitcase and asked, Xiao Jiang, do you have spare shoes? If not, tell me the shoe size, and I will find you a pair. Jiang Zhuxiang took his suitcase. I still have a pair of shoes. If there is another accident, I will tell you. He dragged his suitcase to his tent to make room for other team members to put on their clothes. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang walk into the tent, the other team members rushed to surround Lei Kong. And their purpose was naturally the clothes in the suitcase. Lei Kong waved his hand and put their suitcases on the open ground, letting them find them by themselves, and asked Lei Jin directly, what happened to you? Lei Jin took out his coat from the suitcase and answered, it's my fault. I didn't expect that the lichen that looked harmless would be so sticky. Lei Mu squeezed over while putting on his clothes. That should be the direction of the lichen's mutation. But we didn't notice it before. We have to report it after we go back. Although I really want others to try this situation, I still can't be willful. Chapter 42 Collecting Herbs. After Lei Mu finished speaking, he turned around and saw Jiang Zhuxiang walking out of his tent. Xiao Jiang, are your feet okay? Jiang Zhuxiang still had no shoes on her feet, and the shoes were in her hands. Jiang Zhuxiang shook her head indifferently. It's okay. The mucus of the lichen is stuck on it. I want to get some water to wash it clean. After speaking, he turned around and asked Lei Kong, who stayed in the camp, is there hot water? Lei Kong walked to the fire and opened the lid of the pot. Seeing that the water in the pot was already boiling, he nodded and replied, the water is already boiling. Xiao Jiang, can you fetch it yourself? Jiang Zhuxiang naturally had no objection, and directly took the basin to get water, intending to find a place to sit and wash his feet. Lei Jin handed over his suitcase and motioned for her to sit on. Jiang Zhuxiang thanked him without paying much attention and sat down, not noticing the eyeballs falling all around. Lei Kong whispered to Lei Mu, is this really our captain? Lei Mu answered blankly, is it? They both looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was sitting on the suitcase and washing her feet. And the same thing came to their minds. They seemed to have a captain's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang soaked his feet in hot water for a while before cleaning the lichen mucus and the soil that stuck to it later. Put his feet into clean shoes, and reached out to check the solidified lichen mucus, which looked a bit like amber. After pouring out the dirty water, Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned the basin and asked Lei Kong to put it away. She returned Lei Jin's suitcase to Lei Jin. Do we have a new target tomorrow? Lei Jin looked at her. We have already checked the original mission targets. If other mutant animals are not far away, we will go and see them. It depends on the situation. What do you think? Xie Xiang? Lei Kong and Lei Mu, who were standing next to Lei Jin, rolled their eyes speechlessly. Jiang Zhuxiang shook her head. Captain, you decide on this matter. But there are several plants I want to collect in the place we went tonight. And it seems that we didn't keep a good sample of lichens. So we better go there as well. Lei Mu felt a little ashamed when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. He should have thought of this. But now Jiang Zhuxiang had to remind him. He agreed with Jiang Zhuxiang. Captain, we do need to go again. Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. Then I will set aside time tomorrow morning to do this. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Lei Jin agreed, and he felt sleepy. After saying goodbye to a few people, he walked towards his tent. Jiang Zhuxiang had taken the time to draw a sign for his tent. The pattern of people holding herbs in the valley, which looked very natural, looked more like a wood-type mutant than Lei Mu. When it was drawn, the team members had watched it carefully. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang return to his tent, so he went back to rest. Lei Kong and Lei Mu also hurried to wash up, and the camp finally fell into silence. There was no conversation all night. Jiang Zhuxiang was the first to wake up in the morning. He replaced the night watchman and started to exercise while boiling water as usual. When Lei Jin came out of his tent and saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had already gotten up, he said helplessly, I thought I could get up earlier than you today. As the captain, he actually got up later than a female team member. Although Lei Jin did not have the idea of discriminating against women, he was still a little ashamed. Jiang Zhuxiang did not know Lei Jin's thoughts, but just continued his movements. He found that the energy in his body seemed to be more active when he practiced this set of movements. He should be able to make a breakthrough at any time after returning, because most of the team members knew that the main task of this trip had been completed. Everyone got up later than before. After breakfast, Lei Jin asked Lei Mu to find someone to collect lichen samples. and he planned to escort Jiang Zhuxiang to collect the plants she liked. The other team members also watched from a distance last night that their captain gave his suitcase to Jiang Zhuxiang as a stool. At this time, they winked at Lei Mu, and their faces showed directly differential treatment. Lei Mu stared back speechlessly. He was not a woman, so he found a few people to do things. Jiang Zhuxiang packed the jade box containing plants in his personal space in a wooden box to avoid being too conspicuous, and then put it in his backpack and put it on his back, and gave the suitcase to Lei Kong to put away. After they set off, the tent should be put away. Jiang Zhuxiang had already taken back the things in his tent to his personal space in advance. Lei Zhen also went back to sort it out, and now he was waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang 10 steps outside her tent. After Jiang Zhuxiang put away her suitcase, she and Lei Zhen walked to the place where they saw the plants yesterday afternoon. Lei Zhen said on the way, "Xiao Xiang, point out the plants you want to me, and I will help you get them, so that you won't be beaten by the mutant bushes again. Girls still need to be taken care of." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Lei Zhen could do a good job of collecting those plants. After all, collecting herbs still requires specific techniques, and she is not afraid of being beaten. But she still needs to be grateful for Lei Zhen's kindness. "Thank you, Chief Lei Xiao. But I'll go by myself. The plants this time are a bit special." Lei Zhen had to give up his plan to do it for Jiang Zhuxiang after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said. Approaching the mutant bushes, Jiang Zhuxiang rarely walked in front of Lei Zhen, and walked quickly towards the plantain he saw, and only dodged when the mutant bushes whipped his head. Lei Zhen followed behind, occasionally stretching out his arms to help Jiang Zhuxiang block. When Jiang Zhuxiang squatted down to collect plantain, he directly used his body as a wall to block the mutant bushes behind her, and Lei Zhen used his arms to defend her head. Jiang Zhuxiang sped up her movements without attacking, and after collecting the plantain completely, she walked towards other herbs. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang successfully obtained the first batch of herbs in this world, including plantain, dandelion, mudwort, wormwood, wild chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, horsetooth broad, Isatis root, etc. It is rare to find so many plants growing together in the same place. It seems that crustal movement is still useful. Jiang Zhuxiang's box was filled with herbs, and she felt very satisfied. On the way back, her steps were much lighter. Lei Zhen had been following Jiang Zhuxiang as a defensive measure, so he naturally saw the jade box inside Jiang Zhuxiang's wooden box. But he didn't say much. He knew something about Jiang Zhuxiang before, so he was quite satisfied with her for covering up. When he returned to the camp, he saw Lei Mu had returned. So Jiang Zhuxiang walked up to him and asked, "Can you show me the lichens you collected?" If possible, he would like to exchange some with him. Some of the effects of lichens are still very good. Chapter 43 Mission completed and returned. Lei Mu took out a transparent glass container, which was specially used to hold samples. It could keep the original properties of the samples to the greatest extent. The collected lichens were placed inside. Jiang Zhuxiang leaned over to take a look. This was indeed the amount of samples. Jiang Zhuxiang's original intention to exchange was gone. He just looked at the container and decided to ask Yan Lei after returning. This kind of thing was less conspicuous than his jade box, and it should be easier to obtain. After all, it was very difficult to get jade now. Lei Mu saw that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say a word after reading it, and was a little nervous. "Is there anything wrong? I always feel that Jiang Zhuxiang knows more than me." Jiang Zhuxiang came back to his senses and said with a smile, "No. I was just thinking about the glass box in your hand," pointing to the utensils in Lei Mu's hand. "You also know that I just collected some plants, but I put them in wooden boxes. Is your glass box easy to get?" Lei Mu was relieved when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. "This kind of thing can be made in the laboratory. You should have a lot of it in your Academy of Sciences." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said he knew. Lei Mu said cautiously, "Xiao Jiang, can you also tell me the names of the plants you collected? I want to see if there are any we need. I will exchange contribution points with you." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think anyone would be interested in his herbs. After all, the mainstream now was healing abilities, but it was not good not to answer when someone asked him. So he reported the names of the herbs he had collected. Lei Mu listened to these names, except for the wild chrysanthemum, and seemed to know none of them. He wanted to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to come and see, but he was concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang's own thoughts, and couldn't speak. Jiang Zhuxiang saw his puzzled expression after he finished speaking, and knew that he didn't know many of them. But Jiang Zhuxiang had done some homework before, and asked Lei Jin to leave the images and names of these herbs on his communicator before he collected them. If anyone was interested, they could go to him. After all, the jade box he used to hold the herbs was too eye-catching, and it was not easy to take it out for people to see. If you want to know what these plants look like, you can go to your captain. He has images, Jiang Zhuxiang said. Lei Mu was surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's sharpness, but he was quite satisfied. He planned to find time to find his captain later. New plants still need to be mastered. After Lei Jin finished his own business, he saw the two of them talking happily. He was inexplicably a little unhappy, and stared at Lei Mu with sharp eyes. Lei Mu shook his body, and walked away to find Lei Kong. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang after seeing Lei Mu leave. Can you still hold on? If not, I can notify someone to take you back first. After all, the amount of activities in the past few days is already very large for a girl. Now that the main task has been completed, it's okay for her not to participate in the additional exploration. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a sense of being looked down upon, but it was understandable. However, she did not intend to retreat. After all, self-improvement was the basis for survival. It's okay. I really want to follow you to see more. Lei Jin naturally wanted her to act with them. He asked this question only for her health. Well, go and help first. Others were already busy preparing lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that she knew. After eating a lunch prepared by Xiahua, Lei Jin began to lead people to search for other mutant animals along the edge of the fragment. The mutant animals that survive here are the most sensitive to the pressure of the central giant. Lei Jin led the team to confirm the survival areas of several mutant animals on the edge of the fragment. Occasionally, people could be seen moving around on other fragments. They also tried to exchange information about the fragments with each other. After learning some basic information, the originally planned mission time was almost up, and Lei Jin led his team on the way back. During this period, Jiang Zhuxiang also further understood the combat effectiveness of this team, and no longer felt so invincible about the power he might have in the future. The humility of the heart has reduced a lot of troubles for Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. At the same time, during this period of getting along, Lei Jin's superpower team completely accepted Jiang Zhuxiang as a reserve member, and no longer looked down on him. Lei Jin first sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, and told Jiang Zhuxiang, your contribution value will be calculated by the task hall after I hand in the task. At that time, you can receive it as long as you hand in the task. All the task product information is with the Captain Lei Jin, who will hand it in to the task hall. The task hall will give the overall contribution value based on the information, and the captain will submit the contribution value distribution plan based on the individual performance during the task. The task hall will calculate and distribute it to each member participating in the task. The member only needs to hand in the task to receive it. Lei Jin is more familiar with Jiang Zhuxiang's common sense level, so he explained it to her. Jiang Zhuxiang said he knew, and the other team members said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang. Yan Lei, who came to pick up Jiang Zhuxiang, frowned, feeling like his own cabbage had to move. Lei Jin saw Yan Lei coming, said hello to him, and left with his people. Yan Lei walked back with Jiang Zhuxiang and asked, are you okay along the way? Jiang Zhuxiang replied calmly, I feel pretty good. Yan Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's mental state and felt that he was okay, and he looked more cheerful than before. I have already processed the straw you soaked for you. If you want to use it, you can go directly to the laboratory to get it. I have handed in your softener formula. The Academy of Sciences will give you a certain contribution value. You can go to the mission hall to collect it. Recently, the Shuemu family and the people from the base have also returned to the ground. The people from the base have tried to enter here. Of course, they did not succeed. But Xixiang, you should also pay attention. If someone wants you to go out with him, you must tell me first. Not everyone is trustworthy. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yan Lei's cryptic tone and knew that there must be someone in the academy who had a murky relationship with the base. He nodded to show that he understood. However, there was no rush for the straw. There was no condition to take a shower outside. The only thing Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to do now was to take a hot shower. Yan Lei also understood what people who had just returned from the wild wanted to do most. He stopped talking nonsense and went straight to his residence. While Jiang Zhuxiang was taking a shower, Yan Lei went to the trading area to pack food and brought it back. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished taking a shower, and the two of them ate together, Yan Lei asked Jiang Zhuxiang to rest as soon as possible and left Jiang Zhuxiang's room. Chapter 44 Breakthrough. Jiang Zhuxiang, who was full and refreshed, was in high spirits and had no intention of resting yet. This time was just right for him to sort out the harvest of this mission. He did what he said. Jiang Zhuxiang first took out his backpack and suitcase. These were filled with things that Jiang Zhuxiang had collected when the team members saw them. Most of them were some common mutant plants and some relatively common herbs. Jiang Zhuxiang dragged out 2 storage boxes from under his bed and placed the common mutant plants and herbs separately. He would deal with them when he had time. These storage boxes had the function of keeping fresh. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to worry about the plants rotting. After finishing these visible gains, Jiang Zhuxiang began to check the things in his personal space. These were all collected by Jiang Zhuxiang when the team members were not paying attention. They were placed in a rather messy manner. Even Jiang Zhuxiang himself did not know what was in it. Jiang Zhuxiang spread a layer of clean white cotton cloth on his desk, which came from Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space, and then took out the things in his personal space one by one to identify them. After Jiang Zhuxiang took out all the things collected in his personal space during this mission, he was quite pleased to find that he had actually collected all the medicinal materials needed for a commonly used prescription in the Shenong secret medical technique. If he configured it, he would not need the help of a healing psychic in case of any unexpected situation in the wild. It seems that the ability of healing psychics is better at treating various injuries. If it weren't for the end of the world, it wouldn't be so respected. If Jiang Zhuxiang's prescription is released, the status of healing psychics will definitely be affected. Jiang Zhuxiang is still aware of this situation. So for her own safety, she doesn't intend to leak this prescription. She just plans to prepare some for herself as first aid medicine. And she has to do it secretly. This is not a selfish idea, but a temporary compromise when facing a huge interest group. After meeting someone who is absolutely trustworthy in the future, Jiang Zhuxiang will not be stingy with this prescription. Jiang Zhuxiang put the identified herbs into the labeled jade boxes one by one to prevent the loss of medicinal properties. Seeing that he had few jade boxes left, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go to Yan Lei tomorrow to ask how to make the glassware that Lei Mu used to store lichen samples. Putting the jade boxes with herbs back into his personal space, Jiang Zhuxiang sat cross-legged on the futon by the window, adjusted his breath, and began to practice in meditation. At this time, the golden and silver light spots in Jiang Zhuxiang's dantian looked like flowing liquid, which was a manifestation of the dense sun and moon. As mentioned earlier, Shenong's secret technique can absorb any energy that can be absorbed for cultivation. In this world, the only natural energy that can be absorbed is the energy from the sun and the moon. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally chose the energy for practicing Shenong's secret technique as the essence of the sun and the moon. This breakthrough requires the fusion of these two energies. As for the cyan energy around the dantian, Jiang Zhuxiang does not intend to deal with it for the time being. The experience that Jiang Zhuxiang had gained from the last world was that a breakthrough needs to be done with a flow and cannot be forced. Jiang Zhuxiang was also prepared for this breakthrough to fail, and he just tried his best. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly mobilized these two energies of absolutely different natures and allowed them to merge. If he could describe the feeling in his dantian, it was definitely a world of water and fire. The contact between the sun and moon was absolutely comparable to the contact between water and fire. Jiang Zhuxiang could only let the two energies circle around each other, hoping that they would turn together. However, perhaps thanks to Jiang Zhuxiang's inaction, at midnight when the moon was at its peak, the two energies finally turned into a ball smoothly. However, in this ball, the sun and moon reached a magical balance, occupying the same volume, forming two small fishes, one gold and one silver. The shape was the same as the Taoist yin-yang fish, but the color was different. The symbol of their fusion was that the eyes of the golden fish were silver, while the color of the silver fish was gold. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the rotating ball of energy and knew that he had entered the initial stage of Shenong's secret technique and could really mobilize the energy in his body. Jiang Zhuxiang continued to absorb the essence of the moon and consolidate his realm. After the sun rose in the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang absorbed the essence of the sun that appeared with the first ray of sunlight. After watching the energy ball and dantian become more active, he ended his whole night of practice. The essence of the sun only appeared when the sun rose, so it would be useless for Jiang Zhuxiang to practice again. Jiang Zhuxiang found that a layer of dirt appeared on his body without surprise. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang only wore loose pajamas during the practice. Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the bathroom directly in pajamas, turned on the hot water directly, and washed in pajamas. After washing, Jiang Zhuxiang wrapped his pajamas in a bath towel and put them on the water separator, walked into the bedroom, changed into sportswear, and went to the indoor gymnasium to exercise. Jiang Zhuxiang found that it was easiest to practice this set of movements today. He felt energy flowing all over his body. If Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his dantian now, he could find that the golden and silver fish were spinning. After completing the daily exercise, Jiang Zhuxiang found that he did not sweat today. He skipped the shower procedure and went directly to the laboratory after taking the nutrient solution. It was rare that Yan Lei had not appeared in the laboratory yet. Jiang Zhuxiang first went to see the process weaved straw and rubbed it. It was a bit wasteful to use this thing to weave small things. It seemed that it could be used to make close-fitting soft armor. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to look at the method of close-fitting soft armor after returning and make one for himself. After collecting the straw, Jiang Zhuxiang went to check the paper-making raw materials and paper medicine that had been soaked last time. It was found that they were almost ready and could proceed to the next step of pulping. Jiang Zhuxiang looked for tools that could be used for pulping and found that the cutter seemed to be able to work. But he didn't know if it could work in water. Jiang Zhuxiang was holding the cutter and was a little hesitant. At this time, Yan Lei just walked in and saw Jiang Zhuxiang's action and hurriedly stopped him. This kind of cutter can't work in water. He walked over and took a look and found that it was the paper-making raw materials that had been soaked before. Yan Lei asked, "Xiaoxiang, what do you want to do now?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a little distressedly, "I want to cut these fibers and make them brooms." Yan Lei didn't understand fiber brooms very well, but he still knew how to cut fibers. It was more useful to use a spiral cutter for this process. Yan Lei took out this tool that he didn't use much from his toolbox, helped Jiang Zhuxiang install it on the glass tank, turned on the switch, and let it work by itself. Chapter 45 Earning Contribution Points for the first time. Yan Lei walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and signaled her to pay attention to the progress of the cutting machine. "Xiaoxiang, you should know how much cutting is needed. Go and have a look yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to do today, so she planned to watch the pulp finish. However, after Yan Lei gave these instructions, he informed Jiang Zhuxiang, "The Shuimu family and the base will hold a housewarming party the day after tomorrow, and sent an invitation to our dean, which also mentioned our names. We will go with the dean at that time." The main reason why Yan Lei came to the laboratory so late today was that he was called by the dean to explain this matter. In addition to Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang, the invitation also included 2 other students of the teacher at that time. It seems that after failing to sneak into the Academy of Sciences, the Shuimu family and the base wanted to use this method to get them out to facilitate their continued actions. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless after hearing Yan Lei's news. He didn't expect that this group of people were not in a hurry to settle down and prepare for future development, but were in a hurry to do such things. And the name was actually moving. It should be more than just us who were invited, right? Although Jiang Zhuxiang only met these people on the way to the last mission, he knew from that initial impression that those people were not so quiet. Yan Lei appreciated Jiang Zhuxiang's sharpness. There are also 2 other students of the teacher. It seems that they still have no intention of intervening in the Academy of Sciences. At the banquet, "Xiaoxiang, you should pay attention that they may find someone to contact you. Xiaoxiang, don't leave me at that time." After Yan Lei gave some instructions, he considered the situation in case he left his junior sister. By the way, they also invited the Lei, Yan and Jin families. You should know the other 2 families except the Jin family. If I am not with you at that time, you can ask these 2 families for help if you encounter any problems. They will not stand idly by because we are allies. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless about Yan Lei's worry. How could he be deceived so easily? In Yan Lei's heart, although his junior sister seems to have improved a lot now, she is still relatively simple and cannot resist those people with evil intentions. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still accepted Yan Lei's concern and said that he would listen to him and pay attention to it. Yan Lei was still not at ease after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang agreed. He planned to contact Lei and Yan's family and talk to them. After talking about this, Jiang Zhuxiang focused on the pulping process and stopped talking to Yan Lei. The efficiency of the spiral cutter was still relatively fast. The originally long fibers had been cut shorter. It seemed that the pulp should be ready today, While watching the spiral cutter work, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the glass jar with the plants needed to make paper medicine and took out the plants soaked in it with tweezers. After soaking for such a long time, these plants left their extracts, which were the paper medicine needed for papermaking. Jiang Zhuxiang took out several wide-mouthed bottles and filled them with extracts. These things would come into play after the pulp was ready. After this busy time, it was time for lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to drink a tube of nutrient solution and continue to stare at the pulp. Unexpectedly, the communicator received a message from the task hall at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked it and found that the contribution value of the last task had been calculated. The task hall notified the team members who participated in the task to collect their contribution value. After seeing this message, Jiang Zhuxiang cancelled his original plan and decided to go to the trading area to solve lunch and hand in the task to collect the contribution value. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yen Lei, who was still concentrating on the experiment, opened the communicator, and left him a message so that he would not worry, and then walked out of the laboratory to the trading area to find food. Jiang Zhuxiang is now familiar with the trading area. He went to the place where he went with Yen Lei before to have lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the task hall, chose a window with a shorter line, and lined up to wait for the task to be handed in. Jiang Zhuxiang comforted himself in silence in the line. It seemed that he and everyone else had the same idea and chose this time to hand in the task. Fortunately, the staff at the window acted quickly. Half an hour later, it was Jiang Zhuxiang's turn. Jiang Zhuxiang reported her task number and her communication number. After the staff entered the virtual network, they quickly transferred Jiang Zhuxiang's contribution value to her. At the same time, they saw that there was a special contribution value under Jiang Zhuxiang's communication number. After asking Jiang Zhuxiang if she wanted to claim it, they quickly helped her deal with it after getting a positive answer. After Jiang Zhuxiang saw the staff handle her business, she thanked them and left the team. As she walked, she looked at the contribution points she had received and found that the contribution points for her softener formula were higher than those for this mission. It seemed that she could sell the formula if she was short of contribution points in the future. Turning off the communicator, Jiang Zhuxiang walked in the corridor of the trading area and thought of the dean's wife who opened a bakery here. She decided to go and see her. Speaking of which, the bread from last time seemed to be still in her personal space. She only ate one with Lei Jin. While Jiang Zhuxiang was enjoying a leisurely after meal time, Yen Lei finished his experiment and saw Jiang Zhuxiang's message. He smiled slightly. Such a little sister needs to be well protected. Yen Lei turned on the communicator and started to contact the young patriarchs of the Lei and Yin families, telling them about the housewarming party the day after tomorrow. Yin Yin expressed his unconditional obedience to his eldest brother's instructions, and told him that his mother was talking about him again, and that he should be prepared to be annoyed to death at the housewarming party. Yen Lei hung up the communication of his second brother with concern and started to contact Lei Jin. Lei Jin was surprised by Yen Lei's communication, and agreed readily after knowing his intention. Lei Jin did not need Yen Lei to ask him to take care of Jiang Zhuxiang, the reserve team member. If she had any problems, the people in the Lei family's superpower team would take the initiative to help. After hanging up the communicator, Yen Lei turned on the location of Jiang Zhuxiang and planned to find her. But after discovering that she was moving towards the laboratory, he decided to wait in the laboratory. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the laboratory with a bag of bread and drinks given to him by the dean's wife. Seeing that Yen Lei had finished the experiment, Jiang Zhuxiang took the bag to the rest area in the laboratory. Big brother, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Here are some bread and drinks. Just right for lunch. Yen Lei walked to the rest area and watched Jiang Zhuxiang take out the things. He knew it was natural food by the smell, and was a little curious about how she got it. Chapter 46 Yen Lei's Friend. Yen Lei picked up a most ordinary bread and asked, Xiao Xiang, where did you buy this? Did you spend a lot of contribution points? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless when he heard this. I didn't spend any contribution points. The dean's wife opened a bakery in the trading area. I went to the trading area to hand in a task at noon today and visited her by the way. She insisted on giving it to me. Yen Lei still admired his junior sister's popularity. Since this thing came from a normal source, Yen Lei was no longer polite and started to eat. After finishing a bread, Yen Lei took a sip of the drink. I have contacted the Lei and Yin families. Xiao Xiang, you don't have to worry about the housewarming party the day after tomorrow. But you still have to pay attention. After all, there may be situations that you can't see. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew. Do you want more? Jiang Zhuxiang pointed at the bag of bread. Yanlei took another one and signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to put it away. Jiang Zhuxiang put the bag in his locker and came back to get it when he was about to leave the laboratory. After putting away the key to the locker, Jiang Zhuxiang went to check on the pulp. He turned off the spiral cutter and used a glass rod to scoop up a little pulp from the glass tank for a careful inspection. He found that all the fibers had been cut to the appropriate length. Jiang Zhuxiang disassembled the spiral cutter from the glass tank, took the wide-mouthed bottle containing the paper medicine, and used a measuring cup to measure the required amount and mix it with the beaten pulp. Next, he needed to remove the excess water from the pulp to make it into a slurry before he could start papermaking. If you want to remove the water from the pulp, it is obviously impossible to do it in a glass jar. Jiang Zhuxiang began to look for a container in the laboratory that can remove the water from the pulp without letting the pulp flow out. Yanlei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang looking around and said with a bit of amusement, Xiaoxiang, you can ask me first if you want something. I am more familiar with this laboratory than you are, so it will be easier to find it. Right? Jiang Zhuxiang just didn't want to trouble Yanlei too much. But now it seems that his principles are a bit out of date. I need a container that can let the water in the pulp penetrate but not let the pulp flow out. Jiang Zhuxiang explained his needs. Yanlei thought about it and found a double-layer glass jar. But the material at the bottom of the inner glass jar was a permeable membrane made according to the cell membrane structure, which only allowed water molecules to pass through, which met Jiang Zhuxiang's needs. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled at Yanlei with a little gratitude, and placed the double-layer glass jar next to the original glass jar. Yanlei helped Jiang Zhuxiang pour the original paper pulp into the inner glass jar of the double-layer glass jar. When Jiang Zhuxiang was washing the original glass jar, he said, Xiaoxiang, if you still want to do experiments in this laboratory, help me organize and register the items in your spare time. It will also be good for you, as a person who has just entered the laboratory. This should have been the first task. Yanlei skipped this step because he was taking care of his junior sister. Now it seems better to make up for it. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew. He really needed to understand what was in the laboratory. It takes time for the water to seep out. Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly found that he didn't seem to have a paper scooping device. It was just right to make one during this time. Jiang Zhuxiang used a machine to split the peeled mulberry branches into thin wooden strips, and cross-woven them into pieces of bamboo mats of appropriate size, which were just right for scooping paper. After the paper scooping device was made, only part of the water in the pulp seeped out. Jiang Zhuxiang began to do the work of sorting and registering items in the laboratory to kill time. The items in the laboratory were still quite messy. Jiang Zhuxiang spent half a day, but still couldn't finish them. She only finished 1/10. Yanlei didn't ask Jiang Zhuxiang to finish everything immediately, but just asked her to continue when she had time tomorrow. The two left the laboratory and went to the trading area to have dinner as usual. While waiting for dinner to be served, someone came to greet Yanlei. Lazy, are you free these 2 days? We have an outing mission, and we are still short of one person. The person seemed very familiar with Yanlei, and his tone was very casual. Yanlei also responded casually, not these 2 days. You also know that the Shuimu family and the people from the base are back. They want us to attend some housewarming party the day after tomorrow. After saying this, Yanlei introduced Jiang Zhuxiang. This is my friend, Xiaoxiang. You can just call him Mosquito. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yanlei speechlessly. This is too rude. Sure enough, the man raised his eyebrows and retorted, Xiaoxiang, don't listen to your senior brother's nonsense. My name is Shuiwen. You can just call me Brother One. Jiang Zhuxiang called Brother One, looked at this person carefully, and found that he seemed to have seen him before. Shuiwen didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang's scrutiny, and when Yanlei wanted to speak, he quickly stopped him and waited for the result of Jiang Zhuxiang's scrutiny. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully examined his memory and found that he had seen this person before when he just woke up. You are the doctor who treated me at that time, Shuiwen said jokingly. Xiaoxiang has a good memory, and my medical skills are okay. Yanlei looked at his friends boasting in silence. Have you eaten? If you have, leave quickly. If you haven't eaten, I won't treat you. Shuiwen looked at Yanlei with a bitter and resentful expression. Lazy. You really like new things and hate old things. You said you haven't seen me for a long time, since you had Xiaoxiang. Yan Lei looked like he was about to vomit. Shui Wen stopped when he saw the good, and reminded him seriously, "You don't have to worry too much when you go to the Mu family this time. But the people in the Shui family and the Beis should be careful that they are desperate. Especially the Shui family. Lei Zi. You also know that my uncle is not a very polite person." Yan Lei said he would pay attention. And Shui Wen left. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Shui Wen leave before he spoke. "Brother Wen is quite interesting." Yan Lei listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's evaluation and reminded, "Generally speaking, your brother Wen is quite easy to get along with. But don't mention the Shui family in front of him." Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Is it convenient to talk about brother Wen's affairs? I will avoid it after I understand it." Yan Lei knew Shui Wen quite well. He didn't mind others knowing his affairs, as long as they were not said in person. So Jiang Zhuxiang heard a story about brothers killing each other. Shui Wen's father was led into the zombie group by the current Shui family leader at the risk of his own safety. As a result, Shui Wen's father protected his brother with ulterior motives out of the zombie group. And he turned into a zombie and was killed by the previous Shui family leader. At that time, Shui Wen was already 5 years old. The previous Shui family leader had no choice but to pass the position of the leader to Shui Shi, and sent Shui Wen to the Academy of Sciences to prevent Shui Shi from being killed. Chapter 47: Successful Attempt at Papermaking. After listening to Yan Lei's story, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that his original experience was relatively mild. At least, he didn't have to face his own family members as Shui Wen did. It would be very painful whether he took revenge or not. Dinner came after Yan Lei finished telling the story. Jiang Zhuxiang focused on his food and temporarily put the story he had just heard behind him. After dinner, the two of them went back to their rooms to rest. After returning to the room, Jiang Zhuxiang received a communication from the dean's wife, saying that she had prepared clothes for her and asked her to try them out tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang had to tell Yan Lei that he didn't have time to go to the laboratory tomorrow morning. When Yan Lei received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, he said calmly that he didn't have time to go to the laboratory tomorrow either. The two of them instantly realized that they should have encountered the same thing and go to try the clothes they needed the day after tomorrow. The two of them smiled bitterly on both sides of the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang said that he hoped that he would not be too busy tomorrow. Yan Lei thought of the time his mother spent on his clothes in the past, and said that he would rest first to save energy for tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the communicator considerately, wondering whether he should rest early, but finally chose to practice, which is also a good way to restore physical strength. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang just woke up and received a call from the dean's wife. She didn't know how the dean's wife was so accurate. The dean's wife asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go directly to breakfast after washing up, and then she could start trying on clothes directly after breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his intention to exercise before going there, and the dean's wife agreed. After all, health is still very important. So Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the indoor gymnasium after washing up, insisted on finishing today's exercise, and took a shower before going to the dean's house. While Jiang Zhuxiang was exercising, Yan Lei had already arrived at the dean's house. The dean was in the kitchen helping the dean's wife prepare breakfast. Seeing Yan Lei coming, he let him do it himself. Yan Lei sat in the living room trembling, waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to join him. When the dean's wife saw Yan Lei coming, she asked the dean to watch the breakfast she had almost finished, and she got away to get the clothes prepared for Yan Lei and others. The dean said he was happy to see it happen, and he was no longer the only one being tormented. Yan Lei watched the dean's wife's series of actions, and silently sent messages to Jiang Zhuxiang on the communicator, asking her to come earlier to accompany him in suffering. When Jiang Zhuxiang received the message from Yan Lei, he was on the way to the dean's house, and silently slowed down his pace. Although he could not avoid being tormented, it was better to be a little later. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the dean's house, Yan Lei had tried on 2 sets of clothes, and the dean's wife was very happy. When Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door and went in, he was attacked by Yan Lei's resentful expression. When the dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, she finally let Yan Lei go to change back to her own clothes and prepared to have breakfast first. When Yan Lei went to change clothes, Jiang Zhuxiang helped to go into the kitchen to bring things. Although the dean's wife ran a bakery, the breakfast was still Chinese style, with porridge, side dishes, and freshly fried dough sticks. Yan Lei could eat directly after changing clothes. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei wanted to eat more without saying a word, but were stopped by the dean's wife. Eating too much would make the effect of trying on clothes less effective. The dean's wife comforted the two. I prepared snacks for you. You can eat as much as you want after trying on clothes. The two lost their appetite instantly. And they only drank a bowl of porridge and ate a dough stick. After breakfast, the dean's wife asked the dean to clean up the kitchen before leaving. And she continued to toss Jiang Zhuxiang and others. The dean did not have any objections, and went to work humming a little tune. Yan Lei continued to change his clothes. Looking at the style of his clothes, he suspected that his mother had contacted the dean's wife. After 2 hours, the dean's wife finally found suitable clothes for Yan Lei and let him go to rest. Yan Lei took a deep breath, changed back into his own clothes, sat on the sofa, and watched Jiang Zhuxiang walk into the locker room. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed the hope that she could also finish in 2 hours. But girls' clothes are always more complicated than boys, and her idea is doomed to fail. Jiang Zhuxiang patiently let the dean's wife toss her from head to toe. Finally, the dean's wife determined the style that suited Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to come early tomorrow, and she would help her make it exactly the same as now. Jiang Zhuxiang was surprised that the dean's wife could still get so many clothes and cosmetics. She must have looted them all and put them in her own space. After Jiang Zhuxiang's look was determined, the dean's wife helped her remove her makeup. Fortunately, she considered Jiang Zhuxiang's age and only put on light makeup. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would never let her do anything with her face. After removing her makeup, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly changed back into her original loose sportswear and spread out on the sofa. Yan Lei poured her a cup of tea and pushed it over. Jiang Zhuxiang drank it in one breath. And then she took a breath and picked up a salty snack to eat. The dean's wife packed up her tools and sat down opposite the two of them. Eat lunch here, just as a reward for you. Seeing the two children looking exhausted, the dean's wife spoke with a bit of amusement. The two originally planned to take a rest and leave. But seeing the dean's wife's high spirits, they didn't know how to speak, and finally stayed at the dean's house for lunch, and brought a loving lunch to the dean for the dean's wife. The dean was in the office, and saw the two children looking like they had escaped death, which made him laugh. However, his wife should be able to let him go after tormenting the two people. The dean's few sympathies disappeared in an instant, and he took the food box from Yan Lei and let the two leave. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei went directly to the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the pulp and found that the water had almost penetrated, and it was possible to make paper. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the paper scooping device he had made, turned on the dryer, and started to scoop paper. The pulp was interwoven into thin sheets of wet paper on the paper scoop. Jiang Zhuxiang put the paper scoop on the dryer and waited for the temperature of the dryer to dry the wet paper. When it was time to peel it off, it would be paper. However, there was only one dryer in the laboratory, so the action did not seem to be fast. While waiting for the wet paper to dry, Jiang Zhuxiang thought of a question. Should we prepare gifts for the housewarming party tomorrow? Senior brother? Yan Lei kept moving his hands. I don't know about this either. I'll ask the dean tonight. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the wet paper slowly dry, nodded and stopped talking. Chapter 48. Preparations before the banquet. Until the time came to close the laboratory, Jiang Zhuxiang only got 100 sheets of paper. But the quality of these 100 sheets of paper was good and smooth to the touch. Jiang Zhuxiang found a piece of charcoal and wrote a few words. The handwriting was easy to retain. It was not easy to tear when gently pulled by hand, and the color looked white. Jiang Zhuxiang tried to input his energy into this kind of paper, and found that this kind of paper could barely retain some energy. It seems that he can try to make some more basic ones for self-defense. After Yan Lei finished his experimental task today, he came over to see the paper made by Jiang Zhuxiang. Speaking of it, Yan Lei really couldn't believe that his little sister made paper like this. Picking up a piece of paper and playing with it, Yan Lei asked Xiao Xiang, "What are you going to do with this paper?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, "Isn't paper used for writing and drawing? Drawing talismans is also a kind of drawing." Yan Lei was a little helpless about his junior sister's answer. His junior sister really didn't care much about the other value of this kind of paper. He had mentioned it to her before. "Xiao Xiang, didn't you ask if you want to give gifts tomorrow? If there is a need tomorrow, your paper can be used as a gift for everyone in the Academy of Sciences." Jiang Zhuxiang said a little reluctantly, "If you really want to give it, leave half for me." Yan Lei was a little speechless about his junior sister's slowness. The dean will not give this new invention to the Shuemu family, and the people of the Academy of Sciences to attract attention. They have always been greedy for our Academy of Sciences. If you are willing, you can give some to the dean. There is also the process of papermaking and the materials needed. Xiao Xiang. You can also exchange them for contribution points. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved and nodded, saying, "It's time to give some to the dean." After all, he still needed the dean's care in the future. As for the papermaking process, as long as it was the result of this laboratory, Jiang Zhuxiang actually had no intention of hiding it. I've recorded the papermaking process and the things needed in the experimental record on the terminal. Let's leave it to you, brother. After all, it's a bit eye-catching for a girl like me to deal with such things. Yin Lei didn't want his little junior sister to be noticed by too many people. After all, their strength was still too weak at present, and he couldn't guarantee that he could protect his little junior sister. However, Yin Lei was still quite touched by his little junior sister's trust. He would definitely help his little junior sister get the appropriate contribution value from the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care what Yin Lei was thinking. He counted out 50 pieces of paper, packed them, and put them in his backpack. He was going to the dean's house tomorrow anyway, so he could take them there. He rolled up the rest and stuffed them in his backpack. He planned to take them back to his room for his own use. However, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Yin Lei, "Don't you want them?" Yin Lei waved his hand and refused. "I'm used to electronic products." It should be said that other young people are used to using electronic products except for his junior sister. Jiang Zhuxiang was happy to see that he didn't want them. After all, he didn't know how much paper he needed to successfully draw a talisman. Yin Lei checked the lab equipment as usual, and only left with Jiang Zhuxiang after confirming that they were all turned off. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei agreed to meet at the dean's house tomorrow, and then returned to his room, replacing rest with cultivation, waiting for tomorrow's arrival. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the indoor gymnasium to complete his exercise task before going to the dean's house. When he arrived at the dean's house, Yin Lei was already there, but the clothes he was wearing looked like his own. The dean's wife poked her head out of the kitchen. "Xiaoxiang, you sit down for a while. We'll start changing clothes after breakfast." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without objection and sat down with Yin Lei. The Shuimu family and the people at the base still considered the safety issue and set the time for the housewarming party at noon. So they needed to start working in the morning, especially those women who love beauty even in the end of the world. Jiang Zhuxiang sat on the sofa for a while and looked into the kitchen. "Is the dean helping in the kitchen?" Yin Lei nodded to indicate yes. Jiang Zhuxiang rolled up the paper in his hand and shook it at Yin Lei. "Have you mentioned this to the dean?" Yin Lei said that he had not had time to speak yet. Jiang Zhuxiang said indifferently, "Then I will tell you later, and send this thing out by the way." At the dean's house, Yin Lei was not worried that his junior sister's achievements would be leaked. Since the incident during the previous dean's tenure, the security system of the Academy of Sciences has been raised to the highest alert, especially the dean's house and the laboratory. If there is no permission from the owner, any illegal entry will be devastated. The dean and his wife brought out breakfast together. Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang went to help. After setting it up, Jiang Zhuxiang took the opportunity to tell the story and handed over the prepared paper. After the dean opened it and checked it, he nodded to show that he knew. "Let's eat first, and we'll talk about other things after today's housewarming party. I don't know what those people are planning." Jiang Zhuxiang still took the overall situation into consideration. After handing over the things in his hand, he concentrated on eating breakfast. The amount of breakfast today was still relatively small. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to protest a little. It is well known that people who go to other people's homes for banquets are not good to eat. Breakfast can't even make people full. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's not-so-obvious aggrieved expression, smiled and said, "It's not that you can't eat. As long as you show up there, I will take you to the rest area for snacks. Anyway, there is nothing to talk about with those people. I made a lot of things last night and put them in my space." The dean also nodded in agreement with the dean's wife. "You should follow your dean's wife when the time comes. Especially Xiaoxiang. You are young anyway. No one will criticize you. This child has almost forgotten the past. If he is coaxed by the people in the base, he will really recognize the thief as his father." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he would follow obediently. After breakfast, the dean and Yin Lei consciously changed their clothes first and asked the dean's wife to take care of them first. After the dean's wife dealt with the two grown men, she helped Jiang Zhuxiang to take care of her carefully. First asked her to change her clothes, combed her long hair and tied it into a bun, looked at Jiang Zuxiang's complexion. The dean's wife only applied some skin care products on her, and gave up the light makeup before, smiled and pinched her face. Sure enough, your face is still tender. Jiang Zuxiang turned away with a bit of discomfort. Madam, you are not old. The dean's wife was quite happy to hear the compliment. She asked Jiang Zuxiang to stand up and turn around. After confirming that there was nothing missing, she quickly took care of herself. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the dean took the invited people from the Academy of Sciences to the venue of the housewarming party. The Mu family. Chapter 49. The housewarming party begins. The Academy's land vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Mu family's shelter. Jiang Zuxiang followed Yin Lei out of the car and saw what kind of place they were in. There were tree houses on the taller trees on the mountain, and people could be seen faintly in the tree houses. The mutant plants on the mountain seemed to have been completely cleared, making people feel that this was a normal world. The inner door of the shelter was made of rare nanmu, and it was painted with green dye with patterns full of natural atmosphere. In such an environment, they really still remembered the cruelty of the end of the world. Jiang Zuxiang thought a little doubtfully. However, this is other people's business. Jiang Zuxiang followed Yin Lei into the shelter. When he entered the door, Jiang Zuxiang saw the Mu family and the Shui family who were there to greet him. When he saw the people from the Academy of Sciences coming in, the person from the Mu family took the initiative to come up and greet the dean, while the person from the Shui family was a little reluctant. The dean stopped and said a few words to them briefly. He didn't care much about the attitude of these people. Anyway, he had foreseen it when he decided to separate from the base. After a polite greeting, the dean led people to the rest area. Jiang Zuxiang originally thought that he could see people from the base this time, but he didn't expect that they didn't arrange for people from the base to greet him. I just don't know who arranged it. After the dean's wife sat down in the rest area, she smiled and said, "Are you hungry now? If you are, I will bring you some snacks." The dean said helplessly, "We are in someone else's house now, so we should be more restrained and bring them out when there are more people." The dean's wife listened to the dean's words and secretly signaled Jiang Zuxiang and the others to wait. Jiang Zuxiang was not very hungry now, but he was a little bored. He had to look at the decoration of this space. The light was warm yellow, and there were some potted plants in the corners of this space. It didn't look impetuous. This Mu family still had some background. There were some wooden dining tables scattered inside this space. It seemed that they should be used to place food later. Now there was a plate of candy on each table, which was still a relatively luxurious snack in the end times. I just don't know where their candy came from. After Jiang Zuxiang finished looking at the decoration of this space, there was a commotion at the door. Jiang Zuxiang looked up and saw that the people from the Lei, Yin and Jin families had arrived together. It was obviously a bit rude for only the Shui and Mu families to entertain the guests at this time. The person from the Mu family quickly found someone to inform the leader of the base. Before the leader of the base came out, the people from the Lei, Yin and Jin families first saw the people from the Academy of Sciences sitting in the rest area. After whispering to each other for a while, the young people from the Lei, Yin and Jin families walked to the rest area, and the patriarchs of the Lei, Yin and Jin families were left there to greet the people from the Shui and Mu families. When the young people from the three families approached the rest area, Jiang Zuxiang followed Yin Lei and stood up to greet them. Yin spoke first with a not very happy tone. "I didn't expect you to come so early. We went to your place to look for you, but you left long ago." Yin Lei looked at his second brother helplessly, not knowing what to say. Yin interrupted in time. "Brother, don't worry about the second brother. You were not here this time, and Mom tossed him for 2 hours, and now she is very irritable." Yin Lei just asked, "Why didn't Mom come this time?" Yin said with a strange expression, "She couldn't sleep last night, and she said she didn't look good and didn't want to come. She should be catching up on sleep now." Yin Lei. While the three brothers were chatting, Lei Jin also walked to Jiang Zuxiang's side. "Did you go to collect the reward for the last mission?" Jiang Zuxiang nodded to indicate that he would go and get it. Lei Jin saw the leader of the base walking towards his father with an arrogant look, and reminded Jiang Zuxiang, "Don't act alone today." Jiang Zuxiang asked curiously, "Why didn't your mother come this time?" Lei Jin said seriously, "It's dangerous outside. Especially here is not a place with allies. And my father is worried about letting her go out. During the last 100 years, except for those women with outstanding superpowers, who were still active outside. Other women were basically well protected by their men. Women who were not well protected were in a bit of a bad situation. Of course, Lei Jin would not say these words to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his dean's wife in silence. It seemed that she would be bored at today's housewarming party. After the base leader and the three family heads finished their greetings, Mu Sin, the head of the Mu family, had the prepared food brought to the table one after another, reminding the base leader to prepare for a speech. The base leader took the heads of the Shui and Mu families to the stage. At this time, the guests stood in the center of the hall. The base leader said casually, "Welcome everyone. I hope you will enjoy it." After that, he began to walk off the stage. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the head of the Mu family was about to reach out to grab the corner of his clothes. He must be in a state of collapse. Jiang Zhuxiang could see from the performance of these people that this housewarming party must be the intention of the Mu family. And the other two families were barely persuaded by him. However, in the end, the head of the Mu family followed the leader of the base down the platform and decided to entertain the people who came today. Most of the people who came today were actually from the Shui and Mu families and the base. And they came mainly for food. The Lei, Yan, and Jin families plus the people from the Academy of Sciences accounted for less than 1/10 of all the people. After the leader of the base finished speaking, Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yin Lei and the dean's wife to the rest area, ready to stay there until they left. Anyway, as a junior, he didn't need to socialize. However, the other two students, who were said to be his fathers, were now nowhere to be seen. The young patriarchs of the three families were wandering in the crowd at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang occasionally paid attention and found that these people were basically in contact with people who didn't seem to be valued by the three families. They should be collecting talents. After all, the human population has dropped sharply in the past 100 years of the end of the world. And the number of people is the key to the survival of a force. Seeing these people's actions, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Yin Lei with some curiosity, "Is it okay for you to sit here?" Yin Lei followed Jiang Zhuxiang's line of sight and said, "It's okay for our dean to be there. After all, the Academy of Sciences is a special place. People who awaken their brain abilities will choose the Academy of Sciences without any surprises. Of course, the Academy of Sciences will occasionally take the initiative to absorb some people who have been abandoned by other forces. Now that the Academy of Sciences has formed an alliance with the Lei, Yan, and Jin families, it has more room for talent selection." The dean's wife pulled Jiang Zhuxiang's hand and stuffed her a box of puffs. And Jiang Zhuxiang started eating directly. Chapter 50. Socializing at the banquet. The dean's wife nodded with satisfaction and turned to ask Yin Lei, "What do you want?" "Xiao Lei?" Yin Lei could clearly smell the sweet fragrance coming from Jiang Zhuxiang and sniffed a little uncomfortably. "Are there any salty snacks?" The dean's wife rummaged through her space, found a salty cake, and handed it over. Yin Lei dipped a little cream with a small fork and tasted it. He thought it was acceptable, so he ate it slowly. The unique style of the rest area is very eye-catching. After all, few people really just eat at the banquet, and they eat what they bring. The leader of the base walked to the rest area with a glass of wine, sat down opposite Jiang Zhuxiang with an arrogant look, and raised his eyebrows to look up and down at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was concentrating on eating puffs. "You look nothing like your parents." Jiang Zhuxiang had no interest in what he said, and continued to eat the puff in his hand. Yin Lei's anger was boiling. "We have all consciously stayed away from you, but you still want to provoke us." He clenched his fists and wanted to stand up. The dean's wife patted Yin Lei's fists soothingly and said, "What are you doing here? Please forgive the children for being ignorant." The base leader didn't care about Yin Lei's anger at all, but he did react to the dean's wife's words. "I'm curious about why you chose your current sponsor. Am I not treating you well enough?" The dean's wife replied calmly, "This is everyone's decision. We are in a cooperative relationship with our current allies." The leader of the base shook the wine glass in his hand. "Cooperation?" He sneered with an ambiguous meaning. "I hope you have a pleasant cooperation." After that, he stood up and walked to other places. The dean's wife looked at him with a complicated expression. The dean stood quietly behind the dean's wife and patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. The dean's wife leaned back and sighed. If he had less control, he would actually be a good partner. The dean always knew that his wife had a good impression of the base leader. When she voted to decide whether to leave the base, she abstained. The dean solemnly warned, "We can't go back to the relationship we had in the past. There are 4 lives between us. Jiang Zhuxiang's parents, and the former dean and his wife. Although the lives of people in the last days are not so valuable, these 4 lives are still very important in the eyes of the people in the Academy of Sciences. The dean's wife also knew what the dean meant, and said no more. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the dean and his wife, and was a little curious about the cause of death of his original parents. If it is convenient in the future, he can go and explore it. Jiang Zhuxiang ate the last puff in the box, and took out his handkerchief while thinking. The dean's wife looked at the empty box that Jiang Zhuxiang put on the coffee table. Xiaoxiang, do you want more? Jiang Zhuxiang touched his belly filled with cream, shook his head, stared at the lively people in the hall, turned around and asked Yanlei, Big brother, I want to go out for some fresh air. Do you want to go? Yanlei had already finished the salty cake in his hand. He had just listened to the conversation between the dean and his wife, and now he didn't want to see the people from the Shuimu family and the base who were hanging around in front of him. He nodded in agreement with Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal, and stood up with her to walk out of the hall. Lei Jin, who was originally in the crowd, saw that these 2 combat scums actually wanted to break away from the crowd. So he quickly got rid of the people around him, and followed the 2. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the footsteps behind her, paused slightly, and heard Lei Jin ask behind them, Where are you 2 going? Before Jiang Zhuxiang could answer, Yanlei turned around and answered, We want to go out for some fresh air. Does the young patriarch Lei want to go with us? Lei Jin asked, Where do you want to go to get some fresh air? Yanlei answered very simply, Anywhere it's quiet. Lei Jin almost sighed for the courage of these 2 people. Is it really okay to be so casual in someone else's house? These 2 people are so lucky to be alive, and well until now. Lei Jin waved to the Mu family members waiting outside the hall and asked, Where is the best place to get some fresh air? The Mu family members waiting outside the hall are there to serve as guides when someone wants to get some fresh air from the banquet. The head of the Mu family is quite thoughtful. This Mu family member gently recommended Sanma Garden in the Mu family shelter to Lei Jin, and asked if he needed a guide. Lei Jin considered Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei's ideas. The 2 certainly didn't want such people to disturb their breathtaking journey, so they refused the guide and just received a map, motioning Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to follow. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei didn't know what this guy was doing, so they had to follow him. On the way to Sanma Garden, Jiang Zhuxiang saw a lot of ordinary plants planted in pots. The Wood-type superpowers of the Mu family seemed to be quite good. At least they were very talented in planting plants. But this method of planting plants in pots had a relatively large restriction on the root system of the plants. If it was a medicinal material, it would definitely be insufficient in medicinal properties. The medicinal materials of Shenong Valley were always allowed to grow in the wild, and they never interfered too much, unless they encountered major natural disasters. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about the planting technology of the Mu family. Entering Sanma Garden and seeing all kinds of plants, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel the sense of nature. Instead, she felt that the plants here seemed to live in a very depressed state, although they looked very lush. Lei Jin and Yan Lei were not as sensitive as Jiang Zhuxiang. Yan Lei carefully looked at the signs hanging on the plants. These plants looked very old, and lived a long time ago. The youngest was 100 years old. Jiang Zhuxiang followed the 2 people, and didn't talk much along the way. Lei Jin and Yan Lei were a little strange. Didn't she like plants the most in the past? This time, she just followed behind to watch. However, the 2 of them were considerate and didn't ask, thinking that she was just a little tired today. In fact, after Jiang Zhuxiang felt the depressing atmosphere here, the green energy in her body began to become active. She didn't say anything but was just trying to control the energy in her body. As the 3 of them went deeper and deeper into Sanma Garden, the green energy in Jiang Zhuxiang's body became more and more active. Finally, when the 3 of them stopped in front of a 1,000-year-old pine tree, Jiang Zhuxiang's whole body was shining with green light. Yan Lei and Lei Jin couldn't see Jiang Zhuxiang at all, and naturally didn't know what she was going through. But they both consciously helped Jiang Zhuxiang to keep the wind out in case other people came and saw Jiang Zhuxiang's abnormality. The 2 of them interpreted Jiang Zhuxiang's abnormality as the awakening of their superpowers. Although it was a bit late, they had seen such exceptions before, so they were not too worried. Chapter 51: An Unexpected Surprise. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang's mind was full of chattering voices. Because the voices were too mixed, Jiang Zhuxiang could not hear what they were saying. It was not until a slightly old voice shouted silence that Jiang Zhuxiang's mind became clearer. When Jiang Zhuxiang was in Shenong Valley, he was also taught by his teachers about creatures other than humans, although he had never seen them in person. Therefore, when these voices appeared in his mind, he was not too surprised. However, thinking of some vernacular novels he had read before, it seemed that it mentioned that after the founding of the country, it was not allowed to become spirits. I don't know what these are now. The old voice that just scolded was probably prepared before speaking again. I am the pine tree in front of you. The one who just made a noise was the other plant spirits in this yard. You don't have to be afraid. We spirits have something to ask of you, and won't do anything to embarrass you. After hearing what the old pine tree said, Jiang Zhuxiang's original worries also disappeared. And he just said, please tell me. Jiang Zhuxiang has always been respectful to the old man. The old pine tree spoke again. We, the spirits in the garden, have been here for 100 years. Although someone often provides us with energy, our cultivation has not improved in the past 100 years. After all, energy is not obtained by ourselves. We can't improve much in another 100 years just by relying on other support. This time we met you because we saw that your energy is more suitable and wanted to find a way out for ourselves. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about which energy in his body could be noticed by these demons. The most likely one seemed to be the green energy that became active after entering the garden. He asked to confirm, is it the green energy in my body that can help you? The old pine tree denied, my friend. You misunderstood. The demons in our garden have seen a lot of green energy in your body over the years. Those who come to take care of us have your green energy. What is more useful to us is the essence of the sun and the moon in your body. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect that the old pine tree was so familiar with the energy in his body. But how could he help them? Should he give away the energy he had cultivated with great effort? Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything, the old pine tree knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to speak. It won't hurt you. As long as you take our spirits into your dantian and take a part of our bodies away, we can practice in your body. And the rest can help you practice the green energy in your body. The old pine tree seemed to be afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would not want to do it. So he explained everything in one go. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel embarrassed after hearing what the old pine tree said. As a guest, it should be okay to exchange some plant samples with the host. But Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. How did you get together? Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's question, the old pine tree still felt resentful. The people in the garden who take care of us moved us away from where we originally grew up. We were not here at first, but were moved here some time ago. Originally, I had some little guys to keep me company. But now I only have these companions, who were also moved here to keep me company. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that the only ones who could keep the old pine tree company were the squirrels. Thinking about the pros and cons of this matter, Jiang Zhuxiang was not afraid that these evil spirits would make trouble in his dantian. After entering his body, he would be suppressed by himself. The old pine tree was always aware of this, and said, then you can enter my dantian first. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about how they would survive in his dantian. The old pine tree heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, and quickly let the eager little guys come first. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the green light points enter his body one by one, and they consciously arranged around the sun and moon Pisces wheel formed in the dantian before. And then the original form of the spirit body appeared. The last one to enter was the old pine tree. Just surrounding Jiang Zhuxiang's sun and moon Pisces wheel, Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they were settled. And then he moved his body to go to the head of the Mu family to talk about taking things from the original body. Yan Lei and Lei Zhen, who saw Jiang Zhuxiang wake up, hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Xiaoxiang, how is your ability? Jiang Zhuxiang reacted promptly, knowing that the two people thought he was trying to awaken his superpowers. This was good. So he would have a way to explain the blue energy in the future. It's okay. It seems to be from the wood element. As he spoke, a little blue energy appeared faintly on his fingertips. There was a wood-type superpower user in Lei Zhen's team, and he was familiar with his energy. He nodded to Yan Lei to indicate that it was indeed a wood-type superpower. Yan Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xiaoxiang, do you want to take a rest now? The awakening of superpowers still consumes some of your own energy. Lei Zhen didn't say anything, but the expression on his face also meant this. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what other people's superpower awakenings were like, but his was not considered a superpower awakening. However, since they felt that they needed to rest, it would be better to take a rest after finishing what they were going to do. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, my ability to awaken mainly depends on the plants in the garden. Senior brother, can I ask the Mu family for some stems and leaves of the plants in the garden? I can exchange them with contribution points. I want to keep them as a souvenir. Yin Lei saw that his junior sister still wanted to take these plants, and said with a little smile, then we will accompany you to find the Mu family master. I think he should have time to meet us now. The banquet was almost over. Jiang Zhuxiang said readily, thank you, senior brother. Lei Jin saw that Jiang Zhuxiang only thanked Yin Lei. Although Yin Lei was more familiar with her than himself, he was still a little unhappy. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and said solemnly, thank you, Captain, for keeping watch for me today. Lei Jin then spoke more comfortably, you're welcome. You're my team member. Let's hurry up and meet Patriarch Mu. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and the three of them walked to the hall where the banquet was held. However, the three of them did not go directly into the hall to find someone, but asked the Mu family members Lei Jin had asked before to go in, and said that they wanted to meet Patriarch Mu. The three of them waited for a while, and Patriarch Mu walked out of the hall. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Patriarch Mu had been called out, so he had to do the next thing himself. Jiang Zhuxiang stepped forward and expressed his meaning. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang did not say that he had awakened his superpowers, but just said that he liked plants, and it was rare to see so many ordinary plants that he wanted to collect some samples for research, and explained what he was willing to exchange for contribution points. Chapter 52. Danger on the way home. The head of the Mu family originally thought that these three people called him out solemnly for some big thing, but it turned out to be just such a trivial matter. Not to mention that the head of the Mu family originally wanted to ease the relationship with the Academy of Sciences and its allies. Even if ordinary people came to ask for this little thing from him, he would not be stingy. Salmon Garden is the pride of the Mu family, and it is great if someone likes it. Of course, this is the case that the head of the Mu family does not know that he has raised a group of demons who are resentful of him. If he knew, he would probably want to destroy Salmon Garden. After all, not everyone can accept such a strange thing. As for the matter of exchanging contribution points mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang, the head of the Mu family had no intention of taking advantage of the younger generation. We should have met last time. I had a good relationship with your parents before. If you don't mind this little thing, it can be my gift to you. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't comment on his words, but just nodded. He didn't know what happened in the past, so naturally, what they said was what they meant. The contribution points can be transferred directly after returning. I believe that the dean should have the communication account of the head of the Mu family. It is better not to owe each other some things, especially in this situation where the enemy and us are unclear. After obtaining the consent of the head of the Mu family, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to him politely, and walked toward Salmon Garden with Yin Lei and Lei Jin again. Entering Salmon Garden again, Jiang Zhuxiang no longer felt the oppressive atmosphere. This was just an ordinary garden full of various trees. Jiang Zhuxiang personally collected the parts of the spirits that he liked the most according to the old pine tree, and put them in the plant specimen bag he had just received from the Mu family. Yin Lei and Lei Jin could only follow Jiang Zhuxiang and watch, but could not help. They just reached out to help when Jiang Zhuxiang could not lift the specimen bag in his hand. After Jiang Zhuxiang collected all the plant specimens here, the banquet was almost over. The three received communications from their elders on the way out of Salmon Garden. After explaining their own situations, the three hurried to the gathering place. The three families of Lei, Yin, and Jin stood together with the people from the Academy of Sciences, waiting for the people who had left the team to return. Seeing the plant specimen bags in the hands of the three people who knew the Mu family praised them in their hearts. Well done. These people were still envious of the many ordinary plants collected by the Mu family. With these specimens, they could at least study genetic reproduction and restore these ordinary plants. People who often see mutant plants said they need to use ordinary plants to wash their eyes. After approaching this group of people, Yin Lei and Lei Jin took the initiative to hand over the specimens in their hands to the dean's wife, asking her to keep them for Jiang Zhuxiang first. And Jiang Zhuxiang also handed the specimens in his hands to the dean's wife. The dean's wife would naturally not refuse such help. Without saying anything, she put it into her own space before asking, "How did you get these things?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "Of course, I exchanged with the Mu family, although the contribution points have not been given yet." The dean's wife looked at the expression on Jiang Zhuxiang's face, and naturally did not completely believe her words. But it was not easy to ask more in this situation. The Lei, Yin and Jin families had no objection to the fact that all the specimens were in the hands of the Academy of Sciences. After all, they were more authoritative and were their allies. If they had studied it, I believe they would not hide it. After Lei Jin handed over the things in his hand, he said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang and returned to his father. Lei Ba, the head of the Lei family, said to the dean, "You will go with us this time? They didn't do anything when we came, but it may not be the case when we go back." The dean was not such an ungrateful person, so he nodded in agreement. The person hiding in the dark heard what these people said and reported it back to his master through the communicator, asking whether he should stick to the original plan. The person on the other end of the communicator received these messages and replied, "Of course we will do it. Even if we can't kill a few people, making them embarrassed can also make us vent our anger, because they made us unhappy before." The subordinates, who received the order, carefully smeared some liquid on the hidden places of the land vehicles of the Lei Yanjin family and the Academy of Sciences, making sure that they could not find it and prevent them from being solved in advance. The Lei Yanjin family and the Academy of Sciences said goodbye to the head of the Mu family at the door. Only the head of the Mu family came to see him off. The leaders of the base did not care, but the head of the Shui family was unwilling. After saying goodbye, they got on their own land vehicle and started to rush back. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still some time before dark. The speed of the land vehicle was not very fast, but gradually, Jiang Zhuxiang, who was sitting in the car, felt some vibrations on the ground. At first, he thought it was caused by the driving of the car, but when the vibrations became stronger and stronger, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask, "Is it a bit wrong? I remember that it didn't shake so much when I came here." Yan Lei was the driver, and Jiang Zhuxiang was asking about the dean. The dean was also a little suspicious. He lowered the window of the land vehicle, released a flying camera, and turned on the receiver on the communicator at the same time, so that he could watch what the camera captured at any time. Jiang Zhuxiang leaned over and saw the flying dust and the looming figures in the dust on the communicator. He carefully identified them and said in surprise, "These seem to be mutant wild boars. How could they leave their original activity site at this time?" Jiang Zhuxiang learned about mutant wild boars during his mission. At this time, they should be rolling around in the sun. The old man is still shrewd. The dean quickly realized that they were being plotted against. He quickly called the 3 heads of the Lei, Yin and Jin families to tell them what he saw and expressed his thoughts. The 3 heads of the family are relatively familiar with the morals of the Shui and Mu families and the people in the base. Only the sinister guy Shui sure could do such a thing. Fortunately, they were all together this time. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer some losses and some casualties before they could get away. In this situation, the 3 family heads planned to drive as fast as possible, lead these things to the vicinity of the shelter, and then deal with them, which would also increase some food for everyone. The shelter of the Academy of Sciences was the closest to them. After all, the 3 families planned to send the people of the Academy back first and then go back. After receiving the order, the driver increased the speed of the land vehicle to the fastest and approached the shelter of the Academy of Sciences with the group of mutant wild boars. At a distance of 100 meters from the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, the drivers cooperated tacitly to connect the front and rear of the land vehicle well, forming a convenient cover for the battle later. Everyone got off the car quickly and prepared to wait for the mutant wild boars to come and start fighting. Chapter 53. The Battle in Front of the House. The speed of the mutant wild boar is not much slower than that of the land vehicle. Just when everyone was ready for the battle, the mutant wild boar appeared in front of everyone. The heads of the 3 families of Lei Yanjin and the dean can basically conclude that the water erosion must have done something to the land vehicle, which attracted the mutant wild boar to chase it. Therefore, before the battle started, the water-based psychic cleaned the land vehicle to reduce the attraction to the mutant wild boar as much as possible. There was only one water-based psychic in the team, from the Lei family. This was due to the Lei family's consistent consideration. The other 2 families brought their own direct descendants to the housewarming party. However, the water-type psychic of the Lei family has good abilities. He is of the same generation as the head of the Lei family. This time, it was the intention of the Lei family elders to come with him. And now it is just in time to play a role. After washing the land vehicle, the water-type psychic directly summoned a water dragon to rush towards the mutant wild boars. Although the lethality is not great, it can still slow down the impact of these mutant wild boars. And it is also a sign that the battle has started. For a while, Those with superpowers used their superpowers to fight the mutant wild boars. And those without superpowers stood at the back obediently, and did not drag their feet. Jiang Zhuxiang can also help openly this time. Standing behind Lei Jin. He uses his wood-type superpower to stimulate plants and limit the range of activities of the mutant wild boars, which can also be regarded as providing some help. The mutant wild boars in the front gradually fell down, and the mutant wild boars behind were blocked by these fallen bodies, and could not reach the crowd. The battle gradually became easy. Perhaps the water really diluted the smell of the land vehicle that attracted the mutant wild boars. Later in the battle, the mutant wild boars in the back began to flee, and everyone did not chase them, but only focused on getting rid of the mutant wild boars in front of them. The battle came to an end, except for a few main combat forces. Others began to deal with the fallen mutant wild boars. About 10 minutes later, with the fall of the last mutant wild boar, the battle was completely over. All the harvested mutant wild boars were collected by the dean's wife in the space. The dean's wife was still a little resistant to such bloody things, but now she was the only space ability user. She took out some large bags from the space and asked people to pack these mutant wild boars, and then put them into the space. It was only 100 meters away from the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. Everyone did not plan to take the original land vehicle and walk directly there. The dean would arrange new land vehicles for the Lei, Yin and Jin families to prevent them from attracting mutant animals on the road. Arriving at the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, the dean asked the three families to sit in the living room for a while, leaving Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei to entertain them. He personally arranged the vehicle with people, and put the mutant wild boars that the three families deserved directly on the vehicle. Yin Lei directly asked his junior sister to chat with them, and he went to arrange drinks and snacks. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what to say to these people, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, silently knocking on his senior brother in his heart. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's restless expression, and took the initiative to introduce the people present to Jiang Zhuxiang, including the Jin family, whom he met for the first time. Jiang Zhuxiang then carefully observed the people from his senior brother's maternal family. They all looked very tough in temperament. Thinking of his senior brother's mother's temperament, he was a little curious about how she was raised. After Lei Jin introduced these people to Jiang Zhuxiang, Yin Lei also came in with drinks and snacks. These things came from his own dean's wife, who officially took over the reception. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved and just sat aside to listen to them talk and recover his previously consumed superpowers. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang in a daze, and was a little dissatisfied with her neglect of him. So he opened his communicator and started writing and drawing on it, sending a message. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a vibration on her wrist, knowing that a message had come in. Jiang Zhuxiang had set the message reminder to vibrate before. She opened the communicator and found that it was a message from Lei Jin. She was a little puzzled. What could not be said directly in such a close place? She looked at Lei Jin speechlessly, and then clicked to check the message. Lei Jin's message was not unreasonable. The message mentioned a new task of the Lei family. The content of the task was still confidential. Lei Jin just asked Jiang Zhuxiang if she was interested. If so, he would send her the specific content. But if she read the specific content, she must participate. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about his current situation. Although he wanted to stay in the shelter for a while longer and live a more stable life, he still needed to hone his combat power. Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to express his interest. Lei Jin replied that he would send the specific task content after he returned. Jiang Zhuxiang also needed to sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that the task content would not be leaked. This mission was a relatively private and important mission for the Lei family. After learning that he needed to sign a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried about this mission. What were they going to do? It seemed that he needed more strength before the mission began. The dean arranged the car quite quickly. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin exchanged messages, the car was ready. Because it was not too early, the three family heads did not exchange too much greetings. They said goodbye to the dean and went back in the car. Before leaving, Lei Jin signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to wait for his news with his eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. After these people left, the dean's wife said that she would follow Jiang Zhuxiang to her room and return the plant specimens she had collected for her. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse, but led the way. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still attached great importance to these plant specimens, and it would be more reassuring to put them in his pocket as soon as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang took the dean's wife back to her room. The dean's wife looked around the room and found that it was simple and did not look like a girl's room. She couldn't help but ask jokingly, Xiaoxiang, you are close to Xiaolei, and the style of this room is a bit similar to his. Did you just follow Xiaolei's room? Jiang Zhuxiang refuted helplessly. How could I follow his style? It was obviously me who cleaned his room before I cleaned my own room. Don't you think it's more convenient this way? The dean's wife looked around again and found that all the things she needed were in visible places, and the other spaces were empty. It was indeed convenient. It was still a bit like a girl's room. At least there were a lot of cushions and pillows. After looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's room, the dean's wife took out the plant specimen bag from the space and instructed Jiang Zhuxiang to hand in a few leaves of each plant and put away the rest by himself. Chapter 54, Checking what you have gained. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang nod in agreement, the dean's wife said goodbye to her and went to her bakery to start working, and invited Jiang Zhuxiang to come and sit more often when she was free. Jiang Zhuxiang still nodded in agreement, watched the dean's wife walk out of her room, and then raised the security system in her room to the highest level. No one could break into the room without the owner's permission. Jiang Zhuxiang put all the plant specimen bags on his desk and asked softly, what should I do now? The old pine tree in the Dantian coughed softly, and seemed a little embarrassed in his tone. My friend, just carry these things with you. As long as these things are on you, we can practice in your Dantian. Jiang Zhuxiang asked in surprise, don't we need to plant these? It's okay to let them wither? The old pine tree seemed even more embarrassed. Of course, it's not okay to let them wither. I know you must have a place to keep these things alive. You just need to put them in that place. Jiang Zhuxiang realized that the old pine tree was talking about his personal space. This method is not bad. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of what the dean's wife mentioned before and asked, can you ask those guys with you if you can let me take a few leaves? Although it would be fine if I took them directly, I still had to respect the wishes of these monsters. After all, this is also part of their bodies. The old pine tree was a little stunned when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question. There are people in this world who move the demons away regardless of their personal wishes. And there are also people who respect the ideas of the demons. The old pine tree deeply felt that they followed the right person this time. The old pine tree was silent for a while, and then expressed to Jiang Zhuxiang the idea that the demons agreed. Jiang Zhuxiang then took out the largest jade box from his personal space, and at the same time opened the specimen box that the dean's wife had just left for him. There were countless small grids in it, which made it convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang to store each leaf separately. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the specimen bags one by one, took out 2 or 3 leaves and put them into the small grids in the specimen box, and then put the rest into the jade box. Only at this time did Jiang Zhuxiang feel that he seemed to have collected a lot of plants this time. When Jiang Zhuxiang opened the last specimen bag, it was already dark. After finishing these specimens, Jiang Zhuxiang closed the specimen box and handed it to Yan Lei in the laboratory tomorrow to complete the task, putting the jade box into his personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang sat up from the chair in front of the desk, stretched his waist, looked at the night outside the window, and touched his empty stomach. It seemed that he missed dinner. I wonder if there is anyone in the trading area now. Jiang Zhuxiang lowered the security system in the room, opened the door, and found that Yan Lei was about to knock on the door. His bent fingers almost hid Jiang Zhuxiang's face. Yan Lei silently put his hand behind his back, forced a smile, and asked, have you rested well, Xiaoxiang? Jiang Zhuxiang ignored the finger that almost hit his face just now. It turned out that he thought he had rested in the room all afternoon. But according to their thinking, it was still understandable. After all, he consumed a lot of superpowers in the afternoon, and when there was no crystal core, he could only recover superpowers by resting. Jiang Zhuxiang replied expressionlessly, I'd had a good rest. Have you had dinner, senior brother? Yan Lei breathed a sigh of relief and replied, no. I just came to ask you to have dinner. Xiaoxiang, didn't you send 50 sheets of paper to the dean before? The dean also said that he would talk about this matter after returning. So we have to go to the dean for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang asked with a little surprise. The dean hasn't had dinner yet so late? Yan Lei could only smile awkwardly because he couldn't say that the dean only had dinner when he returned so late. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the bakery of the dean's wife, and instantly understood the awkward smile on Yan Lei's face. He walked out of his room and closed the door. Then let's go over. Yan Lei nodded and followed. The dean's house was already familiar to Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei. After the dean opened the door for the two, he returned to the kitchen to help. Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang sat down on the sofa in the living room and waited for the dean to come out of the kitchen. The dean's wife knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had arrived when the dean entered the kitchen again, and she quickened her movements. It was wrong to let the little ones go hungry. Half an hour after Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends arrived at the dean's house, the dean's wife and the dean served dinner to the table. The dean's wife invited Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends to sit down, and the four of them started this dinner. There is no rule of not talking while eating in the dean's house. The dean spoke directly at the dinner table. Xiaoxiang, I have seen your papermaking process. You should have inherited your father's talent to restore this process in one go. Have you ever thought about applying for an independent laboratory? Jiang Zhuxiang was shocked by the dean's words. The dean didn't want to put him on the fire. Right? If he had an independent laboratory at the age of less than 18, he would definitely become a bird on a branch. Jiang Zhuxiang looked up at the dean's expression and was shocked by his tense expression. He turned his head to look at the dean's wife's hand on the dean's back and refused. It's good to be in the same laboratory with your senior brother. You don't have to worry too much. The dean took a breath and said seriously, well, you continue to share a laboratory with your senior brother. I hope there will be more results. His wife's strength is pretty good, but I still hope she won't use it to pinch him again. Can't you see that I'm just joking? After Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement, the dean continued, you can still collect the contribution points for your experimental results in the mission hall. You can find time to go there. Jiang Zhuxiang still nodded. It seemed that the contribution points came too easily. What Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know was that it was already very good for each laboratory to produce one result in a year. How could Jiang Zhuxiang produce two useful results in just 1 month? If it weren't for the previous performance of Jiang Zhuxiang's original parents, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be suspected now. After a dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang officially obtained the qualification to use Yin Lei's laboratory. Before, the materials used by Jiang Zhuxiang in Yin Lei's laboratory all belonged to Yin Lei. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang could apply for experimental materials for experiments by himself. Because it was late, after dinner, the dean's wife asked them to go back to rest. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei walked out of the dean's house. Yin Lei happily congratulated Jiang Zhuxiang on officially joining his laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang responded a little helplessly, don't be happy too early. I think I don't want to spend so much time in the laboratory. Chapter 55 Bold Mission. Yin Lei thought of his junior sister, who had participated in 2 field missions in the past month. He believed what she said, but he didn't care much. As long as you need to do experiments in my laboratory, your experimental efficiency is much higher than others, Yin Lei said meaningfully. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Yin Lei's words and wanted to refute but found that he really had nothing to say, so he had to keep silent. The two quietly returned to their door. Yin Lei told Jiang Zhuxiang to go to bed early and then walked into his room. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and returned to his room. After Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door, he originally planned to use sleep instead of cultivation today. However, just after taking a shower and lying on the bed, the voice of the old pine tree rang in his ears. You should persevere in cultivation. How can you rest in the same way as humans? Jiang Zhuxiang sat up with a little helplessness. I am a human being, Jiang Zhuxiang answered while walking towards the futon. The old pine tree was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude of listening to advice, but still nagging. Humans who start to practice have already left the category of humans. After all, humans cannot escape birth, aging, illness and death, but successful cultivators can. Jiang Zhuxiang took the posture of cultivation, activated the sun and moon Pisces wheel in his dantian, and began to practice. He took some time to ask, then are those who took care of you before still considered humans? The old pine tree was silent for a while, and then replied, they are still human beings. Their energy can only extend their lifespan to a certain extent, and this is when there is no problem with the energy in those people. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the old pine tree's words, and thought helplessly that he would not have the opportunity to be lazy again in the future. After a night of practice, when Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the practice state, he found that a round green bead appeared in the sea of consciousness in his head. Jiang Zhuxiang thought for a while, and thought that this should be formed after the green energy practiced. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the old pine tree if he had seen this kind of bead on other people. The old pine tree told Jiang Zhuxiang very confidently that he had seen it, but he did not say that the shape of other people was different from hers. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed it, he stopped worrying and got up from the mat to wash up. After washing himself, he went to the indoor gymnasium to exercise as usual. Just after finishing the exercise, Jiang Zhuxiang received a call from Lei Zhen. Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the call, and the first thing Lei Zhen said was, "Xiaoxiang, is it convenient for you to talk?" Jiang Zhuxiang silently closed his own exercise room and set up the security alert before speaking. "Now it's okay." Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang gently after he finished his work. "I originally wanted to send you a message, but then I thought it would be clearer to talk face to face. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me directly." Lei Zhen hid his selfishness perfectly. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and used his eyes to signal Lei Zhen to start talking. Lei Zhen cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, "This is an action decided by the Lei Yan, Jin, and the Academy of Sciences. The purpose is to test the attack range of the big guy in the center of our fragments to determine the range of human activities on the ground and make preliminary preparations for humans to leave the shelter. The danger is much greater than the previous two tasks. Xiaoxiang, you can think about whether to participate again." Lei Zhen rarely wants to show favoritism and give Jiang Zhuxiang a chance to consider again. It is also out of trust in Jiang Zhuxiang, making sure that she will not disclose the news even if she does not participate. Jiang Zhuxiang was surprised by the boldness of these people, and somehow felt a little warm in his heart about the meaning of Lei Zhen's words. But Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to participate in this mission, and wanted to see the ancient beasts in reality. Jiang Zhuxiang said firmly, "I still want to participate in this mission. I now have a certain ability to protect myself. I will try my best to improve my ability level before the mission begins." After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's agreement, Lei Zhen sent Jiang Zhuxiang a confidentiality agreement, which all personnel participating in the mission must sign. Since Jiang Zhuxiang wants to participate, it is more appropriate to treat everyone equally. Jiang Zhuxiang pressed his fingerprints where he needed to sign. After the end of the world, this ancient way of signing became popular again. After confirming that the fingerprints were intact, Jiang Zhuxiang sent the confidentiality agreement back to Lei Zhen again. After a careful inspection, Lei Zhen said with a relaxed look, "Xiaoxiang, you can ask anything you want to know now." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the last mission. "I only need to bring toiletries and change of clothes this time, right?" Lei Zhen nodded with a smile. "Yes. We will prepare other things, but if possible, Xiaoxiang, you can prepare more things to protect yourself." After listening to Lei Zhen's answer, Jiang Zhuxiang began to take it seriously. "What do we need to do this time? Confirm the race, hunting preferences, attack methods, attack strength, and attack range of the big guy in the middle." Lei Zhen had nothing to hide from Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang only confirmed how dangerous the mission was after hearing Lei Zhen's answer. There would definitely be casualties in this mission. It seemed that the herbs he collected last time could be used. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the last question, "When will this mission start? Have the participants been decided?" Lei Zhen looked through the information on his communicator and replied, "The mission will start the day after tomorrow. The personnel have just been determined. In addition to our original team of psychics, the other two will each send a young psychic with the strongest force. In addition to you, there is another person from the Academy of Sciences." Lei Zhen's expression was a bit strange when he said this. It seemed that Yan Lei had mentioned the person sent by the Academy of Sciences before, and Jiang Zhuxiang should also call him senior brother. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice the change in Lei Zhen's expression, and she carefully wrote down the information. Lei Zhen seemed to suddenly remember and said, "This time our gathering place is set at the Lei family shelter." Jiang Zhuxiang was slightly stunned, but didn't care much. She didn't really need to be taken care of before she could act in the wild, so she just nodded to show that she knew. Lei Zhen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care, so he knew that he had underestimated her courage before, and asked, "Are there any other questions?" Jiang Zhuxiang sorted out the information she had recorded, and felt that it was almost done, so she shook her head to indicate that there was nothing else. Lei Zhen said, "Then I will wait for you to come over then." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and turned off the communicator first. Chapter 56-2. Senior Brother. After turning off the communicator, Jiang Zhuxiang lifted the security alert in the exercise room, sat down and rested for a while, then walked out of the exercise room, drinking a tube of nutrient solution while walking to the laboratory. People passing by her greeted her from time to time, and Jiang Zhuxiang waved with her free hand. After nearly a month of getting along, The people in the Academy of Sciences basically knew Jiang Zhuxiang. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't remember a few other people's names, and could only recognize them by face. Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the laboratory, and threw the empty nutrient solution package into the garbage disposal in the laboratory. Only then did he realize that there were other people in the laboratory besides Yen Lei. He looked a little familiar. Wasn't this the student of the original body's parents that Yen Lei had mentioned to him before? When Jiang Zhuxiang saw this person, he also smiled and said, "This is Zhuxiang. Right? We haven't known each other well before. I am your father's second student. I heard that you always call Lazy senior brother. You can also call me second senior brother." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yen Lei. This person really didn't mind others calling him second senior brother. Yen Lei nodded slightly. Jiang Zhuxiang called second senior brother, and waited for this person to tell him the purpose of his visit. Second senior brother Zhu Wuming certainly didn't come to visit for no reason. But what he wanted to say couldn't be heard by Yen Lei. So he motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to go out with him for a while, believing that there would be no problems in the Academy of Sciences for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Zhu Wuming out of the laboratory door. Zhu Wuming brought Jiang Zhuxiang to his laboratory and showed her around. When they sat down, Zhu Wuming said proudly, "Your second brother's laboratory is not worse than your first brother's. Are you interested in coming and doing experiments with your second brother?" Zhu Wuming had heard a lot about the achievements of Yen Lei's laboratory, and the increasing admiration of Yen Lei by people in the Academy of Sciences. He also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was helping in Yen Lei's laboratory. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he was very dissatisfied in his heart. In his opinion, his teacher's relics must have been inherited by Jiang Zhuxiang. He had no objection to this. But Jiang Zhuxiang had been staying with Yen Lei. Maybe Jiang Zhuxiang gave some of his teacher's unfinished achievements to Yen Lei to continue to complete. Otherwise, with Yen Lei's previous research efficiency similar to his own, it would be impossible to have such achievements now. Therefore, when he had the opportunity to be alone with Jiang Zhuxiang, he began to inquire about Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts without leaving a trace, hoping to have a chance to pry her away in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang still trusts her senior brother more, because it was Yen Lei who helped her get in touch with this world when she was sick and recovered on the Arkansas. This so-called second senior brother never showed up. Of course, it is possible that he was stopped by someone, but this possibility was rejected by Jiang Zhuxiang after she heard his proposal. "I am more familiar with the laboratory of the senior brother. If I switch to your laboratory, the second senior brother, I will have to familiarize myself with it again. It's too troublesome. I'd better not do it," Jiang Zhuxiang answered calmly. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished organizing the equipment in Yen Lei's laboratory, he did have a better understanding of his laboratory. This excuse was completely reasonable. Fortunately, Zhu Wuming didn't think that he could succeed in one try. So he smiled and said, "Then Xiaoxiang, come to the second senior brother's laboratory more often in the future." After the greetings, Zhu Wuming brought the topic to the point. "Xiaoxiang, you also accepted that task, right?" Jiang Zhuxiang asked back a little puzzled. "Which task?" "It seems that the only task he has accepted recently is the bold task of Lei Zhen and his team. The other person in the Academy of Sciences mentioned by Lei Zhen can't be the second senior brother." Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's question, Zhu Wuming thought she was playing dumb, and said in a bad tone, "You don't have to keep it secret from your own senior brother. Although you have signed a confidentiality agreement, you can still exchange information between common team members. When the time comes, Xiaoxiang, just follow me, and I will bring you back safely." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless about this person's idea. From his words, it can be seen that this person definitely despises him. However, since they are not very familiar with each other, Jiang Zhuxiang has no intention of proving it to him. He just replied in a gentle tone, "I will follow the team when the time comes." Zhu Wuming listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words and understood that he would follow the team of the two of them. So he nodded and let her leave first. Jiang Zhuxiang obediently left Zhu Wuming's laboratory, stood outside the door for a while in silence, and then returned to the laboratory that currently belongs to him and Yen Lei. Yen Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang push the door in. "How do you feel about this second brother Xiaoxiang?" Yen Lei's tone was very teasing. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to roll his eyes to Yen Lei, but his previous education did not allow it. Shenong Valley still attaches great importance to the etiquette and temperament of its disciples. Jiang Zhuxiang had been trained by the uncle, who specialized in etiquette in the valley for a whole year. Rolling his eyes was absolutely not allowed to happen. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang just said in a flat tone, "What did my father like about him back then?" Yanlei also said in a flat tone, "His IQ is still okay." Changing his tone, Yanlei added, "It's just that his character is not very good." Jiang Zhuxiang thought of what the second brother had just said to him, and nodded in agreement. But Jiang Zhuxiang was still curious. Why would he want me to call him the second brother? The word second seems to be a derogatory word now. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite receptive to the other meanings of the various words derived from this world, which sounded much more interesting than the rigid explanations he had accepted before. Hearing this question from his junior sister, Yanlei could not help but answer, "Because his name is Zhu Wuming. He will definitely be more angry if you call him senior brother Zhu." Jiang Zhuxiang muttered and repeated Zhu Wuming twice. And then a flash of inspiration came to him, and it became Zhu Wuming. This name seemed to be the name in a storybook he had read before. It was a character who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Lustful and greedy. He ran faster than anyone else when he encountered any danger. No wonder that person would rather call him second senior brother than senior brother Zhu. Was he afraid that others would associate it with that? However, the character in that storybook seemed to be the second apprentice, and was often called second senior brother by the junior brothers below. Jiang Zhuxiang deeply felt that Zhu Wuming was completely trying to cover up. Yanlei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's changing facial expressions, and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiang, you should have thought of it. In fact, that person is a bit like Zhu Wuming. If you have something to do, it's better to stay away from him." Chapter 57, The Battle Suit of a Technologist. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the gentle elder brother speak so harshly. It seems that in his eyes, this second elder brother is not just a simple contempt, but also a bit of an enemy. However, Jiang Zhuxiang's impression of Zhu Wuming is not very good, so he naturally won't refute anything. He nodded to show that he understood. After Yanlei warned his younger sister, he continued to do his own things. Jiang Zhuxiang walked around the laboratory for a while, and decided to go back to his room to prepare the things needed for the task. Having made the decision, Jiang Zhuxiang explained what he could say to Yanlei, and planned to leave the laboratory. Yanlei heard the concealment in Jiang Zhuxiang's tone, but did not ask any more questions. From her words, Yanlei could judge that the mission Jiang Zhuxiang took this time was not low in danger. Yanlei reminded Jiang Zhuxiang before she left the laboratory, "Xiaoxiang, you can go to the mission hall to get a set of combat uniforms for our Academy of Sciences outbound personnel." Yanlei had not thought of it before because he did not think Jiang Zhuxiang would really step into danger. This time it seemed inevitable, so it was better to make more preparations, and protective gear was indispensable to protect himself. Jiang Zhuxiang really did not expect that the Academy of Sciences people would have such benefits to receive when they were on a mission. He responded softly and walked out of the laboratory, first going to the mission hall to get the things. The mission hall was not unfamiliar to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang approached the information desk familiarly and asked where she could get the combat uniform. The staff behind the information desk looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's slightly childish face and told her how to go in a kind tone. Jiang Zhuxiang came to the logistics department at the back of the mission hall and explained her purpose. The staff of the logistics department was a little embarrassed. Their combat uniforms were basically men's. They didn't know if the little girl could accept it, but if she didn't accept it, they couldn't do anything. They simply explained the situation to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about wearing men's clothes. In the last world, in order to make it easier to walk in the secular world, Jiang Zhuxiang often wore men's clothes. Later, when the procurement office in Shenong Valley bought clothes for Jiang Zhuxiang, they would habitually prepare men's and women's clothes of the same size. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Men's clothes are nothing, as long as the size is right." After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, the staff of the logistics department breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled slightly. "Little girl, you don't have to worry about the size. Our combat uniforms can be automatically adjusted to ensure a good fit. Although it is men's clothing, you can still choose the color." After the staff of the logistics department finished speaking, they pulled up pictures of combat uniforms from the terminal for Jiang Zhuxiang to choose. Jiang Zhuxiang looked carefully and found that the styles of these combat uniforms were based on convenience of movement, supplemented by patterns that were convenient for hiding in the wild. There were two colors, white and green. The selection they mentioned was just these two colors. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head a little helplessly. Considering the wild conditions of this world, Jiang Zhuxiang still chose green. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang choose the color, the staff of the logistics department immediately went to the warehouse to take out a set of combat uniforms, pointed out the dressing room to Jiang Zhuxiang, and indicated that she could try it on. Jiang Zhuxiang also wanted to see what this so-called adjustable combat uniform was like. So she didn't refuse and took the combat uniform to the fitting room. After taking off the original coat, putting on the combat uniform, and hanging up the last accessory, Jiang Zhuxiang stood in front of the mirror in the dressing room, intending to observe how the combat uniform was adjusted in size. Jiang Zhuxiang's originally bulky combat uniform gradually became fit. Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't see how it was done. But if he couldn't see it, he could ask the staff of the logistics department directly later. Jiang Zhuxiang took off the combat uniform, put on his coat again, and walked out of the dressing room. It was rare for people to come to the logistics department. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming out, they all asked with a smile, "Does the clothes fit you?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and asked directly, "How did he do it?" The staff of the logistics department smiled mysteriously, and did not tell Jiang Zhuxiang directly. They just said, "This is due to its magical material." Seeing their behavior, Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask any more questions. He said goodbye to them and planned to go back to his room. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the logistics department with his things. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he had not received the contribution points for his papermaking skills. So he went directly to the task-handing window and lined up. After a while, the contribution points were in hand. Before leaving the task hall, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the information desk again to ask where he could get things for self-defense in the wild. Although he also planned to do some, the danger of this task still made Jiang Zhuxiang plan to spend some contribution points to make more preparations. The person at the information desk directly pointed Jiang Zhuxiang to the trading area at the bottom floor, where some geeks from the Academy of Sciences like to stay. Jiang Zhuxiang walked down the stairs silently. The darker the lower he went, the heavier the atmosphere became, even though the brightness of the light was the same. Stepping onto the bottom floor, the atmosphere here was quiet and dangerous, and the shopkeepers all looked a bit gloomy and scary. If Yin Lei knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was coming back here, he would definitely accompany him, because the moral level of these geeks from the Academy of Sciences would appear even lower in the dark underground. If Jiang Zhuxiang had carefully read the taboos of the Academy of Sciences, he would definitely see that he should not easily enter the bottom floor. Jiang Zhuxiang clasped his hands, calmed down, and began to visit these shops. The shopkeepers did not entertain Jiang Zhuxiang at all, letting her look at it by herself, and did not introduce their products to Jiang Zhuxiang at all. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really want someone to talk in his ear while he was looking at it. He just quietly looked at the descriptions of the products, and saw a lot of interesting descriptions. For example, the description in front of a bottle of potion was like this: toxic. The specific effect depends on the user's mood. And another bottle of potion was toxic. The specific effect depends on the user's mood. Seeing these strange descriptions, Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed that this was really a gathering place for the geeks of the Academy of Sciences. After carefully selecting, Jiang Zhuxiang chose some strange potions and a whip that could be turned into a bracelet. After transferring the contribution points to the store, he left the bottom trading area and walked back while playing with the whip he had just obtained. When walking through the mission hall, he saw the person who was originally behind the information desk was actually peeking at something at the door of the mission hall. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang walking by, his eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. After nodding and greeting Jiang Zhuxiang, he returned to the information desk. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently in return. Chapter 58 Drawing Talismans. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room and put his combat uniform in a conspicuous place so that he could see it on the day of departure. He put all the strange things he bought from the trading area at the bottom level in his personal space, so that he might be able to use them when the time comes. After putting these things away, Jiang Zhuxiang drank a tube of nutrient solution as lunch, put away the other things on the desk, took out the paper he had modified later, and planned to try drawing talismans. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that although he was already a Wit-type superpower on the surface, he could use some of the tricks in Shinon's secret method to cover it up. But he still couldn't be reckless. The talisman could store his energy and turn it into an attack method. If others smelled it, they could say that they got it by chance. It could not only use his own energy, but also not attract much attention. In addition to the talisman paper, The other materials for drawing talismans were brought by Jiang Zhuxiang from the previous world, including the brush for drawing talismans, and the cinnabar needed for drawing talismans. Jiang Zhuxiang put a lot of these things in his personal space, just in case. Before officially starting to try, Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the sound insulation system and security alarm system in his room to prevent himself from making noises and attracting people to check if he failed. After doing all this, Jiang Zhuxiang spread the paper for drawing talismans on the desk, dipped the brush in cinnabar, repeated the strokes of the first talisman he wanted to try several times in his mind, and then slowly began to draw on the talisman paper. Energy slowly flowed into the talisman paper with Jiang Zhuxiang's pen tip. Jiang Zhuxiang concentrated on putting away the last stroke, holding his breath and waiting for a while. The talisman paper did not explode, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhuxiang put the pen in place and picked up the first talisman he had drawn since coming to this world from the table. The energy on it was relatively stable, but the lines were not as smooth as before. After all, he had not practiced for a long time since coming to this world, so his hands were definitely unfamiliar. Fortunately, he had already made the paper, so he could practice more in the future. He put the talisman in the wooden box he had taken out of his personal space for talismans, and took another piece of paper to continue drawing. Before dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang had finished drawing all the paper for talismans, and harvested a thick stack of drawn talismans. Of course, there were times of failure in the process of drawing, especially for some more complex talismans. The unsmooth lines could easily lead to energy imbalance. The talisman paper could not withstand the unbalanced energy and exploded, making a loud noise. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had the foresight to turn on the sound insulation system, so no one came to Jiang Zhuxiang to settle accounts. Jiang Zhuxiang closed the lid of the wooden box, put it in his personal space, stood up and walked to the bathroom, intending to wash off the mess on his body caused by the exploded talisman paper. After washing, he changed into clean clothes and stood in front of the full-length mirror in the bathroom. Looking at himself, Jiang Zhuxiang found that although he dodged in time, his hair on his forehead was still inevitably a little curly. Jiang Zhuxiang stretched out his hand and pulled it, considering whether to cut it off. His hair was straight before, and it would be difficult to explain if he went out like this. After thinking for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't do it. After all, if he cut off the curl part, his forehead would be a little empty, which was a bit unaccustomed. He combed it a few times and then ignored it. After leaving the bathroom, Jiang Zhuxiang canceled the soundproofing system and the security alarm system, and sent a message to Yan Lei to ask him if he had eaten dinner. Yan Lei was doing a very important experiment during this period, and he really couldn't leave. Otherwise, the dean would definitely send Yan Lei as a member of the Academy of Sciences to go with Jiang Zhuxiang for the task Jiang Zhuxiang took this time. After receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's call, Yan Lei told Jiang Zhuxiang with some regret that he planned to use the nutrient solution for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't force it, but he had already drunk the nutrient solution at noon, and he really didn't want to use it for dinner at night. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go to the trading area to solve this dinner. However, on the way to the trading area, Jiang Zhuxiang received a call from the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang had to give up the store he originally wanted to go to, and went directly to the dean's wife's bakery. In addition to making bread, the dean's wife's bakery can actually sell other things. However, in order not to steal the business of other stores in the trading area, the dean's wife only sells bread and biscuits. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang was asked to come over to accompany her for dinner. Recently, the dean seemed to be busy with some confidential matters. Dinner was dealt with nutritional supplements. The dean's wife was inevitably a little lonely, so she thought of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the bakery and went directly to the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw her busy there. When the dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, she greeted her and asked her to wait outside. She could take whatever she wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang responded, looked around the kitchen, washed his hands, and started to help. With Jiang Zhuxiang's intervention, dinner was quickly finished. The two of them took their food to the table outside and sat down to eat dinner. After the two of them finished dinner in silence, Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to make tea. Jiang Zhuxiang sat there quietly and listened to the nagging of the dean's wife. After she had said almost everything, Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned that he was going to go on a mission the day after tomorrow, which caused another round of nagging from the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang regretted saying it a little. Jiang Zhuxiang later had to make an excuse that he had to prepare something and planned to leave the bakery. Not surprisingly, Jiang Zhuxiang got a large bag of bread and biscuits from the dean's wife. And Jiang Zhuxiang fled with the things. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, the dean's wife calmed down a lot. The panic she had felt because the dean had concealed what he was doing for the first time was also reduced. So, women have all kinds of ways to relieve stress. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room and thought about the secret things the dean was busy with, as well as Yan Lei's recent busy experiments. He felt that their goals seemed to be the same. However, Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that some things were not told to you because they were for your consideration. So Jiang Zhuxiang would not ask too much. He just had to do his own thing. Just now, when he was listening to the dean's wife nagging, he also advised her to do her own thing. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the big bag of bread and biscuits in his hand, feeling a little distressed. He had spent a long time eating the ones that the dean's wife gave him last time, and he didn't know how long it would take him to finish them this time, especially since these breads and biscuits were sweet. He couldn't share them with others. After all, only a few men like sweets. Although humans have become less picky about food since the end of the world, women still eat more sweets when given a choice. Chapter 59 Walking Alone for the First Time. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang put these things into his personal space. If someone is hungry, he can take them out. I believe that they will not be picky at that time. After all, when they are hungry, they should find everything delicious. The evening is Jiang Zhuxiang's practice time as usual. After a group of demons live in the Dantian, Jiang Zhuxiang has no time to be lazy at night. However, Jiang Zhuxiang learned from the old pine tree that as long as she persists in practicing and provides them with the essence of the sun and the moon, the essence of plants and trees produced during their practice can actively enter her body. After entering the human body, the essence of plants and trees will automatically turn into wood energy. In this way, Jiang Zhuxiang can improve her own ability level while practicing. Although Jiang Zhuxiang does not care much about the wood ability in her body, she is still very happy to do things that can easily improve her own strength. The next day, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his practice, washed up, and went to the indoor gymnasium to exercise as usual. After finishing, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room again, took out a piece of bread he received yesterday for breakfast, and after eating, he planned to prepare the prescription he had planned before. Before doing it, Jiang Zhuxiang first reported to Yan Lei that he would not go to the laboratory today. After Jiang Zhuxiang officially became a member of Yan Lei's laboratory, he had to tell Yan Lei whether to go to the laboratory or not, and he could not be as casual as before. After receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's reply, Yan Lei only replied with 3 words, "I know." Without even punctuation, Jiang Zhuxiang silently turned off the communicator. It seemed that his senior brother was really busy with something important this time. But it was good this way. I could focus on what I was going to do, without worrying about someone coming back to disturb me. After all, among the people who were familiar with Jiang Zhuxiang in the Academy of Sciences, only Yan Lei came back to Jiang Zhuxiang's room to see her. After solving the external disturbances, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a set of medicine-making tools from her personal space, took out all the herbs needed for the recipe, and began to work in an orderly manner. Put the herbs one by one into the mortar jar in order to crush them. When the last herb was put in, the paste in the mortar jar turned into a light green transparent paste. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a jade spoon and put the paste into a small porcelain bottle, plugged it with a cork, and put it in his personal space as usual. Looking at the little bit of paste left at the bottom of the medicine pounding jar, Jiang Zhuxiang added some water to melt it, and found a small glass bottle to store it. He planned to put it directly in his backpack. When he really needed it, he could use it first. After all, the function of this prescription was a bit against the sky, so it was less likely to be suspected if it was diluted. After doing this, Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to do for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to learn some information about the object of his mission this time. Just in case, Jiang Zhuxiang spent the whole afternoon on these materials, because tomorrow was the departure time for that mission. In the evening, Jiang Zhuxiang set the reminder time before starting to practice, and told the residents living in his dantian about his situation in the next few days in advance. The old pine tree didn't resist when he heard that Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't practice in the next few days, but was a little excited. In addition to the old pine tree, other demons were also a little active. This kind of collective emotion made Jiang Zhuxiang a little curious. Jiang Zhuxiang had a trust beyond human beings in these residents living in his dantian. So he stopped being tactful in his words, and directly asked the old pine tree what they were happy about. The old pine tree told Jiang Zhuxiang with a choked voice, "Because we can go back to see where we used to live." Jiang Zhuxiang said a little nervously, "We may not go back to where you live." The old pine tree's emotions were out of control only for a moment. And at this time, he answered Jiang Zhuxiang calmly, "As long as we return to the ground, we will be back to our hometown." Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief. And after saying something to the old pine tree, he entered the state of cultivation. There was no conversation that night. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up to the reminder ring. He went to the bathroom to wash up, came out and changed into combat clothes, put on his backpack, and started walking out of the shelter. As for the second brother, I believe that he can go to the gathering place by himself as a grown man. Besides, he didn't say before that he would go with me. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the shelter door, breathed a breath of slightly cold air, called up the map in the communicator, and started moving forward after determining the route. This is the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang has acted alone in the full sense since he came to this world, even if it is only a short distance from the Academy of Sciences shelter to the Lei family shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang is a little excited. At this time in the early morning, the danger is slowly decreasing in the end of the world. As long as Jiang Zhuxiang does not take the initiative to provoke the mutant animals returning to their nests, he can generally walk safely in the wild. This is also the reason why Lei Jin set the gathering time for this mission. However, the early morning is also the time when mutant plants begin to wake up. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a lot of mutant plants slowly starting to move on the roadside. If Jiang Zhuxiang is not in a hurry, he will definitely take a good look at this wonder. Speaking of the road between the Academy of Sciences shelter and the Lei family shelter, it is not really a road. It is just a dirt road crushed by a land vehicle. Jiang Zhuxiang still needs to pay attention to his feet when walking, so the speed is not very fast. Half an hour before the gathering time, Jiang Zhuxiang successfully arrived in front of the Lei family shelter and saw Lei Jin standing outside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little impressed that his captain really cared about the mission personnel and actually waited for someone outside the door. In fact, Lei Jin was only waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang. In Lei Jin's eyes, other people were not worth worrying about, including the other person from the Academy of Sciences. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know this. He quietly approached Lei Jin, took off his hat, greeted Lei Jin, and asked, "I shouldn't be the last one, right?" Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's light blush on her cheeks because of her hurrying on the road with a gentle look. Hearing her question with a smile, he nodded and replied, "No. The other person from your Academy of Sciences hasn't come yet. You go in and sit down first." Jiang Zhuxiang raised his eyebrows and walked into the shelter door obediently. On the right side of the door was a small reception room, where many people were already sitting. The people in the reception room saw Jiang Zhuxiang, who was dressed tightly, walk in. They were a little surprised that this team member was a little short. But after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's face, they silently suppressed their murmurs in their hearts. At this time, Lei Kong was entertaining these people on behalf of Lei Jin. When he noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's arrival, he called her over. Chapter 60 Waiting Before Departure. When Jiang Zhuxiang walked to Lei Kong looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's clothes. "Little Jiang, your clothes are nice. Where did you get them?" Lei Kong asked. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the more ordinary clothes on other people and regretted wearing them like this. But he still had to answer Lei Kong's question. This is the Academy's outdoor combat uniform. Lei Kong had originally guessed so. The Lei family also had similar clothes, but they were only for people with low combat power and who loved to go out. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on Jiang Zhuxiang's face, Lei Kong and Jiang Zhuxiang had been together for some time, and he understood her thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's good for you to wear it like this, and it will be convenient for you to move when the time comes. Don't look at them all dressed like decent people now. They will change clothes when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang was not too shy, and after hearing Lei Kong's words, her face had returned to its original smile. Lei Kong saw that her expression was normal, so he moved to the side and made a seat for Jiang Zhuxiang, letting Jiang Zhuxiang sit down. Jiang Zhuxiang was not embarrassed to sit among a group of men, and he could just treat these people as his fellow apprentices in the previous world. But these men were a little uncomfortable with Jiang Zhuxiang around. Some topics were difficult to talk about. This was also because these men still had some gentlemanly manners, and felt uncomfortable talking about vulgar topics in front of women. Jiang Zhuxiang sat on one side with Lei Kong, and on the other side was Yin Yin. Yin Yin saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming alone, and guessed that the other person from the academy would not be his eldest brother, because his eldest brother would never let his little sister act alone. He was also curious about who the other person sent by the academy was, so he started asking after Jiang Zhuxiang sat down. After learning that it was Zhu Wuming, Yin Yin felt that the academy was cleaning up the house. Zhu Wuming was not well regarded by his eldest brother. The academy sent him to participate in such a dangerous operation. On the surface, it was to value him, but in fact, it should be to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Yin Yin felt a little sympathetic to the person who had not arrived yet, and wanted to see what this person looked like. So unpopular. Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Yin finish talking, and hurriedly introduced the people from the Jin family who came to participate in the operation. This was the only stranger Jiang Zhuxiang saw in this team. The person from the Jin family was Jin Yin, the nephew of the head of the Jin family. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard his name, the two words treasure naturally emerged in his mind. He touched his nose silently, and when he saw Jin Yin's hand, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that this was the etiquette of first meeting in this world. So he followed the local customs and stretched out his hand to shake his hand. Jin Yin looked much softer than Jin Yin, the young patriarch of the Jin family whom Jiang Zhuxiang had met before. Maybe it was because silver was softer than gold. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. After Lei Kong introduced the two, he continued to talk to the others, but his tone was already a little irritable. After all, everyone else had arrived, and no one would be happy waiting for one person. Fortunately, Zhu Wuming arrived before everyone's patience ran out, but he looked a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at the green juice on his body, and guessed that he must have encountered mutant plants. However, the mutant plants had just awakened in the morning, so they should not be very aggressive. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would not have arrived safely. Thinking of this, everyone could guess that this person must have taken the initiative to provoke those mutant plants, and their impression of this person suddenly dropped. Zhu Wuming didn't know what was going on, and he yelled that he wanted to take a shower. Lei Zhen looked at the time, and with tolerance for the first-time participants, he said, "You are 10 minutes later than the stipulated time. I will give you 10 minutes at most to wash up and come to the door. You will not be waited for after that," Lei Kong said, emitting cold air. Zhu Wuming wanted to say that 10 minutes was not enough, but after seeing Lei Zhen's expression, he said no more. He followed Lei Zhen to the bathroom door. He walked into the bathroom, and Lei Zhen turned back to the living room and asked others to get ready at the door. Others consciously went to solve their personal problems first and came to the door. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely saw Lei Zhen's expression, and felt a little interesting, so he looked at him for a while. Lei Zhen felt Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze, and silently relaxed his facial expression. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him, and turned his eyes away. Lei Zhen felt it, and his face turned cold again. When Zhu Wuming hurried out of the bathroom, and saw Lei Zhen's cold face, he silently swallowed his original complaint. After Lei Zhen saw that everyone was present, he said directly, "Give the extra things to Lei Kong, and only keep the things needed for the battle." The members of the superpower team, including Jiang Zhuxiang, consciously handed the extra things to Lei Kong. Yin Yin and Jin Yin followed suit. After seeing that everyone else had finished, Zhu Wuming reluctantly handed his suitcase to Lei Kong, muttering, "You must give it back to me." Lei Kong was quite amused. After Lei Zhen saw that everyone was ready to move, he began to lead people out, in order to avoid being discovered by the big guys in the center of the debris in advance. They would not take a car when they went there, but walk there. After walking out of the door and continuing to walk out, Zhu Wuming asked directly, "Where do we have to walk to get on the bus?" Lei Zhen answered expressionlessly, "We have to walk to the mission location, which is clearly stated in the mission description." Zhu Wuming had to stop talking a little angrily after hearing Lei Zhen's words. Zhu Wuming participated in this mission directly under the instructions of the Dean. After receiving the mission, Zhu Wuming only looked at the time and location, and did not pay attention to other things. Otherwise he might refuse. After Lei Zhen and Zhu Wuming finished talking, they continued to move forward. Zhu Wuming had to follow with his tired body that had just fought with the mutant plants. The other male members of the team looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was walking with Lei Kong and Lei Mu, and then looked at Zhu Wuming, and silently lowered their evaluation of Zhu Wuming again. After all, A man with such poor physical strength and love to make trouble is really unbearable. At this time, Lei Kong was also walking while asking Jiang Zhuxiang about Zhu Wuming. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless, and said that Zhu Wuming was his father's student. As for the others, Jiang Zhuxiang was not used to talking about people behind their backs, which was against the gentleman's demeanor. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not casually evaluate his second brother. When Lei Kong heard that this person was actually Jiang Zhuxiang's father's student, he blurted out something similar to what Jiang Zhuxiang said at the time. Was your father blind at the time? Jiang Zhuxiang silently refused to answer this question. Chapter 61 Approaching the Base. A team of people quietly approached the original base. After walking for nearly 3 hours, they could vaguely see the gate of the original base. At the same time, they could see the back of the behemoth entrenched in the center of the base, which was taller than the watchtower in the base. After everyone noticed the behemoth at the first time, they retracted their gaze and noticed that there were several zombies wandering outside the gate of the base. Everyone could feel the flexibility of their movements from such a distance, so they could judge that their level must be not low. Zombies can only walk stiffly when they are just transformed. After devouring more and more flesh and blood and the crystal cores of other zombies, their level increases. Their body flexibility is also improved, and their intelligence begins to recover, and they can gradually regain their previous thinking ability as humans. This is the experience gained by humans from observing and studying zombies 100 years after the end of the world. It is just that we don't know how high the intelligence level of the zombies outside the base is now, which will also determine how they will enter the base. After Lei Jin finished thinking, he looked back at the team members who had walked such a long way, and decided to rest at the place where they stopped now, have lunch, and then discuss the way to enter the base. After Lei Jin's words were passed on, the members of the superpower team began to move, and Jiang Zhuxiang also consciously did her thing. It was the first time for Jin Yin and Yin Yin to walk for such a long time. At this time, they were sitting heavily on the ground and panting. They felt that their legs could not move. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the members of the superpower team doing things flexibly together, they were very shocked. The two of them silently marveled in their hearts, looked at Zhu Wuming who was already lying on the ground on the other side, and felt that they were still better than this. In fact, the bodies of the superpowers are much stronger than ordinary people under the tempering of superpowers. But physical strength will not automatically improve without exercise. The performance of Jin Yin and Yin Yin is still normal, and the performance of Zhu Wuming is also normal, because his superpower is mainly a mutation of the brain, which has nothing to do with the body. When Xiaohua and other team members were busy with lunch, Lei Jin walked up to Jin Yin and Yin Yin and asked, "Do you want to eat lunch with us?" The mission instructions stated that they had to bring their own food, but if they were willing to eat together, they could increase their understanding of each other and cooperate more when they took action. Yin Yin and Jin Yin actually had no appetite at all, but since Lei Jin came to say it, they could understand his intention and nodded in agreement. After seeing them agree, Lei Jin turned to look at the remaining person, and heard a snoring sound. He silently took back what he was about to say. Lei Jin already regretted agreeing to let this person participate in such a serious task. Although this person was destined to be cleared, it was really annoying to see his various behaviors before he was cleared. Yin Yin and Jin Yin saw Lei Jin's dark face, and silently sympathized with him in their hearts. Lei Jin stood there to calm down and turned back. Jin Yin and Yin Yin had been sitting on the ground for a while, feeling that their strength had recovered a little. They stood up and planned to go and see how they made lunch. So they followed Lei Jin and left. Only Zhu Wuming, who was sleeping soundly, was left. Jin Yin and Yin Yin wandered around among the team members, seeing that these people were actually using their own abilities to prepare lunch. Yin Yin asked Jiang Zhuxiang in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of consuming your abilities by doing this?" Jiang Zhuxiang was trying to use the wood ability to restore the freshness of the vegetables that looked a bit dry. Hearing Yin Yan's question, he was a little distracted. The wood ability output was too large, and the vegetables in his hand grew a circle, and they looked very fresh. Jiang Zhuxiang silently handed it to the water ability user, and then answered Yin Yan's question. "It's okay. The energy consumed now is actually not much. Everyone is trying to use their abilities in a refined way. They can recover after a meal." Jin Yin was a little curious about how Jiang Zhuxiang got along so well with these team members, and felt like one of them. "Xiao Jiang, have you been on many missions with Lei Jin and the others?" Jin Yin knew that the people from the Academy of Sciences would go on missions with the superpowers of the Lei, Yin and Jin families to train their survival skills in the wild, and thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was the same. Although Jiang Zhuxiang himself had with superpowers, he still belonged to the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think it was wrong after hearing Jin Yin's question. Just as he was about to answer, Lei Zhen's voice came from behind. She is our reserve team member. After Lei Zhen finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of them. Seeing that the two of them looked very idle, he suggested, "We also have fire superpowers and gold superpowers in our team. Do you want to go and have a look? If it works, you can do it with them. And you can also have lunch earlier." Jin Yin and Yan Yan were somewhat tempted when they heard Lei Zhen's proposal. They also knew the value of this method of frequently exercising their special abilities. The two stood up and waited for Lei Zhen to lead them over. Lei Zhen just told them that the two were by the fire and asked them to go over by themselves. The two did not insist on being led by the fire and walked over consciously. Lunch was almost ready in the busy process of everyone, and the aroma of the food also woke up Zhu Wuming, who was originally sleeping. Lei Kong led people to prepare a place for eating, and saw Zhu Wuming sitting at the dining table, as if waiting for someone to serve him. Lei Kong reminded him that he would stay with him for a while. "You have to take your own food." Zhu Wuming turned his head and saw Jiang Zhuxiang busy over there. So he shouted, "Little Jiang, help the second brother to bring a portion over." When Lei Zhen heard this, he stared at Zhu Wuming with displeasure. "If you don't come to serve it yourself, just eat your own food. Originally, the food was taken care of by yourself, and it was too ignorant to ask others to serve it after others had prepared it. I would not let Jiang Zhuxiang serve it." Lei Zhen thought silently. After hearing Lei Zhen speak, Zhu Wuming stood up. Zhu Wuming was relatively obedient to Lei Zhen. After all, he was the captain. When the task was handed in, everyone's performance would be written by him. If he wrote less for himself, it would be bad. Everyone sat down at the table with their own food and started to eat. Jin Yin and Yan Yan, who had said that they had no appetite, were aroused by the sour and spicy taste of the food after tasting it, and began to eat in big mouthfuls. As for Zhu Wuming, half of the food had already entered his stomach. Chapter 62: Strange Zombies. After finishing the meal and cleaning up all the dishes, Lei Zhen called everyone to sit down at the table again and began to discuss how to test the intelligence of the zombies outside the base. According to Lei Zhen's idea, the best way to test the intelligence of zombies is to find someone to walk in front of them for a few circles. Lei Zhen slightly processed it and expressed his meaning. The members of the superpower team, including Jiang Zhuxiang, carefully began to think about the feasibility of Lei Zhen's method, while Jin Yin and Yan Yan were simply stunned. What a brutal team this was. As for Zhu Wuming, he began to doze off again after eating. After everyone thought for 5 minutes, Lei Kong was the first to express his opinion. "We have seen the flexibility of those zombies before. Their level is not something we can contend with alone. If we really need to go alone, it is best if that person has excellent protection and good adaptability, so that we can really test the true strength of those zombies." Lei Mu listened to Lei Kong's words and then added, "In this case, it would be better for a gold-type mutant to go." After Lei Mu's voice fell, the other team members collectively looked at Lei Jin. A gold-type mutant in their team. Lei Jin felt the gazes of the crowd, but did not think that these people were asking him to die or something. After all, their team assigned tasks according to needs. If he really needed to perform this task, the captain would definitely be ready to support him. So Lei Jin just looked at Lei Zhen. After carefully considering Lei Kong and Lei Mu's words, Lei Zhen did not directly order Lei Jin to go, but asked him, "Can you do it?" A man should not say no. Lei Jin nodded directly to indicate that he could do it. After confirming Lei Jin, Lei Zhen thought of Jin Yin, who was also a gold-type superpower, and asked, "Jin Yin, can you go with Lei Jin? We will follow you and support you at any time." Jin Yin was a little surprised that Lei Jin accepted this extremely dangerous task so readily. When he heard Lei Zhen's question, he agreed after thinking about it. After all, he still had to make some contributions to participate in this task. After determining the personnel to go for the test, Lei Zhen divided the others into 2 teams and assigned them their tasks, which was to keep an eye on the status of Lei Jin and Jin Yin at all times and provide support if there was any situation. After the tasks were assigned, Lei Kong led everyone to continue approaching the base until they stopped behind a small mound 50 meters away from the base. He waved to Lei Jin and Jin Yin to prepare to go out. and the others found a good place to hide and be ready to respond at any time. Jiang Zhuxiang hid behind a relatively large stone, watching Lei Jin and Jin Yin trying to approach the zombies. This mound was strangely barren, but full of huge stones of various shapes. This was also the reason why Lei Jin chose to hide here, so that he didn't have to spend more energy to deal with mutant plants. Lei Jin and Jin Yin chose two different directions to approach the zombies. They stopped every 10 meters to observe the zombies' reactions. When they were 20 meters away from the zombies, they could clearly see the only relatively flexible blood-red eyes on the zombies' stiff faces. The emotions revealed in them made them shudder. It was an expression of looking at prey with interest. They were a little afraid to move forward. However, this was just an idea. The two finally moved forward to a position 10 meters away from the zombies. They tentatively launched an attack, but the force was not strong. It was just some metal wires. The other end of the metal wires was still in their hands. The zombies that were attacked did not move, but stretched out their blue-white hands to grab the metal wires. Some of them tore them apart directly, while others used the metal wires to fight back against the two people who attacked them. Zombies also have superpowers. Otherwise, the superpower users could not use their crystal cores to improve their superpowers. Lei Jin looked at the lightning coming along his metal wires and quickly disconnected himself from the metal wires to avoid being electrocuted. After seeing the superpowers of these zombies, Lei Jin and Jin Yin began to attack with all their hands and were ready to escape at any time. The means of attack were no longer small things like metal wires. The two of them chose to condense metal arrows to attack in tacit understanding. The attacked zombies didn't seem to care much about these tickling attacks. After all, they couldn't pose a threat to them. They just caught them one by one with their hands and threw them back. These metal arrows thrown back made Lei Jin and Jin Yin flustered for a while. But these zombies only responded so little, and they didn't move, which made Lei Jin and Jin Yin think of trying to enter the base gate, while maintaining the attack. The two asked Lei Jin's opinion through the communication channel. After starting the action, Lei Jin pulled everyone's communicator into the same communication channel for easy communication. After hearing what the two said, he just replied, "Be careful." After Lei Jin's permission, Lei Jin and Jin Yin attacked and approached the gap between the zombies, intending to enter the gate of the base through the gap. Seeing the two approaching, the zombies did not take any other actions except continuing to throw back the attacks of the two. Compared with the zombies in the previous zombie encirclement, the actions of these zombies really looked like they were lazy. After Lei Jin and Jin Yin passed these zombies did not even turn around to continue throwing their attacks. The two of them stepped into the gate of the base smoothly, and there was another group of zombies standing inside the gate. Lei Jin and Jin Yin reported what they saw in the communication channel. Lei Jin was a little confused about this situation and directly instructed, "You come back first." Lei Jin and Jin Yin followed the order and walked back. When they went back, they didn't even attack and went back behind the mound. Lei Jin asked all the team members to come out from their hiding places and discuss their views on this strange situation. Lei Jin and Jin Yin first talked about their intuitive feelings. These zombies are like dissatisfied and lazy employees. Lei Kong said thoughtfully, "This situation is good for us. We shouldn't be hindered from entering the base. However, these zombies should be very intelligent. We have to be careful that they will take advantage of us after we fight with the big guy." Lei Jin was quite satisfied with Lei Kong's analysis and nodded in agreement. Chapter 63 Daily Life in the Mission. According to Lei Jin's analysis, these zombies should be dissatisfied with being forced to guard the gate after they have intelligence. So they are so lax. If these zombies can get rid of control, they will definitely not mind helping them stab the big guy in the middle. As for the fisherman's prophet, their goal this time is not to kill the big guy in the middle, and they don't have the strength to do so. Therefore, as long as the big guy in the middle is still there, these zombies will not be able to reap the fisherman's profit. According to these analyses, Lei Jin decided to go directly into the base for the next action. But now, he still needs to find a place for the team members to recover their energy. It is more appropriate to arrange the next action on the second day. After a brief action, the summary ended, and Lei Jin announced that they would look for a place to camp. The members of the superpower team consciously used their abilities to find a suitable camping site. They were all familiar with their captain's requirements for the camping site, and quickly determined the place to camp tonight. Lei Jin checked the location submitted by the team members, nodded in agreement, and led the way to the destination. The other team members followed silently. Jin Yin and Yan Yan also followed consciously. And as for Zhu Wuming, After seeing that everyone had left, he had to move his heavy steps to follow. After arriving at the camping site, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the place carefully. This was a camping site located on the lake beach, and you could see traces of many people who had been stationed there before. In fact, if Jiang Zhuxiang had woken up in the base, he might have heard of this campsite. This was the favorite campsite for people who had gone out of the base to do missions before, and could not get back to the base. It was safe and had water sources. This was one of the reasons why the superpower team chose this place as the campsite this time, because it was more familiar. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished looking around, he began to set up tents with the team members. The tents of the superpower team were all of the same standard. Jiang Zhuxiang had learned how to set them up in the previous 2 missions. When the team members started to set up the tents, Jin Yin and Yan Yan were looking at each other. They didn't recognize these things, and it was not written in the mission information. They thought they would just make do in the wild at night. Now seeing these tents set up one by one, thinking that they would sleep outside the tents at night, the 2 of them hurriedly got up to find Lei Jin. As for Zhu Wuming, he hadn't thought about these things yet, and the 2 of them didn't call him. Anyway, as long as they went to find Lei Jin should be able to arrange it together. Lei Jin was checking the distribution of tents. When he saw Jin Yin and Yan Yan coming over, he stood there and waited for them to come over. Jin Yin and Yan Yan stood in front of Lei Jin, and Yan Yan explained the situation directly. We didn't bring any tents. I wonder if the captain has any extra tents for us to use. Jin Yin stood aside and nodded. Lei Jin looked at the tents that were still being built, and pointed directly at the 2 people. The 3 unmarked tents are prepared for you. Jin Yin and Yan Yan looked at the last 3 tents that were being built in the outer circle. It seems that Lei Jin really treats them equally. Originally, Zhu Wuming, as a member of the Academy of Sciences, should have been taken care of like Jiang Zhuxiang. But now he needs to be in the outer circle like them. However, this had little to do with them. After thanking Lei Jin, the 2 went straight to that place. After all, it was their resting place at night, and they hoped to be able to help in time. After the tent was set up, dinner was prepared as usual. This time, Jin Yin, Yan Yan and Zhu Wuming were assigned tasks to prepare dinner together. Jin Yin and Yan Yan did not have many opinions, but Zhu Wuming's actions were a bit unqualified. After all, Zhu Wuming had never been exposed to these things in the Academy of Sciences before. When Lei Jin saw it, he just arranged for someone to do what Zhu Wuming had done again, and at the same time remembered him in his heart. After finishing dinner, washing up, and arranging the night watchman, the whole camp began to fall into silence, except for a tent in the outer circle that still had some muttering words. Needless to say, that was Zhu Wuming's tent, and he was obviously a little dissatisfied with such simple living conditions. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't pay too much attention to Zhu Wuming's situation. After all, the dean didn't tell him anything before he set off. According to his senior brother's advice, it was more appropriate for him to stay away from his second senior brother. The tent Lei Jin provided to Jiang Zhuxiang was obviously a little different from the others. Jiang Zhuxiang only discovered it today. The inner layer of this tent was a light-proof cloth. So Jiang Zhuxiang was reading the information with a portable light. Because he couldn't practice in the wild, Jiang Zhuxiang gave himself some learning tasks. While Jiang Zhuxiang was reading the information carefully, the old pine tree was slowly telling Jiang Zhuxiang some information it had sensed. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the news with 2 minds, and said that he would pay attention tomorrow. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang had listened, the old pine tree did not say anything more. They chose Jiang Zhuxiang for another reason that they did not tell Jiang Zhuxiang. That is, the natural trust in a certain breath in the inheritance of the demons, and believe that people with this breath could lead them to exist for a long time. After reading the information for an hour, Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the lights and began to lie down to rest. At the same time, he sorted out the news that the old pine tree told him. There is almost no spiritual energy in the base. It seems that the big guy is very greedy. In the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was the first one to wake up in the camp as usual. He exercised while boiling water as usual. At the same time, he welcomed a regular audience, Lei Jin, in the second half of the exercise. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his training, other people in the camp also began to wake up one after another, including Jin Yin and Yan Yan. Of course, except Zhu Wuming, who was still sleeping soundly in the tent. Before going to wash up, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his tent first. took out the bread and biscuits given by the dean's wife from his personal space last night and gave them to Lei Jin, asking him to share them with the team members as breakfast, believing that they would not refuse them in such a hungry situation. Lei Jin opened it first and took a look, then calmly took out a salty cake and held it in his hand, and gave the rest to Lei Kong to deal with. Lei Kong looked at the cake in Lei Jin's hand with a little surprise. His captain would actually eat such a sweet cake. But thinking of the source of these things, Lei Kong also admired his boss's courage a little, and took the remaining bread and biscuits to arrange breakfast. Today's breakfast is bread and biscuits provided by Jiang Zhuxiang, as well as a glass of water for each person. Zhu Wuming, who was dragged out of the tent, ate this familiar thing and immediately thought of the price of these things. It seems that the Lei family is very wealthy, and he can also consider the Lei family as a retreat in the future. Zhu Wuming still has some understanding of the attitude of the Academy of Sciences towards him now. Chapter 64 Seeing Tao Tai. After breakfast, the members of the superpower team consciously packed up the things in their tents, and then handed the things to Lei Kong, and finally packed up the tents together and asked Lei Kong to put them away. Today's operation requires all members to go out, and they must take all the things away. After seeing the actions of the superpower team, Jin Yin and Yan Yan consciously followed suit, and at the same time urged Zhu Wuming to pack up his things and hand them in. They didn't expect him to pack up his tent. After packing up their own tents, they consciously packed up Zhu Wuming's tent together. After seeing that the camping site on the lake beach had no signs of human activity, Lei Jin led his men to the gate of the base. A group of people swaggered towards the gate of the base. The zombies were still moving around in the same place as before. Lei Jin and his team approached without any aggression. The zombies pretended not to see them, and let them walk into the gate of the base. After the group of people walked into the gate of the base, they consciously leaned against the wall, intending to take a breath before walking inside. Jiang Zhuxiang touched the wall with his hand, and was a little curious about what material this wall was made of. It felt a little special. At this time, Lei Jin was concentrating on checking the situation in front of him, and had no way to explain to Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Kong happened to be next to Jiang Zhuxiang. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang touching the wall with his hand, he whispered to Jiang Zhuxiang, "This wall used to be the first layer of the base's barrier. It can be electrified. When it was built, the surface materials of the wall were all conductive materials. Materials that can conduct electricity should be metal. No wonder it feels like this." Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. However, how did they get so much metal at that time? At this time, only Jiang Zhuxiang had the energy to think about it. The others were so surprised by the huge figure that they could see clearly that they were speechless. Although they were still in the outermost circle of the base, they could still feel the pressure from the big guy. Could they really walk around in front of the big guy? At this time, Zhu Wuming had quietly retreated to the side of the gate, intending to walk out of the gate and escape immediately if something went wrong. At this time, he could no longer think of the contribution value he could get after completing this task. While the other team members were concerned about the big guy in the middle, Lei Jin was planning the safest route to minimize the energy consumed by his team members on the way. The zombies in the base were not fixed in one place like outside. Instead, they were arranged into patrol teams, passing in front of Lei Jin and his group from time to time. However, because Lei Jin and his group remained motionless, these zombie patrols ignored them. After Lei Jin found out the patrol intervals of these zombies, he conveyed his instructions through the communication channel, requiring the entire team to follow him quietly and tell him if they found anything in the channel. At the same time, he asked Jin Yin and Yan Yan to keep an eye on Zhu Wuming through the private channel. Of course, if he asked to act alone, he could let him go, as long as nothing happened when he was in the team. According to that person's suicidal behavior, if he acted alone, he would definitely get himself killed. After receiving Lei Jin's private message, Jin Yin and Yan Yan looked at each other tacitly, and the two of them moved with Zhu Wuming in front and behind. Lei Jin led everyone to quickly avoid the zombie patrol and slowly approach the place where the big guy was, the square in the center of the base. Lei Jin stopped behind the buildings around the square, and the team members behind him also stopped closely beside him, looking forward with Lei Jin without saying a word. After watching, the other team members looked at Jiang Zhuxiang silently and worriedly. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the piles of bones around the square, and now he could faintly hear the big guy swallowing without concealing it. But he didn't feel any discomfort. The ancient beast was originally extremely ferocious, and now this big guy just liked to eat a little, and Jiang Zhuxiang could vaguely judge that they were all beasts from the bones left behind. The other team members breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had no reaction. However, they heard the sound of vomiting coming from the back of the team. When they looked back, they were all shocked to see Zhu Wuming holding onto the wall and vomiting. Lei Jin quickly instructed Jin Yin and Yin Yin to drag him away. But it was too late. The big guy in the middle had heard the sound and began to slowly turn his body, trying to look over here. Lei Jin made a prompt decision and asked everyone to enter the building. Jin Yin and Yin Yin also dragged Zhu Wuming in. The big guy didn't see anything after turning around, so he continued to eat his own food. Lei Jin and his team members could only hide in the building and listen to the big guy chewing, watching Zhu Wuming retching and shaking after he couldn't vomit anything. The soundproofing effect of the buildings in the base is quite good, especially those around the square. When they were built, they took into account the noise that the square would bring, and added a lot of soundproofing materials. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed with Lei Jin that he could speak, he spoke his judgment. According to the greedy attribute of this big guy, it can be preliminarily concluded that this guy should be a glutton. The other team members heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, thought about the pile of things around the square, and agreed with Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. But Lei Kong asked, "What about the others?" Jiang Zhuxiang spread his hands embarrassedly. "I'm just guessing. If I want to be sure, I need to see its full picture." After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Lei Jin stood up and said, "I'll take you upstairs to have a look. The top floors of the buildings around the square are all observation decks, where you can see the whole picture of the square." Lei Jin was planning to take Jiang Zhuxiang to the observation deck to see the whole picture of the big guy. The other team members were a little worried and said they wanted to go too. Lei Kong did stop them. "There will be a lot of noise if there are too many people. Let the captain accompany Xiao Jiang upstairs. We don't know anything now, so it's better not to act rashly." After Lei Jin saw Lei Kong finish his words, he nodded and took Jiang Zhuxiang upstairs. The two came to the observation deck. Jiang Zhuxiang leaned against the glass on the observation deck, looking at the back of this big guy, which was higher than the observation deck, and the white long hair on the back fluttering in the wind. The part that was eating looked very similar to humans, except for the sharp teeth. Finally, the part that was holding things was clearly a human hand. After seeing this full picture, Jiang Zhuxiang could basically tell Lei Jin with certainty that this was Tao Tai. Chapter 65 Understanding Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang used his eyes to signal Lei Jin that he could go back, and Lei Jin didn't say much as he escorted Jiang Zhuxiang downstairs. When the people waiting downstairs saw Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang coming down, except for Zhu Wuming who was still trembling, everyone else gathered around, wanting to know what Jiang Zhuxiang's conclusion was. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the curious eyes of these people, and was obviously not afraid of the big guy outside. He was really brave, but he didn't plan to stand and popularize this knowledge to them, and planned to find a place to sit down and talk. This building was originally inhabited by people, and Jiang Zhuxiang easily found a place to sit, pushed everyone aside, and went over to sit down. Lei Jin followed and sat down. The other team members also found a place to sit, and waited to listen to Jiang Zhuxiang's story. After Jiang Zhuxiang sat down, he said, "The dragon has 9 sons, each of which is different. Tao Tai is a symbol of greed, and is one of the dragon's sons. The description of it in the classic of mountains and seas is, it looks like a sheep with a human face. Its eyes are under its armpits. It has tiger teeth and human claws. And its voice is like a baby. The captain should have seen it just now. That guy is indeed the appearance of Tao Tai." Everyone looked at Lei Jin, and Lei Jin nodded to support Jiang Zhuxiang's statement. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's description, Lei Kong asked, "Then is there any record of Tao Tai's attack methods and weaknesses?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "No one has seen the attack methods. And as for weaknesses, there are some. Tao Tai is greedy, and eats whatever it sees. It is said that it was eaten to death." The team members were confused. Did they have to provide food for Tao Tai? Lei Jin, after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's statement, added, "If it is one of the dragon's sons, they have a common feature. That is, strong physical strength and high defense." He only knew this when the elders of the Lei family told him when he went to see them. Lei Mu heard his boss's supplement and asked a little frustrated, "Then do we still need to explore its attack method and attack range? Now that the race and prey type of this big guy can be confirmed, the mission can be considered half completed." Hearing Lei Mu's question, he answered without hesitation, Of course we have to go. This is our mission. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Zhen's plan. And in order to prevent these people from doing useless work, he added in time, dragon sons have another characteristic. That is laziness. No matter what they like. Lei Kong listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. The previous interactions made him understand her implication. They probably had to wait for Tao Tai to finish eating before trying to attack it to explore its attack method. Otherwise Tao Tai would not respond. Anyway, their attacks should not cause any harm to it. After Lei Kong explained Jiang Zhuxiang's words to the team members, the team members did not care much. Anyway, it was safe in this building. And it was just waiting. Only Zhu Wuming, after listening to Lei Kong's words, although weak, still said sharply, I give up this mission. You send me back. It looks like he was scared out of his wits. Lei Zhen was very dissatisfied with this burden. But he was relieved to see that he himself proposed to give up the mission. If he was still in the team, they would have to pay attention to protecting him. However, no one of them had the time to send him back. So they just replied in a flat tone, no one is free to send you back now. You can stay here when we go out. And we will send you back after the mission is over. Zhu Wuming was still a little afraid of Lei Zhen. But he became more obedient after hearing what he said. And shrank into the corner without saying anything. When Lei Zhen saw that he stopped talking, he began to arrange people to monitor the situation of Tao Tai. Once the food of Tao Tai was gone, they would be notified immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang once again contributed the flying camera. Others started to move around in the building. It was almost lunchtime. There was a kitchen in the building. But there was no electricity or gas. So modern kitchen utensils could no longer be used. However, the base was not built to be powered and gas-fired. The team members went to the utility room and found the original old stove. The pot they brought was naturally used. Xiaohua was in charge of the cooking as usual. And the others helped. Jin Yin and Yen Yen saw that these people still had an appetite to prepare lunch. And they were very impressed by their psychological endurance. Especially Jiang Zhuxiang, a little girl, who did not even turn pale after seeing such a bloody eating scene. For Jiang Zhuxiang, the scene of Tao Tai eating was just a normal beast eating. When she was walking in the secular world, she often saw this scene in the wild. Jin Yin and Yen Yen really underestimated her. However, Jin Yin and Yen Yen's thoughts were normal. After all, in the past 100 years of the end of the world, it has been rare to see a few women who survive on their own. After lunch, everyone began to take the time to rest and store their energy for the battle that would start at an unknown time. When the sun was hanging in the sky, the monitoring personnel sent a message on the communication channel that Tao Tai was eating the last mutant animal. Everyone immediately rushed to the monitoring personnel and checked the progress of Tao Tai's eating with him. When Tao Tai swallowed the last bite of food, Lei Zhen signaled the team members to start the action. After the lunch break, Lei Zhen had held a simple combat meeting. Considering the huge size of the Tao Tai, they certainly had no advantage in ground combat. And if they acted together, they would be easily defeated by the Tao Tai at once. So this time, they needed to act separately and launch the attack on the top floor of the building to reduce the height difference between each other. Jiang Zhuxiang was arranged by Lei Zhen to act together with Lei Mu this time. And they launched the attack on the observation deck of this building, which was also a care for them. Others needed to go to the top floors of other buildings around the square. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu stood on the observation deck and waited for others to arrive before they acted together. 10 minutes later, Lei Zhen issued an order through the communication channel and began to act. All of a sudden, the lights of various superpowers began to flash. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu did not lag behind and began to use with superpowers to assist in the battle. Stimulate plants and hinder the actions of Tao Tai. Tao Tai is worthy of being one of the dragon sons, and its power is indeed very strong. The vines that Jiang Zhuxiang originally stimulated to trap the mutant wild boar were torn off within a minute. When Lei Mu saw those vines, he thought of the first time Jiang Zhuxiang acted with them. Other team members thought it was their credit, but it turned out to be Jiang Zhuxiang's help. However, seeing the vines torn off by Tao Tai still felt a little pity. However, they were not the main combatants, and it didn't matter if the attack didn't work. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu continued to stimulate other plants. Chapter 66, Battle Game with Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu's attacks did not arouse Tao Tai's anger at all. So Tao Tai only tore off the plants that were entangled with it in response to their attacks. Lei Zhen, who was the main attack point, would occasionally receive some retaliation from Tao Tai, using his body to destroy the place where they were standing. making them occasionally flustered. But the attack power was not very strong. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai's joking response, and always felt that they were playing with Tao Tai. While urging the seeds handed to her by Lei Mu, Jiang Zhuxiang jokingly said to Lei Mu, "Are we like the monsters you fight in the game? And the monsters are not very strong in attack power." Jiang Zhuxiang had seen games on the virtual internet before, and had a preliminary understanding of some game introductions, but had never played them in person. As a boy, Lei Mu also felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's words were very similar, and he slowed down his movements with a bit of amusement. Anyway, their purpose was not to kill Tao Tai, so it was okay to just play around. Compared to Jiang Zhuxiang's relaxation, Lei Zhen and his friends used Tao Tai as a tool to test the power of their own abilities. They rushed to use their ultimate moves, and even Lei Kong began to test the space blade he had just mastered. Tao Tai used his body to bear the attacks nonchalantly. Lei Zhen and his friends' attacks only made the hair on Tao Tai a little messy, and it regarded it as a digestion activity after a meal. While Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were having a great time with Tao Tai, Zhu Wuming, who was hiding in the building, walked out of the building for some reason, and tried to get out by sticking to the wall. Tao Tai would not pay attention to such tiny reptiles in its eyes. But Zhu Wuming might have been born with the instinct to tease cats and dogs. When he was about to leave the attack range of Tao Tai, he kicked a pile of bones left by Tao Tai with his feet, perhaps to vent his anger. Tao Tai's keen hearing instantly heard this tiny sound, and he raised his back foot to step on Zhu Wuming, who was still near the pile of bones. The physical strength of Tao Tai instantly made Zhu Wuming vomit blood. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions were startled by the sudden movement of Tao Tai. They thought it was going to use some powerful moves, but it just lifted its legs and stopped moving. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu tried to look down from the observation deck to see what made Tao Tai move. The eyesight of the superpowers was pretty good. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu saw at the same time that Tao Tai seemed to be stepping on something. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu looked at each other for a while, and thought of Zhu Wuming, who was left in the building by them. They wanted to use the communication channel to confirm whether he was still inside. Although Zhu Wuming gave up the task himself, Lei Zhen did not kick him out of the communication channel. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions did not get any feedback on the communication channel, so they had a bad feeling. Jiang Zhuxiang contacted Zhu Wuming again through the private channel, but he did not get a response from him. Jiang Zhuxiang told the news in the communication channel. Lei Zhen and his team had no good feelings towards Zhu Wuming, a man who would commit suicide when no one was watching. Naturally, they would not waste their powers to rescue him. They just asked Jiang Zhuxiang and his team to do what they could, but they did not completely ignore him. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that his dean must have anticipated Zhu Wuming's situation when he sent him out. The Academy of Sciences could not clear the door without catching evidence for moral reasons. But the people in the Academy of Sciences would not feel guilty about this kind of self-destruction. After all, at the previous housewarming party, the dean saw Zhu Wuming in contact with the people in the base and heard their conversation. But there was no evidence left. The dean mentioned these things to Jiang Zhuxiang in a veiled way after returning from the housewarming party. Jiang Zhuxiang also watched Zhu Wuming commit suicide without reminding him. For Jiang Zhuxiang, the hatred of his original parents can still be repaid without affecting his life. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang is not very interested in rescuing Zhu Wuming now, especially when his captain also said to do what he can. Lei Mu is not very interested in rescuing such a suicidal guy. Although the moral standards of the members of Lei Zhen's superpower team are higher than most people, they don't like those who drag their feet. Therefore, since Lei Mu and Jiang Zhuxiang did not have much good feelings towards Zhu Wuming, their rescue of Zhu Wuming seemed slow. The two picked and chose two vine seeds and began to stimulate them to grow, letting them wrap around Tao Tai's legs and try to make him lift his feet. Just like humans, the more others try to stop you, the more you want to do it. The same is true for Tao Tai. When Jiang Zhuxiang and others tried to let Tao Tai loosen his feet, Tao Tai stepped down hard on the things under his feet. After Jiang Zhuxiang and others felt the power in their hands, they had no other choice but to continue pulling the vines like tug-of-war. Perhaps it was because of the smell of blood. Tao Tai began to become a little irritable, and the response to Lei Zhen and his attacks began to increase. Lei Zhen and his footholds began to become scattered, and the debris of the building flew everywhere, causing some scratches when they were not paying attention. Lei Zhen looked at the situation and felt that he had already understood the attack method of Tao Tai, so he issued an order in the communication channel to explore its attack range. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu asked helplessly what to do with Zhu Wuming, who they were rescuing. If they were to explore the attack range of Cao Tai, they would definitely not be able to continue to rescue Zhu Wuming. Although the two of them did not really want to do it. They could not watch Zhu Wuming die in front of Jin Yin and Yin Yin. If it was only the members of the superpower team, the two would not be so hesitant. It is normal to clean up the door. The dean also talked to Lei Jin. But for the image of the Academy of Sciences, he only talked to Lei Jin. At this time, Lei Kong, who was most sensitive to the breath of life, spoke on the communication channel. The thing under Taotia's feet is dead. You two don't need to do useless work anymore. As Lei Kong has two abilities, one of which is the healing ability, his words can still be trusted. Jin Yin and Yin Yin have also heard about him, so they naturally don't doubt his words. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Mu got away naturally. Zhu Wuming was originally an orphan. His surname followed Jiang Zhuxiang's mother. He was raised by Jiang Zhuxiang's parents. This is one of the reasons why Yin Lei and the dean are so disgusted with what he did. No matter when. Repaying kindness with enmity is hateful. Now that Zhu Wuming's life is over, Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't know how to deal with his funeral. Although in this case Jiang Zhuxiang will not say anything even if he leaves it alone. Chapter 67. Dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Lei Mu put away the remaining seeds in his hand. Called Jiang Zhuxiang to go down and gather with the others. Called Jiang Zhuxiang twice, and found that Jiang Zhuxiang did not respond. Reached out and patted Jiang Zhuxiang on the shoulder. And asked, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Zhuxiang came back to his senses and said a little embarrassedly, "How should we deal with Zhu Wuming's funeral?" Lei Mu was also stunned when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. They had never thought about this problem. After the end of the world, human life was cheap. After a person died, few people would think of dealing with funeral affairs. In addition to the relatives of that person, who would shed 2 tears. Only those who made great contributions to mankind would have a farewell party. Zhu Wuming was not at that level. But since Jiang Zhuxiang thought of it, Lei Mu could not pretend not to hear it. Lei Mu himself had no solution. So he had to talk about this matter on the communication channel. After hearing this question, the others in the communication channel did not have any good solution for a while. So Lei Jin had to speak up and throw the question back to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking her how she wanted to deal with it. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin speak, she really didn't expect that they would be so distressed by the question she raised. Her original intention of raising this question was just not to let Zhu Wuming's body be thrown into the wild. In the previous world, everyone hoped that someone would handle their affairs after death. And she only raised this question out of such consideration. Now that no one has a way to deal with it, Jiang Zhuxiang also considered the current situation they're in. And after thinking about it, he proposed, just bury him. If we bury it, we should let the Earth-type superpower handle it. Lei Jin told the Earth-type superpower in the superpower team about it. The Earth-type superpower Lei too received the order. It was rare to do such a thing. So it was a bit novel. The previous battle with Cao Tai had already made the concrete on the square into pieces. It was not difficult to mobilize the soil. The difficult part was how to move the body away from Taotia's feet. Lei Jin saw that Lei too had not moved. After asking, he learned about his problem. Lei Jin directly issued an order, the others gather first. Retreat and attack Cao Tai at the same time to see his range of movement. Lei too. Xiao Xiang and I will stay and deal with this matter. After hearing the order, everyone left their original place of residence and gathered in a place far away from Taotia's sight. Lei Jin temporarily handed over the command to Yin Yin, and they began to act separately. Lei Jin took Lei Tu and Jiang Zhuxiang to hide in the place closest to Zhu Wuming's body, waiting for others to take Cao Tai away. Yin Yin led his men to attack Cao Tai in the form of echelons, and retreated towards the gate of the base at the same time. Cao Tai just shook his head slightly annoyed, took a few steps forward to where they retreated, and roared with his mouth wide open as a demonstration. Lei Jin saw Cao Tai moving, and asked Lei Tu to bury it as soon as possible. After hearing Taotia's roar, the three of them paused and felt their minds blurred. Jiang Zhuxiang felt as if he had returned to Shenong Valley. But it was only a moment before his mind became clear again, and he hurried to see Lei Jin and Lei Tu. Lei Jin and Lei Tu were not confused for long, and they also regained consciousness within a dozen seconds after Jiang Zhuxiang woke up. At this time, Cao Tai was about to return to its original position. Lei Tu had previously put together the soil containing Zhu Wuming's body, and now he just needed to move some soil to cover it. When Tao Tai returned to its original position and lay down, the small mound had already taken shape, and Jiang Zhuxiang had solved a problem. Lei Jin led the two to approach the main force. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a glass bottle and threw it at Tao Tai's feet, and then followed Lei Jin to leave. On the way to join the main force, Lei Tu asked Jiang Zhuxiang curiously, "What's in that bottle?" Jiang Zhuxiang answered innocently, "I don't know what it is either. Those geeks in our hospital made it." When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others gathered at the gate of the base, they saw that they were still in shock. Lei Jin used the communication channel to signal them to follow. It was getting late now, and they needed to hurry up to find a campsite. After walking quickly for half an hour, they found the campsite on the lake. They hurriedly set up the tent and started a fire to prepare dinner. In front of the food, the members of the superpower team put away their previous look of shock and began to prepare wholeheartedly, which made Jin Yin and Yen Yen admire them very much. With this mental state, it was no wonder that the task completion rate of this superpower team was so high. They were still a little overwhelmed by the scene they had seen before. The two of them were busy with the others, and at the same time, they saw the state of Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang, who looked unaffected. They were obviously closer to Tao Tai. This dinner was held in Lei Jin's tent. It was really late, and the food would easily get cold if they ate outside. Arranging it in Lei Jin's tent would also make it convenient for Lei Jin to communicate with them later. For dinner today, Xiaowo was more considerate and did not prepare any big fish or meat. He prepared vegetable porridge and steamed buns. Jiang Zhuxiang drank a bowl of porridge and ate 2 steamed buns, then stopped and waited for others to finish eating. Half an hour later, everyone finished the dinner, cleaned up the table, and put it away. There was no smell left in the tent. Everyone sat cross-legged, waiting for Lei Jin to speak. Lei Jin didn't really have anything to say. He just wanted to let his frightened teammates vent their emotions. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you have anything to say about today's battle?" Lei Kong was the first to speak as usual. The power and defense of Tao Tai are indeed very strong. But what's more terrifying is its cry, which seems to be able to control people's emotions and make people hallucinate. Lei Kong was still a little surprised about the hallucinations he had today. He actually wanted to become a power user. After Lei Kong finished speaking, Lei Mu continued to speak. Its voice is indeed quite terrifying. It can make people see what they are hiding. It is indeed a symbol of greed. Who doesn't have some greed? It's just more or less. Other team members expressed their opinions one after another, saying that their worldviews have been refreshed. But they kept their own views secret, and they would be a little embarrassed if they said it out loud. Jin Yin and Yen Yen also briefly expressed their opinions. They were naturally more greedy than these team members, but not too much. Otherwise, they would not be able to speak easily now. Of course, they would not say what their greed was. They just said what preparations they should make when they encounter Tao Tai in the future. Chapter 68: The Help of the Old Pine Tree. After the team members expressed their opinions, they were eager to ask their captain for his opinion. However, they did not have the courage to ask directly, and the captain might not answer. So the team members focused on the people who acted with the captain. Of course, they still could not do such things as forcing girls to answer. So Lei Tu was overwhelmed by a series of questions. After the team members learned about the captain and his situation from Lei Tu, the team members' respect for their captain rose to a higher level. However, Lei Tu unconsciously swallowed the guess that Jiang Zhuxiang might wake up before his captain. After all, it is better to let his captain do it. Lei Jin did the same, and did not mention Jiang Zhuxiang's outstanding performance. After seeing that his team members had almost finished talking, Lei Jin began to drive them away. "Okay. You guys go back and rest after that. We will start to retreat to the shelter tomorrow." After satisfying their curiosity, the team members did not bother anymore and returned to their tents to wash up and prepare to rest. When Jiang Zhuxiang left Lei Jin's tent, he always felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while, so he had to ignore it for the time being. If it was something important, he would always remember it. After returning to his tent, Jiang Zhuxiang washed up and thought about how he could wake up so quickly from the voice of Tao Tai today. Although he himself did not have too many desires in this world, it seemed that there was also a cool air brushing across his head at that time. This was not done by himself, who had temporarily lost consciousness at that time. And it seemed that only those guys who stayed in his dantian could do this. After thinking it through, Jiang Zhuxiang began to summon the guy in his dantian. "Old pine tree? Old pine tree?" as a demon spirit that also needs to rest at night. The old pine tree's hazy voice sounded, "What's the matter, little friend?" Jiang Zhuxiang heard the old pine tree's hazy voice and felt a little embarrassed to disturb the old man's rest. "It's not very important. I just want to ask if you are helping me today." Jiang Zhuxiang asked his question quite directly. The old pine tree smiled indifferently when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question. "This is what we should do. We are now in a relationship of prosperity and loss with you. Helping you is helping ourselves." Although Jiang Zhuxiang heard what the old pine tree said, he was still a little worried that the old pine tree's help would harm him. "Old pine tree, will it harm yourself?" The old pine tree was quite relieved to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's worried words. They really did not choose the wrong person. And there was no harm in itself. The explanation was also understated, no harm. "This is just the innate skill of our clan. The fragrance of the pine tree itself has the effect of concentrating the mind. In ancient times, monks also used some incense made from pine trees to help practice." Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after hearing the answer from the old pine tree. However, if they have to deal with Tao Tai in the future, they still need this method. However, the existence of the monster still needs to be kept secret. Jiang Zhuxiang can only ask the old pine tree if there is any other way. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's question, the old pine tree pointed out a clear way for her. Before, it asked Jiang Zhuxiang to take out a part of the body that should have pine cones. After taking the pine cones, Jiang Zhuxiang could stimulate the pine tree himself and then make incense for use. Jiang Zhuxiang first confirmed whether this method would have any effect on the old pine tree. After confirming that there was no effect, Jiang Zhuxiang recorded this method and tried it again after returning. However, after receiving such great help from the old pine tree, Jiang Zhuxiang decided not to rest tonight and secretly practiced to provide the old pine trees with the energy they needed. The old pine tree felt the energy that made it comfortable when it was drowsy, and entered a resting state faster. After absorbing the first ray of essence from the sunrise, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his cultivation. In the early morning after the apocalypse, birds could no longer be heard. If they were heard, it meant the appearance of mutant birds, and humans needed to prepare for battle. Jiang Zhuxiang replaced the night watchman as usual, exercising and boiling water while waiting for others to wake up. Lei Zhen was the second person to appear outside the tent as usual, waiting for others to come out with Jiang Zhuxiang. However, this morning, Lei Zhen handed Jiang Zhuxiang something after she finished her exercise. Jiang Zhuxiang remembered what she had forgotten last night after seeing it. Jiang Zhuxiang took the flying camera from Lei Zhen's hand. This camera was used to monitor Tao Tai before. Jiang Zhuxiang forgot to take it back after borrowing it. Fortunately, Lei Zhen remembered it. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would have to pay the contribution points if he could not take it out when he returned to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. However, after borrowing this kind of thing before, those people would consciously come back after using it. Maybe it was because it was too late this time? Although Jiang Zhuxiang's expression was slight, it was still quite straightforward in Lei Zhen's eyes. Lei Zhen was still not used to letting his team members take the blame. This was not Lei Zhen's style. So Lei Zhen said, "They originally planned to let me help return this thing to you. But I still have some doubts. I did something with this thing last night." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know much about this kind of electronic technology. He just checked that it could run normally, and put it away. Jiang Zhuxiang also heard Lei Zhen's explanation and asked curiously, "Can you tell me what you did? This is not something that cannot be said." Lei Zhen did this out of curiosity, before we fought with Tao Tai. "Didn't we see Tao Tai eating? Later, we proved that Tao Tai can't leave the square too far. So where did it get its food? I was curious about this, so I took some photos with a flying camera." Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to ask what was photographed, but saw other people coming out of the tent one after another, so it was not easy to continue asking about this. Lei Zhen also saw his team members coming out, and whispered to Jiang Zhuxiang, "I didn't delete the things in the camera. Xiaoxiang, you can go back and see it yourself." After saying that, he left Jiang Zhuxiang's side, and began to instruct his team members to clean up the campsite. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Zhen start to move, and he was not idle either. He returned to his tent, packed up his things, handed them to Lei Kong, and started to pack up the tent with everyone. After the campsite was cleaned up, Lei Zhen and his team had a simple breakfast and started to rush back. Chapter 69 explained the reasons. On the way back, I was more relaxed than on the way here, probably because the result of this mission was not bad. Although Zhu Wuming was an accident, it did not affect the mood of others. Lei Jin walked in the front. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his route, and it seemed that he wanted to send him back to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences first. It seemed that he still liked to take care of himself. Jiang Zhuxiang would never refuse the kindness of others, especially when it was such a simple favor. Therefore, he did not say much and just followed the team forward. In fact, Lei Jin wanted to go to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences first, not only because of Jiang Zhuxiang, but also because he wanted to explain Zhu Wuming's situation to the Dean of the Academy of Sciences in person. Perhaps because they were not in a hurry to go back. The whole team did not move very fast, and did not arrive at the shelter of the Academy of Sciences until the sun set. Jiang Zhuxiang was now the only person from the Academy of Sciences in the team. He took the initiative to stand in front of the shelter door for identity recognition. After the door of the shelter was opened, Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and asked, "Do you want to go in and sit down?" Jiang Zhuxiang was prepared to hear their answer of rejection. As a result, Lei Jin replied gently, "Okay. Xiaoxiang, you lead the way." Lei Jin and his team had never visited the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. In the past, they had always been in a state of sending them to the door and leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect them to agree. After all, it was getting late. He thought they would be in a hurry to go back. However, since they said they wanted to come in, Jiang Zhuxiang would not refuse. He stood by the door and gestured for them to come in. He would stay, and it would be better to close the door. Lei Jin walked into the shelter of the Academy of Sciences first. The team members behind him were a little confused, and had to follow Lei Jin in. Jin Yin and Yan Yin could understand why Lei Jin wanted to come in. After all, a member of the Academy of Sciences died during the mission. As the captain, he still had to explain to the person in charge of the Academy of Sciences, even if this member was annoying. The two followed Lei Jin in silently. After Jiang Zhuxiang and everyone else entered the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, he also walked in, carefully closed the door, and then walked to the front to lead the way. Lei Jin stepped forward and stood side by side with Jiang Zhuxiang, and whispered, "I want to visit the dean first." Jiang Zhuxiang had originally planned to do so. After all, it is polite to visit the elders before visiting a place. Jiang Zhuxiang had just sent a message to the dean when he walked in, asking him where he was now. When Lei Jin proposed this idea, Jiang Zhuxiang had already received a reply from the dean, and was now on his way to the dean's office. Therefore, when he heard Lei Jin's words, Jiang Zhuxiang just nodded to show that he understood. The dean's office is located in the center of the entire shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang led everyone to walk for about 5 minutes to the door of the dean's office, and knocked on the door. A voice of coming came from inside, and Jiang Zhuxiang pushed the door open and entered. The dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the group of people behind her pushing the door in, and hurriedly stood up and asked them to sit on the sofa. Fortunately, the decoration of the dean's office was in charge of the dean's wife, and a wide enough place to entertain visitors was arranged. Lei Jin sat on the sofa with his team members. Jiang Zhuxiang consciously prepared tea and asked the dean to talk to Lei Jin and others first. The dean sat on the single sofa and asked, "Is this mission going well?" The dean and the clan leaders of the 3 clans were all aware of this mission, and this mission was also decided by them. Hearing his question, Lei Jin did not hide anything and told the dean about the situation of this mission. After talking about the mission, Lei Jin took the opportunity to apologize to the dean. "I am very sorry that I did not bring Zhu Wuming back this time." When the dean did not see Zhu Wuming coming together, he knew that Zhu Wuming must have had an accident, and he was actually relieved in his heart. After all, Zhu Wuming's accidental death during the mission was a good accident, whether it was for the reputation of the Academy of Sciences, or for the psychological burden of these people. Therefore, when he heard Lei Jin's words, the dean did not have much emotional fluctuations, but just said, "There will always be accidents in the mission. Since our Academy of Sciences planned to go out, we have been prepared to welcome this kind of bad news. And you don't have to blame yourself too much." Lei Jin saw the dean's reaction, and was no longer worried about Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang and Zhu Wuming were acting together this time. If something happened, others would more or less criticize Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's attitude was also a proof of Jiang Zhuxiang's innocence. After Lei Jin finished speaking, Jiang Zhuxiang just brought up the prepared tea, along with the snacks prepared by the dean's wife in the food cabinet. The dean asked Lei Jin and the others to do whatever they wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time, walked to the dean and asked softly, "Do you want to prepare a place for them to stay?" The dean looked at the time and said, "It's getting late now. You should stay here for one night before leaving." Faced with the dean's request to stay overnight, Lei Zhen did not refuse. He also wanted to know where Jiang Zhuxiang lived. Seeing that they had no objection, the dean asked Yan Lei to come over through the communicator. After all, these people were good men, and it was more appropriate for Yan Lei to arrange it. The dean still thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was a girl, although she always liked to use herself as a man. Yan Lei's previous experiment came to an end for the time being, and now he happened to be free. After receiving the dean's instructions, he quickly appeared in the dean's office. Lei Zhen was a little disappointed when he saw Yan Lei appear. He thought that Jiang Zhuxiang would arrange their accommodation, so that they could talk more. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know Lei Zhen's mentality. She was more obedient to the teacher. When Yan Lei came, she stood aside and watched them talk. Yan Lei asked about their preferences and habits, pondered for a while, and said to the dean, "Then I will take them to see their rooms first." After the dean nodded in agreement, Yan Lei took people out. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang stayed. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that the dean wanted to talk to him about Zhu Wuming, and stood there with a serious expression. The dean went back to his desk and tidied up. After tidying up, he said to Jiang Zhuxiang, "Let's go find the dean's wife to prepare dinner." Dean's wife has always been the name Jiang Zhuxiang, and others call the dean his wife. The dean's wife tried to change Jiang Zhuxiang's name several times but failed. Later, the dean followed them and called her that. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the dean's teasing tone and followed the dean out of his office a little helplessly. Chapter 70. The Academy's Reception. The dean's wife was still in the bakery at this time, and the dean and Jiang Zhuxiang walked in that direction without hesitation. Speaking of which, if you want the dean's wife to prepare dinner, you can just contact her through the communicator. The dean took Jiang Zhuxiang to find someone in person, mainly to let the dean's wife see that Jiang Zhuxiang is back safely. The busyness of the previous period made the dean's wife very uneasy. At that time, Jiang Zhuxiang actually took a task and went out. The dean often saw his wife's sad eyes when he returned from work. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang is back, the dean naturally let his wife see him as soon as he finished his work. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what the dean was thinking, it was the duty of the younger generation to see the elders after returning from an outing to show that he was safe and sound. When he was in Shenong Valley, he would go to all the teachers and leaders every time he came back from the secular world. The dean and Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the bakery one after another. The dean walked to the counter and knocked to remind his wife that someone was coming. The dean's wife raised her head and saw Jiang Zhuxiang standing behind the dean. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Xiaoxiang, you are back." Jiang Zhuxiang took the opportunity to step forward. "Yes, I am back." The dean's wife came out from behind the counter and pulled Jiang Zhuxiang up and down to look carefully. She didn't find anything wrong, so she was relieved and looked at the dean standing aside. "Shouldn't you be in the office at this time?" There was a lot of resentment in her tone. The dean said with a slightly apologetic smile, "I brought Xiaoxiang here when I saw her back. Also, I let the team members who worked with Xiaoxiang stay here. I'll treat them to a meal later. You can also ask them about their specific situation, because the mission had to be kept confidential." The dean's wife had not asked what the specific mission was, but she also knew that such a confidential mission was not low in risk, and she was quite worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. Fortunately, this confidentiality was mainly before and during the mission, mainly to ensure the safety of the people involved in the mission. Now that everyone is back, asking about the situation is not considered a leak. The dean's wife gave the dean a look that said you should be sensible. After explaining the matter to the other people in the bakery, she planned to prepare food with the dean first, and at the same time urged Jiang Zhuxiang to go back and clean up first, so that she didn't need to worry about dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang's luggage was still with Lei Kong. He didn't know whether Lei Kong had handed the things to his senior brother. After listening to the words of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to them and started to walk to his room. At the same time, he sent a message to his senior brother to ask about the situation. Yan Lei received a message from his junior sister when he walked out of Lei Zhen's room. Thinking of what Lei Zhen had just said, he replied with a little sarcasm, "Your captain requires everyone to pick up their own personal belongings in person." Jiang Zhuxiang saw Yan Lei's reply and had to ask again where his personal belongings were now. Yin Lei sent Jiang Zhuxiang his location and motioned her to come over, and he would accompany her to get it. Yin Lei, who turned off the communicator, thought of Lei Zhen's vigilance under his serious expression just now, and leaned against the wall with a little amusement waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to come. You don't trust me, but I'm worried that you will kidnap my little sister. Yin Lei thought silently. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't let Yin Lei wait for long, but stood in front of Yin Lei in just 5 minutes. Yin Lei saw his little sister appear, stood up straight and took her to Lei Kong's room to get something quickly, without thinking about saying hello to Lei Zhen. Even if the two of them met outside Lei Zhen's door, Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in person, so he naturally wouldn't hold her things, and took the things out of the space and handed them to Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the previous explanation of his captain, that was only possible if Jiang Zhuxiang came alone. Now that there was obviously a flower protector, it would be too tactless to make such a request. Yin Lei saw Lei Kong's actions, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Our dean's wife is preparing dinner. Come over when you are ready." At the same time, he sent him the location of the dean's house. Lei Kong said that he would notify him. Yin Lei saw that he understood his meaning and left with Jiang Zhuxiang with satisfaction. He just didn't want Lei Zhen to see his junior sister in private. His junior sister was only 18 years old. Is it reasonable to target her now? He would never tolerate it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't understand what these people were talking about. After getting his things, he stayed quietly aside. After Yin Lei finished speaking, he followed him. After returning to his room, Jiang Zhuxiang put down his suitcase and planned to help the dean's wife. It was not an easy task to prepare dinner for so many people. Yin Lei saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was about to go out without packing up, and stretched out his hand to stop him. "You are not packing up," Jiang Zhuxiang said directly. "I want to help the dean's wife." Yin Lei walked out by himself. "I will go. You come back after you pack up." Jiang Zhuxiang silently opened his suitcase and packed it up quickly. Fortunately, there were only some clothes and toiletries in the suitcase. He put the toiletries in their original place. The rest were dirty clothes that needed to be washed. Jiang Zhuxiang stuffed them all into the washing machine. This kind of thing really saved a lot of manpower. After emptying the suitcase, Jiang Zhuxiang put the suitcase away again. The clothes he was wearing had been worn for a day in the wild. He had to change clothes to help the dean and eat. Jiang Zhuxiang simply took a shower and went out to the dean's house in light clothes. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived, Lei Zhen and his team members had also arrived. They didn't need to pack up. They just took a shower and came. At this time, they were sitting on the sofa waiting, and Yin Lei was chatting with them. When Jiang Zhuxiang came in, Yin Lei immediately noticed her and said, "Xiaxiang, go to the kitchen to help. I have to entertain these people and can't help much. Try to reduce the contact between your little sister and Lei Zhen and others. There is no way to go out on a mission, but forget it at other times." Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen nodded and said hello, then went into the kitchen to help. Lei Zhen was quite unhappy when he saw Yin Lei didn't even let him say a word to Jiang Zhuxiang. But now, he was on someone else's territory, and he couldn't act rashly. Lei Zhen silently endured it, and he would always find time to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the kitchen, the dean's wife had almost finished preparing. If so many people really wanted to prepare food, it would indeed take a lot of time. But the dean's wife planned to be lazy today and prepared a hot pot, which was quite suitable in the current cold weather. Chapter 71 Try to Rebuild. Jiang Zhuxiang was assigned the task of dividing the cut ingredients into plates and carrying them out. The restaurant had already set up a round table that was large enough for everyone to dine at. Jiang Zhuxiang placed the plates on the turntable in the middle of the table for the convenience of those who would dine later. This design of a table with a turntable was still very magical in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes. The wisdom of the people in this world really should not be underestimated. While Jiang Zhuxiang was placing the plates, the dean came out to install a small pot, and the dean's wife poured the soup base into the pot. It was all muted mutton bone soup. If someone liked spicy food, they could put it in by themselves. And the plate with the chili peppers was also placed on the turntable. After the table was set, the dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to call people to come for dinner. Yin Lei saw the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang walk into the living room, and immediately stood up. "Is it time to eat?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded behind the dean's wife, and the dean's wife said, "The simple tea and light meals are ready. Please follow me to take a seat." After that, she turned around and led the way, and Jiang Zhuxiang immediately followed. Yinlei called Lei Jin and the others to follow. They could smell the aroma of the mutated mutton bone soup while sitting in the living room. And they were already hungry. As the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, he himself did not care much about the status of the people. Using a round table to entertain people meant that the guests could be casual. Seeing his wife and people coming in, he stood up to express his welcome. The Dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to sit next to him, and Yinlei quickly grabbed another seat next to Jiang Zhuxiang, which made Lei Jin, who was following behind him, quite annoyed. There was no seat next to her. So Lei Jin settled for the next best thing and sat opposite Jiang Zhuxiang, where he could clearly see Jiang Zhuxiang. The other team members found their favorite seats and sat down. As the host, the Dean was the first to move his chopsticks, and then the others started to eat. The Dean's wife reminded, if you like it spicy, you can add chili yourself. In short, please eat according to your own preferences. As the captain, Lei Jin thanked the Dean's wife for her kindness. This form of hospitality has not been seen for a long time. Lei Jin still heard from his elders that people before the end of the world like to eat in a lively way. With a sharp decline in population in the end of the world, it is not easy to have a lively meal. Lei Jin is more curious about where the Dean's wife got so many ingredients. Although most of them are mutant beast meat, there are still 1 or 2 rare vegetables. It seems that the strength of the Academy of Sciences cannot be underestimated. A dinner was solved in this lively atmosphere. This novel way of dining made everyone a little full. The Dean asked Yinlei and Jiang Zhuxiang to take people to visit the Academy of Sciences to digest the food. After leaving the Dean's house, Yinlei was not very happy to see Lei Jin walk to Jiang Zhuxiang's side. But the others were still waiting for him to lead the way, so he couldn't say much. So he had to lead the way while looking at the two from time to time. Lei Jin didn't do anything extreme. Just let Jiang Zhuxiang explain the situation of the Academy of Sciences to him alone. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know much about the situation of the Academy of Sciences, so he had to tell him about the situation of some places he often went to, which just happened to let Lei Jin understand his own team members. Lei Jin was in a very happy mood along the way. After Yinlei showed the people the parts of the Academy of Sciences shelter that were open to the public, he couldn't wait to send them back to their rooms to reduce the contact time between Lei Jin and his junior sister. After sending the outsiders, Yinlei and his junior sister went to their respective rooms. On the way, Yinlei asked his junior sister about her opinion of Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think the captain was different from him, nor did he think there was anything he couldn't tell others. He simply commented, "The captain has good leadership skills and knows the abilities of everyone in the team very well. He is a person worth following, especially in such a complicated world." Yinlei didn't hear any ambiguous emotions in his junior sister's words, so he was a little relieved. However, thinking of Lei Jin's performance, Yinlei still said, "Except for the mission, don't have much contact with people outside the Academy of Sciences. After all, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs." Jiang Zhuxiang still attaches great importance to Yinlei's words, but he will not listen to them completely. After all, people cannot lose their own judgment. Regarding what Yinlei said now, Jiang Zhuxiang agreed with the saying that people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. But there are people like Zhu Wuming in the Academy of Sciences, and people outside are not all bad people. I will pay attention. Jiang Zhuxiang can only say this, and he still needs to contact others. Yinlei felt something was wrong after he said that. His little sister finally became more cheerful. If she became the same as before because of his words, it would be a loss. After hearing her answer, he felt relieved. Fortunately, his little sister had her own judgment. When standing in front of his door, Jiang Zhuxiang asked softly, "Zhu Wuming, does the dean have any opinion?" Yinlei also said softly, "The mission accident is the most suitable." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, pushed open his room and walked in. The next morning, when Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his practice, Lei Jin and the others had been sent away by the dean and Yinlei. Jiang Zhuxiang received a message from Lei Jin while washing. "Remember to collect the contribution points." Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "Got it, Captain." Then he put it behind his mind and continued his day's routine. After Lei Jin and his team handed in their mission, the Lei Yinjin family and the Academy of Sciences began to build a residence outside the shelter. They definitely couldn't go back to the original base. If they wanted to continue living on the ground, they needed to build a new residence. The building materials came from the latest materials developed by the Academy of Sciences. An upgraded version of concrete. Instant concrete. The raw materials were mixed with mutated plants and soil and rocks, and poured directly into the walls of the house according to the architectural drawings. The progress of the project was still very fast. The families of the researchers of the Academy of Sciences were all involved in this work. People still yearned for a normal life on the ground. After Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the laboratory, she would go outside the shelter to watch these people work. The mutant plants and animals outside the shelter had been cleared in advance. Yin Lei did not stop Jiang Zhuxiang from relaxing, and sometimes he would go out with her to have a look. These new buildings were all one-story bungalows. Jiang Zhuxiang just watched these new buildings being built around the shelter, and had the illusion that he could live in peace like this forever. After returning to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, Yin Lei and Shuiwen came to Jiang Zhuxiang for dinner. At the dinner table, they mentioned that the Shuimu family and the base wanted to send people to contact the Lei and Jin family and the Academy of Sciences to restore their previous relationship at the base. Chapter 72. Complex Relationship. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, whose family brought this up? She thought that they had no relationship with those people since the last housewarming party. Among the three families, only the Mu family gave Jiang Zhuxiang a slightly better impression. Shuiwen said jokingly. Of course, it was the Mu family. Only his family had a clearer understanding of their own situation. As for the other two families, their eyes were on the top of their heads. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yin Lei, and Yin Lei nodded. It was indeed the Mu family who started it, and the other two families did not object. Jiang Zhuxiang stirred the soup in the bowl with a spoon. Then do we agree? The dean of our own family probably doesn't want to get involved with those people anymore. Yin Lei answered seriously. The dean and the patriarchs of the Lei, Yin and Jin families are discussing, and they will act in unison anyway. If that's the case, the possibility of agreement will be very high, and Jiang Zhuxiang can understand it. After all, in the harsh natural environment now, it's better to have fewer man-made disasters. Anyway, it's no longer as passive as it was before at the base. And the Academy of Sciences doesn't need to worry about being controlled by the people at the base again. However, how did they think of contacting again? Jiang Zhuxiang asked while eating. It was Shuiwen who answered Jiang Zhuxiang's question. The Mu family has always been unwilling to give up their plan to build a good relationship with us. The Shui family doesn't care as long as there are benefits. As for the people in the base now, they probably don't care much. However, the most important thing is that their lives are not easy now. After all, neither the Shui nor the Mu families are very strong. In the past, they had us as a backup and could use some of the things we made. Now they are probably eating up all the resources they have to rely on themselves. I heard that they have not left the shelter until now. This elder brother Wen is really concerned about the news of those people. He even knows that they have never left the shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang thought lightly and lowered his head to continue eating his dinner. After listening to Shuiwen's talk, Yin Lei added, they probably won't visit every family. It is estimated that the Lei family will take the lead in hosting a banquet. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Yin Lei is still cautious about his junior sister's contact with the people of the base. It is basically best not to have any contact with them from now on. After all, they still have a big grudge with the base. Although this time they want to ease the relationship with them, some things still need to be remembered in their hearts. In fact, the Academy of Sciences is still a little awkward. After their relationship eases, I don't know if the attitude of the three families of Lei, Yin and Jin towards the base will change. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know about Yin Lei's worries, but even if she knew, she wouldn't care too much. After all, in the last world, she had seen people with feuds working together to get through the disaster. Jiang Zhuxiang still had the awareness of considering the overall situation, but she wouldn't wrong herself. Her previous teacher taught her that you should consider the overall situation, but you don't need to wrong yourself to consider the overall situation. In fact, it seems that there are many people in the Academy of Sciences who have grudges against the Shuimu family and the base, such as Shuiwen. The Academy of Sciences still doesn't need to worry about their position. After the three of them finished their meal, Jiang Zhuxiang suggested taking a walk to digest the food, and the other two had no objection. Although Yin Lei and Shuiwen were both serious researchers, they still knew how to combine work and rest. Jiang Zhuxiang led the two men to the bakery of the dean's wife, because most people were outside helping during the day. The trading area had extended its business hours at night, so Jiang Zhuxiang could find people there. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others arrived at the bakery, The dean's wife had just taken out the last batch of bread. Seeing them coming, she invited them to come over and try it. Jiang Zhuxiang took a piece of bread handed to him by the dean's wife, divided it into 3 portions, ate one himself, and handed the other 2 to Yan Lei and Shui Wen. Yan Lei and Shui Wen took the bread and ate it helplessly. They had just eaten their fill, and really had no interest in these things. The dean's wife chatted with Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, and then asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go back and rest. She also knew about the recent events, and whispered to Jiang Zhuxiang that she would not be wronged. This should be the dean's intention. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled, and said that she was not wronged. After saying goodbye to the dean's wife, she walked back slowly. Yan Lei and the others just heard what the dean's wife said. It seems that the dean still has plans, and the 2 of them are more relieved. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room, he received a communication request from Lei Zhen. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked it, and looked at Lei Zhen's slightly worried eyes on the other end. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless, so he had to pretend that he didn't know and asked, "What do you want to tell me today?" After the last mission, Lei Zhen would send messages to Jiang Zhuxiang whenever he was free, casually telling him about his own affairs, and sometimes asking about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care. In the past, when he was walking in the secular world, he often received messages from his senior brothers and teachers through various channels, and he would reply when he had time. In Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, Lei Zhen was similar to Yan Lei, so he was less cautious when talking now. Lei Zhen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude had not changed, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Jiang Zhuxiang to not know the recent news, and he was relieved. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words, he began his daily report and asked Jiang Zhuxiang if he wanted to go to see Tao Tai with them again recently. After the last mission, Lei Zhen's team of superpowers often went to Tao Tai to hone themselves, and Jiang Zhuxiang would occasionally go with them. Now, in the eyes of Tao Tai, they are probably just small reptiles that often bother it. But when they go, they will bring some mutant beasts to give Tao Tai a snack, so they have not been crushed to death by Tao Tai yet. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Zhen's proposal and asked with a bit of amusement, "Didn't you go there once recently? If you go too much, be careful of others getting angry. Tao Tai is one of the ancient fierce beasts, so it's better not to disturb it too much." Lei Zhen's proposal was originally to take Jiang Zhuxiang out to avoid what happened next. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't understand it, but he felt it was unnecessary and believed that the heads of the families would handle the matter. Lei Zhen did not look uncomfortable after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's refusal, and began to inquire about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. According to the communication between the 2, as long as there was a female of the same age around Jiang Zhuxiang, she would understand what Lei Zhen meant. Unfortunately, there was no female, so Lei Zhen was destined to remain unclear about his status as a concubine for a long time, unless Lei Zhen himself said it out. Chapter 73 Paper Trading. While the younger generations, like Lei Zhen and Yan Lei, were worried about their future friendship, the dean was discussing with the patriarchs of the Lei, Yan, and Jin families about the specific attitudes towards the base and the Shui and Mu families. The Lei family patriarch first gave the dean a reassurance. "We don't ask you to give up your hatred, as long as you are more efficient when doing things and don't let them catch you. After all, you are our allies." The dean's uncomfortable heart was immediately put down, and he promised, "Thank you for your understanding, Lei Patriarch. We won't make it difficult for you." The Academy of Science's military strength was not very high, and they could not do such blatant revenge. At most, they would let their enemies perish on their own, like they did last time with Zhu Wuming. The patriarchs of the Lei, Yan, and Jin families were relieved after hearing what the dean said. The head of the Jin family said in a stiff tone, "It's better that those people in the base don't have any other ideas. Otherwise I don't mind fighting with them." The head of the Jin family didn't think that the people of the Shui and Mu families and the base had good intentions, and he didn't really agree with their actions this time. The head of the Yan family didn't really think highly of the motives of the Shui and Mu families and the base, but he wouldn't be as blunt as the head of the Jin family. "We don't have to obey the orders of the base. To what extent we have to restore our relationship with them." The head of the Lei family listened to the words of his allies and smiled and said, "We just need to restore to a level where they won't openly oppose us, and the rest depends on their sincerity." Chief Lei looked at Chief Jin and Chief Yan in a soothing manner. "I will not allow them to return to their previous positions. After all, we are now each responsible for our own future. Right? Their hands can't stretch that far. Chief Yen and Chief Jean nodded with satisfaction. And the dean said, when will they send someone over? Chief Lei flipped through the news in his hand. They said that when it is convenient for us. My opinion is that they should come earlier and leave earlier, so as not to affect our normal work. Chief Yen thought about it and proposed, then let them come the day after tomorrow. And we will clean up tomorrow and hide everything that should be hidden, so as not to be seen by others. The news I received is that they have been living off their old capital. Chief Jean nodded without objection and looked at Chief Lei. Chief Lei nodded to accept Chief Yen's proposal. And the dean continued to ask questions. Who they will send is also crucial. But this is not something we can control. I hope that the people who come will be more sensible. Otherwise it will be very embarrassing. Chief Lei said. The people they sent this time were checked by the Mu family. I believe that Chief Mu, who wants to restore relations with us the most, knows what's going on. After asking the questions that needed to be asked, the dean remained silent. And Chief Yen took over his work. They should go directly to your shelter. Right? Chief Yen looked at Chief Lei and asked. Chief Lei nodded. They originally wanted to go to your place to take a look, but I refused and told them to talk to me if they had anything to say. After the matter was made clear, the 4 patriarchs were about to adjourn the meeting. Clan leader Lei stopped the dean, who was about to leave. My elders asked me to ask you, are you selling your paper? When clan leader Lei mentioned this, Dean regretted why he didn't keep the paper. Last time when clan leader Lei sent a message, he happened to see Dean writing on paper, and clan leader Lei took half of it from him. Now it seems that they have used it up. The dean said a little unhappily, give me the money for buying paper last time. Clan leader Lei said in surprise, didn't everyone get a share of the paper last time? At critical moments, you still need to be a little shameless. Clan leader Lei is very experienced in this kind of thing, although his face looks serious. Tell me whether you will sell it or not. Chief Lei chased after the dean and asked. The dean said helplessly, that paper was also given to me by someone else. I have almost used up my own paper. I will go and ask for you. In fact, when Jiang Zhuxiang made paper for himself, he would remember to prepare a copy for the dean. He said this just to help raise the price of Jiang Zhuxiang's paper. You name a price first, so I can talk to people. In the end times, paper is a thing that is in short supply, especially the paper made by Jiang Zhuxiang. Chief Lei can understand the dean's approach. From his tone, the person who gave him the paper should have mastered the technology of papermaking, for the sake of his own paper in the future. His attitude should be better now. You guys can name the price? The dean glanced at Chief Lei, who was not afraid of asking too much. Then let me ask. Let me make it clear that I may not succeed. Chief Lei said that as long as he tried his best, he would be fine. At the same time, he still admired the brains of those people in the Academy of Sciences. Establishing an alliance with them was one of the more correct decisions they made. When humans can live a stable life in the future, the role of the Academy of Sciences should be greater. The two of them also went offline one after another. After going offline, the dean sent a message directly to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking Jiang Zhuxiang to come to his office. Jiang Zhuxiang had just walked outside the laboratory when he received a message from his own dean. After entering the door and saying something to Yen Lei, he quickly went to the dean's office. When the dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, he extended his hand to ask her to sit down opposite him, and he stood up to get her some water. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and took it, waiting for the dean to speak. The dean got straight to the point. Xiaoxiang, you should still be making paper, right? Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. He had already registered the materials needed for papermaking in the task hall. As long as he had time, he would make a batch for himself. The method of papermaking had been registered in the database of the Academy of Sciences, and it could be obtained by paying a certain contribution value. However, it seemed that no one was interested. So Jiang Zhuxiang had to make paper by himself if he wanted to use it. He just didn't know why the dean mentioned this. The dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's puzzled expression and did not keep him in suspense. We had a meeting this morning. The elders of the Lei family like your paper very much and want to buy it from you. You can set the price. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very clear about the current value of paper, so he said honestly, Dean, please help me set the price. I will keep enough for my own use when I make it in the future, and I will leave the rest to you. As a disciple of Shenong Valley, he was not very good at selling things. After all, the concept of scholars, farmers, Merchants and artisans was still deeply rooted in people's minds at that time. The dean naturally did not mind helping Jiang Zhuxiang deal with this matter. His wife had already regarded Jiang Zhuxiang as her own daughter. And he was also very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's performance all along. Jiang Zhuxiang's idea was also a trust in himself. So the dean readily agreed. Chapter 74 Lei Family Gathering. After hearing the dean's agreement, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to say goodbye to the dean and go back. But before he could say goodbye, the dean started talking about other things. We have already agreed on the time to entertain those people at this meeting. The location is arranged at the Lei family shelter. If you are interested, you can go with your senior brother to join in the fun. I may not be able to take care of you at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the dean's words and stopped talking about going back. When is the time? Recently. I don't have anything to do. So it's not impossible to go out and play. The dean replied. The day after tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew, and then said goodbye to the dean and went back. Leaving the dean's office, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the laboratory. Yan Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming back, put down the things in his hands, turned to look at her. Xiaxiang, why did the dean ask you so early? Jiang Zhuxiang walked to her operating table and put away the things she would use later. When she heard Yan Lei's question, she did not keep it secret. It's about paper. Someone wants to buy it. Yan Lei was a little interested when he heard this. Who wants to buy it? Jiang Zhuxiang opened the material box and took out the materials he needed. It's the elders of the Lei family. I have asked the dean to help me deal with this matter. At this point, Jiang Zhuxiang turned to look at Yan Lei. The dean also said that he would entertain those people at the Lei family shelter the day after tomorrow, and asked me to follow you to join in the fun. Yan Lei was a little surprised. So soon? After thinking about it, he realized that he probably didn't want these people to affect what they were doing. Then Xiaoxiang, just follow me when the time comes. The two of them were silent and busy. Time flew. And soon it was time to entertain those people. Jiang Zhuxiang got up early in the morning, finished the regular morning exercise, and went to the dean's office with Yan Lei to wait for departure together. When the two arrived at the office, there were already two people in the office, both of whom were very familiar to Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei, the dean's wife and Shui Wen. When they saw them come in, they invited them to sit over. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down next to the dean's wife, while Yan Lei sat with Shui Wen. After greeting each other, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Shui Wen curiously. Brother Wen, are you going to join in the fun? Shui Wen smiled and replied, yes. Xiaoxiang, you are going to join in the fun too. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. He was indeed going to join in the fun. It was not possible for young people like them to get involved in such things. Yan Lei and the dean's wife sat aside and listened to Jiang Zhuxiang and Shui Wen making fun of each other. When they calmed down, Yan Lei saw the dean standing up behind the desk and asked, are we leaving? The dean nodded, walked over and pulled up the dean's wife, and the two walked out together. Jiang Zhuxiang, Yan Lei and Shui Wen followed consciously and got on the land vehicle. The dean was the driver. When he arrived at the door of the Lei family shelter, he saw that the buildings outside the shelter that should have been built were covered up by the Lei family in some unknown way. They looked like lumps of earth. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to laugh at the aesthetics of the person who came up with this idea. The Lei family's parking lot was arranged on the top floor of the shelter. When the land vehicle drove to the elevator and parked, people got out of the car, and someone would transport their land vehicle to the top floor and park it. When they left, they didn't need to pick it up by themselves. As long as they said the number of their car in the elevator, someone would transport their car down, which minimized the safety hazards. After the dean greeted the staff of the elevator, he left his car with confidence. As an ally of the Lei family, this arrangement also reduced the trouble of parking by themselves. Walking out of the elevator room is a long corridor leading to the front hall, where the Lei family arranged reception staff. When the dean and his party arrived, the reception staff took them to the inner living room, where the Lei family entertained their own people. When other allies of the Lei family arrived, they would also be welcomed here. The reception staff took them to the door and left. Yan Lei stepped forward and opened the door. At this time, the Yin family and Lei Zhen, who was the receptionist, were already inside. They stood up when they saw them come in. The dean took a few quick steps, shook hands with the head of the Yin clan, patted Lei Zhen on the shoulder, and the two sat aside to chat. Lei Zhen called Yan Lei and the others over. Young people still need to hang out with young people. Of course, Lei Jin also wanted the Yin family to hold Yin Lei back so that he could talk to Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin's method was indeed correct. The Yin family, who hadn't seen Yin Lei for a long time, surrounded Yin Lei tightly. Yin Lei could only watch Jiang Zhuxiang being taken aside by Lei Jin to talk. Shuiwen was not familiar with the Yin family and followed Jiang Zhuxiang at this time. Lei Jin didn't care about this person following him, and he shouldn't hinder him. Lei Jin chatted with Jiang Zhuxiang this time mainly because he was summoned by his elders in the morning. Because of the paper matter, the price offered by the dean made his elders a little painful. They wanted to find someone to talk to the dean. After all, if they went to talk by themselves, it would be a bit of a bullshit. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused when he heard Lei Jin talk about this. If they knew that the paper was made by themselves, they probably wouldn't want to find him. However, it didn't matter to meet these old people. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. At this time, the door of the inner living room was pushed open again, and a group of people from the Jin family came in. As usual, everyone stood up to greet them. Clan leader Jin was pulled away by the dean and clan leader Yin, and the others chatted with Lei Jin and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Jin Yin, who went on a mission together last time, and walked over to greet them. Did you see those people when you came here? Jin Yin shook his head. No, but they took the initiative to ask them to come so they shouldn't be too late. While the two were talking, the door of the inner living room was pushed open again, and a receptionist came in, who turned out to be Lei Mu. Lei Mu walked a few steps quickly to the dean and the others. The heads of the Shui and Mu families and the people from the base have arrived, and the clan leader asked me to invite a few people over. The dean and the others nodded to show that they understood, stood up and followed Lei Mu. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin. Had the other people in the team been assigned tasks like Lei Mu today? Lei Jin nodded. The Lei family would not give up this opportunity to train their young people. The ways of the world are also an indispensable course for the children of the Lei family. The banquet should not start until they have discussed it. I will ask someone to take you around. If the banquet starts, someone will take you there directly. It must take a long time for the elders to discuss such things. Everyone did not want to stay here and wait foolishly, so they followed Lei Jin's advice. Chapter 75 Discussion of the Patriarchs. When Lei Jin led the younger generation to visit the Lei family shelter, Lei Kong brought the two clan leaders, Jin Yin, and the dean to the outer living room, where clan leader Lei was entertaining the clan leaders of the Shui and Mu families, the people of the base, and the younger generation they brought this time. When the people in the outer living room saw the group of people who had just walked in, the clan leaders of the Shui and Mu families followed clan leader Lei to stand up and welcome them. While the leaders of the base were still sitting, clan leader Mu winked at him anxiously, worried that his performance would cause dissatisfaction. But there was no response. The clan leaders of the Lei, Yin, and Jin families, and the dean of the Academy of Sciences did not react to his behavior. Although this person was not absolutely superior to them in the past, he still had the right to lead them. Although they have parted ways with him now, he is still unwilling to bow to them, who he considers to be his former subordinates. After exchanging greetings with the dean, the two clan leaders Lei and Jin Yin turned to the clan leaders of Shui and Mu. Shall we go to the conference room to talk? Although the tone was inquiring, it was a narrative attitude. The clan leaders of Shui and Mu naturally nodded in agreement. They didn't want to reveal the content of the discussion in front of their own young people. The leader of the base still didn't respond. But at this time, everyone was ready for him to not speak all day today. Just treat him as a sculpture. Clan leader Lei ordered Lei Mu, take them out for a walk, and take them directly to the banquet when it starts later. He pointed at the young people who were brought. Lei Mu nodded to show that he understood, and led them out of the outer living room. After the young people were cleared out, the elders followed Chief Lei and his men to the conference room without any embarrassment, including the leaders of the base, who walked in slowly and chose a comfortable seat to sit down. Tea and snacks were prepared in the conference room. The heads of the three Lei, Yin, and Jin families and the dean calmly drank tea and ate snacks, waiting for the heads of the Shui and Mu families and the leaders of the base, who seemed to be willing to keep silent, to speak. The two heads of the Shui and Mu families and the leaders of the base knew that they were here to restore relations, and if the talks went well, they hoped to get some benefits for their families. So they did not remain silent for too long. The head of the Mu family cleared his throat. We haven't had such a formal face-to-face talk for a long time. People still need to communicate more to understand each other. We have not communicated enough to get to this point. Head of the Lei family nodded and asked him to continue. Head of the Mu family had to drink a sip of water with a bit of embarrassment and continued. I heard that you have realized the exchange of information between each other. This is very good. You can help each other. We also have some information. In this situation, the more you know, the safer it is. Right? If possible, we can also exchange information with you. After saying these words, the head of the Mu family reached out and pushed the head of the Shui family, who was sitting on the side, asking him to express his opinion. Shui nodded reluctantly. As the clan leader, although he didn't do a particularly good job, he knew that their current situation was not good. Clan leader Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this their purpose? This is not their style. However, if that's all, it's okay to agree. There is no problem with information exchange. If you have anything you want to know, as long as we have discussed it with each other, we can naturally tell you. After all, we have worked together in the past. Clan leader Mu was quite satisfied with clan leader Lei's words. He didn't expect them to tell them everything. However, in addition to this, he had a small request. Clan leader Mu turned to look at the dean, if possible. We want to buy something from the dean? The dean was silent for a while. What do you want? The head of the Mu family pondered the dean's tone. The dean can provide us with a list of what you are willing to sell after you go back, and we will buy according to the list. After all, we don't know how advanced the technology of the Academy of Sciences is now. The dean would not refuse if there was money to be made, and nodded in agreement. The head of the Yin family smiled and continued, Then what can you provide us? After all, there is give and take. The heads of the Shui and Mu families heard the words of the head of the Yin family, and stopped talking a little embarrassedly. They really didn't have anything to provide this time. To put it bluntly, they came here to take advantage of the situation. The base's psychics can cooperate with you. The leader of the base, who was thought to be silent, spoke up. This was the only thing they could offer. Of course, he had something else in his hand, but he didn't want to let go of that thing yet. The base's psychics were comparable to the Lei family's psychics in terms of combat effectiveness because of the leader's exploitative use. What was rare was that there were so many of them that they could afford the loss. But their character was not very reassuring. After all, these people's sense of right and wrong was completely apocalyptic. After hearing this condition, the Lei clan leader was quite satisfied. They originally thought that these people were going to not give a penny this time. Anything else? Everyone, the head of the Mu family, also knew that it was time to stop. So he shook his head and said, No more. The head of the Lei family stood up and said, Then let's go out and relax with the younger generation. The others also stood up. They were all satisfied with the discussion this time. The head of the Lei family told the Lei family members waiting outside the meeting room to notify them that the banquet could begin, and then took them to the banquet venue. At this time, Lei Jin was visiting the Lei family's indoor training room with Jiang Zhuxiang, and they happened to meet Lei Mu with the young people from the Shui and Mu families, and the people from the base. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the training room eagerly. The defense of this place looked very good. It was indeed a family with ancient martial arts heritage. Lei Mu brought people to greet his captain. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around when he heard the voice, and saw the people behind Lei Mu. Those people's eyes were not all friendly, so he nodded to greet them. Lei Jin naturally saw the people Lei Mu brought. For the first time, he was not very satisfied with Lei Mu. These people should not be brought to him and Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Mu didn't want to bring these people here, but these people took the initiative to ask to visit. He originally thought that there was no one else, so it would be okay to bring them here to see. Who knew that he would run into his captain and understand what was in his captain's eyes? Lei Mu shrank silently and stood there waiting for his captain's instructions. Lei Jin would not give face to his family in front of outsiders. He gave Lei Mu a look that said he would deal with him later, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang out. Chapter 76 Relaxation after the formal discussion. After Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang left, the people who stayed behind began to ask Lei Mu about the relationship between the two people. Lei Mu was still quite tight-lipped, especially after he had just offended his captain. One is our captain, and the other is from the Academy of Sciences. Lei Mu just said these news that can be learned by asking. These people naturally would not believe the simple news revealed by Lei Mu. According to the degree of care they had just seen from Lei Jin for Jiang Zhuxiang, the relationship between the two people would definitely not be so simple. But they could not dig out more information from Lei Mu. So these people gave up for the time being. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang out of the training room and turned to look at her. Is there anywhere else you want to go? If not, I'll take you to meet the elders now? Jiang Zhuxiang was indifferent. It's up to you. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Lei Jin was about to speak when the communicator on his wrist began to ring. He clicked it and saw that it was a call from Lei Kong, who was arranged in the banquet hall. After Lei Kong greeted his captain, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang standing next to his captain and also greeted him, and then directly explained the matter. Just now the clan leader sent a message that the banquet is about to begin. Captain, you can bring Xiao Jiang over. By the way, please notify the lady by the way. Lei Kong hung up the call right after he finished speaking. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly. Come with me to meet my mother. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded indifferently. The captain's mother was the wife of the clan leader, and she was also her elder. It was also a courtesy to visit her. Of course, this was based on the premise that she had not met this lady yet. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang to the residential area at the back. The house of the Lei clan leader was located at the front of the entire building area. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang in, asked Jiang Zhuxiang to sit on the sofa, and went to find his mother. Jiang Zhuxiang sat on the sofa and looked at the decoration style of this house. It seemed to be more of a tough style, with mainly cold colors and not many decorations. Suddenly, Jiang Zhuxiang heard a sound of fighting, and stood up to look at the place where the sound came from. He saw Lei Jin and a woman in sportswear fighting while moving towards this side. Lei Jin took advantage of the break in the fight to talk to the woman. Perhaps because the two saw Jiang Zhuxiang watching over there, they both stopped fighting. Lei Jin brought his mother to Jiang Zhuxiang and introduced her. This is my mother. You can call her Mrs. Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and greeted. Hello, Mrs. Lei. Lei Jin also introduced to his mother. This is the reserve member of our superpower team, Jiang Zhuxiang from the Academy of Sciences. Mrs. Lei took 2 steps forward enthusiastically and held Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Just call me Aunt Lei. I will call you Xiao Jiang. This was the first time Jiang Zhuxiang, the mother who called her son this guy, had seen her for the first time. After hearing her words, Jiang Zhuxiang changed her name to Aunt Lei. Seeing that his mother was holding Jiang Zhuxiang and wanted to say something, Lei Jin quickly spoke in advance. Mother, you should go and clean up first. Otherwise you know what your father will do if you are late. Mrs. Lei glared at her son, but still followed the advice and cleaned herself up. At a banquet held at her home, the hostess still had to show up on time. Lei Jin finally found time to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, do you want something to drink? Jiang Zhuxiang shook her head. Don't bother. Aunt Lei should be out soon. Lei Jin considered his mother's speed and decided to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's advice. Then let's sit and wait for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and he and Lei Jin occupied a single sofa respectively, waiting for Mrs. Lei to come out of the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Lei came out of the bathroom dressed neatly, and her makeup was also acceptable. Lei Jin looked at the time. Mother, let's go directly. It should be almost time to get to the banquet hall. Mrs. Lei also knew the importance of the matter, so she just pulled Jiang Zhuxiang over together, and Lei Jin could only follow behind. Jiang Zhuxiang looked back at Lei Jin in silence, and conveyed with his eyes, What's wrong with your mother? Lei Jin gave them a helpless look and followed them silently. When they arrived at the door of the banquet hall, Lei Jin looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes before the banquet started, and his mother could still go to find his father. Lei Jin separated Jiang Zhuxiang from his mother and let her go to find her father by herself. Mrs. Lei gave Lei Jin a look of unfilial son. Lei Jin reminded her that there are still 5 minutes. Mrs. Lei had to put aside her little hobby temporarily and go to find her husband first. Jiang Zhuxiang waited until she could no longer see Mrs. Lei, and then she looked at Lei Jin silently and asked for an explanation. Lei Jin said a little embarrassedly, My family has stronger male genes. My mother has always wanted to have a girl, but she only gave birth to me, so she was more excited to see you. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted the result somewhat helplessly. Then I'll go find my senior brother. You should be going with your father and mother. Right? Lei Jin nodded, and had to watch Jiang Zhuxiang walk into the banquet hall. He then went into the lounge attached to the banquet hall, where his parents were preparing to enter. Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the banquet hall and looked around for a while before he saw the shadow of his senior brother walking through the crowd and approaching him. Yin Lei saw his junior sister coming back to him. So he took her to a place with fewer people. Did Lei Jin take you to visit just now? Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. Yan Lei gritted his teeth silently. Xiaxiang, you should follow me later. The dean entrusted you to me to take care of you. And I can't fail in my duty. Yan Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with eager eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew Lei Jin would definitely not have time to play with him later. So he should follow the eldest brother. However, where is brother one? Yan Lei glanced at the venue and found no one. He should be doing his own thing. Xiaxiang, don't worry. Just contact him before we leave. He has the ability to protect himself. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ask any more questions. 5 minutes passed quickly. Chief Lei and Mrs. Lei stood on a small hosting platform in the banquet hall with Lei Jin. Chief Lei announced, "Welcome everyone to the Lei family. I hope you will have a good time." The people standing in the venue responded to Chief Lei's words with applause. The banquet officially began. And the people who came to the banquet began to look for people they were familiar with to chat. Chapter 77, The Program at the Banquet. The place where Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei were standing also began to get noisy. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little hungry and decided to find something to eat. He tilted his head and looked at Yan Lei. "Big brother, do you want to go for food with me?" Yan Lei naturally nodded in agreement. His main responsibility for today's banquet was to watch Jiang Zhuxiang play. So naturally they had to act together. The two walked through the crowd and found the long table where the food was placed. Jiang Zhuxiang took an empty plate and a tongs, looking at the familiar pastries on the table. "Big brother, do you think these look like they were made by our dean's wife?" Yan Lei didn't know much about this kind of thing. "I can't tell." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really know much about this kind of thing. But he had seen Yan Lei a lot, so he felt familiar with it. However, he would know if he tried it. Jiang Zhuxiang used a tong to pick up a few pieces and put them on his plate. There were forks on the long table. Jiang Zhuxiang took one and put the pastry into his mouth. The familiar taste confirmed that this was the craftsmanship of the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang ate a few bites and packed some other things. He wanted to find a place to sit. Seeing the rest area arranged in the corner, Jiang Zhuxiang pulled Yan Lei's sleeve with his free hand, indicating that he wanted to go over there. Yan Lei nodded and walked in front to clear the way for Jiang Zhuxiang. After the two sat down, they finished the food on the plate quietly. Jiang Zhuxiang held his chin with both hands and looked at the crowd in the center of the banquet hall. He felt that the banquets now were really a bit boring. In the past world, Jiang Zhuxiang had also been invited to participate in secular banquets. At the worst, some opera troupes would be arranged. The banquets here seemed to be only about eating and drinking. The last housewarming banquet of the Mu family was also so boring. Jiang Zhuxiang said boredly, "Is there nothing to watch or do at this banquet?" Yan Lei looked at his junior sister with a bit of amusement. "It's the end of the world now. And celebrities have long been eliminated. Few of those spoiled celebrities can survive in the end of the world. And even if there are, few will stick to their jobs." Jiang Zhuxiang has learned about celebrities through the virtual network. They are equivalent to the actors and actresses in the previous world. But watching plays is not the only program at the banquet. Jiang Zhuxiang decided not to attend such boring banquets in the future. And it is better to spend this little time on doing things. Yan Lei looked at his junior sister's bored expression, feeling a little helpless that his junior sister's request seemed a bit high. "I'll take you to see the dean's wife and the others. They shouldn't have anything to do now. And chatting with them can help relieve your boredom." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and followed Yan Lei to find someone. It seems that the dean is still the only one who brought his wife here today. Now the dean's wife is sitting in another rest area with Mrs. Lei. And they really have nothing to talk about. Mrs. Lei doesn't understand what the dean's wife said about pastries. And Mrs. Lei doesn't understand what Mrs. Lei said about mousse. So, seeing Yan Lei bringing Jiang Zhuxiang here, the two of them were really relieved. It was really good that they didn't have to look at each other anymore. The dean's wife spoke first. "Why are you here?" In front of the mistress of the Lei family. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally couldn't say that he was bored at the banquet and came to talk to someone. So he had to find another excuse. "I ate a familiar pastry and wanted to ask if it was made by you." The dean's wife was a little surprised. "Really? I haven't tasted it yet." However, for such things, it's better to ask the hostess directly. The dean's wife looked at Mrs. Lei. Mrs. Lei smiled a little awkwardly. She really didn't know about such things. The arrangements for the banquet were made by other members of the Lei family. Maybe the Lei family's purchasing department ordered your pastries. The dean's wife knew that Mrs. Lei was not very practical in her contact with her just now. She smiled with understanding. Seeing Yan Lei still standing, she quickly greeted him. "Xiao Lei, please sit down." Yan Lei sat down obediently, and continued to listen to Jiang Zhuxiang and the two ladies chatting. He heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask Mrs. Lei if there was anything to play. Mrs. Lei had a little difficulty answering, so she found Lei Kong, who was arranged in the banquet hall, and asked him about the program arrangement for today's banquet. Lei Kong nodded and greeted Jiang Zhuxiang first, and then answered Mrs. Lei's question. There will be a program for supernatural performances later. Mrs. Lei sent Lei Kong away after getting a satisfactory answer. Lei Kong didn't care and left quickly and respectfully, as if someone was chasing him. Jiang Zhuxiang had seen the scene of Mrs. Lei fighting with Lei Jin before, and didn't think there was anything wrong with Lei Kong's performance. The dean's wife and Yan Lei were a little strange. Mrs. Lei didn't look that scary. Mrs. Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with sparkling eyes. "Our Lei family's supernatural performance is pretty good." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and nodded to show that he was looking forward to it. Sure enough, when the banquet was in the middle, a member of the Lei family came in to clear the middle part of the banquet hall. One of them pressed the button on the remote control in his hand, and the middle part of the banquet hall began to rise and stopped 1 meter above the ground. Everyone who attended the banquet stared at it curiously, including Jiang Zhuxiang in the rest area. After someone went on stage to debug, the protective cover was raised, and someone officially stood on the stage. Jiang Zhuxiang immediately recognized that person. It was a psychic supernatural in the Lei Jin supernatural team. I don't know what he is going to do on stage. The following scene made Jiang Zhuxiang realize once again that none of the people in Lei Jin's superpower team were ordinary. He saw this psychic superpower perform a wonderful acrobatics with his mental power. He used his mental power to control a pile of bowls on the ground and put them on various parts of his body, and finally stacked them on his head. After this performance, the other members of the superpower team also went on stage to perform, except Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang. Although one was the captain, he was also the young patriarch, so no one would arrange him to go up, and the other was a reserve member and today's guest, so it was impossible for him to be arranged. However, this performance made the atmosphere lively. Seeing the wonderful performances of the Lei family, the other supernaturals were eager to go on stage to show off. However, they were stopped by their elders. The Lei family arranged this kind of performance to show their strength. The Jin and Yin families would not let their younger generations go up to spoil the show. The Shui and Mu families did not want to go up to make trouble. As for the people from the base, they were warned not to cause trouble before they came out, so they naturally would not go on stage. After the supernaturals who finished the performance left, the center of the banquet hall returned to the ground, and the banquet returned to the previous state of laughing and eating. The atmosphere was much more lively, and everyone was discussing the performance just now. Chapter 78, Conversation with the Old Man. People moved around more casually, and people began to visit the corner where Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were. The Shui Mu family and the people from the base, who had gotten along well with the dean's wife in the past, began to come over to greet her tentatively. And Jiang Zhuxiang also saw the influence of the former Academy of Sciences. Those who came to greet the dean's wife were all people who had been taken care of by the Academy of Sciences. They all hoped to restore friendly relations with the Academy of Sciences in the future. After all, these low-level superpowers don't care much about the dirty things between the high-level people. They only know that when they have problems that they can't solve, the top brains of the Academy of Sciences can help them solve the problems. This is the most realistic problem that the little people are most concerned about. The dean's wife did not refuse these people's kindness. As the dean's wife, she was not only good at baking bread. In terms of mastering personal connections, the dean might not be as good as her. The reason why the dean liked her, who was not a top IQ person, was that she had a high EQ. They could complement each other. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the dean's wife get what she wanted to know from these people in a few words, and at the same time made these people grateful, and silently sighed that there were indeed no mediocre people in the Academy of Sciences. Mrs. Lei, who always used force to subdue people, was also stunned. Yan Lei was not surprised at all. Obviously, he had seen it before. After these people left satisfied, the dean's wife saw the admiration in Jiang Zhuxiang and Mrs. Lei's eyes. The dean's wife touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head. A little puzzled, Mrs. Lei said bluntly, "These people seem to listen to you." Mrs. Lei could hear her implication and explained, "Well, as long as you know what they want. As a proper bargaining chip, you can exchange a lot of things, including other people's obedience. Mrs. Lay said she didn't quite understand. And the dean's wife smiled. It's like your force can make others obedient. The dean's wife also knew about Mrs. Lay's situation. Mrs. Lay touched her nose. Your method is simpler. Every person with strong limbs will envy others for having a smart mind. The dean's wife comforted. Your force can also achieve the goal. Right? The dean's wife's comfort made Mrs. Lay's favorability towards her rise again. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei watched the two talking on the side, and they all felt a little bit embarrassed. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to do something else to divert his attention. Turning on his communicator, Jiang Zhuxiang began to learn about the latest medical consultations, and didn't know when he could return to his old job. When Lei Jin got out of the crowd, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang concentrating on the message on the communicator, walked to her side, patted her shoulder, and asked her to pay attention to him. Seeing her looking at him with a puzzled look, Lei Jin said, I will take you to meet the elders now, so as not to delay your return later. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up with understanding, and Lei Jin went to explain to the dean's wife and Mrs. Lei what he was going to do with Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's wife was a little worried that Jiang Zhuxiang could not cope with it and wanted to go with him. But after Mrs. Lei explained a few words, the dean's wife was relieved, and Yan Lei had to watch Lei Jin take Jiang Zhuxiang away. The elders of the Lei family liked to stay in the library, and Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang there to meet people this time. Jiang Zhuxiang is still very interested in the Lei family's library. After all, it is rare to see paper books now, so he has no objection to this meeting place. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang into the library, and the elders all sat there smiling and watching people come in. Standing in front of this group of elderly people, listening to Lei Jin's introduction, Jiang Zhuxiang greeted them one by one, without much embarrassment. After greeting each other, the elders asked Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin to sit down. After Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang sat down, Lei Jin took 2 teacups on the table and poured them a cup of tea, and then planned to watch the conversation between his elders and Jiang Zhuxiang. The elders didn't care about people watching. They didn't want to do anything bad. There was nothing shameful. The eldest elder smiled and said, How old is the little girl now? The elder obviously didn't intend to speak directly about their purpose, and planned to use this kind of question to get closer. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally happy to accompany him. I'm 18 years old. How is life in the academy? Very good. Every day is very interesting. What is your dean like? Very good. Very protective and responsible. Lei Jin listened to them talking back and forth and carefully interrupted, Elder, Xiaoxiang has to go back later. All the elders rolled their eyes. The elder finally got to the point. Old man, I think your dean is a bit bad. He doesn't respect the old and love the young. It's not easy for an old man to get some contribution points. He actually sells paper so expensive. It's simply exploitation. Jiang Zhuxiang rolled his eyes silently in his heart. Is it really okay to say this to their leader in front of the people of the Academy of Sciences? Lei Jin said silently in his heart, Elder, we have not reduced your annual support fee. Don't ruin our family's welfare like this. Jiang Zhuxiang took a sip of tea. Elder, you can bargain with the dean. It's not easy for us young people to talk about this kind of thing. Even if I can talk, I won't say it. This is my own money. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. The elder slapped the table angrily. Your dean doesn't answer the old man's communication. How can I bargain with him? It must be because you were too long-winded before. So the dean refused to communicate. Jiang Zhuxiang silently suppressed his laughter and gave a step. Then what do you want to do by asking me to come? The elder gave Jiang Zhuxiang a look that said you are very sensible and said slowly, Little Jiang, just tell your dean that we old guys can accept this price. But he should give us some gifts. It doesn't have to be too much. Just 1 extra piece of paper for every 10 pieces of paper. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely refuses the old man's request, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement, the elder said that it was not good to have nothing to say for the troublesome girl. So he signaled Lei Jin, Little Jin, please give little Jiang access to our library. This is an additional place for people who like research to obtain information, and the little girl should like it. As a reserve member of the Lei Jin superpower team, Lei Jin originally planned to open up certain Lei family permissions to Jiang Zhuxiang in a while. Now that the elder took the initiative to propose it, he would not have to persuade them again in the future. Lei Jin nodded and said that he would do it. Chapter 79, Taking Advantage of the Fire. After seeing Lei Jin agree, the elders smiled and began to drive people away. Okay. You young people probably don't like to stay with us old guys. Go and have fun by yourselves. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang were a little helpless. They were the ones who asked people to come. And they were the ones who drove people away. However, the two of them still said goodbye and left the library obediently. Lei Jin stood outside the library door and looked at the time. The banquet should be almost over. He had to give up the idea of taking Jiang Zhuxiang for a walk and sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to the banquet hall directly. The banquet was indeed over. Chief Lei and Mrs. Lei stood at the door and said goodbye to the Shuimu family and the people from the base. As for the Jin Yin family and the people from the Academy of Sciences, they were not in a hurry to leave. After Lei Jin said Jiang Zhuxiang to the dean's wife, he also walked to the door, stood beside his parents, and saw off the guests with him. When the dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming back, she asked the elders why they were looking for her. Jiang Zhuxiang also told her the reason in a low voice. After hearing the reason, the dean's wife didn't ask any more questions, but just told her that she would talk to the dean later. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally very happy to hear that the dean's wife was willing to help. It was originally something he asked the dean to do, but now he had to go and ask others to bargain. He didn't think about it when he agreed at the time, but now it's really embarrassing to think about it. After sending those people away, Chief Lei and Mrs. Lei turned back to face their allies with ease. Chief Lei even proposed to stay overnight. If there were not many things, staying overnight would not be a big deal. But now the ground construction has not been completed, and the Jin and Yin families and the Academy of Sciences do not want to waste the rare and relatively stable time now. So in the end, Chief Lei and Mrs. Lei still sent people away. On the way back, the dean still drove, but the Jin and Yin families consciously escorted the Academy of Sciences car back first. And the journey was relatively stable. Back to the Academy of Sciences, there was not much to do in the laboratory at this time. Yan Lei, Shuiwen and Jiang Zhuxiang simply followed the dean's wife to her bakery to help. The bakery's business hours have now been postponed to 10 o'clock in the evening, and there is still a long period of business hours if they open now. The dean's wife was naturally very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang and the others willing to help. She took Jiang Zhuxiang into the baking room, while Yan Lei and Shuiwen were arranged to help outside. After Yan Lei and Shuiwen cleaned up the outside, they hung a sign saying open for business at the door. And then the two began to chat by the cash register. Yan Lei was quite curious about the time when Shuiwen disappeared at the banquet. The friendship between him and Shuiwen was enough for him to ask these questions without being beaten. So Yan Lei asked bluntly, "What did you do today when we weren't looking?" Shuiwen looked at Yan Lei's gossipy look and didn't want to satisfy his curiosity. Although there was nothing wrong with saying, "I didn't do anything. When did you become so gossipy?" Yan Lei looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Shuiwen was a little embarrassed and had to say speechlessly, "I just went to meet the Shui family and get some news." Seeing Yan Lei's expression of wanting to ask more questions, Shuiwen added, "The news is just what I told you before. The Shui family is now living beyond their means." Hearing these words from Shuiwen, Yan Lei was not very interested. They were used to being supported by others. If they were really allowed to live on their own, they would naturally be stretched. The people in the base were fine before. The Shui and Mu families were almost supported by the Lei, Yin and Jin families. Whatever the Academy of Sciences came out with was given to them first. No wonder they wanted to restore the relationship. I just don't know what conditions they put forward and what my family agreed to. It seems that I still need to find the dean later. Yan Lei thought casually. While the two were chatting, Jiang Zhuxiang brought out the baked bread from the bakery and asked the two people leaning on the cashier to help put it on the glass counter. When the three were almost done, the original employees of the bakery arrived, and the dean's wife sent the three to rest. The three took the dinner prepared by the dean's wife for the dean, and went to the dean's office together to listen to some news. When the dean saw the three people coming, he temporarily put down his work and sat on the sofa to tell them what he could tell them. If he didn't tell them, the three people probably wouldn't be able to do their work at ease. In the dean's narration, the three people also understood what conditions they had negotiated with those people. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel much. At most he thought those people were a little shameless, while the expressions on Yan Lei and Shuiwen's faces were more sarcastic. Yan Lei directly commented, "Do they want to pretend that what happened before didn't exist?" The dean nodded in agreement. They do want to turn over what happened in the past. But we will not forget it. When the time comes, the prices of the items on our list can be increased by 20% compared to the normal prices. We still have to make money. Shuewen said with a little worry. What is the attitude of the Lei, Yan, and Jin families? Although they are more independent now than before, they still need allies. The dean's answer to Shuewen's question was, they are naturally still our allies. But they can no longer help us deal with those people blatantly. However, as long as we continue to develop like this, we can also avenge ourselves. It's not easy to see the rise and fall of one side. After hearing the satisfactory news, Yan Lei and Shuewen said mischievously, President, please enjoy the loving dinner of the president's wife. We will go back with Xiao Xiang first. The three of them had already had dinner at the bakery. The president glared at Yan Lei and Shuewen unhappily and waved his hand impatiently. Go quickly. After the three of them said goodbye formally, they left the president's office together. A few days later, Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang sorted out the results of the Academy of Sciences and handed them to their president for review. The president wrote down the price after the 20% increase without hesitation, and then sent the list to the Lei family. The Lei family was handling all the matters related to those people. The president was too lazy to contact them. The president also gave opinions on the elders' affairs last time. Although he agreed to their bargaining, he also helped Jiang Zhuxiang to fight for other interests. Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied. The price offered by the Academy of Sciences was already considered harsh for the Shui and Mu families and the people in the base. But no one expected that they would accept it. It seemed that those people were in a really bad situation. Chapter 80. The Academy of Sciences becomes a processing plant. After the price was agreed upon, the Academy of Sciences needed to prepare the items ordered by those people in the quantity. And all the researchers' experiments were temporarily stopped to rush to produce this batch of items. The items that the dean was going to sell to those people this time were mainly some daily use technologies, and some items used to replace food, including nutritional supplements, which were all things that the dean and the heads of the Lei Yin and Jin families speculated were urgently needed by those people. These items were not the most precious research results of the Academy of Sciences, and the dean did not think that they were cheap to those people if they were used to exchange for contribution points. Because Jiang Zhuxiang had never been exposed to these research results before, he did not participate in the production process this time. Instead, he was arranged to help the logistics department to regulate the materials needed to make these things. In this process, Jiang Zhuxiang gradually came into contact with some unknown things in the Academy of Sciences. Although the materials needed for these research results were apparently collected by the allies through the mission hall. In fact, these collected materials were impossible to obtain. But Jiang Zhuxiang could see a steady stream of materials being transferred to the laboratory in the logistics department and turned into results. As a temporary helper, Jiang Zhuxiang consciously kept her mouth shut about these situations. This was not the news she should have inquired about. In fact, when the dean's wife was able to open a bakery, she should have known that the Academy of Sciences had a deep foundation. When Jiang Zhuxiang closed his mouth and did his work, the director of the logistics department was relieved. Only those who knew the importance of the matter could keep secrets. When he was too busy in the later period, he also asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go directly to the place where the raw materials were produced to get things several times. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little shocked in his heart, but he still kept a state of I didn't see anything. In half a month, the Academy of Sciences finished making the things that needed to be made. Jiang Zhuxiang and the people from the logistics department sealed these things one by one and waited for the people from the Lei family to come and take them. The specific transaction location was in the Lei family shelter. The people from the Lei family who came to take the things were Lei Jin and his team of superpowers. Jiang Zhuxiang and the people from the logistics department met them in the warehouse of the Academy of Sciences. The people from the superpower team thought that Jiang Zhuxiang had made a mistake and was sent to guard the warehouse. Jiang Zhuxiang explained to them with a smile. And these people closed their overly large imaginations. While Lei Jin and his people were doing the inventory inspection, Jiang Zhuxiang took the time to return to his residence, squeezed out the evening practice time during this period to make the paper packaging, and gave it to Lei Jin to ask him to help him pass it on. Of course, the excuse was that the dean asked him to bring it. Lei Jin didn't think much about it. After all, Lei Jin would never think that Jiang Zhuxiang did it himself. In his cognition, Jiang Zhuxiang was just a wood-type superpower who had just awakened. After checking everything, Lei Jin packed up the things with the superpower team and planned to leave. Before leaving, he made an appointment with Jiang Zhuxiang to meet Tao Tai next time and bring the paper to the elders of his family. They would directly transfer the contribution value to the elders. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew and watched them leave. The busy work that lasted for half a month was finally over. Jiang Zhuxiang no longer had to stay in the logistics department. Jiang Zhuxiang left the logistics department full of big secrets, and his heart was relieved. He no longer had to worry about any accidents because he knew too much. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking too much. With her current relationship with the dean, knowing such a little secret was nothing. Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't been outside the shelter for a while. He didn't know how the buildings on the ground were now. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the winter sunshine outside the shelter and planned to go out alone. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei reported their whereabouts, they went outside through the gate of the shelter. The full picture of these ground buildings could not be seen on the ground. Jiang Zhuxiang climbed directly onto a huge rock on the hillside outside the shelter and stood on it to overlook the situation below. The buildings on the ground were like flags arranged on the periphery of the shelter. The outermost circle was a protective wall built in imitation of the wall of the previous base, which could protect these ground buildings from being impacted in the first place, and give people who would live their time to evacuate the shelter in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang stood for a while, and then sat down on a big rock, feeling the cold wind that became harsher as the sun gradually set. There were no mutant plants on the mountain outside the shelter. I don't know what the Academy of Sciences plans to plant here in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the medicinal materials suitable for mountain growth and planned to apply for a medicinal field with the dean. After seeing the fruits of the labor of the family members of the Academy of Sciences, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the shelter with satisfaction and planned to meet Yan Lei and others. After all, they couldn't see each other because of half a month of busyness. Yan Lei is still tidying up the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the laboratory to find someone. Yan Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in and asked her to help. The laboratory soon returned to its previous neat appearance. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused. Can't we let others produce these research results? If we have to do it ourselves every time, won't we have no time to do research? Yan Lei touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head. We can only do this in this situation. After all, except for us, other people still care about their own attack power and are not willing to learn how to make these things. After all, it's still the end of the world. The Academy of Sciences used to have supporting processing plants, but they were closed after the end of the world. Only some trustworthy old employees are still helping the Academy of Sciences, and they are basically arranged in some secret places. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know about the processing plant. Hearing what Yan Lei said, he had to give up. I want to meet the dean's wife. Senior brother, do you want to go with me? After the lab was cleaned up, Yan Lei had nothing to do for the time being. It was also time for the lab to close. Let's go call Shui Wen. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection. Shui Wen was already familiar with the dean's wife, so it was okay to take him. Yan Lei asked Shui Wen where he was through the communicator. After being yelled at by Shui Wen, who was busy cleaning up the lab, Yan Lei took Jiang Zhuxiang to help. After the two of them helped Shui Wen clean up the lab, the three of them went to the dean's wife's bakery. Now was just the right time to have dinner. The dean's wife hadn't seen these people for half a month. When she saw Jiang Zhuxiang for the first time, she said something like "You've lost weight," and complained about the dean's overexploitation. Speaking of which, Jiang Zhuxiang's 18th birthday hadn't passed yet, and he was still a minor. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang's own maturity, and the fact that the laws of the end times were already meaningless, the dean would never dare to let Jiang Zhuxiang go to the lab.